Okay, we started stream a little bit late, and let's get some people on here immediately to help me carry through the night. Alright, so, okay, push this back a little bit. Let's see what we got going. Okay, we've got this live now. That means I can start the transmission. I mean, transmission is started, I have to start the call. So, let me get to that point. Oh my, look at this. Always can't resist. Okay. Give me a second here. Glad everybody is so patient with me. You're going to have to be. Don't really want to be here on a night like this. You can start, of course, by the chat room. Kathy Bennett says hello. Already that's cheerful. So thank you, honey. Hello. Love you dearly. All right, let's get some more people on this call. Well, we have to start the call first, don't we? Okay, so let's see now. Did I say Vivian Sanchez? All right. This will take several minutes the way this computer operates. It feels like minutes. Seconds. All right. Let's pray this works. Let's hope she's there. If not, then I'll start it with trying to call any number.
Hello.
Hey, honey. Oh, thank you. And I appreciate your patience. Thank God you're there. And I am so grateful for you being there. Are you kind of just sitting down in front of the screen waiting for me to call? Is that how it was working? If so, I deeply appreciate that.
Well, I'm usually always on, but I'm like chilling out, just jamming, doing a little research, thinking about something I want to talk about later.
Okay.
And I was thinking about when are we going to talk? Because I wanted to know, like, I wanted to pick your brain. So yeah, I've kind of been waiting for you, but not
that's
like
wonderful.
Not like stalker shit. No.
No, it's appreciated that you clarified that. I'm sorry I didn't get a chance to read any of the above texts yet, but I'll read them later. Give me a few, if I may read them after transmission to tell you the truth, but they're there, so.
What texts?
The text you entered here in Skype. I haven't had a chance to look at them yet. Yeah. So.
No, it's just about video transfer, like how you might want to do that, and then how I try to transfer it. The best way I know how, because I'm not schooled in Google stuff, but I know it is a way to possibly have it transferred to download to your area. I'm not sure though.
Okay, wonderful. Give me a few seconds here, and my nose is running. What we're going to try and do is bring some other people on, and
wait.
Yeah.
Are you going live right now?
Yeah, we're live, honey. When I call people, I call people live. Yeah, when I call people, I mean, when I call them on transmission nights, when I call them, it's a transmission night. So that's why, yeah, we're live. Don't worry, you didn't say anything that was untoward. I mean, everything you said so far was. So I thought you knew. I thought you understood that. I'm so sorry. You're doing great. You're doing great, darling. So is there something you want to say to me and everybody else who's listening right now before I try to bring other people on, or is there a reason you might want to monopolize myself to yourself for a few moments, or what? Yeah, I mean, just curious there.
No, sir, we're good.
Okay, no worries. And you can pick my brain publicly. If you want to pick my brain privately, then we can talk later. It's a Sunday, so that can happen Tuesday or Friday. Tuesday, Friday, and Saturday. Those are my free days. So let's see if So let's see if I can bring anybody else onto the call. And the way that this operates is really gnarly. I have no idea how this fucking operates, and I'm just adapting to it. Obviously, it was easy to have a producer to do all this stuff for us, and we just don't really, now I'm trying to do it all myself, and we will get to the point where eventually you will be doing this. So what I'll be doing is kind of training you in that as I go along. Okay, so right now we go down to add participants, then we try a few other people. We try, how do we do this? Okay, Noreen Helpin, add to call. Okay, Noreen. Okay, let's try that.
You can do this. You got this.
No, I don't, honey. I really don't. And,
So you're gonna make me have to learn Skype.
yeah, I mean, well, it's kind of like we're learning it together because,
Oh, okay.
yeah, it doesn't really fucking work. So let me show you what I'm doing here. Fuck this. Let me go on here to share screen. Okay, so screen
There
share.
you go.
Yeah, so here's screen share. Start sharing, and so we're screen sharing. Okay. Now, what do you see yourself? You see all this?
Yes.
And you may even be able to help me with this. Now, I'm going to try and add participants. Here's the thing. Like, say I try to add her, and then it works for her. Okay, then it works. Then I'm calling. And that's for some reason it wasn't doing that with Noreen. Once that starts, then other people can be added on, apparently. So let's try Amelia Willard. And why doesn't she show up? Oh, fuck. So it means I have to scroll down, I take it, until I find her. So she's Curious Girl. Then it's done. Okay. So that's, and what we're going to have to do is basically when I call you, you start doing this in the near future. And then we try, say for instance, Noreen Halpan. Let's try that, and then click. There we are. And then so that's 3 young ladies that we're trying, and then we might try someone else like Sammy. Now it's a Sunday, so this may not work for him. We'll find out. And these would be easy to reach people comparatively. May even just randomly try Brandon Young. It says Selena's unavailable. Oh, somebody else is on with us. See, I just keep hitting until somebody responds. I think I heard somebody else's voice. Or was that you? Was that?
Well, I'm trying to find your live right now so I can be in the chat, and then
Okay, so that was you.
I'm trying to share your link and stuff, so you might have heard the offshoot of that. Sorry.
Okay, wonderful. Oh, no worries, honey. That's fine. And check in with her a few minutes. Give her a heart for what she said. Got to put hearts on everything you said. And let's take a look at. Yeah.
I just have a question. So when I do this, I'm gonna need access to your contacts.
Yeah, that's right, isn't it? Yeah, that would help, wouldn't it? So what I have to do is start sharing all their numbers with you, but we can do that. We can do that later. That I can do at my leisure. And so when it comes to everything that you've done, this is very exciting. And one of the things that you can do is if you've kind of shortened the video where you've just changed it to the monologue, right? Then what you can do is you can send that to John Warrington and he could put that on his channel. And then that's a good start. Yeah, so that's a good start.
Is that the Mothman? Wait, I'm trying to remember his name.
He's the Maggot Man. The Maggot Man.
Maggot Man, yes.
Yeah, that's. Do you have his contact, or do I need to give that to you too?
Yeah, well, I have nobody, so I've never been on Skype other than when we talked, like in 2014. Long time ago.
Okay. So then we're going to give you everybody's contact, and I have to give you everybody's link, and this will work out over the next several weeks.
Awesome.
So, in the meantime, it's just you and I right now. If there's anybody else who wants to come on, you are most certainly welcome. We have until the top of the hour before we bring on Peter Moon, at which point we're pretty much safe because he now understands he has to break me. And so as soon as he comes on, I can, maybe run and do some things. There's not too much to do. I took care of most everything, but in general, it's just one of those nights where I came home very late, and Mother's Day for me is a very hard day. It's just very hard because I obviously miss my mother tremendously, and wish she were here and just spend a lot of time on a day like this, like I do on her birthday. Yeah, in contemplation, meditation, communion with her, and then. It puts a lot of work into the paintings and the poems that I produce, which I published on the Facebook, which you don't have access to. So one thing I would suggest you do, honey, because you're working with me as a producer now, I would suggest that you start a false Facebook account just so that you can at least access the promotional banners. You might be able to put them on other media that you do use, like, I don't know, TikTok or Instagram or anything else you use, and that would help us. And so, yeah.
Okay. Well, I love how you do your. I used to love reading all your stuff on Facebook, so I do miss that. It's just it takes a lot from. So yeah, I'll consider it.
Yeah, well, if you have a false account, that at least will, it's not you and you're not as yourself, so you won't feel obligated to interact with people. Does that make sense? If,
Absolutely. Are you still also on Twitter?
I was never on Twitter. Lena Shea put me on Instagram, but that's run by Selena Khan. I have no idea how to use it. So whatever, all kinds of people try to talk to me on Instagram and they're not reaching me at all. And I do apologize for that. I have no idea. Selena Khan does not relay any of that to me. And so I just, everybody understand this. I'm very anachronistic, old fashioned, and honestly, I should try to adapt to other media, but it's hard enough to work with what I've got. And I really
Understood.
yeah, and hopefully with your help, I can start branching out and doing that. Then maybe
Absolutely.
we can, yeah. And so this will help immensely. So this has all been for the best. Obviously, the gentleman who was with us before was not doing that, and not a diss on him, but it was kind of like, there you go. That was one of his, shortcomings as well. He wasn't doing any of that. So anyhow, this is
it's an honor to promote you.
Oh, bless you, Adi. You're an angel. So I noticed here you wrote, here's an unlisted copy of your monologue. Okay, wonderful. And if what we'll do is we'll get you to send that to John Warrington. So let me see what we can do now with the John Warrington thing. Let's see if we can get you, John. Like that goober has like 2 accounts, and I'm not sure.
Maggot. So Maggot Man. That's how I know him.
yeah. And that maggot's still up there. So we chatted 8 months ago on the John Henry McMills Warrington. So he may be using this one. Now, let's see if we can get this over to, like, you. Here we are. Basically, share contact with Vivian Sanchez. There we are.
Okay.
Done. And then what we would do is, as well, send you to him. And you can send him a Facebook friend request. Now that you have his contact, you can send him, not a Facebook, a Skype contact request. Now let's look up Maggot and see if we can get him, because he's got several accounts and some of these are dead accounts. The other one, the new one, is probably last seen days ago. So he must have been, that's weird. So he must have been using this account. So let's see if we can get this over to you and get that. And then you would send him everything that you've sent to me. Now, chat settings, delete settings, translation, share contact. Here we are. And Vivian Sanchez, send, and then done. Okay, and as well, while we're here, we might as well, while I'm so conscious, do Selena Khan, and then I've got to send her some images and for tonight. So you're able to see all this and get an idea of how the Skype works. And then here we are, Selena Khan, share contact, and with Vivian Sanchez. And there we are. The last person that I could think of most immediately would be Peter Moon, of course. And that, of course, would be just form. I can't imagine you really using that because, there doesn't seem to be a need for you to. But who knows? It might be something that you'd be surprised. Share contact. So send. Okay, so that's for most immediately. With that, what I'll do now is kind of turn off the screen share for now. Let me see if I can do that. How would I do that?
Let me see. So if you would go to
the call, we would go back on the call. That's what we would do. How do we go back on the call? We'd go back on the call by turning this off. And then since I called you, it's kind of like we're kind of back on the call, but then again, we're not. So, we do that by this. There we are. Share screen. Click over here. And then then we click start. Oh, okay. We stopped it. We stopped it then. Okay. We stopped sharing. And
yeah.
Okay. Great. And I will need to share that maybe throughout the night. And
Good job, Douglas.
Thanks to you, honey. Believe me, I couldn't do it without you. So
I don't know Skype yet, so
you'll get to it really soon, okay. I'm sure. So what I want everyone to understand is that the first thing I'll start off with tonight, to get out of the way, to the few people who are listening to us right now, hit those upvotes, simply because as soon as we start transmission, we're automatically bombarded with the negative downvotes, and these downvotes are like just a bane because they throw us off all searches. And so since people cannot search for us when we have all these downvotes, that's the intent of the enemy. So the only way you can countermand that is to put upvotes, and your upvotes will help put us on searches. And therefore, you need to do this through you need to operate the way the enemy operates. This is war, and it's down and dirty, and there are no limits. So understand there's also no off-ramp. So it's your war, and you have to fight it because you will suffer the consequences of losing. And that would be the annihilation of all you know and love, everything you value, because that's the ultimate objective of the cults of the kings of Edom. And the nihilists whom, all you have to do is listen to Jameson Reese and everything he was espousing forever, which was the death of everything. He would continually go back and try and qualify it, but it really didn't help, did it? So, like Vivian is saying, hit the like button. And what you need to do, of course, is just use every IP address you can. And that means use your cell phone, your laptop, your personal computer, your tablet, whatever you've got, each one that has a different IP address, use it and put an upvote. And that's the only way we can overwhelm the downvotes, because even though the YouTube ultimately filters them out, it takes hours to do that. And by that time, we have not been on searches for that period of time. And it hurts, of course, the ratings. And so the only way around it is to do, as I'm saying right now, is hit those upvotes. Again, it's your war. You've got to fight it. Now, somebody just said hi in the chat room or something and on Skype. And
that was me.
That was you. That's so cute. You did that because no one else is on but you and me, right? So no one else can see that except you and me because it's a call. So just so you know.
Someone's going to come on eventually. They're going to see it.
Oh, good point. Yes. You're so good. You're optimistic. I love you. Okay, so aside from that, with all the people that I tried to call, let's see if there's anyone else that might respond. Oh, just out of a curiosity, I'll try Amanda Ute. Oh, yeah, that's not the way to do it. Okay, back to where we were. Back to Vivian Sanchez. Go back on the call. Oh, this is so frustrating. And but I did it, and I should put on the screen share again just so you can see this. But you're getting the point.
I can see in the chat that you did 1, 2,
something.
3, 4.
I did something.
4 requests. So then when they pop in, it'll say Brandon is on the call and Young. So okay.
Yeah,
okay.
Brandon, not Brendan.
Oh,
that's what
I can see. I can add people too, and I can invite.
Yeah, anybody you want, honey.
Cool.
Yeah,
Okay.
Anybody you want. Yeah. Let's try some people here. I just tried Pac-1 Morales and that popped off like it didn't like his taste or something. That was weird. Okay, so let's go.
Well, it is Mother's Day, so probably everyone is barbecuing and drinking a brew.
Yes, that's right. Now that's weird. Now when I tried to add him, it like almost started another call, which thank God it didn't. It's not supposed to do that. Okay, so let's try if we can. That would knock us off if it did that.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and then I'd have to call you again. It wouldn't knock us off live stream, just so you understand the dynamics of this. Let me show you now, as a matter of fact. So let's go into screen share again, and let's see now. Share screen. Okay, click. Okay, so you can see the little cursor moving around, right? Okay. And
yes.
Just one more time, I'm going to try and add someone else on. Just again, some training for both of us. Add participants. Let's try this. And then see if I can add. Let's try this. Sarah Thomas, just out of curiosity. It says she's away, but who gives a shit? It's not like I care about anyone, right? And then it did that, which is weird. Like, does that mean it's trying? Then add people again. Yeah, go on.
Well, there was add invite.
Uh-huh. Like you can invite people.
Invite?
Oh, you can do that if you're polite, but I'm, sociopathic, so I'm just calling people without inviting them. It's half the people who are on here don't even belong on here. I despise them. These are people who like
old school.
Yeah,
the OGs.
Yeah.
There's Judith. I see her.
I know. Don't make me cry. Oh God, I just want to cry. I just want to cry.
Oh. Love will bring you back together.
Oh, that's cute. I hope so. But look, we got to be realistic. She's been like very adamant about that not happening. So, she's, it's up to her, and I don't foresee that happening with her. Who was the person I was thinking of that might have been on here that, there's people who are on here who are dead. It's so sad.
Oh, really?
It's so sad. This lady, I can't remember her name at the moment. She's dead now. And she had a crush on me, and she was chased away by that, Laura. Yes. Then again, so was everyone. There was another lady who...
There's Maggot Man.
Yeah. Of course, he's on London time. He's like something like 8 hours ahead of us. So, I wouldn't call him unless there was some preparation there. Clarice Claudette. Oh, that's the lady in the South. Yes. Hi, honey. Yeah, if she's listening. And then, American Free. If she wants to come on, all she needs to do is let me know. But I don't want to call her without forewarning. So I can't remember who else I was thinking of a second ago. We tried Sammy and somebody else, but it doesn't matter. So all that being done, so honey, what's up with you? I mean, Mother's Day's hard on me. I put everything into the painting and the poem, and then after that, I'm dead meat in the water. If you want to see that, and if you're able to access Facebook at all, the link is in tonight's summary, which I will alter again later as the night progresses. This is, of course, the studio. And so the studio accepted the changes I made. We've got a new episode running. Underfell Girl Sands is Susan Sanchez? No, that's Vivian Sanchez. Susan Sharon. Fuck, what's her name? Honey, tell us what was that?
Sorry.
Was that you?
Are you talking about Underfell Girl Sands?
Yeah. That's Sarah Shields. Sarah Shields. That's Sarah Shields.
Oh, you're good. You remember her real name.
Yeah. So she says, hi, Vivian and Douglas. Yes, hey, honey. Mwah. So hugs to her. And so that's been 21 minutes admonishing people and telling them about, struggles of life and all that crap. And obviously, all right, let's turn off the share. Let me see, go back to the call, put that up here, and then see what we do to turn off the share. Here, click that, I believe. And I think that clicks us off the share, right? You stopped sharing. I mean, I stopped sharing.
Yep, yes. I
Yes.
don't see you sharing anymore.
So
I'm setting up a Facebook as we speak, and you have to understand this is only for you.
I understand that. Believe me, honey, I appreciate that. Believe me, I appreciate that. And believe me, if you suddenly have issues, like you suddenly say, I've gotten back on Facebook and I feel compelled to leap into the fray. There's so many idiots out there. I just want to scream at all of them. Then, you and I can have a talk about that as to whether it's wise to continue. But honestly, since you're not in as yourself, it's just so much easier. You're just not going to, you'll only be going in for specific things. Just basically to help me with the promotion.
Oh no, it's okay. I'm just don't like Facebook for the information gathering and all of that aspect.
Oh, got it.
You know what I mean.
Because there's many people who have felt that the scandals alone are reason enough to go off Facebook. But in all reality, it's like, what did you expect? I mean, it's like, it's not that I'm defending them in any way, shape, or form, but it's a free service. So, of course, they're going to exploit you. It's like, nobody does anything for free, right? So it's like...
yeah. But TikTok is variantly worse, correct?
Oh, what's that?
As far as... well, I believe TikTok is possibly worse as far as the breaches of your privacy and other types of things that they can do, being that they're China-based and they have more of a...
There, you got it. You got it. Yeah, it's definitely...
we're always compromising our
security.
Information.
Oh, absolutely. Our security, our information. There you go. And Mirthling is asking me, I realize you are busy setting up, so when you have a moment when done setting up, ask one of your admin or what you call security or usher, laugh out loud moderator, that is, block me in error. My chat text is visible in other channels. Sheesh. Fuck. That might have been Jameson Reese that blocked her. Shit. I I don't know if I know how to unblock you.
Oh, I know how.
Do you? Okay, so what
Yeah.
we need to do is we need to, first off, Mirthling. Let's see if she's got a Skype, if I've got her on Skype. And if we've got her on Skype, then what you can do is contact her on Skype and find out what she is in terms of her Skype ID, which is probably what they, no, that's not what they would use in the chat, is it? But that way you could contact her and ask her what she is in chat. And then what we would have to do is sometime this week or the next, sometime soon, we got to give you a position in the channel so that you can act as moderator. We have to give you the moderator position so you can go in and block and unblock people. Does that make sense?
Okay.
Yeah. And so,
well, did she mean she's blocked on Skype or blocked in YouTube?
she's blocked in the YouTube. The
Okay.
YouTube is what she's blocked into. So there's all kinds of mirthlings that she maybe, oh, forgive me, one of them or not. And so what we've got to do is find out. So Mirth, what you need to do is to start off with everything. Let me know if you have a Skype account. And if you don't have a Skype account, you got to tell me who you are in chat. And then sometime this week, we're going to, or soon, as soon as we can, as soon as I can get Selena to do it, because I'm too retarded to do it myself, we're going to get, unless we go into screen share and you can help me do it through, you know how to run a YouTube channel, right?
Well, I was gonna tell you.
Okay.
Okay. You can have managers on your channel.
Okay. So let's go
but
to the channel. Hold on for a second. Let's go over to the live channel. So here we are in live stream. So we're in the live stream and
You're in studio. Okay. So if you're in studio, so you would go to your the 3 lines on the left.
3 lines on the left. Okay.
No, you need to find settings.
Well, that's expand menu.
Okay, well, go to settings, then go to community.
Okay, by the way, Greenie says, hello, Vivian. Happy Mother's Day.
Hi.
Hey, honey, is that a lady?
Green Eyes.
Is that...
Green Eyes is here. She's my girl.
Okay, good.
Hi, Green Eyes.
Love you, honey.
Thank you for being here.
Yeah, kisses for all the ladies. So, so go where, honey?
Okay, so forgive us, Green Eyes. We are, I'm learning. So Douglas is schooling me right now.
Actually, she's teaching me. I mean, we're in your element now. You manage your own YouTube channel, so you've done this, right? Right?
Yeah.
Okay.
So, okay. So, but you're, okay.
But I'm totally retarded. Yeah, go on. Do you think it's safe to do this now, or do you want to do this when we're off transmission? I mean, we can safely do it while we're on transmission. I know that, but you know,
you got a flow to keep up with.
No, there's no flow here, honey. It's the opening hour. Nothing goes on other than farting and scratching, and you know, I caffeinate and oxygenate. That's all people hear when I come on. It's just, oh, I can't breathe, man. It's you know, it's the only thing that made it worse or funnier was when Jameson was here, because then you had 2 people doing that. That's all. It was just like, I'm dragging ass.
Okay, so first let me understand. You're on YouTube live, so that's how you're doing it, and you're running it through OBS, correct?
That's right. So if I let me see, shrink the screen, then this is OBS. This is the online broadcasting software.
Cool.
Yeah.
That's cool.
Okay.
All right, so you need to go back to studio and somehow find your settings, and then go to community, and then you will see your moderators, and then you scroll down from that, and you'll see the block.
Honey, one at a time. Okay, let's get here first. All right, we're here back in studio. What do I do now?
All right. I don't know. Okay, go check those 3 little lines on the left.
Okay, it says expand menu. So click on that.
Yeah, do that.
Okay.
Go to, is that settings? I cannot see. Stream webcam go to manage, I guess.
Manage. Okay.
Your setup's different than mine.
Exit stream.
No.
Yeah, cancel. We'll do this
Never
another
mind.
time.
Okay, we'll do it later.
Yeah, when we're not live streaming.
We don't want to ruin it all.
Yeah, so I'll click that back, shrink that, and so there we go. And by the way, just so people understand, that's my mother in whose image is embedded in thumbnail of live stream, not myself. Though you
Aw.
can see that she also had the Kawasaki syndrome, which I inherited. They call it syndrome, but it's not syndrome. I mean, it's just, it's really, there is such a thing as Kawasaki syndrome, but that's in baseline humans. But for people like my mother and I, who are genetically different, subspeciated, it's just, the way our eyes often look. So that means they get red, in the irises.
Can you define to us what that actually means, though? Because I'm a lay
when
person.
baseline humans get these blood red irises that, in other words, the pupil is red, and not the pupil, but the iris surrounding it, then usually that means that they have a condition that may ultimately prove fatal. It's congenital, happens almost exclusively in Japanese, very similar to certain ethno-specific diseases like sickle cell anemia in blacks, or certain diseases that Jewish people manifest. So because many Japanese people, or a number of them, manifest it enough to have a medically diagnosed syndrome, then this means that it's often considered that everybody who gets red irises must have that syndrome. But that's actually not the case. There are also people who just happen to be born with eyes that sometimes have irises that turn red, and we're not symptomatic. Whereas other people who have that, then they can develop symptoms where they have, heart weaknesses or something. It may happen later, kidney weaknesses or something. I'm not quite sure because I've never investigated it thoroughly, but I do know of it. Yeah.
Okay.
And it was not identified until the year that I was born. I was one of the first people identified. And so in other words, the doctor saw my red irises. When I was born in Taiwan, he was Japanese. And of course, many Japanese were traveling to and forth from Taiwan and Japan. And so I was one of the first people classified with this, but nothing appeared in print about it until like maybe the 70s in the United States. So in the United States, they never even learned of it until a decade or more later, almost like a decade and a half later, because it's Asian specific, and there's not that many Asians in the United States, and they didn't have to know about it, apparently. So by the way, Vicky Johnson, a shout out to her. Mwah! Love you dearly, Vicky. And Green Eyes says, hello, Douglas. I just realized this is your channel.
Yeah.
Subscribed. Yes. Yes. Oh my God.
Douglas just hired me.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Hey, Douglas.
Yes,
do you think you could make me a moderator, please, on your channel?
That's what we were trying to do. We were trying to go inside the manage, right?
Oh, no. Those are two different things. So manage is different. I would actually be able to go into your channel and upload stuff.
Okay.
So yeah, you need to understand that. But as a moderator, you can go into, I think you can just go into the chat and click on my name, or click on those three little dots.
Okay, now we've got screen share going. So I'm putting the cursor right here on these three dots. You see this, right? You see this?
Yeah, you're going to the chat. Click on my name.
Okay, click on. And then what? Participants? Pop out or toggle?
Why is yours different than mine? Oh, because you're... it's so weird.
Because...
Can you go to regular YouTube, just YouTube on your... open a different YouTube and go to your stream. Okay, and then click on my name.
Okay.
There you go in the chat.
Whoa. Where would I go?
Are you okay?
YouTube.
No, click on... No. Click on my name.
Click on your name. Okay.
In the chat.
Your name's on the chat. Oh, you mean the dots?
Yeah.
Okay.
There.
Okay.
Add moderator.
Oh, there we are.
There you go. Thank you.
Oh,
okay, then you can go back. You can go back to studio.
Oh, thank God. Oh, thank God.
Right, now I can share links in your chat.
Now, if you only knew Mirth Ling, try and show up, and then she can unblock you, maybe. So if you show up, then maybe she can unblock you. So give it a try, Mirthling. And
that's right.
Yes, and this way Our Lady can just kind of also keep track of when the sex bots come on. You can start hiding them as soon as they come on.
Ooh, yeah, I'll be yeah.
Yes,
we'll be slinging a wrench.
Yes,
that's what we call it.
Yes. Wonderful, honey. Wonderful. Love you. Okay, so let me stop sharing because I'm afraid I'll hit the wrong button and then she'll see my porn files. All right. Yeah.
So just FYI, I just shared my new Facebook. If you're on Facebook, feel free to sub up to me, and I'll be sharing a lot of Douglas's work and interpretations and whatever else he is doing on Facebook.
Yeah. Fabulous. Okay, so let me go back to the call so I can stop sharing. Where's the? There we are. Click. And confirm stop sharing. Click. Okay, I
Okay.
believe we've stopped sharing. And not that I look at my porn while I'm hosting, mind you, but it's just any time a file comes up, I dump so much into so many files that, so let me see. Now, where is her Facebook? Now, I think she tried to approach me in Messenger, right? That's where you would approach me. And so let me see if I can get Messenger up. Meanwhile, what you can do, honey, let me see. Creative Virgo 12 is her YouTube thing. So maybe you can go to Creative Virgo 12 and unblock her. So
Wait, are
create
you talking about
Mirthling.
YouTube?
Yeah.
YouTube?
Yeah, YouTube. Creative Virgo 12.
I can't do anything until I'm like a manager on your account or yeah, I can't do anything like that. Yeah. I'm just a
Okay.
moderator in your chat, which is I can block people and kick out any kind of nefarious stuff.
But you can't unblock someone until
I can't do anything as far as like managerial stuff. No.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. Yes, honey. Thank you. Thank
No
you. And
worries.
yeah, and
Ooh, so you're gonna talk about Russian V-Day? Yes, I'm so excited about that.
okay, yeah. Well, I mean, soon enough. I mean, the first thing I have to do is get my head out of my ass. Yeah. And if I, basically, what's going to happen is that Pete the Moon Man will come on at the top of the hour and he'll talk till about midnight his time. And then, that'll give me enough time, hopefully, to pull my head out of my ass. Until then, I'll be counting on other people to just kind of hold the stage. And normally, when in the past we would just have people talking, but because it's just you and I, what we can do is you're welcome to talk. What you can do for the next 15 minutes till the top of the hour when I bring Pete on is just tell people what you feel is important for them to hear, like current events or maybe who you are, introduce yourself. I mean, all I can say is that Vivian Sanchez is this lovely lady who was a real big fan of mine and was someone who was communicating with me. And then Laura Lee Solomon, like a fucking pit bull, said, she's attractive, she's young and attractive, and she's a threat, and I got to get rid of her. And just basically, blocked her out of my life.
Well, I feel she was your handler because that's what a lot of people said. And so we were always trying to wonder, like, how come? Well, it was just kind of like she had this. I don't know how to explain it, but she had this like ownership over you.
Mm-hmm.
And so.
Yeah, she almost certainly these days, I will say she was my handler, an assigned handler, another one, because, Judith Ager pointed that out, that she was in the Air Force for a period of time. And so anybody who's been in the military for any period of time, the chances of them going through some kind of mind control program goes up by orders of magnitude. I mean, you've signed away all of your rights when you join the military, and you're essentially considered a guinea pig. So basically, with Laura Lee Solomon, she very likely was just another handler. She certainly caused, after she put enormous effort into helping me, once she realized that I was not going to consummate a romantic relationship with her into like a lifetime of intimacy and commitment, in that sense, she just was so disappointed that she became actively sabotaging in many regards. So and then she began spiraling in so many other different ways. There you have it. It was just a nightmare. And Peter Moon says he's got to take Paula somewhere real fast. He may be back in time, but not. So he'll let me know when he gets back. All that means you and I are stuck alone. So we can't. Hello?
Hi, Peter. Good to see you.
What?
I was talking to Peter.
Oh, he's not here, honey.
Well, I thought maybe text you so he can hear us. He's listening. Maybe.
Oh, God, no. That dude's with Paula. He's driving her someplace. Oh, God, no. 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 I mean, I appreciate the thought, but, the sentiment, you're just a generally nice person. And, trust me on that. When he leaves, like, little notes like that, it's just, he's then he's gone. It's, it's different. Sometimes different. It's just always weird. All these people have their own thing going on. But such being said, so there was that with Laura Lee, and what you say about her is right, and it basically,
it's too bad.
Well, it's so common. It's like so many people get thrown at me, and that's what they are. And so go on, honey. I mean, you're different, of course.
Well, I kind of wanted to understand or know. Do you ever come to a point in your mind when you feel that sense that someone is actually placed in your life and it's not by chance, it's more like a purpose? Do you ever feel that or sense that?
You mean that in a neutral sense of kind of like positive synchronicity, as in like somebody who's just, or maybe fated or destined in a positive sense or a constructive sense, like the universe is working with you? Or do you mean like, like these handlers who are constantly assigned to me, as Jameson Reese may well have been, because obviously there's a lot of symptoms there of that sort of potential too, because he was obviously a product of a mind control program, and he came on and just, would make the show as repulsive as possible by, saying repulsive things, just saying things that would scare as many people away as possible, so it's like,
excuse me, I'm sorry.
Yeah, no worries.
So you feel like you would be, well, both, but basically both. So, sometimes we have intuition or we feel a very deep connection. Like say, like the first time I met you, I would dream about you. Wow. But I knew that was like something
that's
more
positive.
Metaphysical.
That's positive. Yeah, and that's so cool.
I also dreamt of Laura Lee, and she tried to rip my heart out.
That makes sense. You know what? Someone else had a dream like that about her, and it might have been Judith Ager, or it might have been someone else, but there were a lot of people who had that kind of dream about her. That was not uncommon because she was a very vicious, and yes, as a matter of fact, Judith Ager had a dream in which she was rendezvousing with myself, and then Laura Lee drove up in an unidentified white van, obviously one that was painted over so that she could hide from the authorities, kind of like just basically as generic as possible. But she pulled a shotgun out of it and blew Judith's heart out, just basically a big gaping hole in her chest, and she fell to the ground with a sucking chest wound. And then she saw me running over and struggling with Laura Lee, grabbing the gun out of her hand, and was wondering, why are you running over and struggling with that bitch when I'm, dying here? Why aren't you spending my last moments with myself? So that was the dream she had, and it was very intense, vivid, and violent. I'm sure yours was the same thing, yes?
It was. And then also, I had a dream about Aquino.
Yes, that's also very common.
But the thing with him is that he appeared upon me, and he was, up in the ether, like up in the realm of above me, and he peered upon me, and he looked at me, and he shut down like real quick, and he just bailed back up, and I was just like, okay, but that's kind of like how I understand some of the dynamics of like the dream aspects of our connections.
They're quite real, and a lot of them are astral travel. What you're witnessing or experiencing is the person is astrally traveling and attacking you. Now, bear in mind, Laura Lee Solomon was as much into magic as Jameson Reese was, which most people are unaware of. They don't know that. And so now you know, and that may have been a genuine attack by her. Does that make sense? Do you understand what I'm saying?
Well, that's how I understood it, because I can comprehend the war. So sometimes like that's a scent manufactured kind of thing versus an actual general connection where you have a spiritual and a meaningful thing where you feel like it's destiny or you're like tribe members. Kind of that's how I, contemplate it. But then you have, and I've experienced too, where you have people literally sent your way to become your neighbors or become in your life or embedded in your life for informational purposes. So how do you discern the two?
The way I discern the two is obviously in your case, I asked you to become a producer. Now, it may seem like that happened with Jameson Reese or other people beforehand, but like everyone needs to understand is these people put themselves in a position where I reached out to them because they were always there anyway. So it was like they weren't going away. So when I needed the help, then they were there, and then they just inserted themselves. So they ingratiated themselves, whereas Vivian Sanchez, she just showed up synchronistically and was in the chat. So this is obviously far more spontaneous and unplanned and organic. So I would say that that's one way I disambiguate you from other such people. Does that make sense? In that case, but obviously, we could go into several other cases, but that would require my thinking. And actually, going a little further than I can go at the moment because I'm too brain fried.
No, that's fine. We can talk about it another time. I just wanted to know if you can, at some point, if we could talk about how do you... Well, being that, because I don't know the backstory, but if you've had trauma or you've been in other kind of altars, how those discern type of things too, because they probably have different types of forms of behaviors or controllability.
Mm-hmm.
So,
well, honey,
but we don't have to talk about that now.
No. I mean, I don't mind talking about that at all. It's when you bring up something like that, the only reason that I would say, maybe we'll talk about that later, is if something's not entering my mind at all at the moment, or if it's just one of those things where, whatever mitigating circumstances there might be, like scheduling or something. But say, for instance, if the subject were so deep that it would take time, and then we were bringing someone on in a few minutes, like if Peter were expected to actually show up, then I would say, maybe that's too deep to go into right now. But since we have no idea when he's going to show up, basically, first off, I can summarize this quite handily, just so you know. It seems to me, or it strikes me, that you are thinking as if I were someone, and I don't find this offensive at all. I'm just trying to, contextualize this. It seems as if you're thinking of me as if I were one of those quote unquote super soldiers. In other words, no, I'm not like that at all. So these people often deal with altars, and this is like a big deal to them. And it's like, this is what helps to fuck up their interaction with the world and why they can't interact with the world. So because of that, they are like, and by the way, I'm terribly distracted here. While I'm talking, I'm at the same time trying to edit my promotional banners. So I put in the hyperlink to tonight's live stream. And I'm also trying to correct some of the words so that they say that we're now live streaming as opposed to we're going to be on any minute. So give me a second here to do that. But one thing I can tell you is that I only have, and it's actually only coincidental or by circumstance that I have this. I only have one altar that is now locked away by my psychiatrist, who was the very psychiatrist who cascaded that altar into my persona, or my personality matrix, my identity. So in other words, when somebody is like going through all of those like fucked up super soldier programs and they get like all kinds of altars dumped into them, then this is something that it's that this is something that will fuck them up the rest of their lives, because these altars will just show up at different times. So basically, they become a split personality person, a person with multiple personalities. And so think Sybil, and that's controversial too, because Sybil was, we don't know, I think that there was controversy that emerged later in the life of that individual as to whether they had properly diagnosed her or whatnot. But Sybil was the classic movie that was made, nonfiction, about multiple personality disorder, or MPD. So basically every super soldier, it could be argued, is nothing more than an MPD sufferer, basically someone with multiple personality disorder. And therefore they try to glorify it or rationalize it by saying, well, I'm really a super soldier and all these different personalities were put inside of me, when they're really just mentally ill. So that would be the argument by many skeptical people. Now, in my case, however, I was interested in becoming a field agent or an espionage agent. And in order for that to work, then what they do often do is cascade a different personality into you for the slot, whatever kind of role you're trying to infiltrate. And with that in mind, then you are in a position where you fulfill that role much more effectively. In other words, the reason they would have to do that is because if you're infiltrating another culture, then you have to adapt to everything in that culture to pass. Every culture has different mores of what is beautiful and what is ugly, what is sexy and what is not. So you would be changing your sexual appetites based on that infiltration. It's a terror. And in other words, and then if you become a professional spy, unless you're someone who's almost pathologically adaptable, like adaptable to the point where literally you're practically like bisexual or even different, really you're not going to be able to adapt and survive as a field agent. So unless you're naturally that adaptable, then oftentimes these cascades personalities can help. So in my case, there was only one that was inserted that was Vietnamese. It was a Vietnamese identity that was 10 years older than my biological age, which could be gotten away with. I could say I'm 10 years older, even 20 years older. I could pass at that time because of my maturity as a younger person. I could often pass as 10 to 20 years older than I was. At the same time, I can often pass now as 10 to 20 years younger than I biologically am. With makeup and, of course, a wig and, of course, different other types of things that could be tried. But even without the wig and just makeup, much can be done. So I can appear much younger or older, and I've always been very good at that. I have a very neutral age baseline in general. Obviously, I do age a little bit with time, but anyone who can see the photographs of my mother, say, for instance, the one I published on Facebook is after her catastrophic brain injury, about maybe a year later. So the scar is barely visible, and ultimately it went away entirely. So when it comes to us, we do heal well. It's not like in the movies where cellular regeneration is impossibly fast. Of course, that's all bullshit, but, we do heal very well. And of course, in my case, there are added things that help me. But when it comes to, such as the plasma transfusion, nanoplasma transfusion that happened when I was 14 years old against my will, or I can't really say it was against my will because I was not even conscious, but, it amounts to the same thing, really. So the end result is that I have one alter, and the psychiatrist was kind enough to lock it away for me. So it's not something that comes out, and it's a Vietnamese personality. So I could go deeper into that whole affair later. And
thank you for sharing that. I appreciate it.
Oh, thank you. And so Peter Moon is back. He says we can call him. So this will help immensely. Now, let's see if I can carry this out. So what I'm going to do is go back to screen sharing for a little bit here. And let's try this. So I'm going to screen share. This is Viviana Sanchez. By the way, is your name Viviana, or is it like Vivian A. Sanchez?
Well, I prefer, my friends call me Viv.
Okay.
So I actually don't even like my last name, but you can just call me whatever you like. Okay. I like Viviana because it gives it that Spanish type of thing, but
yeah,
it's just whatever.
Yeah. So let's see.
However, I like how stuff rolls off your tongue, so you can call me whatever you like.
Bless you, honey. Love you dearly.
Yeah.
Bless you.
May I ask real quick, is the Renegade Military Historian also a Facebook I should share?
Yes. Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Okay,
by all means. That and yeah. And is Peter on with us? I called. Yeah. We'll see. Let's see if he responds. I know what will help is if I tell him I'm calling. So let's go back. Called. And then see if he sees that and gets his Skype on. His Skype might not be on. So let's see. And maybe it didn't work that I called him. We can try again. Add people. Peter Moon joined. There we are.
Yeah, I don't hear the
ring
bell
anymore.
Off, the ring. Which is the second time. I don't know if I have it turned off.
Skype's all fucked up. Yeah. So right now I'm doing. Yeah.
In my preferences.
Yeah.
I'm looking.
Okay.
But anyway, here
So,
I am. Hello.
oh yes, well, I'm so glad, and I want you again to meet formally Viviana Sanchez, and this is Senora Viviana Sanchez, and she is our Executrix producer. I have just made her a moderator in the chat, and within the near future, we are going to get her into a management position where she can help with other things. But for right now, the moderator is fine, and she will be able to block people and swat the sex bots when they invade. And this is Peter Moon, and this will be the first time I'm formally introducing the twain on transmission, though they have met personally just the other day on call. So dear lady, say hello to Peter, and Peter will greet you back.
Greetings, Peter Moon. Thank you for being here tonight. It's good to meet you.
Yes, we've already met. So,
I
yeah, it's great. I'm glad to have you on board.
Yes,
Thank you.
so wonderful. So, Peter, do me a great favor. I'm going to take a short refreshment break. I will be back in a matter of moments, but if you could bring up to people everything you'd like to share tonight, and I'll be back in about 10 minutes at the latest, and then we can, kind of get started into the more serious rhythm of the night. It was a hard day for me because it was Mother's Day, and as you understand, I spent a lot of time in communion with the deceased in order to produce the poetry and the painting that I do. That has been published just before I went on transmission, essentially. I'm going to, as soon as I return from refreshing myself, basically fix the promotional banners so that the hyperlinks will be connected and everything else. It's just been a long, hard ride to get out that poem and painting today, and then I spent time with my son to kind of cheer up after that. By the time I got back, it was just hard to oxygenate and caffeinate, and I'm basically going to be doing that while Peter kind of holds the stage, and our dear lady moderates the chat. So all of this is very exciting, and so is that all right with you, Peter? Anything you need to tell me before I go away for about
No,
10
it's
minutes?
fine. Go
Okay.
do what you have to do.
Wonderful,
And
sir. So I'll go mute.
we'll await your return.
Wonderful. I'll stop sharing in terms of the screen and go mute and be back soon enough. Bless you, Peter. Hugs.
So, Vivian, is there anything you'd like me to start with, or anything you'd like to know?
Oh, well, yeah, actually, I would. I wanted to know, are you considered a magi?
No, not in any formal or otherwise sense. It's something. It's an attribute that's never been ascribed to me, nor have I ever identified with it. Douglas likes to use the word magician, meaning somebody who practices magic with a K. I don't do ceremonial magic. I have a very deep understanding of it, and I practice Qigong, Taoist Qigong. So that's like the breath. The breath undercuts everything. And
How can you explain that to me, please?
Sure. Qi, which is sometimes commonly spelled CHI, also spelled QI, or sometimes KEE or KHE or KHEE. Qi, Qi, it means spirit, breath, or life. So many of the things you will see in the Bible, or some of the things you will see in the Bible, are fragments of ancient Qigong. And because it's very old, it's as old as life. Every time you breathe, you're practicing Qigong. It means breath work. I just did a seminar on it in Massachusetts yesterday.
Oh.
Seems like last week, but yeah, there's a lot of stuff done. So if you might find this very interesting, there's a translation of the Lord's Prayer in Aramaic from somebody who understood the original Aramaic that talks about the breath, where the translation has been convoluted. Not the Lord's Prayer. Is it the Lord's Prayer, or is it something else? No, I think it's the, I don't know, it's either the Lord's Prayer or it's the Sermon on the Mount. I forget. I'll look it up. It's very interesting. It's very interesting. It's been countered by fundamentalists who basically will tell you it's exactly like the King James said it is.
Yeah. I understand that topic too.
Yeah, I mean,
but Aramaic is such an inspirational and moving, living, breathing essence of word to me. Just the cultivation, the study of it, even up to Hebrew. Well, we can't really have a good study of Aramaic since it is so old, but didn't it tie into Hebrew eventually? And
yeah,
that became
I mean,
like the mother
it's
language?
earlier. Hebrew is based upon Aramaic, and then there's Aramaic. There was also a vernacular that was spoken. Let me see here.
So Aramaic would probably be more anointed as far as vibrationally with and aligning with the word.
Oh yeah. Well, if you consider what the language Jesus spoke, Aramaic is related to Persian and Tibetan.
So with the Asian ties to the churches of Asia.
Etymologically, I don't even remember where Hebrew came. I think Hebrew came out of Aramaic. But I don't know that. I just don't remember. But Hebrew becomes very formalized and very structured, and it definitely is a magical language. Let me see here.
Do you think that Hebrew is correlated with the numerology or the Kabbalistic view?
Well, of course, that's what it's all about, and the study of Kabbalistic magic. I'm trying to find this. Okay, here is one translation. Our Father, prayer in Aramaic. O thou from whom the breath of life comes, who fills all realms of sound, light, and vibration. May your light be experienced in my utmost holiest. Your heavenly domain approaches. Let your will come true in the universe just as on earth. Detach the fetters of faults that bind us, karma in parenthesis, like we let go the guilt of others. Let us not be lost in superficial things, but let us be freed from what keeps us from our true purpose. From you comes the all-working will, the lively strength to act, the song that beautifies all and renews itself from age to age, sealed in trust, faith, and truth. This is not the one that I am familiar with, but it starts with the breath of life. And let me see here.
Well, that would correlate with Genesis being that the breath that was breathed in man was the segregating part that separates us from animals, meaning that is the life, eternal soul. And then
the breath separates us from animals?
Yeah.
I don't understand that because animals breathe.
No, it's the breath of God within the soul, within the man. So Yah created and cultivated the animals for our use, right? To be one and the same. So they would have their own kind. So they have their own kind. That's why they mate, and they don't break their, they don't transgress their natural law. But man is different in the fact that Yah breathed life into him, which says it was the soul, which is the eternal God peace within us that gives us that everlasting.
I don't understand that.
It's in Genesis if you read it.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just saying is, animals practice Qigong all the time, and they do it good. They do it better than humans. I'm not saying that they don't. I'm not saying that they have the same consciousness as humans, and certainly humans have a lot more choice and complications. And
right. Right. I just got back. Oh, I just got back. So one thing
Nice.
I'd like to say about animals, I just caught that what Peter was saying about animals. I would just say that what animals have as an advantage is they're always in the present moment. So unlike humans, they practice the qigong, the breath of life, naturally, because they're always in the present moment. I hope everything's going smoothly, and of course,
Yeah, well, we were going over the Lord's Prayer in Aramaic, and I'm not happy with the translation I've been finding, because there was a book on it, and people have taken issue with the book. Okay. Yeah, I don't know. It's like I have to do more looking at this. But anyway, I brought that up. She asked me something about
Aramaic.
I forget what about was I a magi? And I said, no, I'm not a magi in any formal or even informal sense. I said I practiced qigong, and then we started talking about that.
oh, okay, thank God.
So,
We didn't destroy your transmission yet, Douglas.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. Such a relief. Yes, oh my God. Yes, I mean, yes, let's, this relationship, I want to start off on a good foot, and apparently it is. Yes.
Yeah.
And I should have more confidence in the people around me. Yes. And,
Well, I would definitely not dishonor you, I promise.
understood, honey. I
Okay.
know that. I know that. And yes, we were talking about how Laura Lee was definitely a handler, and I've certainly come to that conclusion after many years. And interestingly enough, we were talking about how almost in a sense, Jameson Reese kind of falls into that pattern as well, like many of these other people over the years that have, we've been working with, and just people who show up and whatnot. And I was telling when Our Lady Viviana asked how I disambiguated herself from that kind of pattern, I was bringing out the fact that, well, she just started showing up in the chat room again. I recognized her as a fan from a long time ago who was chased off by Laura Lee Solomon. And interestingly enough, both Judith Ager and Viviana Sanchez had very vivid, violent dreams about Laura Lee Solomon attacking them physically and mauling them, basically killing them in their dreams, ripping their hearts out and eating them. In the case of Viviana Sanchez, in the case of Judith Agard, it was Laura Lee Solomon showing up with a shotgun and blowing a gaping hole in her chest, leaving her dying of a sucking chest wound. This was, I told her that this was Laura Lee Solomon practiced the occult just as much as Jameson did. So I feel that these were genuine astral attacks. That
what kind of occult did Laura Lee practice?
Oh, she was very deep into the OTO. She was. You did know she was OTO, did you not?
No.
Oh, she was OTO.
She had a
What is
very
that again?
pedestrian understanding of Kabbalah and stuff like this. Very pedestrian.
No, she expressed a very pedestrian understanding. Maybe you didn't hear what she was saying. You remember she had her own show on Revolution Radio in which she was going over the tarot deck that was developed by Aleister Crowley, and that she did that every day on a daily basis. Did you not know this?
No.
Oh, okay. Well, now you do.
Oh.
Yeah,
But she didn't seem to understand Kabbalah at all.
she felt she did, but she probably.
But she felt she, I said, it was a very pedestrian understanding.
Yeah. No. I hear you.
Yeah,
I mean,
and so if she was OTO, I mean, just because she's doing the Crowley deck doesn't mean she's OTO.
No. She was OTO. I mean, like I saw the papers, like she was like had them that she showed me where she she was a member of the OTO, and they had signed like certificates for her graduating to different levels, so to speak.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
So that stands for, so OTO stands for
Ordo Templi Orientis. It's the Order of the Temple of the Orient, which the Temple of the Orient basically refers to Solomon's Temple.
Oh. Okay.
And because it's Orient to most people in the West. And it Aleister Crowley, who identified himself as the B66, was not the founder of the order, but he was the most celebrated character who headed the order. And, the people who do that are, not necessarily minions of him. They're minions of dark energies is the way it works out. The highest you can aspire to that organization is to be middle management. If you go beyond middle management, you're really not in the OTO anymore. You're one of the manipulators. But she was no, so I didn't know that, but it's like they're never far away.
Mm-hmm. Well, would that be so Douglas, would that mean she was like a generational type of OTO?
It didn't seem that way. She went into it because her family was all Lutherans, and so she kind of rejected Christianity violently. As a matter of fact, that's the best way to express it. She rejected Christianity violently, and this was her way of rebelling. So she became a member of the OTO at a comparatively young age and was a member throughout her life. So she had reached at least a certain level where she was respected, and well,
we can't doubt that she had power because she was invading our dream space.
Yes. So that was a genuine psychic attack. And also share with Peter Moon, like so many people, you had a dream of Aquino violating your personal space as well. Now, but he apparently kind of took a look at you and took off. And describe to Peter what happened.
Well, I understand the spiritual game field, and a lot of times I think we in spiritual practice we can understand that and know the repercussions of invading another person without being invited, or what do you call it? I would say, oh my God, I can't think of the word right now. Sovereignty, like our sovereign stance and their sovereign stance. So if the two worlds collide and say they engage you in war, then those spiritual principles play out. As far as I think that's the same for magic. I'm not sure, but I think Aquino understood that, and that's why he didn't really engage, other than to look upon me.
Because he knew that Laura Lee had attacked you, and so he was following up on you, or did this happen before?
I think merely because I think you were talking about, and I was looking into him. I was researching him. Okay. So he probably caught wind of it, you know what I mean?
Yes. Okay. So, and now we turn the stage back to Peter.
I did engage him in a comment on a video. Yeah.
Okay. And, I'm sorry, you engaged who in a comment on the video? Michael Aquino?
Yeah.
Oh, interesting. Videos. Okay, so that's how you got his attention.
Mm-hmm. Now I remember.
On what video is that?
So hard. It was, remember he had a channel and he had videos?
One of his videos.
Yeah, I just chimed in. I don't remember what I said.
Okay, I understand. It was one of his videos. All right.
Yeah. Is his wife still alive?
His wife is still around, yes.
Oh. She's ill too, though, right?
Well, old enough, I guess. I mean, not that old. He wasn't that old when he died. Honestly, what Sammy Romero, by the way, just so people understand, Sammy Romero works in, or served an internship and periodically returns to that internship with his sister, who is running a mortuary. And so she's done this all her life and is very respected in the field. And so he was very familiar with what I was describing about cadavers when I described Aquino's violation of these cadavers. And so one of the things that Sammy concluded was because Aquino was eating some of these cadavers, which I pointed out he was himself a thanatophage, which I found out later, as I outlined in the episode after I spoke of thanatophagy. The very next episode I mentioned about how one of the thanatophones, are people who speak with the dead, speakers for the dead, channeled for me the person who was victimized by Michael Aquino and his little acolyte, who he was training to eat the dead so that he could gain their secrets. In other words, recover their memories through the cellular process of absorbing their bodily parts, eating and then remembering what the dead remembered, that way being able to recall their secrets, which Aquino wanted from one of his former commanding officers. So we raided the mausoleum, not like I participated with this voluntarily, but certainly there were several soldiers who were cultists who used plastic explosive to access the mausoleum, which had very recently been sealed. And then this young man who was training to be a thanatophage, an eater of the dead, whereon he could access their secrets, proceeded to eat the body. Michael Aquino, of course, he found out that he also participated in this when I was speaking with a young girl who was a thanatophone, someone who channeled the dead, something similar to what you see James von Prague do. And she channeled that victim of this desecration. And he pretty much exposed to be that Aquino himself was an eater of the dead, which was why he was bringing in an acolyte into that practice. This is what Samuel Romero concluded led to his intestinal cancer. And that makes perfect sense, that because of all of the chemicals that are pumped into cadavers that are prepared for formal burial, then that would do more damage to you than even diseases you might get in the long run. So there we have that, and that's out there now.
How do you spell that? Thanato.
Oh, it would be similar to the young Greek god of the dead, Thanatos, Thanatos, and then you add phagi for the devouring of the dead, Phage, for a thanatophage, and add a Y at the end for thanatophagy, the act thereof. I could write it into the text for you, and I can always spell better when I write into text than when I do things out loud. Yeah, I can't spell anything out loud, but I can. So thanato. Phage. Here we are. Thanatophage. There we are in the text.
Thank you.
And so, Peter, do take the stage and speak of
I found this. Lord's Prayer, and because I introduced it, I'm going to read it.
Wonderful.
This is the translation I read that I was alluding to.
Okay.
O birther, father - mother of the cosmos, you create all that moves in light. O thou, the breathing life of all, creator of the shimmering sound that touches us. Respiration of all worlds, we hear you breathing in and out in silence. Source of sound, in the roar and the whisper, in the breeze and the whirlwind, we hear your name. Radiant one, you shine within us. Outside us, even darkness shines when we remember. Name of names, our small identity unravels in you. You give it back as a lesson. Wordless action, silent potency, where ears and eyes awaken, there heaven comes. O birther, father, mother of the cosmos. That is a translation of the Lord's Prayer by Neil Douglas Klotz, Klotz. It's been disputed.
Is that Persian then? Persian?
I don't know I don't know. I mean, he writes an introduction. I will send you the link.
Thank you. All right. Thank you.
I will send you the link. And what it's like for somebody to translate this as breath, it makes so much sense because breath is life. And if the Savior of the Christian religion has anything to do with life, he's going to have a lot to do with breathing. But somebody's clicking away there. If they want to go on mute.
Yes, that would be me. So
I thought it was, but it's happy clicking. I'm sending. Do you want me to send this to you too, Douglas? I don't know if you want.
Oh yes, of course. Yes.
I'll send it to you. But I've got to. I think we're friends, right, Viviana? On Facebook.
She just started an account, so accept her friend request. She's gonna send you a friend request now, so you can send it to her.
Well, I don't know how to follow. I don't know
how to do that.
I'll just put my link in the chat, and if people want to.
I don't think I can link in the chat. I don't think you can send links in the chat.
Oh. I can't because I'm a moderator now.
Okay.
But I need to send you.
Okay, so he sent it to me, and I'll send it to you, honey.
I sent it.
Yeah. You can send the links in the chat. I'll do that. So let me do that right now and show you how it's done. So here we are in the chat, and I'm going to just enter this into the chat and show people it can be done. There we are. So there it goes. Should work. Give it a try. There it is. Yeah. And so there, that works within Skype. And so we've got,
Yay.
yes. And do you want, if you want, we can put that into the live stream chat as well. So let me put that into the live stream chat as well for everybody. Here we are. So everybody has it now. And there we go. So
I can't believe I'm back on Facebook.
Yeah, I know. I'm going to ask our friend Daniel Arola to get back on for pernicious reasons, ulterior motives, but we'll see if I can seduce him back into that. And
thank you for this. Ooh, I love that.
Yeah, there we are, honey. Yes. And with that, so Peter, now that you've gotten that out there, what's up for the rest of the night? By all means, I'm looking forward to your dominating the stage as always. And
I should start by talking about yesterday and the day before. On Friday, Paula and I drove to Rhode Island, and where we were accommodated by JoJo. Mm-hmm. And then we spent the next morning, we had breakfast with JoJo and her and our friends that we who also from Cape Cod and that we had met in Shasta, and then proceeded over to the Quantum Wellness in Seekonk, where I conducted a workshop on Qigong, which was, I taught, practiced, shared so much. It was ridiculous how much I shared for $33 a person. It was fantastic for them. The cutest thing was there was this little kid. He came in with his father. The father was a yoga teacher. And the little kid came in because he wanted to learn Qigong. He says, I'm here. They came in a little late and I introduced myself and he says, oh, I'm here for him because he wanted to come. He's heard Qigong. So the little kid, he was like, little. He was like 3 or something.
Wow.
And he grows up where he practices yoga with his parents.
Yeah.
And he's just like, he's not watching all the crap and all the computer crap. He was such a neat kid. He seemed like a advanced soul.
Yeah.
It was really incredible. So JoJo told me people just raved about it, said they felt so much better.
Yeah.
One lady came in, with asthma and stuff and had all these problems. She said she felt so much better by the end. She couldn't believe how much better she felt. And I have pretty much a solution for everything. Sometimes people need medical or chiropractic or naturopathic attention. There are certain Qigong things to supplement this. And it's like, wow, what a gift these people were given.
Right.
And of course, that's the good news. The challenging news is you have to do it. And one time, one of my fellow students, who was actually a bit of a teacher herself, said, if you ever stop doing Qigong, you're going to age rapidly.
Yes.
You're just going to, like, say, if I were to stop, I might just all of a sudden look like I'm 85 years old.
Yeah, like the picture of Dorian Gray. Really, it's that's the kind of the price you pay. Once you start this discipline, it needs to be maintained. Go on. Yeah.
But the thing is, there's no desire to stop.
Right.
It's kind of like, stopping eating.
Right.
And, while you can easily get away with skipping a day or skipping a couple of days, I never do that. I just don't. I just don't skip it. I don't want to skip it. And because it feels so much better not to. So anyway, so it was fantastic. JoJo was a tremendous hostess, and we just had a wonderful time. Paula, I was telling Paula about her book, and she said, "Oh, JoJo wrote a book." Somehow that escaped her.
Wow.
And she wants to read the book, so it will arrive here Monday. She wouldn't. I don't even think she let Paula pay for it, although that was Paula's intention.
Right.
Because she wanted her to have it before, before Wednesday. And so anyway, Paula has it. Well, Paula have it tomorrow, and she'll read JoJo's book. And it was just, we're exposed to a lot of other people with healing ability. And one gentleman I met with his girlfriend, I found them particularly intriguing. He listens to your show.
Does he really?
Yeah.
Holy shit.
Or tries to. I mean, and he had purchased my books, The White Bat and Montauk Book of the Living, because they both have Qigong in them. The books are not about Qigong per se, but they do include very key aspects of Qigong. And what was interesting about him, and I think it was his girlfriend who told me about, they are near Rangeley, Maine. Mm-hmm. Now, that set off alarm bells for me, Rangeley, Maine. Have you heard of Rangeley, Maine?
Vaguely, yes.
Okay, well, it set off bells for me, because that is not only where Wilhelm Wright had his headquarters, it is where Preston Nichols went and purchased an antenna farm near there. Mm-hmm. And we talk about an antenna farm. This is an array of antennas.
Yeah.
This is harp type stuff.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah. And, Preston was talking about this stuff far before anybody had heard a harp.
Yeah.
And he was purchasing these things, and then he was in some barn, and this is where he found the secret Wilhelm Reich papers.
Ah.
And I might as well tell this story while we're talking.
By all means.
When I was writing the Montauk Project, I had my friend Janice, who is a healing practitioner. I always refer to her as my first metaphysical friend on Long Island. And Janice I think I met her in about 89. And this was now 91. And I call her up. I think I'm telling her about the Montauk Project, or I've been talking to her about it. She actually helped me pick the name, Montauk Project Experiments in Time. And she was having dinner with her friend Michael, who I think was her boyfriend at the time. Michael, I still remember. And she says, I'm having dinner with Michael. I said, okay. And I said, and I mentioned something, so I really wasn't going to be able to talk to her. So then I get a call. Like after I hang up, I get a call right back. And she says, Michael wants to talk to you. And he says, I got to warn you. I got a message. They're going to nail you if you write this book. Don't write this book. They're going to nail you. Now, Michael is psychic. Mm-hmm. I knew that. Mm-hmm. I go, well, thank you. I don't know how I responded to it. I wasn't necessarily worried. I was, circumspect, concerned. So the next meeting I had with Preston, which was a collaborative meeting, like I'd go down and I'd record him, and then I'd come back and try to deconstruct his language and edit it. And when I told Preston about this conversation that Michael had warned me, he said, oh, I know. I said, how do you know? He says, well, Duncan already got a reading on it. He got a reading that they were going to kill you if you wrote this book. He says, I handled it. I said, what did you do? He says, I told them that if you kill Peter Moon, I'm going to release the Wilhelm Reich papers.
Ah.
And so I could say, if I believe the veracity of this, that the Wilhelm Reich papers saved my life. Now, what were the Wilhelm Reich papers? They really talked, these were the basis of his deprogramming people. And, because Wilhelm Reich used to work with the armor of people, the physical armor that was tied to their psyche and their psychology. It would show up in the armor, which meant massage of different types. And especially as it related to the meridians. And this had to do with people's armor is how they're psychologically constructed. So being that orgone energy is like sexual energy, it's very correlated. Now, that's my story, but he got these from a barn in Maine, I think, when he was buying some equipment. Now, so, it was always an interesting story. I never had any great interest in pursuing, really much of anything to do with Wilhelm Reich. That's not that I'm discrediting him. Wilhelm Reich ended up murdered in prison.
Yes.
He was quite a character. There was a local librarian who once told me she used to have dinner with him. I once checked out a book and she commented on it and said he was quite a character. Quite opinionated, she said. But so anyway, Rangeley, Maine. What this woman told me, well, I don't remember if it was him or her, but they both kind of told me that it was, when you get up to Rangeley, all of a sudden the terrain changes. It's a lot of water, the big lake, and it's like there's a big vortex there, and it's just an energetic hotspot, which it would make sense, when you think about it, that he would go to a hotspot full of chi or orgone energy. Viviana, chi and orgone are basically the same thing. Orgone is often described as sexual energy. Chi is as well, but chi is usually not described that way. It's just life energy.
Right.
It doesn't have to be sexual per se. But so anyway, this sounded like a very interesting place. And then they described this Korean woman from San Mateo, just south of you,
yes,
who goes out there from time to time. She knows all about, she's just got a strong identity with this area. And they made me want to meet her because she's like the knowledge keeper of this area, just kind of natural. So I got very interested in Rangeley, Maine, which was fascinating because it's what I was describing. I remember Brandon Young being very struck by when I described what I call the New England occult corridor, which extends from West Salem, New York. There's a big dolmen or stone that looks like Snoopy from the comic strip. Yes. It really does. The Snoopy stone, it's sometimes called, in West Salem, and it's positioned on three small rocks that are about the size of they're not very big. I want to say basketball, but it might be a little bigger than a basketball. These three rocks, and it's positioned on this huge stone that with just the way it's layered looks like Snoopy, or that Snoopy has been scribed on there, a profile. So it extends out there, kind of goes along all the way out through Connecticut into Rhode Island, sweeping up into Massachusetts and into past Salem and Marblehead, up into breezing through New Hampshire a little bit and into Maine. And it's just kind of almost like a crescent, but not an even crescent. And Maine is at the top, Booth Bay Harbor, and then Rangeley's about, I think, a couple hours north or north to northwest. So I said, and my friends said they were going to Rangeley at some point. So I would like to go there. I was also, when I was there, actually, my friend Chad had a time travel device. It was a device from Stephen Gibbs that he had purchased from Stephen Gibbs. Stephen Gibbs was one of the few, if not only, people out there jawing about time travel, but really doing it. And he had a device. Now, it's possible I have a similar device. I don't think I do. When I inherited the Time Travel Research Center from David Anderson, because he had some stuff on Stephen Gibbs. He purchased stuff from Stephen Gibbs, which was probably literature, because David was trying to create a time travel museum for the public. And he purchased everything he could find on the subject. A lot of art, a lot of books. And he purchased stuff from Stephen Gibbs. But I never took Stephen too seriously, because trying to read his stuff, I found to be convoluted in terms of, like, what are you talking about, Stephen? And then when he'd do his time traveling, he'd just start, saying Jesus Christ all the time for protection, which, I know to be a little inaccurate. I suppose the idea is good, but the whole thing, he was saying that if you go into these time changes, there's a lot of sinister energies out there. Well, of course, duh. So when I think of time traveling, I said, how do you know you're not going to end up with your foot in Seattle and your arm in San Diego? And the rest of you's on the East Coast. It's like, what are you doing? He was even describing the transporter on Star Trek. If it doesn't work right, people get scrambled. So Stephen, according to him, said there was a danger in this, and he was always worried. So he adjusted dial, and you get a vibration. Go back to 1973, and he was always concerned about not being able to come back. Mm-hmm. It was nowhere near perfected to the degree of what David Anderson has described in his work. Right. So Stephen, Chad did give us a demonstration on the device, but we weren't trying to time travel. It was for healing. I think JoJo picked consciousness, and when JoJo was doing it, I could feel the energy. She felt so much lighter afterwards. I did a procedure for bones, because bones are all about Qigong. Did I feel good? Yeah, it was fine. Paula did something else. She really didn't want to do it. I said, "Why did you do it?" "No, I don't know. I think she was being social, but she was okay. She was okay." And actually, we went into a library to do it. We couldn't do it in the restaurant, so we went into a public library and said, "Can we use the program room back there?" Uh-huh. They really kind of didn't really want us to use it, but they kind of talked about it and let us use it. And we went back there and we're doing this weird stuff. They didn't bother us. You're not going to be able to get away with that in Long Island, going into a library and using a room like that ad hoc.
Right.
It ain't going to happen. Things are, they're suspicious of people. But even if you're public, because that's what it's there for. Probably got to rent the room formally or get permission. You don't have to rent it, just as long as you're not doing it for commercial purposes.
Right.
But so anyway, what then Chad also gave me. He said that he had spent $90 at Staples copying all this information for me. He told me about it back in when we had dinner in Shasta. It's the work of Dan Toney. And Dan Toney was a naval intelligence officer who, according to Chad, had witnessed the Philadelphia experiment when it happened.
Wow. Okay.
And
Well, he must be dead by now.
Yeah, he was. I think he died in the 90s, and Chad was his pupil. But Chad only met him in his old age, and so I'm looking him up right now, and I've never heard of the guy. But Chad, who has, he's so nice to people, too nice. And I had to do some, I guess what you'd say, information sharing about certain people.
Right.
But he seemed to definitely be on board. I just don't see anything. But Dan Tony, he said, would lecture in Southern California, and his house would be packed by people coming to hear his lectures. And then there'd be people outside who couldn't get in. He didn't want any money. He'd sell cassette tapes of his lectures to these people who couldn't get in, which I thought was very interesting. And apparently he's written, well, I know, not apparently, he's written these books, or it's not, which kind of explain everything that's wrong. If I were to interpret from what I've heard, he watched everything that went wrong with the Philadelphia experiment.
Mm-hmm.
He was more of an observer and a critic than somebody who was, part of the diabolical aspects of it. And all this human research that was done, which Preston called the human factor study, he seemed to be doing his own human factor study. I don't know. I imagine it was in conjunction. And then he was sharing all this information about healing. And I have been given a whole bunch of this stuff to read.
Mm-hmm.
And Chad has done a lot of things in his life. He's a naturopath currently. A lot of healing things, but just a lot of regular world stuff. He knows all aspects of business pretty much. And he said that, and anyway, but he doesn't know anything about publishing. So I feel that I'm supposed to help him publish this stuff. Just, sort of like I did with the vampirology book, just get it done.
Mm-hmm.
I have to look at the stuff first. But what was very interesting is that Paula resonated with it very strong. She wants to read it. She energetically resonated with much stronger than I did. For me, it's like I will read it intellectually. Maybe I'll get into it. I don't know. I got to look at it. I got Stephanie South's book to read. I've got Michael Sala's book, which I'm reading. And I'm also putting together some of my own books as well. So I've got a real full slate of reading chores.
Yeah.
But I will look at it. There's probably some other book I'm reading too that I'm not thinking of right now. So in addition to trying to write books. So anyway, this is very interesting that this was, he told me all about Dan Tony when we were in Shasta, and now he gave me a bunch of stuff on it. And it'll be very interesting. He tells me it's simple, but I say, I think this is only the first set, because this is a lot of writing this guy did. And it's like 95, and and I don't even find him on the internet.
Wow.
I'm looking, but I don't see him. So we'll find out where this goes. So it was an interesting trip. It was, and Paula was so impressed with the trip. I said, well, this was just a little snippet of what Shasta was like, I told her. Because she got to meet, people and feel the energy of our friends, plus JoJo, and the different people that we met at the workshop.
Mm-hmm.
So it was really good. So she got to experience a little bit of what Shasta was like.
Yeah, and it seems like there were a lot more people than you expected. You were saying that you were expecting there might not be anybody effectively. It sounds like.
Well, there was just, it was just the right amount. It was just the right amount. There were about 16 people there, and it was just perfect because you can connect better with a room of 16 than if you have 40.
Absolutely.
Yeah, so it's you might not generate the revenue, but as I said, with my Qigong teacher, when the numbers went down, and he jettisoned people from the class.
Yeah.
Because they were just taking up space and doing or saying stupid shit, and they weren't doing the work outside the class. And of course, does he lose money when he does that? Yes, he does. But it was about teaching. You know, he's being true to himself, true to his teaching. So all of a sudden, the learning picks up. He says, you know, if you don't start doing the work and paying attention, you know, you're not going to be here. You're not going to learn anymore. So, you know, you're not going to be able to stay here. And he didn't tell people to leave. They just stopped showing up.
Right.
And then all of a sudden the teaching gets real good. Yeah. So it's interesting because when you see this, you learn about the teaching process and what is the teaching process? What is the learning process? It's absorbing information. Chad had given me one of his products, which he has many nutritional products, and he's just like he ended up with Dan Tony's stuff. He ended up as the inheritor of this product. I think the guy who invented it was involved with the CIA. What was this? I'm looking for the website. I shared it before, but it was this D-Spark, it's called. And it's just basically to put minerals in your body that are not going to normally be there, that access the cells. Mm-hmm. This will get minerals into your cells. Mm-hmm. And divinequantum.com. Divinequantum.com is the website. Now, D-Spark. So I started taking this, and immediately it makes you, I mean, Paula didn't notice the same thing, but she only took it once. I noticed that it made me feel more aware, more intelligent. So I walked around being more intelligent for the next week, meaning becoming more efficient.
That's delightful. It's almost like what people claim a smart drink does for them.
Yeah, but it's not a drug in that sense. It's minerals. So I did that. I ran out of it because you take it per your body weight. And so it doesn't last me as long. JoJo was working her way up slow. She liked it. She said, I'm going to test this first. And so she endorses it. And then I ran out. He gave me another bottle. He just put it in my hand, which was great. And I had already given him the opportunity to get up and talk about his products and hand out flyers and whatnot, because, and it just was, wow. It's kind of expensive. $56 for 2 ounces.
Wow.
But he sells it. He sells it because it's effective. And I like the product. I don't know. I think he might. We haven't really talked about it. I don't really think he cares, but he kind of introduced it to me and JoJo, maybe with the prospect that we would sell it. I certainly could sell it through my newsletter. I did, or through my newsletter and catalog or whatever. I used to do nutritional products.
Right.
But I kind of moved away from that. For various reasons. Mm-hmm. It's not really my main line of business. It will never be my main line of business. Mm-hmm. It certainly paid for the supplements I took, but albeit, I don't know. It's like I do like this thing, and I will be more involved with Chad, who knows so many people. He's on the network. And what also interesting, he says, "Oh, so and so says hi." Gail says, hi, I haven't seen Gail. And I realized I haven't seen Gail. Well, I don't really know that well. 15 years, 16 years ago in Michigan. I used to go to Michigan and, frolic amongst the people from Michigan at Mary Hardy's every July. And once I started going to Romania, they collide in time, the two events. So he told me that Mary wanted me to come back to Michigan, and I wrote to her and I said, I'm happy to come back, but if your event is the last week of July, I can't do it. If it's the previous week, I can do it. And I didn't realize I hadn't been to Michigan in 16 years or 15 years, whatever it was. And it was just, I met so many people there who are still my friends to this day. Except for the guy, he must be dead, who thought he was Aleister Crowley. He wanted me to write his books.
Wow.
And that's kind of what really focused, it's like, oh, you too, you're Crowley too. Not meaning that I'm Crowley, but you're Crowley. Okay. It's like I'm Spartacus from the movie Spartacus. I'm Spartacus. I'm Crowley. A lot of Crowleys out there. A lot of Jesus, a lot of Jesuses, a lot of people. And this is what L. Ron Hubbard described as people crave identity. They crave attention.
Yes.
So if you can get attention, if you can be an abductee, a super soldier, you can get attention. Now, that's not to say that people who get attention as super soldiers were not super soldiers, but you can get attention. So it's all about getting attention. I'm this. I'm Jesus. I was Ulysses S. Grant in a past life. Ulysses S. Grant was a drunk. It was amazing that he was not only able to be rehabilitated to some degree, but that he could be an effective general.
Yes. And
become the champion of the Civil War to the point where he would become voted president. But I think he was court-martialed for dereliction of duty as a drunk when he was in Eureka,
interesting,
California.
Yeah.
But hauled his drunk ass all the way back. and then when the Civil War takes over, it's like that. I mean, but anyway,
that's incredible. In other words, that was the Civil War was what saved his ass. Yes, go on.
Yeah. In a good way. Yes. For him.
Yes.
Redeemed him, even to his own self, I'm sure. So, people do crave identity. It's understandable. They want to be like, I hear this as so many people that became musicians because they saw the Beatles on TV on the Ed Sullivan Show.
Oh God.
And, I was not like them. I didn't want to be like the Beatles.
Thank God.
Although I did enjoy their music because that's all, that was the music. You heard it. And there was always something new. But in any case, people see things and they get ideas. They watch the movies with Jimmy Stewart in World War II and they want to become a pilot, a fighter pilot, a bomber pilot, whatever he was.
Bomber, yeah.
Bomber pilot, yeah. I want to be like Jimmy Stewart, yeah. So that's people get inspired by things they see, and certainly, when we read things, we get stimulated. I'm no different. You get stimulated. You say, oh, I like that. I'm interested in that. I'd read science fiction. I say, oh, I want to do what these people are doing in writing these books. It's expanding my horizons. I want to expand people's horizons as well. It seemed like a neat thing to do. They're exploring and extrapolating in the mind. All of these, they're coming up with novel ideas. I really, really admired the writing/reading process. It is a neat process. That's why people who teach magic, like Aleister Crowley, tell you to write a journal, write a magical diary. My teacher taught us to write a Qigong diary. Keep a Qigong diary. Writers, people who teach writing will often tell you to keep a diary because you're indulging in the writing process. So, wow, what a rich weekend it was. I think I was very happy with the fact that I drove all the way from Long Island. I picked up Paula at work and I drove straight without getting out of the car once. It's about 5 hours.
Wow.
And I was able to walk out without hobbling.
Yes, an important point. Yes.
Yeah. What I did was I was breathing into whatever, discomfort I might feel. Breathe into it. I was doing 2-minute breaths, watching the clock on the car, breathing in. I'm going to breathe in and then exhale for 2 minutes. I did that a few times. It takes a lot of work. Well, it doesn't take a lot of work for me, just a little bit of work, but to breathe in and breathe out, and you start feeling better. It's really good. So that was the event of the weekend. And then, of course, when I got back, I ended up talking to Jonathan Shalimar. We're trying to line up the September event. Mm-hmm. We're talking about that, trying to get that,
Wonderful.
Determine who's going to be there, what's going to happen. So that was very, it was very nice to talk to him and get his review on what happened. But he was very positive. But a lot of positive energy, and positive energy is great because when you get the positive energy, you can expect the negative energy. I'm getting a lot more notoriety right now because of the Michael Salla interviews.
Yes.
And, somebody wrote to him from Romania who's, I think, trying to pull him away from me.
Mm-hmm. Interesting.
Yeah. And he asked me about this guy, and I told him, I said, well, this guy was describing me as the ambassador of Agartha. I think he was misspelling Agartha.
Yeah.
He was, trying to diminish me to Michael.
Right.
Or certainly he was diminished. And I've never called myself the ambassador of anything.
Right.
I explained my mother-in-law has been identified as ambassador of Agartha, and she's very tied to the inner earth. And she was promoted as that when her first event in the United States.
Right.
But, so anyway,
this is how people disinform is, of course, they convolute everything.
Well, yeah, but this was the other thing that was funny because, well, first off, at that time when the event was being promoted, they started doing somebody released this YouTube video that was just so vile, that was trying to defame my mother-in-law Tamarinda.
Yes. And
also my wife and her brother. She'd say, and Paula, you're misinformed. I don't know if they mentioned Peter Moon or not. I don't really care. And then they referred to her brother as your delinquent brother, in this stupid accent that sounded so bad. He goes, brothers and sisters.
Oh my God.
This event in Long Island, and it's brothers and sisters.
Oh, so they were trying to do this before you did what you just did with JoJo.
Oh, this was like years ago.
Oh, okay.
It was 5 years ago.
Okay. Another event in Long Island then.
Yeah. I was part of the event, and David Anderson was part of the event. He Skyped in.
Okay, so it must have been an enemy of his is the first thing I would think.
No. It wasn't attacking me. They're attacking Tamarinda. This is her first appearance in the United States.
Okay.
And it was a very successful appearance. That's where I met Stephanie South. She came to that event.
So she has enemies in Romania then, your mother-in-law.
Well, as Michael sort of said, he says, well, I guess they got the same thing going on in Romania that we go here. Yes, you're damn right. She does.
Yeah.
But Yeah. She would often have her own students attack her.
Wow.
They were no longer. They go to her courses and they go, "Oh, this is fantastic," and then they go away back into their crappy life and they start blaming her for everything. You know, and this happened. It's not happening to any significant extent with her current students. She's got the right students.
Okay.
Apparently, I don't get that involved in it. You know, just from what little I hear. But she's been very busy. She's got a lot of students, and as I say, I know many, you know, of the ones in the United States. I don't know them all because they will often visit, or we will visit them, or in groups, and I will, you know, Paula likes me to accompany her, and I have enjoyed them, and have had many, and many of them haven't necessarily read my book. Some of them have, so it's like, or they, you know, it's just like a shared cultural thing about Romania. So anyway, there are a lot of dramas going on in Romania, but what was most amusing is he's inviting Michael to come and see this portal and take him to this portal and where there's a sarcophagus which I think is within a spaceship. He's saying, like, what why on earth would you take somebody into a portal, assuming that the portal is as he says it is? He's drawing on things that are probably quite real. What on earth would you be taking somebody to a portal and you don't even know who this person is, and you're going to take him to this portal? What does that say about you? You know, what you don't know who this person is? Oh yeah, go in the portal. See the sarcophagus, see the spaceship. You know, the aliens will come up and tickle your genitals. Why would you say this? Why would you do this? It's like it smacks of a charlatan. You know, it's like, wow. I remember the Midnight Mountain when I went to Germany. They would have taken me to the Midnight Mountain, which is the mountain where, what do they call that place where Hitler had his home?
Eagle's Nest? The Eagle's Nest, yes.
Yeah. And they were talking about the Midnight Mountain. It's on the border of Austria and Germany. We're very close to it. And I didn't go because I didn't give them enough time. I go in and go out. I'm not there to sightsee.
Yeah.
I don't want to sightsee. If I knew that, I would have spent an extra day, but they didn't tell me. You know, they kind of like, they didn't give me enough information. And the Germans were incredible hosts. But yeah, so the Midnight Mountain, when they talked about people, you know, there were like backwards footprints and stuff. There's all sorts of weird shit that happens there. And they said that Stewart was, you know, wanted to take people on a tour there. I said, you don't take people on a tour here. What's he doing? You know, this is a, you know, danger, Will Robinson sort of thing. You know, it's not a place, you know, oh, step into the vortex. You know, it's not like the Jungle Boat ride at Disneyland. You know, this sort of mentality of, you know, let's go see the vortex. Let's look inside. There is a place in a city called Buzău that if you are driving east from Bucharest out to where I go to Atlanticron, towards Constanța, which is the coastal city in the Black Sea. Somewhere along there, if you go north, you will get another road and you'll go to a city in eastern Romania. It is probably the city in eastern Romania, which is on the other side of the Carpathians, and it's called Buzău. Now, I was told by one of my friends in Atlanticron, he knew a lot of information. He says, you know, go to Buzău. He told me all about this tunnel with this weird lights, and it was a lot of paranormal stuff. And it's known for it. And he was the first one to tell me about it, said, you must go. When I mentioned it to Tamarinda, she says, do not go there.
Oh.
Do not go there. Now, I wasn't that hot on going there because it's so much out of the way.
Right.
Way out of the way. Now, I was told that on my last trip, by Nico. He says, you have to go to Buzo. Yeah, no, don't go to Chaklavina. Go to Buzo. And he's saying, you must go to Buzo. Like, who the hell does he think he is? He's my, director. He's my muse. He says, you must go into the dry cave, not the wet cave. And I,
Jesus Christ.
Wet cave. I went into the wet cave. I didn't have a choice. But he was telling me how great the dry cave is. It's almost like he has to tell me that he knows more than me or something.
Yeah, there's so many people like that, really. It's just people who just...
I actually like Nico a lot because the whole way I met him was funny, I met him in a van going out, and he didn't even used to go to Atlanticron. And, it turned out, I mentioned a name, I hear him mention a name, and I said, it's the director of the camp. I said, oh, you know him? And we start talking in English. He's talking in Romanian. And when we start talking in English and we kind of know each other, that's how we met. He wasn't even, and then I see him at Atlanticron. He comes over and visits for a short time, for 10 minutes. And then later in the years, he's now a participant. He's been going into the Chaklavina cave. So, he says, you go, and I say, I don't, follow orders or directions from, on certain subjects, it's like, okay. As he's not telling me where to park my car. I'm on my own path. I'm on my own path. I know what I'm doing. But Buzo was, okay, this is Buzo. Now, Radu writes in his most recent book, The Etheric Crystal, The Third Tunnel. He talks about the third tunnel, which goes from the projection hall in the chamber beneath the Sphinx. The projection hall is where you can see the history of the world in holographic form, according to your own bioresonance. And the third tunnel, the first tunnel went to Egypt. The second tunnel went into the inner earth. The third tunnel goes to Tibet by way of Baghdad. These are underground tunnels. But he mentions in that book that there is a branch that goes off to Buzo. He says, we can't talk about that in this book, which I thought was very interesting. So he's mentioning Buzo too. And I even forgot why I brought up Buzo.
Well, the whole thing is interesting. We were talking about this man deciding to kind of decide to steer you to places he thought.
Yeah, it is a valid area to go to, but it's just that there's so much, I guess, drama that will be generated around my work. It's unnecessary. Drama generated around the Montauk Project when it first came out. Say, I'm just really having, a lot of psychological reaction. That was 30 years ago. Now it's kind of been, stamped into the mental imprint of the culture. But now that I'm getting more notoriety, the negative stuff will start to come.
Yes. That's inevitable. That's inevitable.
And it's not very powerful. Yeah. It's not very enlightened. And then, it's okay. It
is what it is.
It is, yeah. And it's not as vile as the stuff you've had to put up with.
Thank you. Yes. Well, very few people have to deal with that. But then again, look at the nature of my beast. We're talking about Aquino's cultists and the Edomites. So it's a direct...
It's a burden of knowledge. Yeah. It's a burden of knowledge. It's like you feel an obligation to share what you know with the world.
Yes.
And when I learned this, it's like, I can't say, I just really can't say and judge how true this knowledge is about the Edomites. or any of the Bible. But what I can say is that it's very important because it explains so much about what is wrong with this world.
Yes.
And by that, it has extreme value.
Yes.
Therefore, it is true or virtually true because it explains. It definitely explains what is wrong with all of these Edomites.
Yes.
What is an Edomite? People don't even know what an Edomite is. It's so. Does our friend Viviana know what an Edomite is?
Well, Vivian, if you'd care to elucidate on what you do know, then
Oh, hello.
yeah, hey, honey, yeah,
I kind of do know what an Edomite is,
yeah,
actually,
yeah,
Is that
Yeah.
because you've listened to Douglas or because you know the Bible?
because I know the Bible.
yes.
Yeah. We have Edomites who are are those actually also Moabites, Douglas?
At this point, when you get into the Bible and then you get into almost anthropological disambiguations between the different tribes that surrounded Israel, then it gets quite confusing. I really don't think so. But then again, there might be people who argue that they are. All I can say is, you're going to have people arguing both sides, almost anything you touch concerning the Bible. But, not from my understanding. And also, just to disambiguate, the Edomites are also definitively not those other people who were, oh God, I'm trying to remember the other tribe, Median, I believe, or I think it was Midian was the name of the people that there's more of a kind of empathy or affinity for, that were rejected by the Israelites because they were essentially magical peoples. But go on, honey, with what you do know of the Edomites, and yeah.
If you would like to encapsulate the Edomites from your understanding of the Bible, please do and share with us.
Yeah.
Okay, well, I just kind of Googled it because I just want to refresh. But Edomite is Moabites. Okay, located near between Moab and northeast Arabah to the west, or the Arabian Desert. And they were descendants of Esau, which would be where Esau and Isaac were both in the womb, who had the war and the internal struggle. And then, so that would be representative of the two, how Yah told, who was, oh my gosh.
No worries,
I
honey.
can't think of her name.
Oh, no.
The Egyptian girl, Sarah's maid bondservant,
Okay.
when she was cast out into the desert because of Sarah's jealousy.
Hagar.
And Yah blessed her still and blessed her, but he said that there would be like this war between the two. So Esau and Isaac represent those two, as we would understand as Palestine, Arab, or Middle Eastern. But they're both descendants of Abraham with both the blessing. But actually, tribes were cut off, like certain tribes were cut off from being Israel. So Edomites would be like a rejected kind of sort. Also, but I think they would follow also under Ephraim and the tribe of Dan being rejected. I'm not sure though, but help me out, Douglas.
Yeah, well, I think you've got it, honey. I mean, honestly, it's like all I can say is when it comes to more like classical literary Bible teachings, at times something will cascade in my memory that matters. But what you're saying is a good generalization, and that's all people really need to hear. That's kind of like the generic background, and I'll tell people where it gets fucked up after that is basically everybody tries to bring up Esau, Edom, and as she brings up Esau and Isaac were in the womb, and basically the enmity started then. But when it comes to the people who try to literarily interpret this into context of today's current events, then they'll use terms like Esau, Edom, and basically create some more of a continuity there for their argument. And then they try to identify who the Edomites are in an ethnic sense. In other words, who is the enemy? You want to know who the enemy is, and God certainly despises the Edomites. So
let me disambiguate a little bit here.
Sure.
He wasn't the twin of Isaac. He was the firstborn. Mm-hmm. The Edomites were the descendants of Esau.
Yeah, Esau, Edom.
The son of Isaac and the twin brother of Jacob. Yeah. He was twins with Jacob.
Yeah.
And he was in the womb. It's Jacob of the amazing Technicolor Dreamcoat. But Jacob, and Jacob went to Egypt and all this. But the twin brother of Jacob in the womb, Esau and Jacob struggled together, and God told their mother, Rebecca, that they would become two nations, with the older one serving the younger.
Yes, you're right.
Yeah, so he's
but
the first.
All through the Bible, you see that the two nations. So it's also relative to like Israel, Jacob, and Cain and Abel, and the new man, Adam, the man, and Jesus, the new man. You know what I mean? It's kind of like always in that kind of dichotomy.
Well, but it gets very convoluted here because as an adult, Esau rashly sold his inheritance. Now, he was supposed to be, he sold his inheritance to Jacob for a bowl of red soup. Now, I don't really know what the red soup means, but it sounds like blood. And he hated his brother afterwards. Esau became the father of the Edomites, and Jacob became the father of the Israelites, and the two nations continued to struggle through most of their history. So there you have a division, with Edom meaning red, and the land south of the Dead Sea was given that name because of the red sandstone that's down there, and Esau, because of the soup for which he traded his birthright, became known as Edom. And he later moved his family into the hill country. And this was, it says the early history of the Edomites was recounted in Genesis 36, stating that they had kings reigning over them long before Israel had a king. The religion of the Edomites was similar to that of other pagan societies who worship fertility gods. Esau's descendants eventually dominated the southern lands and made their living by agriculture and trade. One of the ancient trade routes, the King's Highway, passed through Edom, and when the Israelites requested permission to use the route on their exodus from Egypt, they were rejected by force. So these were two warring states. They regularly attacked Israel. King David subjugated them, establishing military garrisons. So it's like, wow, there's a lot of history there.
Yeah, but
it says they were forced. Yeah. Listen, during the Maccabean Wars, the Edomites were subjected by the Jews and forced to convert to Judaism. Through it all, the Edomites maintained much of their old hatred for the Jews. When Greek became the common language, the Edomites were called Idumeans. With the rise of the Roman Empire, an Idumean whose father had converted to Judaism was named King of Judea. And then that becomes the history of Herod the Great.
Yes, that's right. I was about to bring up the fact that Herod is the Edomite who became the king of Israel. And so understand, of course, that when Peter Moon brings up the Edom coming from the red soup, that's interesting because both Edom and Adam, they're really the same word. So if people don't understand that, Adam simply means rud, as in ready, ruddy, like ruddy complexion, as in he can blush. This was because Adam was Caucasian, and of course it's only the Caucasoid ethnos that manifests blood in the face, or the ability to blush, or so that blush is bodily, of course. It's not just in the face, but primarily in the face is where the blush is most concentrated because of the thinness of the capillaries throughout the facial structure. But in terms of that, he was working in an area of red earth as well as an agriculturalist, the first farmer. And therefore, that too, covering the body of his tribe, which took their name from him, led to the term Adam, the name Adam, as in simply red, as in both the blush and the sand or the earth that they were working with. So this is also the case with Edom. It's simply the word red for the red soil of their nation, the red sands in that area that were south of Israel, and as well, of course, perhaps the soup added into that, just like there's multiple roots for Adam, and therefore they too were like Adam, but the opposite. The only thing disambiguating them is a kind of different spelling to the names, but they're really the same name. And so this is part of the inversion process of which is which, that a person needs discernment to navigate through the history of the Bible and where to take it from here. But the biggest mistake to make is to, in this day and age, try to perceive the Edomites as an ethnos. So I think that probably is the most positive thing to construe from Amalia Willard when she's on and she tries to claim that the Jewish people are not an ethnos. That would at least eliminate their being identified as Edomites in that regard. So in terms of what the Edomites are today, it is simply the cults who have aligned with the destruction of creation, with the annihilation of all creation. This is something that goes beyond Satanism, because even the devils and demons would not be advocating or striving towards that, since they essentially dwell off of the creation. Their very existence depends upon the cosmos as it exists. So when it comes to the anti-gods, or the worshippers thereof, they seek the destruction of all that is, all the cosmos of the Kabbalah that are outlined on the tree of life and death. So therefore they are truly unholy and antithetical to all that is, whether divine or infernal. So that's what is the disambiguation to be made. Of course, as you may know if you've been any regular listener, certainly that's what Jameson Reese was calling for constantly, was for the destruction of all that is in the name of the anti-gods. And that, of course, is perhaps further evidence that he was, in a sense, he certainly was handled, and he said so as himself. So it all becomes quite clear. And obviously I was tolerating what was going on with him for the longest possible time. But what came about, I think, came about at just the right time. And, of course, Viviana Sanchez now helps us with the production, and will be doing more so as time progresses. So it's all been for the best. And with that, we turn it back to Viviana to segue over to Peter. Anything else you want to bring up, Viviana, that comes to mind before you segue into Peter?
Thank you for that.
Yeah, thank you.
So eloquent and impressive. I'm impressed.
You're so kind. Thank you.
So just to reference, so you're talking about origin. So Adam, Edom, red, which would be territory, right? Yeah. And Caucasian?
Yeah. On the part of Adam, at least. Yeah. That's
okay. Yeah. So would that also be the region of Caucasus Mountain?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Yes, the Caucasus Mountains are where the term Caucasian comes from. Yes, go on.
So then we can attribute that to the synagogue of Satan, right?
Well, we could attribute to the synagogue of Satan any confusion that might arouse from that. I've never met anyone who actually confused Adam and Edom, because nobody really knows. Most people don't even know those two words both mean red. So, so you don't get that kind of confusion.
Well, okay, so we're talking about the Jews of the Caucasus who were predominantly Caucasian or European, correct? Versus
well, not
Hebrew.
In this case. No, not in this case. This is something that I was disambiguating with Peter before. Christianity comes well before Judaism, which is what most people don't understand.
I agree.
Yeah, thank you. So this would be of the synagogue of Satan. What's of the synagogue of Satan is the fact that most people think Judaism came first, and that Christianity is an offshoot of Judaism, which is preposterous.
Yes,
so thank you.
Exactly.
Thank you.
Thank you, because You can go through the Old Testament and you never hear the word Jews ever.
Thank you. Yes. Thank you.
So the Jews of today, in my opinion, are not Yah's chosen, but more an ideology of the world's idea of the chosen, who have usurped authority, usurped our history, and usurped the right and the blessing. And then the Christians run with it and worship them.
Well, these are the false Christians. These are Christians who are ignorant and condemning their own souls. But, just to put it in more, shall we say, less volatile terms, the way to express that would be that the Jewish people are obviously their own substantially viable culture, but they are most certainly not the people that God has a compact with. God's compact is there's another term I'm looking for biblically that is actually more appropriate. Covenant, thank you. Mm-hmm. His covenant is with the Christians, and this is anybody who believes in God and his appearance as in manifest form as himself, his son, in the form of the Son of Man. And as such, then the covenant is with all those who accept that. And that's the Christian God. Of course, the Jews have a God as well, who people can argue is the same God, just as we can argue the God of Islam is the same God. And all of this is not something that anyone should be hostile to, but the cultures are very different. So in terms of the Jewish God, there's far more of a similarity with the God of Islam than there is with Christianity, because these are both desert people, and these are both people who worshipped a very violent war god. I've heard a rabbi once argue that Allah is not the God of the Christians, that he is a moon god, a sword god, a war god. Well, that's certainly no different than the God of the Old Testament, who demands genocide and blood sacrifice of your own firstborn son. So it's kind of like, I'm not quite sure where he was coming from. That by his logic, that would alienate Judaism from sympathy as well. So let's just put it this way. The God of the Old Testament in general is not the God of the Christians. Theirs is the God of the New Testament. And the God of the Christians is also, the covenant was there universally with all who accept God before the Jewish culture began to evolve. And so Viviana, if you want to say something else before turning it over to Peter, by all means. Thank you.
Well, so that new covenant is sealed in the blood of Yeshua. And so that's what makes it different, because so I understand it as the God of the Old Testament, which the Jews adhere to or want to believe or want to keep the law in rejection of the Messiah or the finished work of Christ, are in transgression of that reality because of their own desire to have their own theological understandings play out in what they understand as their truth. So I think we'll have to talk about this privately, because I have different viewpoints on what you're saying, and I don't want to bring that up right now.
No, understood, and appreciate it, and happy to talk to you about it privately, and I'm sure together we can come to a mutual understanding for expressing ourselves. Yeah.
Okay, great.
I mean, generally we're in the same direction. I mean, the only differences might be details, but I'm perfectly willing to listen to what you say and may integrate what you have to say. Right, and that's
absolutely.
So that might be what happens. So with that, we turn it back to Peter, and the only other little trivia bit I'd like to add is, of course, all of this is disambiguated from Midian, which of course was, as I said, a magical people that was therefore feared by the Jewish tribe, and somewhat like the Cho, except you imagine with a lot more mutations involved. And this was written of in a more, shall we say, made for entertainment fashion by Clive Barker, who had an occult education that, again, kind of screwed him all up. All of his practice with magic wound up really fucking him over. He became a very successful horror author who then sabotaged his own career repeatedly, to the point where nothing could get done to really, after the first wave he had of his popularity, nothing could be done to sustain that. And again, this was another kind of magic blowback kind of incident, or object lesson for us all. So
that is so relevant.
Thank you.
I was just hearing that on the financial news about success breeds failure. Because and this goes back to George Adamski and the early UFOs. In other words, he goes back to getting attention. He got all this attention for some sort of incident, contact incident, and then he starts faking stuff.
Yes.
So he can maintain the audience.
Yeah.
This whole thing of having an audience is so vile and addictive. It's strange. I mean, my business is driven on having an audience, but I don't want to be like so many of these characters that are grandstanding on false pretenses. Fortunately, I have enough material to. And then if I have you, I have, even more material.
Yes.
It's like there's no shortage of material. And it's funny, right now in companies like Netflix and streaming services, they're so hungry for content. But they don't want our content. They want to take our content and convolute it.
Yeah.
So they have content of their own.
Yes.
And not very good content.
Right.
And it's getting worse and worse. But to get back, there's something very interesting that in the context of the Edomites, what I saw here, there's a line in this thing I was reading from. It says, after Herod's death, the Idumean people, which are the Edomites, slowly disappeared from history.
There.
Now, when it says they disappeared from history, well, that's from popular history.
Right.
Yes. From accountable history.
Yes.
It doesn't mean they truly disappeared. And of course, they took root in the undertow of society. Yeah. And so this is what Douglas is bringing out. It becomes a twisted, screwed up bunch of people. Now, what's interesting about what we're talking about, this God, whether the Christian God is the Jewish God, is the Islamic God, it's like when you look at histories and cultures, theologically, there is an egregore, in other words, an aggregate of energy that people subscribe to. The zeitgeist, spirit of the times. So, we go back into the days of Joan of Arc. Religion was taken very seriously. The Catholic Church was taken very seriously. Heresy was taken very seriously.
By the way, I just want you to know that historically today's date was the date that Joan of Arc relieved or lifted the siege of Orleans, which should properly be the capital of Paris, or the capital of France, I mean to say, instead of Paris, and someday will be. But nevertheless, just an important resonance with what you're saying. So do go on.
Yeah, and she is a historical character, but the spirit of the times of those, it's like whether you believed in the Catholic version of God or Joan's version of anybody, these were the influencing dichotomies of existence, the influencing theological references. People referred to the divine in the context of the Christian God, the Catholic God, sometimes the Protestant God, always going to be referred to as the Christian God. And for some reason, most people identify him with having a white beard.
I like to refer to him as the God of Israel.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, that's fine. But all of these, okay, so the Allah was the watchword for the Islamic. Now, the pagan cultures have their own identifications. The Pope would encourage the admixture of the Catholicism with the pagan gods so as to win over the pagan people.
Yes.
And so what it is there are forces that control, rule, or influence people. Influence. So whoever has the strong influence. Back in the Rome, there were the Roman gods, which they renamed and borrowed from the Greek gods, some of whom were borrowed from the Hyperborean gods, which means Transylvania, Romania. But the Chinese, the Japanese, they all have these archetypal theological identities they define to the best of their ability. And whoever is the ruling influence, he's the spirit of the times, the zeitgeist of the culture. So, God has been called, you can't, name God. It's whatever is ruling or influence. It's the rulership principle, but we're talking about supreme rulership. And we can go back and say it's all the Tao if we want to look at it from that lens. But what's very interesting is to look at the word influence. Influence, who has the most influence? Well, the Christians. Like, even though you're not a Christian, in the United States, pretty much everybody understands the reference to the Christian God and through whatever lens. So it has a force, even for people who are not Christian, whether you're Hindu, Muslim, or whatever. And this applies. If you go spend time in Japan, you're going to learn to respect or acknowledge other divinities, whether it could be China, it could be Japan. And if it's Soviet Union back in the 30s or 40s, you're going to feel a different taste of God. You're going to be worshiping the atheist.
Yes.
The atheist is right. He says there is no God. Well, he's right because he's in charge. Now, the word influence is very interesting. It goes back, according to the etymology dictionary, etymon line, late 14th century, an astrological term, quote, streaming ethereal power from the stars when in certain positions, acting upon character or destiny of men. From Old French, influence, emanation from the stars that acts upon one's character and destiny. Also a flow of water. But it has an astrological reference, influence. So that means you're being influenced by the stars. You're being influenced by the stars, which or the planets, which are archetypal identities with gods. It's fascinating.
Yeah.
And it's astrology is a passing movement of orbital mechanics, which tell a story, and people look at that story and they begin to identify with it. Vivian, you'll be very interested to know, I had a friend, Charlotte Henderson. I don't know what's happened to her. She's probably still around. She was a Moorish woman from Atlantic City, and she taught me that the word Holy Bible comes from Helios, Biblos. Holy is Helios. Helios is the sun. Biblios is book. Book of the sun. She said it's a book of astrology, she told me.
Interesting.
And of course, there's a lot of references to astrology in the Bible, but it's she looked through it through a different lens. But this whole word of influence, what is influence? It's like if you're being dominated by a tyrant. Look at people who just underwent this COVID stuff for the last 2 years, Fauci was a god, in a sense. They called him Lord Fauci. Whether or not you accept the treatise of the virus, believed in the virus, believed it was real, or believed it wasn't real, you were under the influence of it. You were a hostage to that meme and to Fauci and all of his brothers in rulership. See, they were ruling. It doesn't mean that they were right or wrong. It just means that they had the ruling influence on everybody.
Correct.
And
I agree.
And so it's like we're all influenced by Biden or by the people who control him or whatever. It's like the almighty dollar. The almighty dollar is something we're under the influence of. So it's like God is, in a sense, when we refer to the power, what is the senior power? And we can say, we once had Evander Holyfield, the great boxer, and Michael Tyson, who had become Islam, and Holyfield was saying, my God is better than his God, because they were going to fight, and whoever would win the fight would prove their God was better than, it's like, it's like, okay. And the winning side certainly does get to strut around and put its mark, the mark of the cross everywhere. They conquer. It's like, what is it? Constantine was quoted as saying, "By this sign thou shalt conquer."
Yes, under this sign,
use
conquer.
that sign to conquer with in later days.
Yes. Yeah, which was the Hakenkreuz, the hooked cross, the swastika. That's what he saw in the sky, the wheel of the sun. And so that was the original Christian Roman battle standard. So go on. Yeah.
Well, it got convoluted into a regular cross to dissect people and, subjugate entire populations of Latin America and elsewhere, certainly the Philippines. But yeah. I mean, it's so it's like you can be very theological about God and say what he is, what he isn't, but in a pragmatic sense, he's the one who's, able to levy taxes on you.
Well, if I may just chime in,
Go ahead.
I take the word God as a very it's a general term. So it's not his name, but it's used to define, and it could be millions of gods or a person's perspective of themselves being God, or however you view God, or whatever you want to call God.
Supreme power.
Yeah. So, in those terminologies, I think the power lies in, or the powerlessness lies in the fact that we're rejecting his name. And but again, it's a variable of just a generality versus how I guess our minds want to perceive it.
But the ultimate thing is, the name is irrelevant, because the name is even says the true name is not the name, But
if I may chime in again, did you know that his name is written in your hand, in the palm of your hand? Per scripture. So
Wow.
see, I have inscribed you in the palm of my hand, and that's your hand.
Yeah, it's your life, and of course it's read by palm readers, and I think that this is a divine way of communicating. I think we can leave it at that for now, honey, and we can talk about the rest privately.
But the point of it is, it's the supreme power.
Yeah.
The supreme ultimate reference that is, that one is accountable or answerable to.
Could we consider that even in that aspect that science is finding out is that the force or the generative power is vibration.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah,
So-
I mean that's fine. I mean, of course, not these things may not necessarily all be relevant to the more abstract point at hand. But I appreciate certainly your
Well,
bringing.
yeah, vibration, yeah, but then it's also identifying the vibration.
Oh, good point.
Yeah, like say for example, we're up in Shasta. I don't know why this brings to mind. I'm sleeping, my first night in Shasta, and I feel an earthquake. Nobody else feels it. But it happened. That was verified the next day.
Right.
Now, earthquake is a vibration of the earth. And but what if you're not aware of it? What if you're not aware of that vibration? I was aware of it, but nobody else was. It had to be verified by the verifiers. It turned out, we looked it up online, and it did happen. It was a registerable earthquake in the region.
Interesting.
So it's like you can have the vibration. Now, say when we get into the inner earth that Radu writes about, he says it's about vibrational frequency. If you are at a vibrational frequency, you'll be able to pass into the inner earth. And if your vibration is high enough, you'll be able to go into Shambhala. And that's a matter of awareness and attention. So it's like, where is your attention? Instead of having attention on you as a celebrity speaker, a celebrity author, a celebrity, who's getting all this adulation and attention, you want to have your attention on something else. And it ain't an audience. It ain't an audience that's adulating you. That's so ridiculous. You're reaping in the admiration. You want to be, I want to focus on where the heart of the matter is. So, and then when we're talking about, vibration, it's great. So what is, and then is the vibration powerful? Well, yes. Tesla had a device that talked about in his biography where he had this thing vibrating on this big building.
Yes.
And it's starting to wiggle the whole vibration. He had to go in and turn it off because he was going to collapse the whole skyscraper.
Yes,
So,
that's quite correct. Go on.
Yeah, so the thing is, that vibration was power. And if you can vibrate and emit a vibration with Qigong or any other discipline, you're going to be able to influence people in a way that is very powerful. And if you can do it enough, you will be feared. And then you will be, quote unquote, king. Well, and then, of course, if we look at the history of kings, they run afoul of God and, get punished. And so there's a higher God. So you have higher forces. And so whatever you're calling it, it comes back down to a ultimate power or influence. Now, influence comes from the stars. Now, just because it says that's where the word comes from, it doesn't mean that's the only influence, but it's a senior influence. So, wow, what is the senior influence in your life? One has to take care of one's physical needs. They have to eat. They have to, get money or some other means of getting food and shelter and all that. That's a god. I mean, that's a god. And part of that god is what we know as the Romans called Juno, or the goddess of the heart. And to maintain a home. I noticed that my wife has very different priorities than I do and we have different roles as far as maintaining the house. Mine will be more construction oriented. Hers will be more domestic oriented. Making sure there's, nice this and nice that, because that's how females generally are. And so anyway, but these are all these like tiny activities we do in life are ruled by influences.
I agree.
If you go and comb your hair in the mirror to look presentable, you're under the influence of Venus, archetypally. So it's like, wow, look at all these little different things. And then, of course, in Taoist Qigong, we break it down into great simplicity. But it's a different lens than the Christian lens, although there will be respective correspondences. And that's what I learned from Aleister Crowley's book 777, which lays out all the Kabbalistic correspondences. And it takes all of these influences of the Kabbalah and categorizes the influences of the stars and so many different things. And you find that even plants fit into different categorizations that fall into identifications with archetypal patterns that fit into the Sephiroth of the Kabbalah and which correspond to a planet. And it's very interesting. These are influences. So if you're weak in one area, you need the medicine for this area to build you up. It's very interesting. So in other words, we're taking this God idea out of the lens of a myopic pattern of just looking at, it's got to be this way. It's got to be looked through this lens. It's got to be looked through this lens. And the reason it's got to be looked through this lens is because it's got to be.
Exactly.
God is like the word for God in German. Got to be. It's got to be. It's just like, okay, we're going to do it this way because we've been doing it this way. And we're going to keep doing it this way because we've been doing it this way. And that God is Taurus, the stubborn bull. So it's like, and then here we are back to influence and fluid. The water flows. The water flows. God flows. And God is not something you can identify as one thing. So that's my sermon for Sunday.
Interesting. May I just ask, do you think that we can tap into different lines of vibration?
Of course we can. That's the whole idea. And that's I'm really glad you brought up this topic, because that's what Radu in his books on the inner earth talk about. It's about vibrational frequency. It's all. He says Admiral Byrd saw things that normal people wouldn't see because he went into a different vibrational frequency. People that went into the Bermuda Triangle and either disappeared or had experiences went into a reference frame of different vibrational frequency. Now, what entitles you to that vibrational frequency could be a number of factors. That could be karmic or whatever. But basically, the ideal or the idealization of this idea is that you can go in and change your vibrational frequency and you'll be able to access dimensions or aspects of life that are very harmonious. The ultimate of which, in the context of what he writes about, is Shambhala, whereas you're going to go in and everybody loves somebody all the time, and you're surrounded in love, and if you have needs, they will be met because you express your need, and it will be brought to you. And you will fill the needs of others. It's like a vibration of love, a vibration of love. And this ties us back into the Christianity, because so much of Christianity that was preached is a vibration of love and endless love. And love is really great. until they get sundered and broken. And then you're brokenhearted because the love is no longer there. And it's just like people lose a cat, they lose a dog, and they're heartbroken. And as bad as that is for them, as bad, I don't mean to minimize it, that's nothing compared to what can happen to them if they lose somebody they're even more connected to, or worse circumstances.
So even in that it could be a blessing, even in the pain or the journey of pain or the
how to process pain, how to process loss is the best way to process loss is to be able to receive. You know, you lose something, what's the correspondent reception? Okay, suppose you lose a wife you loved or a husband that you loved. The ultimate conquest of that would be to receive a wife or husband who completed you even more than the first one. That's tough. That's not something that's, you hear too much about. I mean, sometimes you hear, somebody lost their wife and they went on and got married again and they're even happier than they were before. But you don't hear those stories that often. And more often, you hear that somebody lost somebody and they blubbered their way out of existence. But yeah, the ultimate challenge would be to have a bigger and better wife, if you like big, a wife that, or a husband that completes you more than the previous one, after having endured the loss of someone you really, truly loved.
Yeah, but life's journey could also be being whole or satisfied within yourself with a centered part.
That is exactly what happened to me when I lost my parents.
Whoa.
They gave me myself.
Interesting.
That was it. And I wrote a whole book about that, the Montauk Book of the Dead. It's like, they completed me. They completed me. So I was very, what's the word? Harmoniously balanced and set off on a path of life where this was my life. They were no longer, they were absolutely no longer any factors. No rulership, no influence, done, finished. I can't say it worked out the same for my younger brother and sister. They had different circumstances. They had different lives. They had different viewpoints. But ultimately, because I was 21 when they died, so it was like, so it's like, the death is, okay, I was very fortunate. And astrologer even read my chart. He could see that in the chart. I was under the influence of the stars, positive influence. So, but this is the challenge. And sure, we can lose things. And it's one of the biggest challenges is to lose something, whether it be a pet, whether it be one you love, a friend, a bunch of money. And what do you do? What do you do? And there's many stories of people who've lost everything and then come back and gain it. And so, and if you can maintain that vibration, but it's not easy to say, okay, I just lost $100,000 in the stock market. What am I going to do now? What am I going to do? And people will often revert to thievery or chicanery when they lose everything. And that's, so there are people who don't, or they'll set off on a new life. So vibration is really what Radu Sinamar is teaching us in his books, is to access the vibrational frequency. And to give a little bit of elucidation on him is that he has been going into these centers of, I don't know what you call them, these technology and enlightenment, which every time he goes in, his vibrational frequency is changing and increasing. He's becoming more accustomed to this nirvana-like access that he has to different people and different reference frames, which are inside the earth, which are, all leading towards Shambhala. He's like, it's a pathway, a bridge, as Douglas was alluding to in his Kabbalistic lectures. The bridge between heaven and earth.
Yes.
The Shambhala reference frame, though, is kind of really rendered in a much better way than a lot of the heaven and earth stuff, the celestial reference frames, because it's I don't know, it just seems more less booby-trapped. Just the way it's conveyed, but it's not easy to access.
So may I ask you, do we need to be protective of who we align ourselves with vibrationally?
You're damn right.
Yes.
Yeah, like say.
Well, the Jameson Reese example comes to mind.
That's yeah. I mean, that's just one example. Like say Douglas was aligned with Laura Lee Solomon. Wasn't good. I couldn't get through to her. I couldn't penetrate her shield.
Yeah, I remember that.
Hard. Not that I tried very hard, but yeah, it's like, and she didn't. It wasn't clear who she was until she went mad, and then it was clear. And that's that she could not, she became a Renfield. And I don't know if you know who Renfield is. No. Douglas and I were just talking. He's the character that goes mad in the movie Dracula, the original Bela Lugosi version.
The guy who eats bugs. Yeah.
Yeah, well, he eats bugs, nice juicy spiders, And yeah, because he is bitten by the vampire, and he's now serving the vampire, where he originally went to buy the real estate for Dracula, is Carfax Abbey in London, where he was going to stay with his native soil. And Renfield is just overtaken and becomes mad, crazy, because he's overpowered by a force that is vampirizing him. So sucking his blood in this case. So this is what happens to people. They become overtaken and they're serving another power. This is what happened to Laura Lee. And it turned out that she was serving powers which were trying to control Douglas Dietrich. And of course, trying to control her, part of that was her sexuality, because she was very much in love with him. And, this is what happens. The people go crazy.
Interesting. Yeah, I remember he was actually very much under her spell too, because everything he did was surrounded by her, even in his poetry, to his art, to how he spoke, and the
funny thing was he wasn't attracted to her.
So that must have been some kind of power.
Well, don't forget she was also supporting me in a financial sense for a while there. So I do my best to try and repay what I can. It's a simple sense of obligation. But I can see how it could be seen as something beyond that.
Well, I'm not saying like you're a simp or anything. I can understand, and I sense your power too. In the divine energy of what you establish out here and your honor towards all men. So
by that you're being facetious, of course. But
no, I'm not. I'm totally sincere.
Okay. No. What I meant was facetious about I don't like men in general, and so when you say that, it's kind of like.
I meant mankind.
Yes, thank you. Humanity. Humanity.
Yes.
There we are. Yeah.
What's very interesting about the whole idea of her controlling you with money, Douglas, is that This is Scorpio. Scorpio is the sign of control
Yes.
and power.
Yes.
And Scorpio rules death, sex, and taxes. It controls through taxes. It's other people's money. So Scorpio can control people through money. In the case of the church, it taxes people with tithes. It and then, of course, we know how the taxing authority of the IRS and other taxing agencies can control you. They control your property taxes. If you don't pay your property taxes, they'll take away your house.
Yeah. Yeah. That's right.
Oh, well, can I
Go ahead.
ask you your opinion on what controls a person when it comes to maybe like that inner torment or inner turmoil of maybe, I don't know, oh my gosh, how do I say this? Hatred towards, how about women?
Well, yes, hatred is an emotion. And Scorpio, which is Scorpio has very deep, dark emotions. And it's very vengeful. It's very hateful. So it will hold people emotional hostage to situations. And it's a matter of control. People who hate women, or people who hate Jews, or people who hate Chinese, or any hatred, you hate them because you're trying to control them. You're trying to isolate them. So say if it was, like somebody, if you go back to the days of cowboys and Indians, and an Indian killed your father, you might develop a hatred for an Indian because look what he took away. So it's an effort to, control you don't want anybody else killed, so you're going to kill Indians because that you are identifying them. But it's a control issue. So let's go back to somebody hating women. Why does he hate women? He hates women because he's perceived that he's been screwed over by women. And perhaps it's a reactive pattern deep in his subconscious, or perhaps because he's experienced it, because his mom beat him, his mom mistreated him, his mom didn't protect him, or he was bullied by women. So he hates women because he has psychological issues. So he's trying to control this negative thing from happening to him because he perceives them as negative, because he hasn't experienced them as positive. He can't identify a woman as positive. Therefore, go ahead.
So is that the Scorpio kind of rooting itself, and that could also happen to women?
Yeah, of course, it could happen to anything. You just asked for the example of women. It's like, and it's not because it doesn't even have to have anything to do with their sexual orientation. It can influence their sexual orientation. They can develop a sexual orientation that is not natural to them just on pure hatred. But
interesting.
But it's like, okay, let's because look there's all things we don't like. Like say if somebody, like suppose you don't like fish. I'm not fond of fish at all. I'm not fond of fish. I can eat fish under certain circumstances, but I'm just not fond of it. But suppose I'm sitting at a dinner table and people ordering fish, and I say, you can't order fish. Oh, no fish at this table. I mean, which is something like a dictator might do. No, nobody's having fish, But, do I care whether people have fish? If I wanted to really get back at somebody, there might be mercury in that fish you're eating. It's like.
So in your understanding of the stars.
Start playing games with people. But what were you going to say?
In your understanding with the vibration and the stars and the power thereof, are you saying that this is also coming from the Scorpio rising kind of energy?
I never said Scorpio rising. I just said Scorpio.
Scorpio.
Well,
is that the
Scorpio
then?
is just one. Pardon me.
Is that like the spirit then that you're identifying?
Well, Scorpio is just one piece of pie of the zodiac.
Right. So
it's identified with the scorpion,
right.
The stinger of the scorpion.
Yes.
And it's also identified, the higher octave is with the eagle. Right. But it's just one piece of the zodiac, and it happens to rule control. Now, it's just because I've been giving the negative element of Scorpio doesn't mean it's all negative. Scorpio was what put the Russian intelligence person, KGB head Beria, in his place. Beria was very Scorpionic, but he was out-Scorpioed by Khrushchev, who basically got him taken off his job.
Yes.
Had him executed, which was a good thing to do.
Yes, absolutely.
Scorpio, and we're talking about power. And when you move into geopolitics and Machiavelli, you very, very clearly see that power, Scorpio rules death. So if you can rule death, you can kill people. James Bond, 007, License to Kill. This is, when you can kill, you are controlling. It's ultimate weapon in geopolitics is to kill. Goes back to As and Saba, the assassins, or Hashishans, whatever they were truly called. It's not that, but they were a cult of killing people to control things politically. And of course, why was Genghis Khan the Khan? Is because he could kill people. He could kill people better than anybody else, so you had to follow him. And within that, although he was a deathmonger, he was also trying to build a civilization and cultivated all sorts of people from all sorts of different disciplines, because he was trying to create a civilization, and he contributed to the civilization of Asia in that respect. So it's like, life is not all about killing. And so when we get into somebody like Khrushchev was not a day in and day out killer. He killed, he got the power, but he couldn't maintain his killing spree, because if he had, he would have stayed in power. And this is why you have something like Putin. I don't really know what Putin's death record is. I know
it's high.
You might. I assume he has one. Bill Clinton's was publicized. I've never seen a death list of a U.S. president publicized as much as Bill Clinton's list of dead people.
Other than the Kennedys were real killers. But go on. No.
That I just wasn't aware of that. I have some aware of it, yeah. But the point of it is, what is the death list, and at what point do you do the killing? Sometimes somebody will put in a circumstance where they kill once, and that's good enough to get them in position, but it's not going to maintain them unless they keep it up. And Napoleon was able to come to power in France because nobody could control anybody. And he was favored. He had a good track record of controlling in warfare. And he brought in and he quelled the French Revolution with cannons and arms. And then he became the power. And he was forced with a lot of killing other people, because if he didn't kill, all the monarchies were going to go after him, because he had displaced the French monarchy and they were afraid of being displaced themselves. So they were waging war on him. He had no choice. Could he have handled it better? Probably not. He could have not invaded Moscow.
Or Spain. There's an argument over which was worse, but go on.
It's a tough game when you start going into the Joan of Arc. She won the Battle of Orleans. And then she ended up getting, burnt. So it's like it's when you start killing people, it's a tough game. It's a real game.
It's hence what Jesus said, that hatred is equal to murder.
Well,
because eventually you would murder someone, whether it's their character or however you feel inside. But
hatred's not good. Hatred's not good because it It weakens you.
Well, it's a double-edged sword, and it certainly is something that cuts the a hater or the perpetrator of hate as much as the target. So understand that hatred is pathological, and now this is different from, say, for instance, base racism. Base racism is actually healthy, as I've mentioned before. We're all racist. It's a redundant survival mechanism. So that's simply part of a genetic evolutionary trait where we maintain a kind of identity with a more homogeneous population, or a population we identify with. Obviously, as someone who's mixed race myself, then I grow out of that to a great extent. But of course, there's much of that that's still with me. But understand that that's far different from a pathological form of indoctrinated ideology, where someone is then willing to go destructive with their racism or their hatred. And that, of course, is where we have the repercussions, the collateral damage that then results. So some hatred is going to be healthy in a natural sense. Obviously, it just evolves out of rage and what can be done to us. And certainly this is all part of what I said before, the kind of natural warfare state that man often engages in that really defines us as being human. When Jesus is saying that hatred is murder, what he's talking about is that pathological hatred, the kind that my gang stalkers manifest. That is murder because ultimately,
But don't forget, we see Jesus exhibiting hate in the Bible as well.
Yes.
Well, that was righteous anger.
There we are. That's what I was speaking of.
Righteous.
You see, that's the righteous hate that Jesus
Sending
manifested.
the demons, the pigs and demons over the cliff.
Well, I was thinking I was thinking more of the merchant bankers who were establishing the world's first stock exchange.
Yeah. He was powerful. I mean, could you imagine? Oh, I love that.
Yes. So,
that's why he's my man.
Yes, well, but you see, the thing is, it wasn't effective. It wasn't effective at all, because it's just a story. I mean, and I'm not saying it didn't happen, but it's like, yeah, he kicks them out of the temple for 6 minutes, so to speak. It's like,
well, it makes its point.
They're back feeling away.
Yeah. It makes its point. He's making a point in that sense. In that sense, it goes down in history with the point being made. So
yeah, but the point was made, but with no effective action.
Yeah.
Well, it was actually also biblical, because it said, or prophetic, because it said, "Thine zeal for the zeal of my house will be in his heart." So that was his zealousness for the hatred that he had, that his father's house had become such a temple of
money loving. Yes.
Yeah.
It's the worship of Mammon, the god of money. So yeah, let's put it this way. I understand what Peter is saying, but certainly the point is made, which is eternal. And so the point is thus, the winning is in that. So, but certainly I understand.
Well, I also have another, but I have to bring up with Vivian, I have another issue with his house, because that was not his father's house. And that temple was rebuilt by Herod. It was Herod's temple. It wasn't Jesus's father's temple. It was Herod's temple, and it did not even have a proper Holy of Holies. I find that a fascinating omitted reference.
Well, it's still
that's interesting.
Shall we put it this way? It's just, in a sense, it's Jesus's house because he's the legitimate king of Israel. Since Jesus is the legitimate king of Israel through the matrilineal line, that means that anything that's built in his empire is his house. So this was him asserting himself as the legitimate king. This is why Herod had wanted him dead as a child. This is why he had the right to do that. He had the divine right of kingship. As the monarch, this is his house. The Israel was his nation. So it was his fucking house. So that's...
father's house.
Yeah. And
well, also, wasn't that just a rebuilding of Solomon's temple?
No. It was supposedly that. It was Herod built it.
Yeah, but either way, Herod was like building it, shall we say, Las Vegas style. Like they built they're building the Sphinx or the pyramid in Las Vegas isn't the real one, but it's kind of like that's what Herod was doing, and in that sense,
It's
that's
an
why.
analogy.
Yeah, and that's why. And that's why Jesus was so pissed. So that's why he's saying, "This is my country. I'm the king here," and then I go in, and he, shall we say, you might say that he delivered too fast, like he was delivering his punches, so to speak. But
Well, there's a lot of things about that are ineffective in terms of pragmatic sense.
But there's the righteous anger part that makes him human. You see, that's why he's human. So that's why he manifested as human, God in human form. So understand.
Humanity has a right to be very frustrated because this is what they're dealing with is a convoluted.
Situation. Yes, we've been. Yeah. Oh, by the way, I wrote something for you in private messages in Facebook, Peter. So just take a short look at that. And what I want to do is certainly thank you both. I think that this hour is going so well with the both of you. And Peter is welcome to stay with us as long as he possibly can. And the subjects that he went into tonight, I'm sure, were inspired by himself acting as an almost divine teacher.
Very much inspiring.
Yes,
inspired. I'm playing off of.
I may say influential.
I'm playing off of her Christianity.
Oh no! Beyond that, the inspiration comes from the breathing, because that's the very term. Inspiration means breathing. If you'll explain to people the etymology of that.
Inspire is related to spire, which is related to spiral.
Yeah.
Which is, if you can really get the breath spiraling. Yeah. Wow.
And when someone expires, it's because they stop breathing. They die. There you have that.
That's right. That's right. Spiral. It's all about the breath. Spiral.
Can I add to the kings of Israel as far as like Herod and but I think if we were to go back and just look at each era of all the kings, we would see or learn, if we chose to learn from their error, because consistently the error of the kings were always either led astray by other gods or other lovers, and then you had some who would be just righteous and on fire and zealous, and then they would throw out all the idols in the land, and then the land would be blessed. But they never, so I think under each king had great power of that influence you were talking about, where the nation would go. So as the man goes, so goes the nation.
Yeah.
Well, I agree. Yeah. But while we're on this topic of Christianity and Qigong, and I'm talking about the failures of Jesus, and I'm not talking about it you got to understand is that my training and orientation in Scientology, which I was involved in, was all about correcting things, finding where something went wrong and troubleshooting solutions. And from a Qigong perspective, and you have the 12 disciples of Jesus, which is a pattern. It's not new to Christianity. And it's all based upon the zodiac, 12 around 1. They put 12 pieces of pie in the zodiac. People have said there's a 13th zodiac, 13th sign, and that's fine. You can divide it up anytime, any way you want. But the idea of 12 around the 1 is that if you take 12 marbles or spheres and put them around one marble, it will be 12. Take one marble and put a marble or ball bearing of equal size, and it's called the close packing of spheres. It'll be 12 around the 1. That's a protective element. So a Christ would be surrounded by 12 protective elements, which would all correspond to different aspects of the zodiac in all their different characteristics.
And it took one to breach that.
The one weak link, one weak link is Judas. Now, most Christian traditions, because you will have the apostles' disciples painted right over old pagan stuff, and they will it will assign astrological attributes to the disciples. But Manly P. Hall has a tape somewhere. He's got very interesting, about a 10-hour series on astrotheology. And he goes into, a lot of people won't agree with him, but he goes into Scorpio being Judas.
Interesting.
Because the scorpion stings. He stings. Look, he's in charge of the finances, which is Scorpio. But he stings Christ because he can. It's the stinger. And while that element is what one is vulnerable to. What is one vulnerable to? I've heard many instances of custodial caregivers who have financial authority over a person, including this happened with Manly P. Hall when he died. They take advantage and they steal the assets. Happens all the time. There's weak link, the weakest link. And in Christ's paradigm, the weakest link was Judas.
Yeah.
And you have to be on guard for betrayal because it will occur. And when you're rich, you're vulnerable because you then become prey to what's the word? Carrion, who want to feed off you, parasites that want to feed on you. All of a sudden, you're viewed as an asset. And I was just discussing this with Chad and another man that I met. It's like, and I've heard this before, is when you start getting bigger, like say in construction, you start having a bigger infrastructure. You have more bills to pay, more people to pay for, more insurance issues, more birthday presents to buy, whatever. It's just like the more you make, the more you become a target for people who, oh, he's got something. Wow. Look at God, his kitchen is full. It's full of food. Let's go in and see if we can get something. Maybe he's got a loaf of bread we can go in there. So you become an attractor for all sorts of things. There's a consequence to everything. And if you have more than you should, then you become vulnerable. I remember, I don't think it was very long after I moved to Long Island, but I remember the president of Exxon being kidnapped.
Cool.
In New Jersey. And I said, I right away went,
that.
I said, that's Greenpeace. I go, that's Greenpeace. That's Greenpeace.
Did you really?
I said, immediately, I said, that's Greenpeace. It turned out it was.
Wow.
Somebody associated with Greenpeace, yeah. Well, you can understand the mentality because, if you're the president of Exxon, you probably got a lot of stock options, you've got a lot of money, but now you're a target for everybody who's anti-oil industry. And then if you're the head of Greenpeace, you're a target of all the corporate executives that feel the Greenpeace is a challenge.
Well, this is interesting. Let's bring this in my Own narcissistic fashion to my situation as it was with Laura Lee Solomon and Lena Shea, and kind of how this keeps repeating itself. Now, I think that one of the interesting things is that the pattern that has been followed, and it's been pretty pronouncedly repetitive. And anyone who has listened to me for years has probably gotten a kind of unconscious or subconscious grasp of this pattern, is that the handlers that get assigned to myself, such as Laura Lee Solomon, they get challenged, and then someone moves in to take their place who is not presenting any real option. They do what the handler did. Now, because of my vulnerable position, not being wealthy and having almost nothing to lose, and other than my home, in the sense of becoming homeless through being unable to pay rent, for instance, if I were ever to miss it.
Yeah, we want to raise money for Douglas's rent now.
Oh,
It's that time of the month.
Oh,
He hasn't
thank you.
said anything, but now that he mentions it, I'm going to say, please send your well wishes and backup dinero to Douglas to help him, because we could do a whole diatribe on this, and perhaps we will. But I just want to. But anyway, you were saying
bless
about
you,
paying
sir.
your rent.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. And so these people who come in to help me with that, they become almost immediately. I, of course, am grateful to them and try to express that gratitude as poetically as possible, and I reward them with what I can, which is basically my poetry and my paintings, which was an interesting fact. One of the few things that primary gang stalker, who was hired by a very wealthy man, who doesn't seem to be a target for anybody other than like his ex-girlfriend, who became effectively his live-in wife, who attempted to sue him, the man who tried to get me to have sex with him for $1 million, and I said no, and he vowed to destroy me. And of course that was almost certainly part of a conspiracy with Michael Aquino, because he was a cultist of Michael Aquino, and they were very open about that. It was Stephen Auerim. And then the man he employed to stalk myself. And of course, the man is very vocal on his colon column, where he's written thousands of pages on myself. And of course, in his commentary column, it's dominated by Gunner 65, who is, of course, Richard K. Cole Jr. Very important as to keep everybody abreast, always to know who my gang stalkers are, because I was obviously educated by the FBI to make certain that everybody keeps awareness of who my gang stalkers are, because in the event that something does happen, then their names are out there. And it's important to keep the names of the suspects out there. So in that case, one of the things that came was Laura Lee Solomon kind of being assigned to me and then becoming a supporter financially. And then suddenly Lena Shea shows up and supports me with very generous contributions, pays for the dental work I need, gives payments that Laura Lee Solomon could never afford, and then gradually takes over Laura Lee Solomon's place as Laura Lee Solomon becomes more and more agitated and resentful, and ultimately begins to spiral in her envy because she cannot beat what Lena Shea is providing, and then ultimately, because she loses her job, can't do anything, and then starts stealing off my credit card. No doubt rationalizing with everything she's contributed in the past that she has every right to steal from my credit card, and runs it into the ground. So then Lena Shea moves in and takes over, and she's managed to get rid of one financial supporter. And then the lady who was very involved with myself, Judith Ager, manages to basically offend her to the point, as they become rivals, where Judith Ager is alienated, after which, of course, Lena Shea knocks me completely off Facebook with a page that I did have under my own name. She gets me permanently banned by continually slapping up swastikas. So this chaos cunt, who's raising both of our children to be sacrificed to the anti-gods, this is an individual who is just the worst of the worst, but I was in no position to say no to her initially, and then look at the price that I pay. But this is the kind of pattern that repeats itself, even to a lesser degree. As you can see, the efforts to assist myself begin to degenerate, and then they simply become someone like, say, for instance, Jameson Reese, who is negative in every respect, in the sense that he offers me bathroom breaks, and he offers me the ability to basically refresh myself and have somebody burn bandwidth. But at the same time, you're talking about somebody who is doing his best to sabotage the program by being repulsive as possible. I mean, literally, with his constant screaming about genocide and the anti-gods and his negative uses of magic to curse people. I mean, this is an individual who is just out to repel as much of the audience as possible, and certainly did so in the beginning, until people felt that he had been tamed enough or put enough in the background where some of the listeners started coming back. But such is the case, then this Jim Forsyth shows up. Now, I think it was an interesting point that Jameson Reese said. I think that, and this is on record, Jameson Reese said this more than once on record, that he felt that Jim Forsyth had been basically sicked on us to kind of try and draw Jameson Reese away from us, from Team Dietrich, as it was semi-functioning, as it was dysfunctioning at the time with his presence. And that was interesting that the first person who tried to do that was Lena Shea. When Lena Shea did what she did to basically sabotage myself in every way, she had established the website, established it so that all my money went into her account. Whatever anybody was contributing went directly to Lena Shea. Established it so that she could shut the website down at any time, and did indeed sabotage it, so that we had to go in there and change the password and everything else. One of the things she also tried to do was basically approach Jameson Reese to sever with myself, at which point he touchingly was proving himself quite loyal and basically evicted her from his life, which was touching in the sense that she had actually offered to rendezvous with him, and the two of them were actually going to have a fling, something which I didn't mind because she was regularly having sex with other people. That was something I was already aware of. So, I mean, one other person wasn't going to bother me. But that was at a time when she was still very supportive. And then, so for Jameson Reese to throw that away, that was obviously a display of some form of fealty. Such being displayed, however, then of course he caused all the problems of his own, being as problematic as he was. And then after that, just as we had somebody show up who triggered Lena Shea and kind of sent her into the full severance that she went into, which was, the way I make it may sound gradual, but obviously if it were gradual, then that would be something that I would have at some point been forced to confront and ask her to leave or sever with her. It was not gradual. Everything that happened in the negative with Lena Shea was quite sudden. And there was only, I would say there was almost no warning. And then this individual showed up who had been gone forever, named Zachariah Garrett, who had claimed he wanted to be a sponsor of mine, very similar to Jim Forsyth. This is a person who said, I want to give you money, Douglas, and I've got money, and I'm going to start giving you money. And, you know, generally the people who say that are just, they're just shitbirds. If somebody wants to contribute, they contribute. They don't say, hey, man, I'd really like to contribute, but I don't have any money. There's no point in anyone saying that. There's simply no point. But these guys are worse. I understand there's sincere people out there who say, I'd like to help, but I simply can't. And I appreciate their moral support. This isn't like that. These are people who say, I've got money and I'm going to help you. And I never expect anything from them because I know that's a psyop. Because there's no reason for anybody to say that. All they have to do is contribute. Nobody needs to say, I've got money and I'm going to help. They just help. So when it came to Zachariah Garrett, he had done that years before. And then suddenly came back and started basically asking for money, saying, a friend of mine been murdered, home invasion, so I need people to give me money to give to his family, which didn't make any sense at all because his family only needed to set up a GoFundMe. So it was patently absurd. But the moment he showed up, that's when Lena Shea said she saw the GoFundMe that the family had up. But nobody else saw that. Nobody else saw that, certainly not linked to Zachariah Garrett's page. She was the only person who ever saw that, even though everybody else was looking at his page to see if there was a GoFundMe up there, and nobody saw it but her. So it was almost like it was a signal, like it was what triggered her, like what opened up the gates to her severance. And it was after that she immediately sabotaged the website, basically did everything else pretty much around that time. It was only shortly beforehand she had gotten me knocked off Facebook. Now, all of this was extremely important in how it impacted me. Was incredible. It was incredible the impact that it had. There's no underscoring how important it was that she got me knocked off Facebook, because I had 4,444 likes on Facebook, which you can never amass anything like that anymore. The only reason I had it was because I had been on Coast to Coast. And so I had a public page that had that many likes, so it was reputable. and she made certain to get rid of that. So definitely, this is all cultic. The reason she approached me was the same way that Christine Joanna Hart approached me. Again, the same pattern. Oh, I feel I've been molested as a child or satanically ritually abused as a child. And so they all have the same background and the same claim. And they're all assets. You can't help any of these people. And so then when it came to Jameson Reese, then we had this Jim Forsyth show up, and it was shortly after that he starts like casting binding spells with Peter Moon and all the rest. So in a sense, Jim Forsyth succeeded in whatever he was supposed to, be doing. But he obviously was an asset because he had the same pattern as the Zachariah Garrett character. Like, oh, I have money and I'd like to contribute it. I mean, he even told Peter Moon, oh, I've got $100 I'd like to give to you. And Peter Moon told him flat out, just give it to Douglas Dietrich. But of course he never did. So it's just some guy who's full of shit and obviously serving as a catalyst. And then something was catalyzed. So there is something there going on. So everybody sees this pattern and it repeats itself again and again. Now, hopefully we've broken that. And certainly Viviana doesn't fall into that pattern so far as we can see. And
absolutely not.
Thank you, honey.
In fact, I'm going to cover you.
Thank you. Thank you, honey. Yes, deeply appreciate it. So just something to bring up to people so they understand what we've been going through and just the kind of wear and tear that it has. But these people are obviously operating on a standard operational procedure that repeats itself. And anybody who hasn't noticed that pattern, you just haven't been listening long enough. So I'm certain with what little he caught, Peter understands the pattern that I'm speaking of. First, you get somebody.
Well, I pretty much heard it.
Yeah. Okay, good.
Yeah, I mean, because you're within earshot, but yeah, it's just look at you had an unusual life where you've been exposed to all sorts of things by reason of your upbringing from your mother.
Yes. And
your careers. You've been exposed to information in a way that just doesn't happen in a normal life.
And that's my wealth. That's the only wealth I have that makes me the target. It's like somebody winning the lottery for information. So I'm like somebody who's won the lottery for occult information, and then I get all of these parasites that these remoras that, however, seem to be part of a larger conducted and orchestrated operation. So it's hard to ascertain how much of it is simply remoras, but all of it seems to be orchestrated.
But it's fascinating when you say that, because let's just look at, like, say, the word information is a very interesting word because it means information. Yeah. And you'll even see, like, when you put it on information can be carried on an energy wave, like an oscilloscope. It's information. It's waves of energy information. And we think of all the information in the world. It's like you think of all the information, all the lies or beliefs, false beliefs, or just solid beliefs. In other words, if you walk outside, you're going to get wet. These are all, like, we talk about cell phones emanating frequencies. Well, there's all sorts of frequencies emanating from matter and from ideas. And I guarantee you, when back in the day in the 60s, when they would show a religious movie, The Robe, and everybody's watching it, it sends out a vibration throughout the whole neighborhood. Everybody starts thinking more solemnly and tries to be, in their own mind, a better Christian. It's like all this energy. So you have all this matter giving out all of its waves saying, I'm going to stick around. I'm going to be here. If you walk, and all these things contributing to a wall. You can't walk through me. I'm a wall. You can't walk through me. And of course, somebody who's a real master or an adept at Qigong or some discipline can blow that matter right away. Or say in the sense of a of a Christian, of a Christ or something. You can go right through the matter, theoretically.
Yes, I believe in that. I like to engage it too.
Well, that, but I'm getting back to the information thing. So you've got all this information, and Douglas has all of this information that he's exposed to, and it's raw, and it's true, but that information has been, let's say, what's the word? Obscured. It is not fit for print. The New York Times has their motto, all the news that's fit to print. This is not fit to print by the editorial dictates of the New York Times and or any other newspaper. This is an issue of censorship. This information is taboo. Therefore, and much of the stuff his mother dealt with was taboo. So, or it was just not for the ordinary human to process or to be aware of. So you're exposed to all, it's like radiation.
Yes.
You're being exposed to all of this information that is not for ordinary humans to consume. It's not meant for ordinary humans to consume. Therefore, when you start to offer it to ordinary humans in any capacity, there is a reaction, because it's like their cells and all of their DNA is saying, this is not for us. This is not what our leaders told us. This is not what our leaders told us. So, and then there are people who will, back that up with authority. And here we're dealing in the realm of spirits. We're dealing in the realm of egregores that are saying this information is not to be told. So, it's just like somebody blowing, the whistleblowers being vulnerable.
Yes.
This is more deep than the ordinary whistleblower.
Yes.
So, yeah, it's all of this information has attachments to it. And it even goes deeper than Aquino.
Yes.
Because, Aquino just happened to be there hovering in the basement, so to speak.
Yes.
So it's like, so it's like this information has a price to pay. It's the same thing with Montauk. It's like there's a certain amount of suffrage that goes, because it's like, I'm not going to be glad-handed for writing this book by the status quo authorities. They will go out of their way to avoid me, which is very flattering in a sense. But then I knew there would be a public demand for the book, so it actually, paid for itself. It's like, wow, you get the pulse that people want to read something. And it's like, good. Montauk Project. The public's interest overcame the resistance to the fact that I wasn't going to get any help from media. Now, when it comes to Douglas's information, the demand to find out about the Roswell is not so high.
That's because they're oversaturated, but go on.
Well, yeah, in the case of the Montauk Project, it was going into unknown country. It was stuff people never heard before. People have already heard about Roswell. They've heard about World War II. So the subjects themselves are not particularly interesting or alarming, because they've heard it all before, or think they've heard it all.
They think they have, yes.
Yeah. So it's like, I myself was, I wasn't, I knew this whole Philip Corso thing on Roswell was a bunch of bullshit.
Right.
But I never really took it on as a subject, because other people had covered it, and it never really went anywhere. But the one was, what was the Emperor Hirohito?
Yes.
bought into the idea that he was just a figurehead who had no real power, and sort of the whole MacArthur story.
And
because I hadn't really heard any different.
Understood. And I think that also what makes this dangerous to people, or something that they just can't accept, is simply because it shows all of their own failings. When we go into what we go into in the Roswell deception, the reader really, if they have any sense or any cognizance of self-awareness, they realize the part they've played in this deception. It's a deception that implicates the reader. The reader is implicated by having been an information consumer all of these years and consuming the information that they have without question.
A sucker.
Yes. The reader is implicated in the sense also in terms of their own racism. As I said, this is something, racism itself is not to be even discouraged. It's something that simply is to be fought only when it's taken to a pathological extreme. But otherwise, it is, as I said, just a healthy survival mechanism that if people want to enclave ethnically, which pretty much everyone does, this is what they do naturally, a redundant survival mechanism. So that's not something to be discouraged. I also encourage, of course, cosmopolitan zones for people like myself, or safe spaces if people want to take it that way. But when it comes to the reader, what they confront is the fact that World War II was a race war, and that they were indoctrinated to see the enemy as so dehumanized, they believed them to literally come from outer space. When you confront that, then you're confronting the insanity of your father, your grandfather, all the so-called greatest generation, and then you see them all for just the rotten bastards they really are, because they're not at all innocent. These are people who had that level of hatred. It was only possible because they wanted to annihilate the Japanese race. They wanted full genocide of everything that you see in Jameson Reese that you hate, because of his insane obsession with genocide and his hatred, which is just all inclusive of different groups. I hate whites, I hate blacks, I hate everyone. And this is what they were. They were exactly saying everything that Jameson Reese said. And if you feel disgust at him, then by God, the greatest generation was nothing but that. That's all they had to offer. So the Roswell Deception is a repulsive book, because when you read that, you have to damn and condemn your forefathers. Just the opposite. Now, the man who contacted me, and I have his email. I have his email as evidence. And I always forget his name because it's so nondescript, and I really don't care for the gentleman at all. But this was the individual who wrote Flags of Our Fathers, and then wrote the book The Imperial Cruise, and lost all his fan base. Because the Imperial Cruise about Roosevelt and his threats against the Japanese, setting up the stage for World War II, this individual then alienated his audience. Because, one way he said this, just a good example of just how out of touch he was with his audience. When the man who wrote Flags of Our Fathers was interviewed by, I can't even remember her name either now, but she was once going to replace Art Bell as the host. And so when she was this wealthy woman, comparatively speaking, she was actually pretty wealthy by my account. She was like a landlady, and I don't remember her name at all, but she was an ultra reactionary radio hostess, and local in San Francisco. But when she was interviewing the man who authored the book Flags of Our Fathers, and she then, a actual World War II veteran, called up during the interview, and the actual World War II veteran, James Bradley, by the way, was the author, who contacted me. But before he contacted me, and he was still pumping his book Flags of Our Fathers, he basically was contacted on air while he was being interviewed by Barbara Simpson. And Barbara Simpson was interviewing him. That was the wealthy woman I was talking about, right-wing reactionary to the point where she's a fool. But she was, this World War II veteran came online, and he said on air and on record He said, I was on Iwo Jima, and he said, nobody could have raised any goddamn flags. He said, no fucking flag was raised. I mean, the fire was so intense, I saw people disintegrating where they stood, vaporized by so much machine gun fire hitting them at once. And the Japanese able to direct their mortars at will. The knee mortars is what he was referring to, by the way. These were knee mortars which the GIs, the Americans, thought the Japanese actually placed on their knees to fire, which the Japanese only posed like that in photographs, but when they fired them, they would smash the mortar against the ground. It was a handheld mortar. The Americans had nothing like it. And the Japanese would just smash it against the ground. The Americans would try to smash it against their knees, and they would break their legs. This is like just an example of ignorance that would happen in wartime. But the Japanese were able to direct those to just literally blow up vehicles, then the men inside of them, etc. So when this man was describing this and saying there was no way any flag was ever raised on Iwo Jima, then, and bear in mind that after that flag was supposedly raised, the battle on Iwo Jima continued for days and days and days. So it's not like that flag was a decisive orgasmic climax and the end of any conflict. Even if what they claimed was true, it had no decisive impact on the course of the battle. The Japanese were simply fighting to annihilation, and the Americans were out to exterminate them, which the American public viewed as the ultimate objective for all Japanese people off the face of the earth. But when it came to the response of James Bradley at that time, he said, yeah, well, you know, some people believe in UFOs. You know, there's people out there who believe in UFOs. So this guy, you know, he's basically talking to a World War II veteran who was there. And he says this guy's belief in what he saw with his own eyes was akin to somebody believing in UFOs. Anyhow, what Barbara Simpson took offense at was what he said about UFOs. Because, of course, she wanted to replace George Norrie as the host for Coast to Coast AM. She was one of these people who supposedly was on the short list for that. It was all bullshit anyway. They were having the public vote, and so the public was all voting for that, and they put in somebody who was never even voted for. He wasn't on the list of people to vote for. That was the guy who replaced him was Mark Siegel, who was painfully ethnically Jewish. And sheer nepotism obviously brought him into that post as the guy who replaced Art Bell. And then everything went to shit. And nobody listened to it while Mark Siegel was hosting because he was awful. But at any rate, in terms of this guy, James Bradley, I have the email he sent me later where he was asking me to help him write the Imperial Cruise. Now, at that point, for whatever reason, he knew that I would present the Japanese perspective and ultimately present the fact that the Americans were the bad guys. And I wanted nothing to do with him because of his book, Flags of Our Fathers. And at any rate, because I had the concern he might rip me off. And that with the kind of clout that he had, that he would just basically use me and then not credit me, etc. Something would happen. So I just stayed away from it and didn't respond. But in terms of what he did do, he wrote a book that said the Americans really were the bad guys and started the war. Now, all of this was very bizarre. So something happened to this guy where he stopped being a World War II cultist and suddenly recognized the Americans started the war, which is what the Imperial Cruise kind of goes towards, effectively stating. And so then he lost his audience after that, and that was it. Even though they made a movie of his book, Flags of Our Fathers, then they made a movie about that, you know, was a big blockbuster because it's the patriotic thing everybody wants. So somewhere along the line is where people come with the Roswell deception. It's simply considered anti-American. And because it's considered anti-American, this is kind of like the James Bradley effect without the Flags of Our Fathers preceding it. So
you know what's really interesting though, Douglas?
Sure. What? It's all yours. Take it over.
Yeah, it's like it was really cool to be pro-American during the George Bush administration.
Yeah.
And even into the Obama administration.
Yes. Then
with Trump, it became cool to be anti-American, unless you were in the Trump camp. You know, you had, you know, the tearing down of statues and American icons. So there's become a trend in America to be anti-traditional America. It's not the same. I mean, sure, there are the conservative core that are still believe in True Blue USA and all that, but at least 50% of the people are not in that camp. Those who vote Biden, they're really not in that camp of, a little bit, and then with the Ukraine thing. But with all of the left-wing extremism that is very anti-traditional America, they're not embracing the Roswell deception either. And they should, if they're truly what they pretend to be.
Well, I remember this is why you sent 2 free copies to Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. But I think that how would I say this? It's just that I don't think any of these people can fucking relate. These are people who are like, when they're presented with this, it's like it's so much they can't take it in. It is really too much.
All their purse strings are so attached to their own purse strings. These are not even, like, you talk about, Biden being a puppet. Well, these people they're getting voted into security, lifetime security with Congress. Even if you get voted out, you still have lifetime security. Health care forever. Yeah. And it's like, so, we're not even living in a world that has any modicum of morality or fairness or justice. It's like you get into the system, you're bought in. I remember one time one of my friends was talking about all the benefits of working for General Motors. Mm-hmm. He did not work for General Motors, but he says, oh, yeah, if you work for them, you got it made, all these benefits. Well, General Motors eventually went broke.
Yeah, that's right. By the way, everything that Peter Moon is talking about, General Motors used to be famous for its benefits to the point where people didn't even need to work. It was like you just showed up and, the unions and the automotive, basically the men who ran the business, everybody was convinced after World War II that everybody was going to buy American products. I mean, where else would they go, right? And everybody was operating on this concept of endless expansion and growth. And of course, Motor City, Detroit, they had like signs where, on the subways, it said, do not crowd the quays, line up and form quays rather than, crowd into the subways. I mean, you might as well say, watch out for dinosaurs. I mean, these were subway systems that all shut down because nobody was there. Nobody was working in the industry anymore. The Japanese wiped the industry out. I mean, another sign, of course, the Japanese won the war. So this is all part of the insanity that had the Americans so Japanophobic by the 80s, where they're just saying, who won the war and all the rest of this shit. And, now it's long after that's calmed down. And the Americans had so much propaganda convincing them that the Japanese disintegrated. Everybody in America thinks the Japanese are now like the Philippines or something, where, they're all running around like a nation of nomads and living in hovels. They all think Japan's poor and in recession that never ends and shit. All of this has led them to just dismiss the fears they used to have. But what we can say now is that it's simply up to you at the moment to run a guerrilla marketing campaign. I'm talking to our listeners. All of you out there, we have to count on you. We just there's until we can afford or find somebody who's willing to sponsor an ad campaign to promote the book aggressively. Basically, we're counting on the readers. And
I don't think an ad campaign would do much good, to tell you the truth.
Well, we can debate that.
I really don't. Especially an internet one, but. Anyway, not a conventional ad. I could talk to you all about that.
Right. It would take an unconventional one, yeah.
I have a suggestion.
Of course, honey.
Because you're hip and you really have a formidably structured way of displaying history that I think is highly needed in this culture of our generation today. TikTok, you could do small little snippets. Have you ever seen like Mr. Ballin on YouTube?
Never even heard of him.
Nope.
Well, I love his strategy because he does small snippets and he talks about historical things, but he does, he talks about real stories, but he makes them short, sweet, and to the point. And then you do that like in a TikTok format and then get them to a YouTube platform where you're teaching historical parts, but in snippets so that their minds can
actually absorb it.
These are good points, and they require time and effort, and perhaps they can be done. But I'm going to sign off because
understood. It's
time.
Yeah.
But before I sign off, I want to reiterate for people to contribute to Douglas.
Bless you.
He will tell you how. It's very important that you do so, if you can.
Yes.
Even if it's $10 or $20, it will help him.
Yes.
Well,
so,
do you have a PayPal, or how are you doing it?
Oh, well, I'll tell everyone about that, honey.
You can tell everybody that as I sign off. And Vivian, it's been very nice. Thank you for your contributions. It was very nice to work with you tonight.
Yeah.
Thank you, Sir Peter Moonen. I appreciate all your knowledge and influence tonight. Thank you.
Okay, so I'll say good night, and I will hope to see you on Sunday.
Wednesday. Sunday tonight.
Today is Sunday.
Yes. Yeah.
Tomorrow's on Wednesday. Okay. Good night, everybody.
Good night.
Good night.
We love you dearly. Share that love with Paula. Thank you. And that was Peter Moon. And of course, we love you too, honey. And so, darling, everybody can help through going to PayPal, which is on the screen right there with my mother's face. That is my mother, not myself. So understand that all you need to do is go to paypal.me/Douglas Dietrich, and you can help immediately with that. Or as well, for those of you who prefer the old-fashioned check or money order, you can use my mailing address, which is my physical residential address. And that is available at the website douglasdietrich.com. That's www.douglasdietrich.com in case you want it in writing so you can basically copy it down at your leisure. I will give you the physical mailing address right now, which you can write down. And if you don't catch it or you're too slow with the writing, or your note-taking, rather, your notation, then by all means just replay it later after the show uploads. You can replay it to your heart's content as many times as you need to. So you would send a check or money order, never cash, unless, of course, you go, shall we say, to almost ridiculous lengths to make certain the cash sniffing dogs that the postal inspectors have don't sniff it out, because they spend all day doing absolutely nothing but stealing people's cash. They got dogs trained to sniff out cash, and this is what they do all day on your dollar. And I know that for a fact. So if you want to avoid them, just pretend you're sending it to me if I were in prison. If you were sending cash to me and I was in prison, you would do more than put it between a birthday card. You would actually have to put cardboard over it and then tape over the cardboard, so that I would just have to rip through all that to get the cash out, but the cash itself would not be taped. It would be underneath the protective cardboard. That's how some elderly ladies have sent me money in the past by the mail, by snail mail, to make certain the postal inspectors didn't rip me off.
How cute.
Yeah. But anyone else who sent me money, like one poor idiot named Robert Lacey, who was a Major League Baseball player, and I don't even give him credit for being a psyop. He was just too dumb. But this poor bastard, he sent me a few $100. He may as well have thrown it out of the moving window of a car. I mean, of course it never reached me. When he kept asking, did that few $100 ever reach you? No, of course not, because the postal inspectors sniff it right out, because he sent it in cash, and they just, you put it in the middle of a birthday card or something, the postal inspectors, their dogs will sniff that and they just rip it right out. And of course you never get the letter. You never get whatever card was with it. That would just implicate them. They throw that in the incinerator. So
excuse me, Douglas.
Yeah.
I'm gonna write down your address, and I just wanted to know, did you want me to put that in the chat?
Sure. Yes. Thank you,
Okay.
honey, by all means. So I'll type it on the text so you can copy it while I say it out loud. So let me get the Skype screen up so I can do that. And just so people understand, let's see if this works at all. because my computer is not cooperating, and it's old, and it's not that old, but it's bad. So someday I'll get a new computer, but there we have this. It's Douglas Dietrich. That's who you would address it to. 1242 1242 Green Street, like the color green. And 1242 Green Street is located in San Francisco, California. And the zip code is 94109-1925. That's what's called a zip 4. You don't even really need that, so I won't include that. But 94109. 94109 is the zip code. So I'm entering that here, and that way Our Lady can type that and re-enter it into the chat room. Unless you can cut and paste it and do the same. I'm not quite sure if that works between those two mediums. But Douglas Dietrich, 1242 1242 Green Street, like the color green, San Francisco, California, 94109. That's 94109. And so there we have that. And of course, one magnificent human being who sent me $100 money order was Salman Sheikh. And Salman Sheikh had just sent me $25 in the PayPal. So we're talking about a wonderful human being. Now, what I'm going to do is give credit to some other wonderful human beings who have contributed. And yes, every little bit helps, but to be practical, you want to contribute around $20. I mean, if you're going to go low, $10 is okay. And of course, Jameson contributed $5, which is like nothing is offensive, but at that level, you begin to wonder if the person, it's like, let's just put it that way. That cost him. The reason that's silly is because that costs you as much to put that amount. That costs you exactly that amount almost to contribute through PayPal. So unless you list myself as friends and relations, you want them to not take out a pound of flesh, their tax, their excision. If you want PayPal not to charge you, you say you're contributing to friends and relations. You're not lying. We're all part of an extended family here electronically. Or obviously we're friends, or you wouldn't be supporting myself. So just say friends and relations. You indicate that. Theoretically, Facebook then does not take money out of what you're contributing. Most people, for some reason, don't know how to find that button, or they don't want to be bothered, and so they just contribute. And then about $3 approximately, unless you're contributing from Canada or Australia, it goes up, will be taken out of the your contribution. And so it's going to lessen your contribution. So by the time you're getting down to $5, I mean, like, dude, what's the fucking point? There's only, what's going to reach me is so small. It's kind of like you might as well keep your money at that point. So it's just something strange is going on at that point. So, with the contributor at that point. So it's like people should know this. You got to be aware of that. And so that being said, my love to all who sponsor and support myself. You're all appreciated. Let's see if I can bring on a few other people to help Our Lady hold the stage for a little bit, and that way I can refresh myself a little bit, like I'm usually prone to do after Peter takes off. So let's see if I can reach out to those people all over again. And understand, of course, whoever's been called, you can jump on now. So in a sense, I can't call them again because they're already on. But let's see what we can do. And when it comes to, say, for instance, when I click this thing, what happens here? Nothing happens. Then when I let's see if I can try people again. Let's see if this works. Now, Selena Khan would be asleep, so don't want to do that. Noreen Helphand, it was busy with Mother's Day earlier, so I'm not going to bother her unless she sends me something. Oh, I'm going to yawn. Oh, forgive me. Oh, this is why I should be taking a break for a little bit. And but I'm not going to leave this young lady alone. She's just not prepared for that yet. I mean, I'm sure she can handle it, but I'm not sure she knows she can handle it yet. So Yeah,
I'm a little nervous. No.
Oh, no worries. I'm not going to leave you alone, darling. Let's
Okay.
see if we can call Sammy Arola. Daniel Arola. That's a good one. Yeah, let's call Daniel Arola. And we're trying Sammy again. Sammy Romero. Let's see who else would be a good target here. Sarah Thomas. Sammy Romero's unavailable. Sarah Thomas and the Curious Girl. Let's try them. See if one of them bites. And that would be interesting if they did. And then I'll see if we can get Daniel Arola on. All right. So let me see. Add people.
Douglas?
Yes, honey? Yeah?
May I ask, are you still doing digital art as far as work?
Oh, yeah. You want something?
Okay. No, I was asking, are you doing it for like anime or like for projects?
Oh, no, not professionally. No. You probably remember, if I reiterate the story behind that, you probably will remember it. But essentially, I never do anything artistically professionally. It's simply therapeutic for me. I used to illustrate professionally. And that was because I was a professional pornographer when I was very young, before I was of legal age to buy pornography. And of course, being in San Francisco, the industry was very active. You could do that. And when I was doing that, now let me see what's going on here. I'm trying to add our man Daniel Arola, but let me see. Let me share the screen again and see if you can help me with what I'm doing wrong here. Let's see if we could do this. Sam Romero, the Curious Girl, and then Daniel Arola. Instead of saying add, it says remove, as if he were already on the call. Did I add him before? If that's the case, well, do you have this man's number? What we can do is give this to you, and maybe you can start calling some of these people, and it might work for you, whereas for me it does not. So let's at least give you Daniel's. Daniel would be cool with that. So what I'm going to do is share contact with Vivian Sanchez, and there we are. That's done. And then you can try and call him and bring him onto the call, because you can also bring people onto the call once you're on the call. All that having been done and nobody joining us yet, anybody who wants to is welcome to join us. Clarice Claudette, if she's out there, is welcome to join us. Hopefully she's, might be around. Let me see if I can jump back on call so that we can arrange for that. I do that here. There we are. And that's did that just cut off the share screen? Or
no. Oh no. Yeah, it did.
It did. That's what I thought. Okay. And so let's try Clarice Claudette. Let's see who else is on here. So add participants. There we are. And then I'm going to look down until I see her. And here we are, Clarice Claudette. Oh fuck! One of these names I
can do stuff too. I can add people, start record, take snaps.
Yeah.
Share screen and raise hand. Oh my god!
Yeah. See how exciting! How exciting! Your world's just expanded.
I feel so important.
Yes. Your world's just expanded. Yes. And
I was just cursing Microsoft today.
Oh, tell me about it.
Everything in Microsoft just is so Bill Gates, and everything about them, from their generation. Remember, because we came from a place where like Microsoft offered everything and you could get it in a built-in package and it was really solid software or anyway, now it's like you have to buy everything individually. And I had a son who loved Xbox, and everything about Xbox was individual, so you had to build your Xbox. And then I had a son who liked PS, and everything with PS was free. I was just like, oh my gosh. So I'm still like that. I don't like their computers. I don't like their chargers. Everything breaks.
How many sons do you have? How many children do you have?
I have 4.
Wow. Holy shit.
Yeah.
Oh, that's so cool. I mean, and so I'm so proud of you. And I hope, how were they with you this Mother's Day? I hope they all called in.
I had one son come with roses,
Okay.
and he brought me some Arizona Desert Rain CBD salve because I have back pain, and it actually very much works.
Oh, wow.
And then for my present next week, they're going to help me complete the garden we're building because I need some mail to strength. And then my other son also called me, and so I mean, and I have my nephew, and yeah, it's been lovely but quiet at the same time. We didn't go out of our way to really celebrate.
Okay.
Which I'm okay with.
Okay. And your daughter lives with you?
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, cool. I hope I didn't give anything away privately about.
No. Everyone that knows me, they already know.
Okay. Right. And Chris Collins was saying, gotta vacuum seal that shit, talking about sending actual cash in the mail. He says carbon paper too if you're really paranoid. Yes, thank you. Yeah, a good idea. I suppose that takes the smell off, is what that does. And he can clarify if that's the case. So Daniel was in the chat earlier, and then he seemed to disappear. Oh my god.
I did. Yeah, I saw that.
I'm sorry.
Well.
And so, honey, I'll be going into monologue, but not just yet. I don't want to go on to monologue just yet. I want to kind of usually there's, the transition time between Peter leaving, and usually we have somebody who's able to jump on. And that hasn't happened tonight. So are you, say, for instance, confident you can talk about subjects I know till the cows come home? And if you're passionate about a subject, I know you can do this. Now, if I were to leave for about 10 minutes, for about 10 to 15 minutes, you could talk, say, for instance, about what you disagree with, some of the things I was saying about the Bible or religion, and you could talk about that. Okay. I mean, you're passionate about this, and you could tell people, say, for instance, like the other day, I mean, look, I noticed this, say, for instance, when Sammy Romero was on, and he said, oh, are you Raza? And then you pointed out, and I noticed that basically European Spaniards are very adamant about this. European Spaniards, we have Spanish people who live in the United States and have been here essentially since the founding fathers, because of the conquistadors. And these are European Spaniards. And many of these European Spaniards will be pretty, shall we say, just they're very, they're very firm in their stance. They don't want to be mistaken with Mexicans, or they just are the European Spaniards. And so you have this kind of I've seen this before, where somebody will ask a European Spaniard basically, oh, are you Mexican? And whether they're Mexican or Anglo, and they'll ask the question, and then the European person will say, no, I'm European Spaniard. And so they just want it known. And obviously we all have this heritage and history behind us, and so you could speak about maybe that, or you could speak about, say, for instance, by the way, Woodgrain Lorenzo Ampedupio. Holy shit, what a name. Is this a friend of yours? Says, can I talk to Doug? Oh, okay.
Did you want to come up and host with me, Woodgrain Lorenzo?
I'm not quite sure if that's wise.
Okay.
It's we don't know him. We don't know him. Maybe.
Oh, okay.
If we knew. Now, I've invited people I didn't know at all before, but the problem is I don't want to leave you alone with someone I don't know. You see, that's different. It's different.
I understand.
Yeah. If it were,
So okay, I have something I wanted to bring about.
Oh,
actually.
Good. And so you could talk about that for about 10 minutes. Yeah, I'm sure.
Yeah,
can.
sure.
Okay.
Why not?
Then I'll go mute. I'm going to go mute. I'm going to take a break.
Go make some tea.
Yeah. And at the longest, I'll be gone about 15 minutes. I'm sure it won't be that long. I'll probably be back before 10 minutes. But,
Very good. Okay.
Definitely love you, honey. I know you got this. I'll
try.
You're a born hostess. You've done your own YouTube videos.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. You got this.
We roast fishes for lunch.
Yes. You got this. And by the way, and by the way, Woodgrain Lorenzo, nothing personal. I mean, if we get to know you a little better, who knows? Someday you might be co-hosting for a little bit with Viviana. But in the meantime, Viviana, I'm going to go mute. It's all yours.
All right. Thank you, dear.
Okay.
Well, welcome. This is the Vivian co-host part of the event tonight. My first time So thank you, everyone. Welcome. I want to go back to talk about the topic or monologue of Douglas last weekend, in no disrespect. But I think it's something that resonates in my mind as far as our Constitution and the topic of abortion right now, in as it stands still right now in our time in history. So, and I never really ever even contemplated that abortion had anything to do with privacy rights as far as the Constitution is concerned. So I appreciated his um, understanding in that, and how he directed us to understand the cases in which privacy is the question, also privacy and the freedom to cultivate your family as you choose and how you choose. So I thought those were very interesting topics and made a lot of sense. It's just that the problem I have is exercising the fact that everything concerning the AUMF and things like the Patriot Act, or how we saw the idea of privacy disintegrating after 2001 with the terroristic integration of how we needed to be protected from these terrorists, and the ideology of terrorist ran amok in our minds so greatly, and it was so propagandized that we had now just, we were just like, oh yes, please take my rights and spy on me and cultivate all my information, because of course we need to look at each other as the enemy because of terrorism, right? And therefore opening the door for the government to now have access to your information in ways that we can't even fathom, and things that came out with Snowden and such. And then I've heard people say, well, privacy is relative. It's not really a right. It's more like a privilege. So I guess I'm hung up on the understanding of where our Constitution is ingrained to protect or even establish privacy as a whole. So I guess when I think about privacy as far as abortion, I also want to consider, well, the disintegration or the lack of understanding that privacy isn't even integrated constitutionally, that other people will reason as why it's okay to breach our privacy. So I guess I want to bring that to the forefront, because if we argue it, the question remains, does our Constitution protect or disannul privacy? And do you believe it's an inherent right or a privilege? And I guess if you want to go to way back to like what did Douglas call it? Well, it's like the original, like the 13 states, or I guess you would call it the original Constitution, or the conservative constitutionalists who want to go way back. We could argue also how we view driving, right? So you see the people who are called the gosh, and I've lost the meaning. What are they? Sovereign citizen. So the sovereign citizen movement has the same type of argument when they want to bring in the Constitution from the conservative and original format, where they believe like travel is a form of a right that is inherent, that is for commerce, and that is established. Therefore, you don't need to go to the state and get a license and pay taxes and all these other things. So there's that argument that we face today as well. At the same respect, though, people view your right to commerce as a privilege. So there's privilege versus right. And I find that a very interesting debate when it comes back and forth. So just so you know, that's what I wanted. So I've been researching it, and all I know, and from my understanding, which is not as formidable as probably many of you, or even especially Douglas, I think the right of life is very dependent on when our government or superior court ever would say or argue the case of when does life begin, and that would entail what is life. So for me, that's a very important part that could be easily swayed either or in the players at bay, because I consider that this to be a male spirit kind of movement through our I would say spiritual battle between two, male and female ethos. And in that, I don't know, would we see them bring that up in the future? I'll be interested in it. Now, I'm not going to play a part on either side. I'm just kind of lulling these through my head because I think arguing it or debating it in a good and healthy way will help resonate our understanding and maybe a perception of what the minds of our judges can think of. But I found it interesting today. So I was delving into the topic of the Pope, and I made a little, I'm going to do a shameless plug. So I made a little video today, did a short live stream, and I read a few articles. But anyway, Madonna popped in on the center of the main article, and she wants to meet the Pope. And I thought, how perfect is that? I mean, Madonna, the Madonna, or the spirit of mother and the spirit of this mother spirit. And she talked about how I think she said I was excommunicated 3 times from the church and she wanted to grace the Pope again. And I don't know if you know the history of Madonna, but she would represent, in my opinion, the Babylonian spirit of mother, and how that affects us in our culture in real time. The idea of all her artwork that kind of really pushed the boundaries of what was considered blasphemous or religious, what would you call it? Just the sacrilege of symbology and everything that the religions stand for. Kind of, you can put her in the, she's just like, I admit it, I've been a bad Catholic, but dear Pope, please receive me in your courts because I want to talk about all these women's issues, which ultimately are going to transpire as the, so will Madonna be like the predecessory goddess who will now go into the Pope's presence and discuss why we need to protect this, that, or the other as far as that female spirit is entailed, which I believe is at war with the male spirit that believes, we need to procreate, and the only way to reestablish and protect the kingdom and build the new empire is to have many children, which both sides are interesting debates. And I hope that Douglas and I could probably pick each other's brains, but also help guide in me as far as going through the Constitution, because when the Constitution could be very cut and dry and actual and very base, I think that the women's right to choose is one that is not solidified in it and could be argued either way, which is what we're seeing right now. That's why it's not like the Second Amendment, which is very, very, solid in its form and in its wording. So those are kind of things I'd be interesting to talk to Douglas about, and maybe just go around in circles about. And that's sort of what I was looking into the past few days because I found it very interesting. I never imagined that privacy would become a part of abortion. Mostly because I guess the argument was brought up more in I can't remember the case, but the argument was mostly standing on the fact that people had a right to choose their family and choose when to start it. So then it would move into contraception and the controlling of the women's rights to have children when they want to or not have children. And then also, we had to look at historical references concerning the violation of women and when they had to carry a child of incest or rape. So I find it very interesting. I just want to know, and I'm going to read chat now. So Chris Collins says, "Oh, that we already read that one. It's an honor to know you. I have watched your videos. I've watched many of your videos for years, but stopped listening a few years ago. And I know it would probably never happen, but I would love to talk to Douglas one day." Well, Woodgrain, I'm thankful that you're back and being verbal in the chat. I hope that you can establish that relationship. And just for your information, if you're on Facebook, you could actually reach out to Douglas a little more personally if you're on Facebook and you want to follow him here. And I'll just type that in chat for you. So I feel very weird being up here all by myself, mostly because I regard Douglas as a huge,
You're not alone, Viv.
I'm not. Oh God, thank you. You're here. Is this
Here.
Doug? Is this Daniel?
Yes. Yes, it is.
Hi, Daniel. How are you?
I'm doing good. I just got done watering some plants out here in the patio.
Oh, what time is it there?
Oh, it's way late at night here. But I forgot to do it earlier this evening, but I remembered to.
Awesome.
Yeah.
And I forgot again. Oh my gosh. I know where you are. Just let me think of it. And I don't know if you want me to out that, so I won't.
No, that's cool. I'm in Texas, Houston.
Okay, Texas.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so it's probably better to water at night.
Oh yeah.
Thank you for rescuing me.
Hey. No, but yeah, I was listening to you about the concern about the privacy and the abortion thing, and all that kept repeating in my mind was the people that are going to be successful about this, that get away with it, are the ones that don't tell anyone, so that they can get away with it.
Oh, can you elaborate on that?
Basically, concerns of privacy. Like for example, if you put your shit out on social media, your privacy is pretty much sacrificed, you know? Or even if you tell people, or even if you talk with friends, you know, things like that. Those things can lead up to concerns of, you know, of not just feeling like you're being under surveillance by some higher power or authority figure or whatever, but even other people around you. That could also extend to that even happening with family members and friends, you know, and everybody's all in each other's businesses, you know, and they come up with their own perspective on whatever the story is that they get, you know, and it just becomes a big old yarn ball of madness.
Oh, interesting. So you're saying we're basically sacrificing our own privacy, or, you know, we're already, you know, in that gauntlet of sacrificing our privacy because of social media, therefore it's fair game?
Well, social media pretty much is like it's an open field of self-destruction. I mean, relationships get destroyed on social media, friendships get lost on social media, you know, either through politics or some form of belief or another. But it always usually centers around belief, because most folks on social media, as it's been seen, they're very reflexive about getting along with people that they believe that they think just like them. And that also leads to looking down on other people that don't think that like them.
So it makes it like us versus them.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those. It's one of those. If you're not like me, then you're not worth my time. You know, that kind of thing. You know, I mean, like the MAGA mania that went on since 2016 up to 2020. That's one perfect example. You know, anybody who doesn't agree with them, they're sheep. They're losers. They're uneducated. They're stupid. They're everything that, you know, whatever, you know. But yeah, it's all about the likeness thing, and that also comes back to the one primary subject about one's purpose in life is identity. And that's why these groups form, because they become echo chambers, and they believe that they find that identity in that echo chamber, because they feel like they're all duplicates of each other, and there's going to be some kind of big power and harmony in these numbers that they got. And see, one's genuine identity is actually a solid base of confidence in the world, because if it's one subject that's always rarely ever taught in a group setting, it's about knowing yourself, knowing exactly who you are. You don't really hear about classes teaching that. That's actually an individual's journey, And see, when you can know who you are, when you can know your history, you pretty much know where you're going.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, that's why history is important. So,
Yeah.
Honey, is this man bothering you?
No, he's so welcome, and I totally agree with him.
Oh my God! I'm so relieved.
he
I'm
he
so
saved the day.
relieved.
He's like my white knight. Jeez, I could have gone in so many
Oh, you're
directions.
kidding!
Derail.
Oh, you're kidding! I mean, most women, they respond like, "Oh my God, this guy's playing grab ass." Like, but
What?
yeah, but
But they don't mind.
I'm glad you. Yes, there we are. Yeah. So I'm so glad you can tolerate him. Yes, he picks on these poor Indigo kids. Then he goes into the Indigo kids page and shit, and he like tells them they're nothing special. I mean, that's so cruel. He's so cruel. And
Well,
his cyberbullying got him banned off Facebook permanently. It did. Yes. Left people scarred, they can't develop anymore. Yeah, because he stunts their growth. Yes. So Daniel,
they're all
where,
special.
yeah, where were you when I was reaching out for you, Daniel? What made you suddenly decide to jump on? Just because I was gone, or what?
Well, I was in the middle of taking care of business with my lady for a bit.
Okay, understood.
Yeah, that's when I was absent.
There we are. Yes, this is kind of like when I was living in the dorms over at Sonoma State University, and of course, people just drunkenly knock on doors, the wrong doors, and some clown was saying, "Teresa! Teresa!" And I responded, "She's busy now." Yeah, and then, if you think he was pounding before, he started trying to kick the door down then. Yes, so something similar to that is what that brings to mind. So, of course, this man makes his own videos, honey, and what he used to do is take snippets of my videos, or rather excise parts of them. So, you have my full permission, darling, to take little snippets that you think are shocking or titillating, and or at least pique people's curiosity, and you can take those and put them on TikTok to your heart's content. You've got my full permission to do that, okay? I mean,
I think you should have your own TikTok, though.
No, I understand what you mean. I mean, you
Yeah.
will help me. You will help me do that, right? Yes.
Absolutely, yeah, for sure.
There we are. So that we can take
You've
advantage.
got to tap into this generation.
Yes, of course, it is
Absolutely.
a communist Chinese-run medium, so who knows? They might fuck with me, but there's nothing.
Oh,
they can,
that's true.
yeah, but there's nothing they can really do. I mean, what's the worst they're gonna do is fuck me up on TikTok. It's no big deal. We'll experiment with it anyway.
Well, the trick is to get to 1,000.
Yeah.
And then get your lives tapped in, so you can multi-platform. In my opinion.
Cool. Have you tried this, Daniel, with your stuff?
No, I have not touched it.
Mm-hmm. Okay. And how about Instagram? Have you tried some of what?
I do.
Yeah.
I do have Instagram, but I post occasionally. I mean, I give at least 1 or 2 posts a day, but I don't really get into discussions or anything with people on it.
Okay.
I think we need to move out of Facebook, Instagram.
Okay.
And just kind of try to consider embracing the newer things available.
Interesting. Okay, honey. No, I hear you, and I like it. But what the reason that piques my curiosity or kind of surprises me is because Lena Shea, who's young, really comparatively speaking, fairly really young. She was, by the way, Daniel, were you under the impression she was older than you or younger?
Younger.
Younger, that's what I thought. So she's pretty young. And she was like saying, of course, get out of Facebook eventually because it's going to be nothing but old ladies publishing pictures of their cats and old men publishing MAGA posts. And, you know, it's pretty much is that to a great degree. But she was recommending Instagram. So she was like saying Instagram was new and this is where a lot of people were going. And JoJo tries to tag me on Instagram and she had no idea I couldn't see anything on Instagram because what was set up for me by, you know, Lena is now being managed by Selena, who's not relaying any of that to me. So what Our Lady Viviana is saying is that she feels that Instagram seems to have reached a dead end, that
Instagram's dead.
Okay, yeah.
Facebook's dead.
Yeah. Yeah, well, Facebook's definitely got issues. Yeah, I mean, it's definitely grandma and granddad's medium now. It's definitely that.
Well, what would you consider Twitter now that Elon's buying it? Don't vomit.
Yeah, and you know that clown. That clown now says he fears for his life because the Russians are threatening him. That is so fucking funny. I'm sorry. That's just.
Can I come to his rescue just for a minute?
Well, Viviana likes him because he's a troll. Yeah. Well, hold on, just a second, honey. I'll let you defend him in a second. But Daniel had something to say. Daniel, what were you going to say?
No, I was saying Elon Musk. He can't even keep a woman, much less stay married.
Thank you.
And plus, he's really thin-skinned. He's actually really sensitive about what people say about him. So if anybody believes that he's like autistic or Asperger's, that's a bullshit. He's just a narcissist that lies a lot.
Cool. So, honey, now go ahead and defend him. He's your favorite troll. Go on.
I like him. I think he's like, I can't think of the biblical person, but I think God is using him in a lot of aspects as far as for the history and moving agendas forward. I think we have to consider the honeypot of the Russians towards Elon Musk. And could he be in a quandary? And could it entail his last relationship and his child? And could he be in fear over that? Because he was compromised at some point. It was kind of hushed up story. It was rather swept under the rug quite quickly. But it was in the financial realm of news that him and his ex-partner had, I don't know, indwelled in some type of risque kind of, stuff. And in that, the Russians had gained access to his information. And it was very, very, so it was like quite huge. And then after that, she had his child. And so I guess when I looked in his eyes and he had his child in his lap and it was, he was talking, it broke my heart because it looked like it was right after he broke up with his ex and he had the child and it looked like he was so broken. And it was then and there that I considered that Russia has him by the balls. There
were teenage kids on Twitter that were way ahead of the Russians when it came to doxing Elon Musk.
No, this wasn't doxing. This was getting into the fabric of
yes, even hacking Elon Musk, all his information.
Yeah.
But I mean, American teenagers.
Right.
But could his ex-partner even been part of the honeypot? Because she's Russian.
Right. Oh, no, I appreciate you bringing this up, honey, and I appreciate Daniel's response. But you see, what I'll say is that Viviana Sanchez, she's just too kind. I mean, it's like this is kindness and human empathy. taken to a fault. I mean, it's kind of like, this is what it reminds me of to a degree. Now, it's not as silly, but I mean, honestly, the problem with Viv is that she's just too human. And she wants to see that humanity in others. She really does. There's just some people, when Elon Musk is looking all broken and shit, it's just, he's just broken because he's like looking at the kid and he's just realizing that, it's like just I guess he's suddenly overwhelmed, not with care for the child. It's like he's just overwhelmed with the fact that the kid probably just took a shit and he smells it or something. That's probably the tearing of his eyes tearing up because of that. That's what you saw. And everything else about Elon Musk is, it kind of reminds me when Bill Gates came under attack by the government, where they started doing the monopoly breakup type deal. They wanted a kind of trust buster, kind of Teddy Roosevelt attack on Bill Gates, because he had just basically ate up all the other competition. It was like Survivor Island, except instead of people being voted out, it was, Bill Gates was eating them. And then he was the last guy left and shit, and he couldn't understand that wasn't the rules. And so when the government said, let's break this monopoly up, he paid for a campaign where he was, through Rush Limbaugh and other types of people, they were all saying, oh, big government's out to break up a successful businessman, and just because he's successful, and, this is like antithetical to the capitalist ways of America and shit. And it's like, and then you had, poor people listening to, this kind of right-wing radio, and they all bought into it, and they're saying, yeah, the government's attacking Bill Gates. I mean, now think about what we're saying. We're talking about a man who's richer than God. He's bitching because the government wants to break up his monopoly into manageable pieces so there can be such a thing as competition. And the guy's got people feeling sorry for him. Just the idea is laughably absurd. There's nothing to feel sorry for with Bill Gates. There was and there's nothing to feel sorry for with Elon Musk. He's just at this point where he's beyond sympathy. I mean, whatever problems he's got with the money he's got is he's so stupid that if you have problems at that level of income, you're causing them yourself. It's like there's no
And that poor kid is being. That poor kid is being used as meme bait to catch fish, sucker fish.
Yeah, in the sense.
What about principality and powers that we don't even see, or since you want to deem it so human, don't you think greater powers are at play?
Well, honey, first I'd like to hear more about when you said you're hurt. Are you kidding or are you serious? I hope I didn't hurt you. I don't mean to hurt you.
You're hurting me.
Oh, honey.
I'm kidding.
Okay.
God uses all of us, whether it's in our favor or not. That's another story.
Yes. I mean,
I agree.
There's some new age people who would say you may not always get what you want, but you always get what you need. That's how some people will say it or frame it. And in terms of, Bill Gates, it's at this point with the level of money that he's gotten, the level of indulgence. I mean, oh my God, just the rockets in the sky and all that bullshit of just, it's sickening. I mean, there's, and then the stupid stuff that he's come up with that he says will help humanity. Like, I found a way to solve traffic, and he comes up with this Hyperloop shit where all the cars go into a Hyperloop. It's like Hot Wheels, the toys, except that, it's like, none of this will work. I mean, engineers have taken a look at what this idiot has proposed, and they say this guy's out of his mind. There's nothing so visionary here that they don't get it. It's not like he's too brilliant for them to see the advantages he's offering. No, it's just the guy is like, he just can't shut up. And so he just wants to keep saying, oh, I look at this and I can think of something. And then he looked at his, Hot Wheels set and said, maybe something like this, with the orange loops that go upside down, and then the cars can go upside down. And that takes them off the freeway, right? They're not on the freeway when they're rolling upside down on the Hot Wheels loop. And it's just so... And then Mars. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Got to put people on Mars. I mean, there's nothing... Obviously, I've advocated space colonization, but this takes state involvement. And it takes horrible measures that have happened historically. It's not going to be pretty, but it's going to be the cycles of history. How did we colonize in the past? Well, space is a real big empty vacuum, and you've got a lot of bodies to throw at it, and humanity produces a lot of bodies. I mean, this is what we did back in the days of Australia and New Zealand and other colonies. They just send criminals there. They send people who are political deportees there. This is what ultimately it will take state involvement, and it's going to be the state setting up prison colonies. It's going to be the state setting up, different things like that. That's going to wind up first colonizing these other planets. And it's not going to all be like that, but a lot of it will be like that. Just overflow population being deported. So this guy saying, oh yeah, we're going to do it. And we're going to do it in these chicken shit little rockets that, we're sending up from the ground. I mean, none of this is possible. It's so stupid. It doesn't even make any sense. He's just, creating a little stupid tourist kind of circus. But the reality is when states get involved and the states get serious, they're going to be building platforms in space, and then the ships won't have to take off from Earth and break out of Earth's gravity well, and that way they can start sending many, ultimately millions of people. But all of this takes state involvement. All of this stuff about private people somehow, no matter how wealthy they are, there's never enough wealth with one man that's going to be doing that. It's simply cosmic. At that point, we're talking about cosmic levels of income that can only be generated by nation states. So there we have that. But
and how the hell are they going to be able to produce oxygen on a colonized planet? That didn't happen to begin with.
All of this stuff would take state levels of investment, of course. It would be enormous undertakings. I mean, these are undertakings, of course, that would require the states mobilizing themselves to do this. And I am convinced we will get to that point because we have to. It's the only way to save life on Earth, because life on Earth will, if we keep everybody here, of course, it's just we're going to use the resources here. Once you get enough people out there, believe me, there's things that can be done to start generating the oxygen, and they would just literally sunder stones to do it. There's oxygen buried in stones on Mars that can be released, etc. Super industrial scale things that can be done once you get enough people there to do it. But it takes getting that started first.
But water especially.
Well, water too, but the water's there. I mean, there's water on the moon. There's water at these places. They find water. There's water on Mercury, which is like the moon of the sun. So, the water's there. I mean, they're finding it everywhere. They're finding it in asteroids. So, yeah, the water's there. It just takes industrial scale, effort to get it out. But once you start getting it out, then the processing will start. I mean, I have confidence. I have faith in that. But so, honey, what were you... Well, tell us about some of the things. Let's just put it this way. You like Elon Musk because you see the human in him, and I appreciate that. And we need you. That's why we need you, okay? Because you're a good person.
Wait a minute.
You're a good person.
You're downsizing me to humanity. But I'm thinking like gods. Like these guys are fighting for positions to be corporations in the new governance of interdependence. And interdependence has established that it will be formed by corporate entities. So that's why you see Amazon come into the plate, Elon come into the plate, Bill Gates, and they're kind of like these huge giant egos who believe they're gods.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
Want that status.
Yeah, that's true. You got that. That's true. By the way, this interdependence, I remember you said that somehow, and I'm not denying this, God knows I do a lot of drugs and I forget a lot of things. But according to Viv, she says that one time she was talking to me about interdependence, and I was like, oh, yeah, that's great, man. Yay, interdependence. So apparently this has been like a buzzword for a while. Going to look it up. I obviously know what it means basically, but I'm going to see if they've made it like a buzzword for something else.
Why does that word smell like communism to me for some reason?
Yeah, it's Marxist for sure. I mean, because it's in the Marxist Manifesto. It's even in who's the other guy? I can't think right now.
Bernie Sanders, maybe.
No. Well, Hitler, he wrote about it too.
Did he really?
Yeah. And so it's derived from all those teachings of how interdependence works. And even the Pope himself said individualism is a cancer on society.
Well, it certainly can be, obviously, and individualism is a cancer on society when it's taken to pathological proportions. Vice is virtue taken to excess. Now, I'm looking up Hitler interdependence. Okay, so like,
well, what was that book he wrote? Frickin', I can't think of it.
Mein Kampf.
Mein Kampf.
Yeah.
Yes.
And it was in there?
I believe the ideology of interdependence was in there. That came or stemmed from Marx. And also, where was another? I'll have to look it up. But these are ideologies of basic Marxism, but understanding that the beast or the rising of the global power structure would have a Roman empirical formulation that passed down to the German ideology, which was that interwoven, interconnected. But now we're seeing it rising up again, and we're actually seeing the power of it as far as technology and the speed of knowledge and all these other factors. So they're having a great go at it. It just isn't going to be solidified because it's rejecting the all-powerful source of humanity, which is God, or the divine power.
Okay.
In my opinion, because anything established of man and leaves God out is going to be at war with God, in my opinion.
Okay. I mean, that's fine. I don't know if.
Okay, let me. Okay, so type
hold on.
in.
I'm finding the term interdependence connected with Hitler by people who are speaking of him, but I'm not quite sure. And he might have used the term in Mein Kampf, but it's one of these things that it's not necessary that he was using it in an effusive manner. He might have been complaining about the interdependence between the German people and world Jewry or something like that, for instance, or something like that. Or he might have used it in a positive manner. I don't know, but it's something that you're certainly welcome to, send me whatever links you can find. It's not that urgent. I mean, but if you find them, that's great. It's just one of those things that to me, it certainly hasn't been a popular enough term where it's been applied very much, maybe because it's a long word and it's got a lot of syllables and most Americans can't pronounce it.
No.
But this is more like something that would come up in Scrabble than in political conversations. I mean,
no. I think we can see it in the climate change with John Kerry in 2015, when you saw 196 nations all sign on at, where were they at? They were in Pennsylvania, the founding place of the Bill of Rights in our Constitution, with the Pope, with Putin, and even China coming in from the West Coast as to not look too obvious that they were actually going to attend. But you have 196 nations signing a document unheard of in history, where they all agree on the Paris Climate Accords. September 23rd, 2015.
So was the word interdependence in that?
That's because it's sort of the unspoken, but they understand it. They know what it means. And
okay,
they understand it. They know what it means. It's the global governance of, the four winds of the earth coming together and establishing this new global constitution, which I'm going to type into right now.
Okay.
So it's called the Declaration of Interdependence.
Oh, it really was. That's what I was going to say. Did they really use that term? Because this would be a play on the Declaration of Independence, of course. So it would be the Declaration of Interdependence. So is that really what it's referenced as? Okay, let me look that up.
It's the whole doctrine.
Okay. Well,
and it was actually even voted on through Congress in 1975 in the U.S. Congress. And the only major voice to come against it was Marjorie S. Holt. I think she was of South. She was Virginia. Anyway, but she was the one who gave the greatest argument, saying that if we adopt the Declaration of Interdependence, we will be committing national suicide.
Who
And
said
then
this?
Majority S. Holt.
Okay, I don't know her. So
She's
I mean, it sounds like one of these people who might be like, she sounds kind of like a right winger. Let's put it that way. It sounds like
well, yeah, she was for the Republic.
Yeah, I understand.
She was talking about how our republic is, and its individual, and the individual freedom is at war with interdependence. So why are we adopting it?
And I understand you're for the Republic, of course. And so, just so people understand, this is a good reason why we have Viviana Sanchez with us, so people can see how balanced we truly are. Yes, she offers that balance. Now, okay, so here's what I'm finding. What I'm finding is that there have been a number of documents designated as the Declaration of Interdependence since at least the 1930s. Okay, so most of this is done in a poetic sense. There is, for instance, the David Suzuki Foundation. Now, the Declaration of Interdependence expresses our values as an organization. It was written for the 1992 United Nations Earth Summit in Rio de Janeiro. So there you have that. So okay, it's now
it's far bigger, it's far larger, and it comes in pieces and bits and pieces. But the main one is the Declaration of Interdependence that was actually voted on through Congress in 1975 through Henry Still Commander, which I posted in the chat here. And so you can look at that later and kind of see how the framework of that is being considered on a global scale today.
Okay, and I'm seeing the Declaration of Interdependence in Cupertino. Now, this is the Vintage Mac Museum, Apple's 1985. So this is Apple Mac. There we are. Declaration of Interdependence. This is Apple Macintosh history. This was only a few months after Steve Jobs left the company. The Mac wasn't selling well and morale needed a boost. So they did this Declaration of Interdependence type deal with everybody involved at Apple. So it's like, well, there you go. I mean, everybody's using this term because it does sound, how would I say it? It's appealing, and so it's like, I'm not quite sure it's all that sinister, but I can see what you're saying is basically you feel sovereignty is threatened by international united front that's fighting climate change. Now, I presume, of course, now what's your position on climate change? Do you feel it's real, or you feel it's just all hokum so that we all surrender our sovereignty? What's your position?
No, I believe it's real. I just think that man cannot control or contain it. I mean, at the same time, denying the power
of God.
Yeah.
Well,
I think man can start the chaos of it. Having to stop it is another story.
Right. Now, in terms of what confuses me, honey, is that there's a lot of fearmongers out there, and I think you've been exposed to a lot of fearmongery in the sense that I think that you, how would I say it? You might be worried about something that really doesn't need to be all that much worried about. I mean, it's like, let's put it this way. When we do have to get real and understand that if we were all to cooperate and try to combat climate change, that obviously there's a certain sense that if nations were to try and do this, they would have to cooperate and agree to certain things not to do, like pump out too much carbon. So this would, in a sense, limit their sovereignty. But it's kind of like we have to limit our sovereignty whenever we get on the highway and we surrender to the rules of the highway. We can't just go off and speed up whenever we want and not wear seatbelts. And I mean, you could do that, but you'd be endangering everybody else, which is why they have highway police. So we pay taxes for the highway police so that people don't do that. So we all surrender a little bit of our sovereignty. So on a national scale, if we surrender a little bit of our sovereignty, we still get from point A to point B. We get from one part of the highway to the other part, the destination, which is to stop the climate change. Now, I don't feel that just by doing this, that these nations are denying God. If anything, many of them would say in the name of God, we have to do what we can do. Certainly, many God-fearing people would be praying to God for help with this situation. And I think that there's fearmongers out there who make all of this seem as satanic and as sinister and as secular as possible. Now, they may
if I may just read a excerpt of the Declaration of Interdependence. That was the World Affairs Council of Philadelphia in 1975, which is the framework for their global constitution. And then you kind of put it together with the Constitution, and that's what I'm saying is that this framework, which would be the new sovereignty, right? Because our sovereignty under the Constitution includes a creator. This does not include a creator. In fact, it denies some of his creative power and instills man as the sovereign who shall now guide the way for the humankind. So let me just read this real quick, if I may.
Of course.
Okay. So it says, when in the course of history, the threat of extinction confronts humankind, it is necessary for the people of the United States to declare their interdependence with the people of all nations and to embrace those principles and build those institutions which will enable mankind to survive. So notice institutional power, corporate or whatever, and the civilization to flourish. 2 centuries ago, our forefathers brought forth a new nation. Now we must join with others to bring forth a new world order on this historic occasion. It is proper that the American people should reaffirm those principles on which the United States of America was founded, and acknowledge the new crises which confront them, accept the new obligations which history imposes upon them, and set for the cause which impel them to affirm before all peoples their commitment to a declaration of interdependence. And it says, and it goes on, we hold these truths to be self-evident that all men and women are created equal, that the inequalities and injustices which afflict so much of the human race are the product of history and society, not of God or nature, that people everywhere are entitled to the blessings of life, liberty, and peace, and security, and dignity, and the realization of their full potential. So I'll end it there, because that in itself is denying God by saying, well, this is not, he's not part of this.
They're basically saying that God is not responsible for the bad things. They're saying that humanity is responsible for the bad things.
No, that's a good point.
Mm-hmm.
But it also transitions into being that man will be the reason why they solve the problem.
Well,
because what? God isn't on the throne working?
Well, maybe what their attitude is that God helps those who help themselves.
Yes.
Oh, yeah. Okay, get it.
Mm-hmm.
But which is not biblical, but it's still denying him.
Well, in a sense, but what you don't want to do is project too much negativity and things that just don't need it. When it comes to, obviously, we want man to try and take some initiative. And obviously, probably the biggest fear many of these diplomats have is alienating, say, for instance, communist countries or people of different belief systems, and getting into an argument about God is a real pain in the ass. If some American president up there with a kind of, I'm going to say pseudo-Christian background says, in the name of God, then, of course, you get people who say, well, that's disrespectful as well. Say, for instance, when George W. Bush, whom I remember at one point, you felt pretty sure was the Antichrist, if I remember correctly, George Bush Jr., he basically came up one time with the Operation Infinite Justice after 9/11, and then all the Arabs said, well, only Allah is capable of infinite justice, so you've got to change that. So a lot of times these get worded down and bleached out, and it doesn't mean that people are not necessarily, probably when you see how bad the situation is, I'm sure half of the participants would be on their knees praying if they could, without sacrificing the diplomatic dignity of the occasion. But they try to make it as secular as possible simply for the sake of form. It's not necessarily that the denial is part of a sinister conspiracy. I can appreciate what you're saying, and if I were to word it, I would probably word it differently, only to say that, in the name of our Creator, we should honor him by doing the best that we can, as to prove ourselves worthy of the wards of the kingdom that he has created for us. I could say something like that. Maybe we just haven't gotten to that point yet in terms of our.
And also note that they use the term God as a general term instead of a bias.
Yes, yeah, and so so that needs to be taken into account. It's just that with all the other things that we have to worry about, that might be nitpicking over, say, for instance, what could they be thinking about, and kind of projecting into their thoughts something that seems a bit sinister. I mean, for one thing,
if you want my solid opinion, I just think it's a war between the Creator and man.
Okay.
And a vying for power, and also taxation, because how else are you going to fund all these great ideology? How are you going to fund it all? You're going to need a global tax. You're going to need to, have the people be on board with all those things. And we've been in this Republican state of mind, in a republic, and what will sign us? Terror, like we could see it through coronavirus. Like, of course, we'll get on board. For the safety and the peace and the security of all humanity. Why not? Why not? So I think I view it as a war of two ideologies coming together and clashing. And one is old, and everyone views it as old, and we want to enter into the new. I get it. And it's
the war between Creator and man is that silent war against a person discovering their true identity.
Exactly, and embracing it,
and being it.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. I mean, that's thank you, Daniel, and so there we have that. But in terms of interdependence, it's like, certainly if I would fuse about interdependence, it would be that what we need to recognize is our independence with nature itself, and God is fine to bring into that equation, but at the same time, we are dependent on nature for food in terms of our agriculture and what we can do to work with nature, farming without destroying the land otherwise. So there's all kinds of things that we have to take into consideration. So if there were some kind of interdependence I would be enthusiastic about, it would be recognizing that interdependence. If we were to continually graze cows in Brazil and destroy the Amazon forest because we make more and more grazing land for the cows, then of course we're doing something that is, in my opinion, anti-godly. When we're farming and the agricultural chemicals are just poured into the water and in other parts where they wind up destroying aquifers, that is anti-godly. So we have to recognize our interdependence in that regard. So
yes, and those are all good arguments, because it's like how the bees are used as understanding interdependence, and how they are so important in everything ecological, that if we were to destroy them, we would not have food and other types of things, which we can understand our interdependence and dependence on all things that are, the building blocks of everything. It's just a matter of that as man is the same destroyer of all these wonderful blessings. So it's always at war with each other.
Okay. So just trying to finally reverse that process and recognize our interdependence, that would be kind of a declaration of interdependence that I think is more expressive in something we can agree with. Now, the founding fathers paid some lip
That's pretty
service.
pragmatic to me.
Yes, yeah, and the founding fathers paid some lip service to God in their otherwise ungodly pact with treason. So we can add that in there. Just some ideas about working our way around this and making it seem less sinister. I think that obviously, when you say that man's projects are destined to fail without acknowledging the divinity, I will certainly give you this. Most of these projects are destined to fail simply because, man is not united in really applying them. We have, there are people who say that, for instance, the developing nations like India and China, they feel that America's gotten everything it needs, so these carbon restrictions are unfair to them because they have to limit their industry when they're just getting started and they're trying to, quote unquote, improve their quality of life. So basically they're going to cheat, and then the whole thing falls apart. So I know what you're saying is that what mankind is doing is destined to fail in that sense to a degree. Obviously, you simply feel that giving credit to God or acknowledgement to God and asking of him to kind of help with this is necessary. And I've certainly nothing against that. But just because a lot of these people aren't expressing that doesn't necessarily mean that they have a sinister conspiracy. Go on, Daniel. Yeah.
I want to, Viv, I could give you an easier example. Peter Moon, author, very confident man, knows himself, and he loves his craft. Whatever he has published, those are all works of God. That's God working through him, and through his talents. See, God is in the spiritual realm. See, we're in the material realm, and God's connection to man is what man creates on earth, in this realm. And, our appreciation and acknowledgement for his presence, her, or whatever, that's that chi, that's that energy, that's that mana that works through us. That's God working through us. That's actually God's involvement in humankind, which when you can acknowledge it, it's easy to it's like a press the button and you're one with God, that kind of thing.
Maybe
so it's a divine inspiration that we also would call the Holy Spirit, which is also wisdom, which is formidable to the female spirit that you're talking about. I agree, because she is our wisdom, and she was with the Creator in the beginning that cultivated, and so it's very important, that inspiration that comes from within man, and you can sense. Sometimes I can sense it that it's holy.
For maximum effect, the person definitely has to have integrity and character.
Yes, but because you could have a nefarious, you could also have a nefarious spirit that's inspiring someone.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's like when you know your light and your darkness inside. As long as you know they're there, it doesn't work against you.
I see. Okay.
It works for you.
Yeah. Wonderful. So tell you what, let me rinse the taste of this out of my mouth, the soft drink I was drinking, and then I'll grab some Tylenol because, of course, Viv gave me a headache just dwelling on these monumental topics.
It's so negative. I'm sorry.
Oh, no, not at all. Don't be silly, honey. You're fine. And look, she took care of the sex bots. Our girl took care of the sex bots. Love you, honey. Mwah.
See you later.
Yes, she bludgeoned them. So when I return, we'll slowly work my way towards pulling my head out of my ass and getting ready to talk monologue. But, we're doing so well now with both these wonderful young people with us. Let them continue for a bit, and it doesn't necessarily need to be along these lines. But obviously, I think they're talking about relevant topics, and that's important. This is what many people are always in fear of. Yeah.
Now I am fascinated by deistic mythologies from different cultures, like like the Ragnarok story, the Aesir gods, Thor, Odin, even the Japanese animistic Shinto gods like Amaterasu.
Yes.
And man, it's really fascinating. And including native gods even back in the Philippines. Back in the Philippines, before the Spanish came and colonized the whole country, I mean, it was full of several different cultures and tribes, and they each had their own spiritual narratives, spiritual names for each god that they believe created the world, and they each all have a varying story. Most of them are similar. They bridge, and some of them, are kind of totally weirdly indifferent, but those are just kind of few and far between. But yeah, the word, the term is comparative mythology. Yeah, I'm really fascinated by that stuff.
Yes.
And how it works.
Yes, and so Viviana, are you also fascinated by the different, mythologies? Or...
I could get deeper into mythology.
Okay.
I find that a lot of them still have a lot of, as far as the flood, a lot of them have that kind of orientation built in.
Yes, every culture, almost every culture, certainly has its flood myth. It's universal. So I certainly see where you're getting at with that, and that would be the universality in that regard. So let me go mute. I'll be back in about 5-10 minutes. These kids are holding so well, and they can go on with this for a little bit. Let me grab that Tylenol and see if I can, inspire myself towards monologue time. The time we have remaining is... we've been on 5.5 hours. So, we've got the 6-hour mark coming up, and, maybe I'll take over around that time, meaning, we're almost at the bottom of the hour now. So maybe almost towards the top of the next hour, I might start. But in the meantime, we're blessed with Daniel's presence here. And so how long do you have with us, Daniel? You've got till around that time? Is that something you can handle?
I got a little bit more.
Okay,
yeah,
good.
Then
good.
I got more shit to do.
So I'll leave you two kids together. I'll be right back, and I'll go mute now. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
I wonder if has anyone used the Noah's Ark flood myth to add to a climate change narrative yet?
That's interesting. I've never heard of one. Have you?
No, I mean, no, not at all. I was just kind of wondering if anyone came up with that idea yet.
That would be interesting. Excuse me while I clear my throat. I just loved that. I'm going to change the subject because I loved how you get identity and how important that is in each individual's life. Because if you have that, then you're less likely to move towards being led astray.
Yes. Yeah, that's right. See, the thing is, the thing about knowing exactly who you are, it's a lot. Then you're going to find it a whole lot easier to read people, to know what their motives are. No matter what they say, you can read their tone. You can even hear their rhythm. When they're trying to act nice, when they want something from you, you can tell manipulative motives, when they're present around you, and of course you'll be able to discern genuinely kind people. At the same time, notice genuinely kind people at the same and see their shadows. I mean, it's a superpower is an overused term, but it's somewhere in that area.
That's interesting. I was just delving into the shadow.
That's the identity is that stone of confidence that is required in a man in order to I guess prevail for as long as he's alive.
And so, do you think individuality? So this is my issue. Is like, okay, so if we know who we are as individuals, yet we align with something that we think is okay, are we giving our power to that and giving it strength?
Well, I mean, when it's mutual, when you talk about, when you plan it, of course you're giving it strength.
So that's my issue with interdependence in a sense. It's that it might seem good, but we're giving it power because we are now releasing our faith into it, and that gives it a lot of even magical power, doesn't it?
I think, I think that has more to do with the powers that signed that signed the documents for it. And if anything, they're working in the favor of the rest of the world. I don't see it being used against the people.
Oh, okay, because I just find it offensive that a pope would ever come out and say that individualism, identity, or your individuality is a cancer. Because doesn't that degrade your essence?
Just because one pope says it doesn't mean all the popes agree with it.
Yeah, that's true. He is quite weak right now. I find it very interesting how he can't walk. And Putin, well, I'm excited to get into Putin because I watch every V-Day parade. I anticipate it. So I was wondering when he's going to be going on here. I'm going to go check real quick, see if they're going to stream it.
Ain't he? Isn't he under the knife? In surgery?
I think he pushed back his surgery to attend the V-Day, but I could be wrong. Isn't that what? That's what Douglas said, I think, last transmission.
Who knows? I don't know. I can actually foresee some surprises on V-Day for Russia, but it's going to be in Ukraine's favor.
It's coming on at midnight, exactly at midnight.
Yeah.
May 9th in 88 minutes. So it does say President Vladimir Putin is observing the anniversary of Russia's defeat over Nazi Germany, and there has been a great deal of speculation about what he might say, given that the war in Ukraine is not going as hoped, and there are no major victories for him to celebrate. So apparently he will be there tonight. Well, which is tomorrow daytime. And then by then, Douglas will actually be intercoursing at the same time on Buddha's birthday amid Russian V-Day critical omission monologue. So that should be interesting.
Okay, I got here just in time to hear somebody reading my promotional banners text. So, okay, was there your point in reading that, Odie? Were you just saying how much you were looking forward to by actually covering some of these?
I really am, and you're gonna be talking about the same type when Vlad is gonna be live too at the parade, which I'm probably gonna try to catch. But this is what I'm gonna do, and I thought about this earlier. I'm gonna actually restream you on a platform called Restream to my YouTube while you're doing your monologue, but I'm going to unlist it. That way we, at least we have it. And then however, Maggot Man.
Yes. Yes.
And then however he and I intercourse, we'll figure out how to download it to his channel.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay,
wonderful.
All right.
Yeah, yes. And, so glad that Daniel's here to inspire both of us with, speaking with you. And by the way, just received another contribution. And that was Stephen Myers earlier. So I'll give him the shout out when I'm doing the shout outs, and I'll be after I read solicitation. Not ready for any of that just yet. So let's talk a little bit of what brought you to reading up the promotional banner. What brought you to that while you were talking about that?
Because I looked up the V-Day Live to see if Putin would be there, and Daniel thought that he was under the knife already. And
no. He was definitely going to wait till after Victory Day, Daniel. He would have to do that. Yeah. So, but anyhow, so go on. Yeah. So that's what was going on. So both of you were talking about Putin going under the knife, and that's why you checked to see if he was going to be live at Victory Day. Got it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. And people are anticipating what he's going to possibly say. Right. So that'll be interesting.
Yes.
Yeah, cause,
Yeah.
Because at first I thought if he went under surgery that he would have a body double.
Interesting. And by the way, is that facetious, or were you seriously thinking that might be?
Yeah, I was being cynical about it.
Yeah. That's and it's understandable as to why. It's definitely he's so fucked up, and everything he does is so fucked up. It would be a very Russian thing to do. You would almost expect it, but no, he's too egotistical. He's too egomaniacal.
Yeah.
And so both of you go on. Keep talking for a few minutes while I'm going to go looking around the net. Obviously, everybody knows that there's two things basically I'm going to be talking about that are inescapable. One of them is going to be Roe v. Wade, and the other is going to be Russian Victory Day. So obviously, I'm going to talk about both of those issues: Russian Victory Day first, and then Roe v. Wade. But I'm going to try and look around the net to see if there's anything else I can talk about. Obviously, I may go a little bit into Shinto religion because one of my contributors said how interested he was in that. So I may go a bit into that as well. My biggest challenge would be to kind of, how would I segue that? It may be simply that when I run out of things to talk about, that are current events, because certain current events you don't want to overdwell on or overwork, then I might go towards the Shinto. But that being said, both these people are doing so well right now. I just want to hear more from them, both. And I said earlier I'm going to try and seduce Daniel into setting up some kind of false account back on Facebook, to cause a little more trouble for myself in my direction, towards something that some trouble I would want to start. But we'll see if I can seduce him into that with private conversations in the near future. It's certainly nothing urgent or even necessary, really, but more for morbid entertainment, which he always kind of was into anyway. But with that, we go back to
I'm enjoying a vacation right now.
Oh yeah, and I can appreciate that too. And but whenever you're in the mood to stop the vacation and ready to dive back into some waters, we'll see. But in terms of Our Lady Viv, what she got out of Facebook basically because of the scandals, and I think it was just the way they were abusing private info. She just went back into it for my sake, which is I deeply appreciate it. Honestly, honey, you're the best. And so
I don't think I'll be engaging in any further than you. So I mean, just be, Yeah. So however you need to talk, is that where you mostly like to chat as far as email?
Actually, the Facebook Messenger is probably the most convenient. But you and I, since we're on Skype, we can also talk through there. Whichever one we did give the messages through. The truth is they, either way is fine. Daniel Arola talks to me through the Skype. He sends me messages in the Skype, and you could do the same. But honestly, now that you've got the Facebook thing, probably the private messenger there would be, easier. They're both fine. Whatever you like are in the mood for. Both of you continue for a little bit more. We've got some time left for Daniel, hopefully a few more minutes, and I want to take advantage of that while he's with us. And again, just
Indeed.
just like Viviana, I'm just so grateful you were able to drop in tonight, Daniel. And so take it away, Daniel, with a little bit of whatever you want to talk about, whatever you feel we should be paying attention to.
Oh, well, I'm right now, I guess in light of recent transition, since Jane was not around, I got to think of some other topics that don't have to do with the destruction of mankind.
Yeah, thank God. Oh, thank God. Yes. Oh, my fucking God. That was so fucking tedious. And it was... You had to get me started on that.
It's all my fault. It's all my fault.
Wait a second. What? I was getting into telling him guy stories, to kind of distract him from it. And it brought back old parts of my past that I used to do all this shit and got away with. And I'm thinking, which kind of makes me appreciate it more because I would not do it again.
Yeah. You mean all the shit you've done in the past?
Yeah, that I was telling them about.
Okay. Well, okay, we're sharing screen now. Can both of you see this cursor moving around your pictures?
Yeah.
Okay. And so
Yeah.
that basically we're when we go to, let me see now if I can find him. Now, to his credit, he's changed his icon back to a human being. So there we have it. This is the Lucifuge Reese. But this is where, basically kind of show you this where he got, he's talking about, by the way, I never, I respect you too much to let Peter's pet joke mean anything, from here on, your best ally, etc. By the way, Peter actually said something about how, Jameson was like a pet to me, which is something I never would have said. That's what Peter said. And that is on record. And it's just one of these things that is like, that's pretty,
Wow.
yeah, that's pretty, that's pretty harsh. Anyhow.
I'm reading your retort, and I'm just fascinated how you wrote that.
Well, he said, this is what Jameson Reese said was, how do I unravel that which controls me if I cannot see whom or what they are? I don't wish to be this vile, negative thing anymore. It's beyond agonizing to myself. So
I think Jamie ought to be a lot happier and feel very relieved that he is not the extreme white version of himself.
There we are. There we are.
Yeah.
I suppose, yes. So I told him I advise entering treatment. I'm sorry, go on.
Oh, no, I'm just laughing.
Okay. So I told him, I advise entering treatment with both a psychiatrist and a psychologist in solid professional coordination, with the psychiatrist prescribing whatever medications are necessary to address your biochemical imbalances, and the psychologist counseling you regarding your obsessive monomanias and with morbid fixations. And while this can be done in tandem with entering treatment for your addictions, I would personally consider your addictions an almost secondary issue to your physio-neurologically complicated pathologies. And so I advise dedicating yourself to maintaining whatever regimen of medicines is prescribed towards suppressing the symptoms of your mental illnesses, aside from which it would behoove you to wean yourself off your monofocal fascination with all that is ugly and evil, such as gorno or gore porn, full stop, period, as well as ceasing and desisting from magical practices, accepting the exploitation of such acquired knowledge to represent, it is, rebrand yourself as either or both a fantasy graphic novel author and or tortured artist. Now provide myself some space for a time, which he was not doing, by the way. I kept saying provide myself some space for a time, and I did that about 3-4 times before he finally maybe relented. I don't know. We will find out tomorrow, but, he kept trying to contact me through a number of different ways, including, like, sending me $5, which is like, that's like, come on.
So it was him.
Yes, that's right. So I said, understand that effectively everyone who knows you is already painfully aware of your childish reactions of outrage to almost everything, and that I myself do not hold such against you as your nihilist threats to extinguish everyone are too inclusive to take personally. But such having been said, I need to purge myself of the toxicity of your unconditional hostility. Thank you. And then I said, P.S., you could start by completely rehabilitating your Facebook icons, which I had the eye roll for, which he put a, what? Huh? Because he had, of course, the usual devil faces and demon faces that were up there. And then he says, so tell me why I should pretend to be something I am not. At which point I blocked him on Facebook because, what's the fucking point? So why did he ask the question? I can't be this thing anymore, this vile negative thing. It's beyond agonizing to myself. So then basically there's no point in responding. It's then when I said everything I said, it's just then why should I be something that I'm not? So then what was that? It was all for nothing. It's like, it's just shit. It's just you can't win. It's just a circle, right? It's
yeah.
But that's his whole point. His whole point is that he just fluctuates. So one moment he said just the other day, and of course it's on record. It's in the chat, so everybody can see it in the last episode. And this is what Peter Moon couldn't get. Peter Moon saying, "Why don't you block him? Why don't you block him? Because you want that shit on record, so people can see why we did what we did. If you don't allow him to just incriminate himself, then people will come up with all kinds of stories about how unfair we were and how abusive we were to this poor person. But so he was on there saying, kill everybody, starve the vampire by killing all the people, shit like that. I mean, it's actually funny in its stupidity, but this is the shit he was saying. So it's like, then after that, it's like, oh, I understand I was childish, and it's kind of like, oh, sorry about that. But the problem is, no, you see, I responded angrily to my roast in a childish manner. You're right, yeah. Everyone around me senses that childlike aspect too, but then he keeps going back to it. So it's the apologies are meaningless because he keeps doing it. So it's just like, the drug addict, of course, which is what he is, which is like, I know I should quit, but, then the next day you see him and he's high again. So it's like, oh God, it's just what is what it is. It's like, this is why at some point, here was the problem. Everything was becoming catering to him. Everybody wanted to get him laid. Everybody wanted him to cheer up. But this is his social leeching. It's I don't want to use that term social vampirism because I hate it when they insult vampires by comparing them to people like this. This is a form of social parasitism. It's just feeding off of all of us everything goes back to him, like his needs. It's just like, okay, and this is of course what he keeps trying to contact me about is his withdrawal from having that fix. So he no longer has that fix. And that's what he's having the withdrawals from. So that's what we were dealing with, Viviana. So does that make sense now? Or you kind of knew that already?
Yeah. No, I don't quite understand the history because I haven't been around for a while.
Yeah.
But I can recognize that he's being very passively aggressive from what you were talking about.
Yes. Yeah. And so it's just kind of this nihilism in which he wants us all. He's just like somebody who's just bringing everybody down all the time. It's just a real. Now, I'll tell you both. Peter Moon actually says this. He says, yeah, Douglas Dietrich is a dead cat around my neck. Yeah, Peter Moon actually says that. And that's because basically he says that, as a cross-dressing vampire son of Adolf Hitler, that I'm just like, I'm turning all, nobody wants to, oh yeah, buy my book, it's a terror. But if that's the case, then I had a dead rat around my neck, which is, Jameson Reese. It was like, because we're here trying to transmit, and then he would go back to what he was saying monofocally. And this is like, one burden after another. So I guess it's like a series of Russian dolls where there's one inside of the other. And it all goes back to, shall we say, there's mysterious workings going on that go back to powers and principalities. Peter Moon, of course, published.
He got to say shit that he couldn't say on Facebook.
Yeah, that was pretty much it. Yes, and in his case, yeah, and then you have Peter Moon who comes on the program and just basically, he says, "Oh, advertising won't help the book," So when Peter Moon published my vampirology book, he published half the book. And when he published the Roswell Deception, he didn't advertise my vampirology book. He advertised all his own books in it. If you buy the Roswell Deception, the ads in the book are all for his own books, but not my vampirology book. Every time he comes on my show, he says the same thing. Nobody wants to buy Douglas Dietrich's book. Nobody wants to buy Douglas Dietrich's book. Then he'll say as offensively as possible, yeah, one book sold. Yeah, it's like watching somebody who never gets a hit on the ball park. Yeah, it suddenly finally gets a hit. Yeah, you just want to clap for him. And then I say, well, there's no advertising. Oh, advertising won't help your book. He definitely does not want this book to sell.
Are you talking about Peter Moon?
Yeah, I'm talking about Peter Moon. It should be blindingly obvious.
I thought that you guys were supportive of each other.
Peter Moon, I don't know what his operational standard is, but he's definitely when it comes to marketing, there's no marketing for the book, so it's not going to sell. It's a simple logic there. There's just a logic there. So he's and then when he comes on here, he tells everyone the book is not selling. which is something you would never say if you're trying to sell a book. So then he comes on here and he says to everyone, yeah, no one's buying Douglas Dietrich's book. No one's buying Douglas Dietrich's book. And then you're not supposed to say, yes, one book's selling or something. He'll bring it up when a single book sells. He'll bring that up. And then when I say, well, advertising, then he says, advertising won't help the book. Okay, so there's obviously, all I can say is he's dead set against the book selling. So
you're saying we need to push your book?
Yes, it's all up to you to push the book, because Peter Moon is definitely not doing it. I mean, so that's the only thing we could do.
So is it available on Amazon or Goodreads?
Yeah, it's available on Amazon. So get it. Yeah.
Cool. So have you ever tapped into Goodreads? Because it's like social media for books.
You'll have to tell me more about that.
Oh, I love that. I love that website.
So we'll deal more with that and see what we can do to just also try and inspire Peter to write the next book. Because he's saying he has no motivation to write the next book because this one's not selling. And so we'll see what happens with all of this. It's just very definitely understand that powers and principalities are at work in terms of Peter, whether or not this book will sell in his lifetime. It's more up to us at this point than it is up to him. He doesn't seem to want to participate. So
it's
definitely
you need to... item. Yeah. It's a future collector's item.
Well, I don't want to look at it like that, because that means it's not selling, right? Because you want it to become commonly sold, so it's not a goddamn collector's item. So let's not look at it that way. It's definitely something that I didn't want it under the Roswell Deception title, because Roswell is oversold, and therefore but now that it's under that title, we'll see what happens. All that we can do is just do our best, inspire Peter maybe to do something, but obviously there's a lot going on here. These are the powers and principalities that Viviana is talking about. So that being said, moving right along with the few minutes we have remaining. I'm sorry?
Okay, great.
Yeah.
I'm setting up to live stream you on Twitch.
Oh, wonderful.
And on YouTube.
Oh, wonderful. Thank you, honey. It's just definitely, when... Go on.
In my opinion, you need to surround yourself with people who are going to support you and champion and have where you have a common goal and allegiance together. So I hope that you find that and that it grows. Yes.
So let's work towards that. And obviously, just enormous forces are arrayed against me. And that's should be plain and obvious to everyone who is listening and has been listening for a long time. And these challenges, of course, they're ongoing. The one thing I can, I can go on about this later. We'll share more as time progresses. But it's obviously, how should I say it? It's a challenge, because the way that I can say it, and it should be obvious to everyone, certainly when Peter speaks of the book, he doesn't speak of it in such a way that markets it. And so it's certainly something that is an ongoing challenge. Hopefully that may change. Yeah.
I'll write a song about it on my ukulele.
Sounds good. Yes. I don't know if I would be able to bear to listen to it, but that would be anything I suppose can help. It's both you kids go on for a few minutes. I'm going to go looking around the internet, see if I can find something else to talk about besides the two obvious subjects at hand. In the end, maybe we'll just stick with those and then go a bit into the Shinto religion. In the interim, I'm just so glad both of you are here. Couldn't do this without the both of you. And again, it's just something that.
Well, I think you would be able to do it even without us.
Oh well, let's just put it.
You're kind of standalone, honestly.
Well, it would be a lot harder. Both of you make life a lot easier, especially you, Viviana. Thank you.
Oh,
my
bless
God. Well,
your
it is divine. We know we have divine help because you showed up at just the right time. Believe me. So you're an agent of God, honey. You truly are.
Thank you. I hope so.
Yes.
But so are you.
Oh, thank you. Thank you,
Okay.
darling. Yes. And so's Daniel in his own way.
And Daniel too. Well, he recognizes that's just so important. Individuality and knowing who you are. I can't agree with him.
It's all about
so
staying
important.
grounded.
Yes.
Foundation.
Yes.
Knowing whose you are.
Yes.
It's all staying grounded.
Yes. Which is, you have to stay grounded when you're high as often as Daniel is. Yes. Which is like,
Oh, yeah.
yeah. Throughout most of the day. Yes. And it's powerful shit, too. That's the stuff he smokes. By the way, is the stuff you smoke very powerful, or is it just mostly, I mean, like, what's your brand mostly, so to speak? I mean, or species of pot that you're using?
It varies. It varies on who's selling it to me.
Mm-hmm.
I don't go shopping at dispensaries where I can go get a specific brand because I could, but no, it's not happening here in Texas yet.
Right. And so,
but I did do that in Seattle though.
Okay. Yeah. And what about in Texas? You're like, you don't have a regular dealer. You make it sound almost as if you're going to street dealers.
Yeah, I got a few regular dealers, but it's like their stash will vary from time to time. It just depends on their supply.
Okay. And Viviana, I'm sorry. What were you going to say, Viv?
I'm swinging my wrench right now as we speak.
Oh, cool. Oh, love you, honey. Thank you so much. Oh my God.
Yeah, go ahead. Go take care of yourself. We're fine.
Yeah. And Chris Collins says, it's not uncommon for truly profound works to have a delayed impact. Think of the many examples throughout art history. It's important to get the work out there first and foremost. Absolutely.
Yes.
Yeah.
Hey, you guys actually got to go now.
Understood. We love you dearly. Hugs.
All right.
So much.
Good night.
Daniel's leaving. Good night, Daniel. Thank you for coming to the rescue.
Yes. Well, it's just you and I now, honey. What were you talking about before Daniel showed up? Just curious.
Before he showed up?
Yeah.
Oh, I was talking about the argument on privacy and how it could go both ways as far as your monologue last week on abortion.
Okay.
Which I never understood until you talked about it. I never realized that privacy was embedded in to those rulings, but yet at the same time could be argued that a lot of people do not believe privacy is a foundational right constitutionally.
Okay. Thank you, honey. Yeah, it's wonderful. Oh, honey, that's incredible. You really absorbed what you listened to. Oh my God.
Well, I had to. I was, recording it.
Yeah. Well, that's great. Oh my God. You really are an angel. And,
no, I'm not.
So tell me, does your daughter or any other family member hear this when you're listening to it, or you listen to it with earbuds and they don't hear my dulcet tones carry over the household or something?
Oh, right now we're private. Yeah, I'm private with you.
Okay. Oh, that's cool. And Noreen Helpant has just entered a message to me where she said something about Douglas. Noreen, are you there? Like, you can come on chat. You can come on. Let's see if she comes on. She was acknowledging something. I think the Douglas Dietrich address or something like that. I saw a notification she was doing something. So let's see if we can give another call to Noreen or something. So let me take a look here, see if we can bring her on for a few minutes. Are you available now, honey? Are you available now? Okay, see if she responds to that. In the meantime, in terms of your being private with me, have you ever discussed me, obviously, with your friends, and they came into the chat room, What are their?
Oh, well, yeah, I talked about you on my live streams.
Okay. Oh, wow.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
incredible.
I've been promoting you on my community wall,
Uh-huh.
and I've been talking about how I wanted to interview you and your amazing ability in art and history, and how you discuss it and make it fun, which is important for history, because I never loved history till I got to college, and I had a professor who was absolutely animated. And then I was blessed to meet another gentleman who just, like, the love of history and everything that they're talking about flows through them and attaches to you, and you become absolutely ingrained and engrossed in it. And I think that's the whole point of making history tangible, is through the orator. So that's why I appreciate it.
Wow.
And unfortunately, they make it so boring in high
Right.
school, and
Right. And talk a little bit about that. How high was your level of education?
Oh, I'm not leveled as well. I just went to, like, my community college and was beginning to find what I wanted to study. And so I probably did 2.5 years, I think.
Uh-huh.
But then inevitably I dropped out because I was just like, a lot of things with life, and when you have children, they just supersede everything else, and when you don't have a support system. So I just found myself having to man my ship and protect my own.
Right. Of
Yeah,
course.
but then I just became self-taught, like,
Autodidactic. Yes.
yeah, and then just a student of like literally at his feet, kind of like day after day for years and years. And that's how, I was trained in a certain, I don't know, maybe, I don't know, it's more like a spirit thing, I think.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm still always learning. I'm a student by nature. So.
Right. No, that's magnificent. Of course, everything you say is deeply appreciated. So here we are. I guess I found it. It was really weird. I got the notifications like several seconds before the message actually showed up. So basically what Noreen entered was she said, "Hi, my friend was in a critical condition, but the paramedics are coming, so should be fine." So our prayers for your friend. And so what she told me in her own little message box was, when I said, are you available now? She said, maybe in a bit. I had to make sure, and still checking on my friend's status, as she had to call the paramedics. She had shallow breathing. I'm waiting for her to contact me back, I guess. So, well, if the paramedics take her, maybe she would contact you, maybe she wouldn't. You might be too involved. I mean, if she has shallow breathing, they'll shove a tube down her throat, right? So she wouldn't be able to talk. Not that I'm saying she would be intubated per se, but they'll put an oxygen mask on her, and they're not going to let her talk on the cell phone while they're doing that. So, yeah, that might be something that I'll wait till later. So sorry she was going.
I'm very sorry, Noreen.
Yeah, we're sorry about that. And so when it comes to everything else, all right, let me get my breath and get pretty ready to monologue for a bit, and just try to do my bit to make this interesting. Certainly.
Wow. Yeah, definitely. You stand alone. So just let me know when you're actually going to enter in a monologue so I can start streaming.
Oh, okay. Oh, you're so incredible. Well, let's give that a little break first. Let's you and I give it about 10 minutes. Why don't you do a little bit of talking for me? Now, when you were, for instance, there was a bit of time there that you were talking about, shall we say, George W. Bush a long time ago. And did you kind of like change your mind on that?
Oh, no.
I remember.
Absolutely not.
Okay. So,
Absolutely not.
Isn't he kind of? You're talking about the junior, right?
Yeah. The junior.
By the way, I'm not defending the son of a bitch. I mean, the guy should bleed every time he walks. But I mean, like,
please.
He seems absolutely incompetent.
Yeah.
He seems really mentally incompetent. So you still feel that he serves the position of an antichrist by bringing in a lot of change, right? A lot of. Yeah,
do you expect your enemy to really come out as a pompous, crafty and powerful magician.
Okay. So is that what you feel he is?
Yes.
Okay. So tell us.
Well, I would call him the Judas of old, reincarnated.
Okay. Wow.
Yeah.
Cool. I mean,
which,
not that I'm effusing about that, but you get what I'm saying. I mean, so tell us a bit. Okay. So tell us a bit about this.
All right. So if you consider the proper terminology versus Antichrist in the words of Jesus Christ, you would understand that Jesus taught us that there would be many Antichrists and referred to them as a spirit, which are rejectors, or, they're just they reject the Holy Spirit or him, which is everywhere. So when you refer to Antichrist as one, I view it as a theological error, but specifically in 2 Thessalonians, and Jesus himself called this person the man of sin, the son of perdition. So that is literally the son of perdition or son of Satan, which, if you wanted to delve into the history of George W. Bush, I think there's a lot of factors where we could pinpoint him biblically. And one of them would be in Daniel, which talks about how this man would have the lineage of his father's father, which we can pinpoint that to the Skull and Bones history between Prescott Bush and his father, George Sr. And then another relative factor we can pinpoint biblically, which is how I identified things. So understanding, so you can know your enemy as far as how God sees them, in my opinion. Another thing is that, oops. What did I just do?
What did you just do?
I'm sorry.
What did you do?
Hold on.
Okay. Oh my God.
Wait, hold on.
Now, this would be really scary if she were in a managerial position on my YouTube channel. Then I'd be really worried.
Oh my God. Hold on.
That she's a moderator, so I can't imagine she did too much. Anyhow, Chris Collins
Hold
says...
Hold on. Sorry, guys.
She's when she says hold on, it's like, shouldn't I burn
Why is
bandwidth?
that hitting?
Shouldn't I burn
I don't know. Hold on.
Yeah. I mean, I think I should talk, right? I mean, I don't need to say anything important, but we got to burn bandwidth so people know we're on, right? I mean, are you convinced you turned us off somehow, or?
Wait, I'm hearing my music.
Oh, okay. So what you did was you turned something on in the background that you can hear, but I cannot. So I wouldn't over worry about it.
Yeah, okay, so you can't hear it. Okay,
no,
great.
No, I can't hear it, and most other people can't hear it. So I'm assuming if there's anybody else who can hear her music aside herself, let us know. Basically,
I found it. I got it. I'm sorry. I'm
no
so
worries.
sorry.
That was
distracted me.
George W. Bush that just did that to her because he said, "It's that bitch talking about me again. That Viviana Sanchez bitch." He says, "I'll show her." Yeah, and then he put on the music and shit. The W music, the W
all
song.
Powerful, all seeing, all knowing.
That's
Bish.
right. That's right.
That's my enemy, Bish.
Yes. Yes. Yeah.
Oh,
yeah. So. Yeah,
okay. I just lost everything. I was all set up to go.
Oh my God. Set it up again. Take your time. Can you do this while talking, or do you need me to talk while you do that? Do you need me to cover you while you do that?
I'm good. I think I'll be okay. So anyway, gosh, where was I? Oh,
we were talking about George W. Bush and the great magician, and he's more like the Judas of old. Yeah.
Okay. So Bob Dylan's song, I think, pinpoints it so well, and then also Rolling Stones made a song I think is so important. It's called "Woo Woo, Pleased to Meet You. Can you guess my name?"
Yeah. It's like, do you know my name? Yeah.
Yeah. Tuck. And that's just kind of, in my opinion, the spirit of this thing that's always lived, like since the time of Cain.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Being that he was marked, right, and he made a covenant with God that he would not have to suffer death. So the spirit of this Canaanite or Cain or betrayer or enemy of creation, who is also a death cult, they're death worshipers.
Yeah.
And you find that in Isaiah 28. and then he comes from a lineage of his father's fathers. He also would impart the god of force, which his father's fathers did not adhere to, but he does. And that's when you understand that he takes things by force. That's what Jesus said. The enemy's going to come in and he's going to take things by force. So we saw that with everything concerning Iraq, from lying to the United Nations, holding up a vial of Tide. And
yes. I said it was who's the Jamaican black guy who was the general at that time?
Colin Powell.
Colin Powell. I said it was his urine sample. Yeah, so go on. Which is potent enough to be a weapon of mass destruction in and of itself, but yeah, such having been said.
Yeah, so we've seen that play out as far as how he entered in Iraq or Babylon or the beginning. The Euphrates River represents the beginning of time. It also represents the end of time, biblically. So time is a river, and all these parts and factions of everything that he did, in my opinion, was greater than any empire ever in history.
Wow. Cool.
As far as the destruction of our constitutional freedoms by entering, how did they take our privacy away? By force, by the ideology of terrorism, by the and how did they convince everyone to go into Iraq? After 9/11, that we needed to fight these terrorists, but it's so huge, Douglas. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
but
yes.
Yes,
I think you're doing good, honey. You're doing good. And,
that is definitely the enemy of our soul. That's how I view him.
Okay. Wow.
Yeah.
I mean, hey, I hate the son of a bitch, so I'm not going to defend him.
Well, where do you think peace and security comes from, which is embedded in interdependence? Why I'm not a proponent of it, because it comes from him. It's literally the man's gospel.
Okay.
That came out of his mouth, that emulated from his own, mouth. And so he's like the God, and as soon as it comes out of his mouth, the rest of the spirits, like frogs throughout the world and the globe, speak the same language. They understand their God. It's like the Leviathan who has all these scales, and they're neatly fit, and none of them break rank. So we're talking about this global beast that is, and it never died. So it pops up throughout time, and we're just seeing it resurface it. And let's just say Bush also did anoint Putin as like the Prince of Death. So now we're seeing Putin's rise, and the fact that George blessed him in was it Slovakia or Slovenia? In 2000.
One of those two. You know what? It's so funny because I mixed up Slovakia and Slovenia the other day with a little landmark stone that, if I can find it, I can share the stone with you. And I was saying that it was in Slovakia. Then I said, oh, wait, it's in Slovenia. Then I realized it actually was in Slovakia. But it's an interesting rock formation. But
interesting.
Yeah, so I I mix things up like that too once in a while. I mean, I should be the expert on it, but I make mistakes all the time. Here we are.
Slovenia is considered the land of dragons.
Slovenia.
Slovenia, and they were there in 2000 at the Putin-Bush summit in the land of dragons. And he said, I looked the man in the eye, got a sense of his soul. And then, if you think about it, it's because they both are
soulless.
Kind of the
same. Yeah, they're both fucking
they're the
soulless.
same structure.
Yeah. They're both the same. Bullshit assholes. Okay, why am I coming up with these fucking PDFs? Am I like in a? Oh, I get it. I'm in downloads. That's why.
Oh.
Okay, so let me go away from downloads. Which, okay, then I entered the wrong file again. Okay, here's what I need to be. I'm trying to find this picture to give to you here in the, our little Skype box.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Oh, and thank you for the other one. I used it on my one of my videos.
Oh, bless you. Oh, bless you.
I have a lot of your old work too.
Oh, thank you, honey.
Yeah, I saved it.
And so here we are, and here I'm gonna open this up. This should appear. Okay, here we are. Press the enter. There we are. Isn't that beautiful?
Ooh.
That's in
yes.
Slovakia. That's in Slovakia. And Peter Moon was trying to find that, and he kept trying to look up Donut Rock, which I don't think helps because I don't think they named it that. So he couldn't find it, and that's because
Wow. That's beautiful. That looks like an archway to like another world.
Yeah, like
portal.
Stargate. Yeah.
That's amazing.
Yeah. So I'm glad you appreciate that. And
is that an actual photo, or did you make that?
No. That's a real rock. Yeah. So just so people know. And I mean, we live in a beautiful world. I mean, the world's full of beauty. Honestly, it's divine. That's God's work, right, honey?
Absolutely.
Yes. And so you can go on talk about. So here's this man who's the thing that I'm worried about is, of course, maybe it's just because I find it comforting. George W. Bush strikes me as such an idiot. I'd hate to give him too much credit. It's almost like you're giving him so much credit in a real sense for being, an asshole. But obviously everything that you say is true. There was this guy's, he's caused an enormous amount of damage. He really unleashed the storm with that second invasion of Iraq. And it certainly, ultimately, like what you said about Putin, he was claiming Putin had a soul when, and this is actually indicative of the fact that both he and Putin are basically soulless. And so it's like two charlatans meet in the street, and never have two men been so eager to vouchsafe for each other's reputation, right? I mean, it's like, who's going to say the other guy's a good guy other than another asshole, right? I mean, this is what they do. In terms of all of this, I think honestly, of course, I do want people to know that I think that there's an American obsession with their favorite parlor game, which is what it's become, which is naming the Antichrist. I mean, this is like, everybody gets into it. And
well, you can't name him if the basis of it is already incorrect.
Okay. Now, you have
because
a
if
lot
you
of
go by
numerology behind this, right? Could you tell us about that?
If you go strictly by the words of Jesus, which is what I do, because I'm a keeper of the word.
Okay.
You find that in Revelation 3:10. We keep his word. Therefore, we will be kept from the hour of tribulation. So that's to the Church of Philadelphia in spirit. Mm-hmm. And as a keeper, you just go by Jesus's word. So Jesus said the Antichrist is many. It's a spirit, but the son of perdition is one. So those are two identical. And then Revelation 15 says that we get the victory over him and the number of his name, which I find very interesting because we're not talking about the entire number of the beast. We're talking about the number of his name. And we know that Skull and Bones was generated from Genesis 3:22, which talks about how the man would rather steal the knowledge of the tree from the tree rather than enter in through. So that was the basis of the tree. And we are trees of righteousness in the standing on this earth in our spiritual form. So trees are very important to acknowledge in our identity. And so we could be a tree or we can be a bush. And remember, Moses always talked about the bush or the burning bush. And Jesus also talked about the bramble bush, which is unfruitful. And he said, look towards the fruit of a man and understand that that's the fruit. That's how you judge someone. So George is literally like a bramble bush that is also in Judges 9:10. The bush was all the trees which are represented by Israel. Like I could go on about this forever, and I know I'm all over the place, but I'm just trying to give you a rundown.
You're doing fine, honey.
Of how we view our enemies. So like if the trees of Israel got lazy in their standing, which you find in Judges 9:10, and they went to the bush, who is another sort of governance, and then the bush made an agreeance with them, and he said to them, to the trees of Israel, and this is all over historical time. So each tree represents a different time of Israel. So you have the olive, and then you have the olive, the fig, and the vine. And we're the vine generation now. But each tree went to the bush, this bramble bush, and it's an allegory thing you'll find in Judges 9. And they said, will you rule over us? And then the bush says to them, well, yes. And then he makes an agreement with them. As long as you obey and follow the structures of what I say, and then I will be your covering. So this is how we also, when we don't acknowledge God, whether it's in government or over our own sovereignty, in our identity, and all of these factions, and we deny him, we are now asking someone else to be sovereign over us. And in that, we're making an agreement. And that's an agreement with death itself, because the fruit of that bush is nothing but death. When we should be relying on our own spiritual foundation as an individual that's rooted and grounded in the water and the tree of life, and the things that are spiritual, and how he says that he's like the rock, and we are we're embedded into the vine, and we're regrafted in, and all of these things that I understand as who we are versus the enemy. And the enemy will also teach us and school us into all kinds of ideology. He will also usurp himself and make himself a god, which I try to relate to the Bible. So looking at George, he fits all those factors as being enemy number one.
He's got the name, Bush.
Yeah, he's got the name. And Jesus was telling us plainly, like, and just look at the fruit of death. I mean, have we got a hold of his death count and all the death thereafter that's happened since him?
Yeah. I mean, I hear you. That's why I said this guy should be made to bleed every time he fucking walks. This is he's definitely an asshole. And he's caused a lot of trouble. And certainly, of course, I do believe that a lot of this was Dick Cheney, and he's basically the sock puppet, but I get your point. And, but, obviously, the neocons that he represents, they did irreparable damage. And so it's all, there's a lot to what you say.
And another thing in Daniel talks about is he would rule through policy. Mm-hmm. And George literally has a policy house there in Texas, through his library, where they're over there making policy for the global agendas and piping it down to, so he is a man of policy. And have we ever destroyed any of the policies that have come out from the Bush administration to date?
No, definitely. By the way, Noreen says she's going to call it a night. Thanks for inviting me. Our prayers for your friend is what I will say to her. Our prayers for your friend. Prayers for thy friend. Thy friend. Have to be careful with the word friend. You leave the R out by mistake, and it spells fiend, which means enemy, right? So there you go with a little bit of play with words. I think that it's been a very strange night for her, and it's been a kind of strange night for all of us. And I do believe that it's like when it comes to Peter Moon in the book, I think what people need to understand is what I'm exposing here is that he seems to be almost under the baleful influence of kind of a defeatist spirit in that sense. So that's probably the best way to say that. And so if we can help him overcome that, I think that will help immensely. And then he will write the book, hopefully, about the Presidio and everything that happened there, and bring that back to the fore. Certainly that is what people are talking about now. And there was...
Yes.
Now, there was this one Latinx that I knew, a Latina, and this poor lady actually was such a beautiful woman, and then she got all caught up in the QAnon, and it was so sad. And it comes from a genuine care for children, but then here you have it being perverted by people who then exploit that care and turn it into a horror story and make other people's lives a horror story. So with that, how is it that you avoided getting caught up? It's obvious that to an extent you've been kind of like going through some of the darker parts of the internet. So how does it you avoided getting sucked into that trap?
Probably because I don't want to be identified in a box.
Okay. But
And-
maybe also you have a sense of discernment. That would be the theological term, but go on.
Yeah, it's kind of like your own journey, like because you get caught in all these little traps through life and you find yourself in them and then God gets you out of them and then you're kind of like on a new journey. I just finally learned to trust him completely and just ask him, you know, like I'm just at his feet still, at his mercy, and that's kind of how I want to live my life. And
Nick, you don't need to answer this at all, but the question does come up because I vaguely remember when I first started talking to you.
I know you're gonna bring. Can we talk about that privately?
Okay.
Just if you could. I know.
All right.
I know. But I'm not ready to talk about that right now. If we could not.
Got it. Okay.
Thank you.
I'm amazed.
I'm
amazed. You're essentially pretty psychic. Is that psychic or is that just
no? I think it's more like understanding rather than anything else, because it's just war tactics, right? Like, so to understand your enemy, you have to know them, right?
I guess whatever it is, I'm comfortable that you want to talk about that privately. You know, I'm totally cool with that. That's it's probably for the best. I mean, obviously, you're talking to someone like me who, you know, with me, there's no boundaries. And this is often what people pay the price about when they, like, betray me and screw me over, because they're dealing with somebody who has his own show and he has the bullhorn and I have the ability to basically relate the narrative. So when these people, whoever they are, alienate myself, then I can say what I can, and there's no real way they can counteract it. But you know, I always back up what I say. It's like what I showed you, the page where Jameson Reese said what he said. You know, it's always based on something I can back up. I don't ever foresee that happening between us, of course, where we're alienated, and obviously, so far there's no real secrets that you have that are worth exposing. But
no, I mean, I would be able to talk about that and probably talk about it up live.
Yeah.
But I would prefer just not to right now.
Yeah, understood. Got it.
Okay.
Got it completely, and that's fine. We may not know, or you may not know exactly what I was going for, but I think you got a pretty good idea. And I think so. I think that your instinct serves right anyway. I think that
I knew that was going to come up.
Yeah. I mean, when we talk about privately, then we'll find out if we had the same thing in mind. But either way, I'm comfortable with it the way you've called it. So in terms of now, I remember a lot of numerology in terms of what you were using to come to the conclusion that you did about George W. Bush. Is that something you're willing to relate, a little bit of that numerology that you had been using?
Well, I think his number's marked, like, in a lot of aspects. Like, sometimes, even if you're looking at articles and you find very poignant ones that matter, even, like, they'll have the number of his name in them. Or you'll see people that have the number of his name in them. So it's just identifying the number. It's not necessary, or the beast. Because if we think about it, after the time of Babel and the languages were confused, how did they survive, and what was their language? And I think they use numerology, and they also use symbology. So it's not that I'm obsessed with knowing or wanting to know it. It's just that it's just these little marks where you can see them talking to each other, where it's sort of marked. Does that make sense?
Yeah. And so you feel that the biggest question people would have would be, how does George W. Bush even have an influence now? But you pointed out he now has a think tank, which means he's kind of like Mikhail Gorbachev with his think tank. In other words, they're still influencing, like Henry Kissinger with his think tank.
Yes.
They become consultants. You know, but of course, you know, it still buggers me that anyone would ever consult with, you know, George W. Bush the Jr. because he is such an idiot. I will admit, though, things are not always as they seem, as you say. So Definitely, I appreciate what you're saying. Honestly, I'm impressed.
There's an advantage though of being the idiot.
Yes.
There's a great advantage.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's like a shadow, and he is a shadow. So, he's the shadow. He's like the part that nobody sees. He's like the hand up your skirt. What was that guy in that one movie, The Devil's Advocate?
Oh,
It's
God.
like, I'm the hand up Mona Lisa's skirt.
Oh, wow. Wow. I never saw that.
They
I
don't
never
see
saw
me
that
coming.
movie, but I would, it sounds like something I should see. It sounds almost like required viewing.
Yeah, because that depicts also the son, like the father and the son relationship. Oh, also, what is that? Saturn ate his son, and you were talking about how
Kronos.
that's like a religious practice.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Kronos. Now, was that Peter Moon
Kronos.
might have been saying that? That might have been Peter Moon. I mean,
Well,
yeah.
you went into the flesh part with the religion part with
Well, I would,
Aquino.
wouldn't I? Yeah.
Yeah.
That sounds about my speed. Yes. Covering the most repulsive aspects of belief. I mean, you know what? Crystal River. Have you ever heard me talk about Crystal River?
No.
Okay, she's this psychic, and she does readings, and she's been on the show a few times. And shout out to her if she ever listens. But in terms of her, when it came to Jameson Rees, she was pointing out, of course, that he made myself look tame by comparison with his ravings. So she thought I was strategizing by bringing him on rather than just being pragmatic and going for bathroom breaks. She thought that by bringing him on, I was making myself look so much more restrained and so much more the reasonable alternative to how bad it could get. So I always thought that was cute. But she gives me too much credit. Now that there you go. Now that's giving somebody too much credit, and kind of like, oh well,
He seems stupid. He screams stupid. Chris Collins agrees with you. George Bush screams stupid.
Yes.
Ever seen Bush in his Fantasia outfit? What is that? Oh, Fantasia
outfit. Holy shit.
Fantasia. Oh, was that like in Slovenia? They were wearing that. Oh, they were wearing those interesting outfits. Is that what you mean, Joshua? I'm sorry. Did I deflect?
Well, no, I hope not. I mean, Joshua, you're not talking to me, right? You're talking about to this individual in the chat, right?
He's talking about Bush. Bush in a Fantasia outfit. That'd be interesting, though, because he would be like the little wizard. Like, are you talking about Mickey Mouse? He's like the Mickey Mouse.
Yeah. That's yeah. So yeah, there you go. Mickey Mouse was the idiot who unleashed hell on earth. So that would be like George W. Bush, as most people would see him. Yeah.
And he's got the ears to prove it.
Yeah. And so there you go. I mean, it's so I think our listeners in the chat can grasp what you're saying. And they're working with it, they're responding to it. And I think that that's wonderful. It shows that they comprehend where you're coming from. They may not agree, but it's
definitely fine. I mean, no one needs to agree.
Right.
It's just about weighing it in our mind, weighing it. Because we're dealing with a lot of Christian things. People are so embedded in their belief structure, they don't want to even kind of wage it in their mind to be anything else but what they believe. And if you just kind of ask my friend always said, like the right question, you strategically place it that it makes the mind contemplate. And I think that's the best way to reach people, is just to at least pose the question and make it like half the answer, and then let the person come up with the rest of the answer. Yeah.
So, honey, that's beautiful. Now I'm getting a lot of these dings, which means that somebody's sending me a lot of messages or something. So I'm gonna search for that and see what I can find. Then I'll probably take another very short break and come back and do the monologue. And let me see if I've got some those dings may have actually come from Our Lady Viv's side. And other than that, Joshua Lavin-Obeyer says, Fantasia! Yes, it's true. Al Pacino plays the devil. Dude is so dangerous. And these guys got a bit of a conversation. So Chris Collins says, didn't know about any think tank regarding George W. Bush. So confirm that for us, honey. I'm presuming what you say is true. And there we are. Chris Collins says, you lost me with the Bush stuff. He screamed stupid. Yes, there we are. And then then Woodgrain Lorenzo Ampedupio. I know that's supposed to mean something. I'm not quite sure what. Trump seems like an idiot too, but we can agree that he has an Antichrist spirit. Yeah, most certainly. Yeah, definitely agree with that. And I think he's just trolling when he says Bush and Obama are related to Crowley too, right? I think that's a bit of trolling. But by the way, obviously, what I will agree with is that Bush has done so much damage that he definitely he certainly carried out the role of Antichrist to a great degree. Certainly is. By the way, just so people understand this, the Bible mentions more than one Antichrist. Tin horn Antichrists, if you will, like tin horn dictators. So there is that element of it. There's more than one out there. But in terms of Bush, and when I brought it to this point, granted, I'm kind of burning bandwidth, but nevertheless, it's Our Lady Viv brings up enormous points that are serious in the man's life. I mean, we're talking about George W. Bush did normalize Vladimir Putin for the American public. He did do that. So the things that he's done, and she brings up, are, quite undeniable. It's, by the way, Joshua Lavin-Obeyer says, I can't believe the government made you burn our history. Okay.
Another thing he did, and if we think about Trump fulfilled, but it started with Bush, was he was the first one to declare the two-state solution on Israel and Palestine being side by side in peace and security. And then now we have an embassy there, a U.S. embassy, which in Jerusalem is unheard of ever being a political state in its spiritual pureness. So it's kind of like saying, oh yeah, Jesus, this is your land here? Just let me step on it here with my doctrine of peace and security, a new gospel of the man. And so that we're also seeing that play out too, where we're politicizing Jerusalem, which is the footstool of our Savior.
Well, I mean, how would you feel about my proposition? I do feel that originally the proposition was that Jerusalem be United Nations territory. Would you agree that would be a better option? I mean, granted, the United Nations, hopefully a rehabilitated one, obviously not the basket case we got now, but say an uncorrupted one, or a replacement for it that would be more balanced. I mean, would you find that if God were acknowledged and it were maintained as more of an international territory, would that be something that would sit with you, or sit right with you?
No, because it represents his gospel and his finished work, and it's just one little piece of land. Mm-hmm. Why can't he just have that? Why do we have to go there establish it?
You mean God?
Well, Jesus. That's where his gospel's birthed.
Well, I mean, until he returns. I mean, I get what you're saying. Yeah, it's his. But I mean, what I'm saying is, if it were made an international territory, that would kind of help, wouldn't it? I mean. Or you're thinking that would just politicize it more?
I just think it would be like giving him the middle finger. Like, screw your gospel, this is ours, kind of thing. Because it's interdependence, it's peace and security, it's the man's gospel. It's everything George W. Bush.
Right.
And the fact that they would just go to Jerusalem and establish that peace and security and put an embassy there is the very reference of stepping on the land, the very land that set apart for himself and his people.
Oh, right. I'm just thinking. I guess I'm just too materialist. I'm just very much stuck in the world, and the fact that we have to live in this world and kind of do our best to make it work. So, the idea of just leaving it alone would be, first off, you do agree that would invite anarchy amongst the people who live there, right?
Well, if they could have it their way, they'd have a Trump Tower, and I think
Yes,
that's what they're
yes,
hoping for.
right,
It's like a
right,
sky,
right.
to each his own. To me, honestly, they can do whatever they want. In my opinion, they're going to do and complete everything that is already
I get what you're saying. It's
written.
going to bring about the
So,
second coming anyway because it's just going to fuck it up
yeah,
so bad. Okay, I get it. I mean, it's
I'm powerless to
But by the
stop
way, I'm not.
it.
It's not good to dwell too much on the. By the way, I want you to dwell on it because you're the moderator, so of course you've got to look at the chat room. But when I look at the chat room, sometimes I can't understand where people are coming from. We've got this guy Joshua Lavin Obeyer who says, "Can't believe the government made you burn our history. Laugh out loud." And then Woodgrain Lorenzo Ampedopio says, "Can't believe that they made you burn our history. Rolling on the floor laughing." It's like they're starting to echo each other, and there's not much. What exactly
They're
are they saying?
probably trolls. Are you guys?
Yeah, they're pretty much trolls. It's like, but I don't find what they're saying offensive enough to block them just yet. But it's one of those things. It's like are they trying to say that because I'm letting this young lady talk on about what she feels is the Antichrist, that they can't, like, you couldn't picture that they'd have
I
me
don't think
burn their
so.
history for the government because that's such a high level, dignified position of such incredible intellectual
Oh, I
integrity. I
get
mean,
it.
I
I get it now. Because, yeah, that is something you did.
yeah. So is that what they're saying? So it's kind of
So
like,
is it kind of a gist that you're not intelligent enough to actually?
to work an incinerator? I mean, is that what the fuck they're saying?
Is that really hard? Duh.
Yeah, I was about to say, yeah, it's
So
then
do you
you
want me to delete that? 'Cause I could.
let it stand for now. Let's see where they go with it. If
Excuse me.
but
Sorry.
one of the things I want you to do is develop how would I say, a feel for this sort of thing. You've already
Oh,
got
okay.
a good feel for it. You can see the trolls, and they basically, what makes it eerie and creepy is they're starting to reflect what each other is saying, which is something normal people don't do.
Oh,
That-
yeah.
that's
And you're
yeah,
familiar with gang stalking. So am I.
yeah, yeah. So
Yeah.
so you've been gang stalked?
Yeah.
Are you willing to share some of that?
Well, I can talk about it probably in another time, but
Yeah,
I
and
can
Chris
see
Collins
that.
says
Yeah, I
seems trollish
understand
with
that.
these guys. So tell you what, honey, if they say anything else that you find just odd, ditch them both. Block them
Okay.
both. What I'm gonna do is
Did you hear that, guys? If you don't stop trolling, don't dishonor our don't dishonor Douglas in his past.
yeah. So then Green Harvest Production says, so Joe Biden is the worst president in history. And why would you say that? Not that I'm defending him. I mean, I feel he's pretty impotent, but it's
Wow, I'm
I-
having deja vu. What does that mean when you have deja vu?
well, that's what Peter Moon was saying. Peter Moon watches a lot of Fox News, and he thinks Joe Biden is like the worst and shit. So it's like so this guy's saying that, and it's kind of like, and then
But you like him? You like Joe?
Joe Biden? I mean, I don't
Yeah.
like him. I don't dislike him. I mean, he's just what he is. I mean, we voted, the majority of Americans voted for him, trying to get back to some sense of normalcy. But he's fairly impotent. He's just, there's a lot of,
I think Nancy Pelosi more being the president lately.
yeah. No, I mean, I'm not arguing with you. I mean, she is. She forces herself into that role, right? I mean,
Yeah.
but she's doing that because Joe's kind of impotent, right? So, and then she
Yeah,
does that.
you have Jill. Jill was in where was she today?
Who?
Well, they went to Poland. Jill
Yeah,
Biden was, and Pelosi had went to Ukraine, went to Poland, and today I forgot where Jill was, but it was quite poignant in history.
Well, I don't think Joe went to Ukraine. I would be impressed if he did that.
No,
Maybe
not
Pelosi
Joe.
did. Pelosi did.
Jill,
Yeah.
Jill did, but she was on this. I think she was on with Pelosi. They just didn't give her the She just didn't make herself known. I mean, maybe it was a protection thing. I don't know. I think they're traveling together.
What?
I
The
don't
President
know.
Biden
Probably
visits
wrong.
Poland in a diplomatic trip to Europe. It was, they say it's next door to Ukraine. It's not that close. It's like a country away, essentially. But fuck, let me take a look at the map again. Sometimes I just wonder at myself and I lose track of things. But let me take a look at. So President Joe Biden arrives in Poland after NATO summit. So this was March 25th. That's
No,
March.
I'm talking about Jill Biden.
Oh, Jill Biden. Jill
Biden.
Okay.
Yeah, she was in Poland, and then she also was. Where was she today?
Uh-huh.
Jill Biden's secret Ukraine trip. So she went down there with Pelosi.
Okay.
Um,
So the wife has got more balls than the husband. Yeah, that bothers me.
and then today, Jill Biden makes a surprise Mother's Day visit to Ukraine.
Mhm.
So it's kind of like they're piggybacking each other as far as being that woman spirit, you know what I'm saying? But this is, we got Kamala and Jill and Pelosi, and I think that is the fabric of this presidency. It's more female, in my opinion.
Okay. Well, isn't that a good thing?
I mean, it could be a good thing, but females can equally lust for power just like any man.
Uh-huh. And
They're more dangerous, in my opinion.
I agree, and but for a different reason, or maybe we're both for the same reason. I would like to see more women in power, only so that they get over the bullshit trip of trying to emulate the man or overcompensate. If women were naturally given more power, this is why I talk about a draft for all women to serve in a United States police force and learn at least that level of empowerment. Because the problem with women in politics and or police forces or anywhere where women have power right now is that they wind up trying to be one of the boys, trying to overcompensate so they can be accepted. And then this is why they become raving bitches that launch wars and do all kinds of stuff that scares people to death, is because they're trying to be better than the men, so to speak, and therefore wind up overcompensating. So if we were to segue them in, what would have helped would be if Rosie the Riveter had stayed at work after World War II. If Rosie the Riveter, meaning all of those women in employment, had just fucking stayed at work rather than doing what the men told them to do and go home and have babies, then we would have built up this old girls network within corporate structure that would have ushered more and more women into power generations ago. And that didn't happen. So we're paying the price for that, so that the women who try to get empowered, they become bitches who claw their way to the top through anything that they can. Not sex, because that would compromise them, but rather through everything, including murder, which is why you've got a list of bodies a mile long behind Hillary Rodham Clinton. But if they, don't become bitches like that, they don't get anywhere. So this means the worst of the worst get into power. So then they act like Pelosi and the like.
Wow. That's big coming from you, because I know how pro-women you are.
Well, yeah, thank you. I appreciate that profoundly, honey. And but of course, when I'm pro-woman, of course, I'm also saying that obviously a lot of dysfunctions are caused by a dysfunctional society, and so therefore, you try to, get more women empowered so that they get more adapted to handling power. So that's
very good point. Okay,
Yeah.
I get it now.
Yeah.
So that we become comfortable becoming a leader, and then until that, maybe with the more feminine care or empathy, where we want to nurture, have, cultivate something. I don't know, because it's wisdom. Women, well, not just women, but men carry wisdom too. But I think wisdom is always the principal thing in everything. And so if you have a leader that's working with wisdom, welcoming wisdom, she will promote him or her.
Mm-hmm.
And that's a spirit. So that is definitely, I think, what we should always try to seek is wisdom for her service to mankind. And we would learn, because even in Ecclesiastes, which is really important, I love that story about there was a poor man in a village, and he talked with the king, and the king was going to come and destroy their whole village. And the wise man, he talked the king out of destroying the village. And it says it says that wisdom is greater than weapons of war, but one foolish sinner can destroy many. So it's definitely who's in your leadership. Will they yield to wisdom,
Okay.
or to even seek it? So it's so important to have it around you, I think.
Yeah.
And different even different ages of it, just the young, the old, anyone, just people need to seek wisdom is my point.
Yeah. Thank you. That's beautiful. So I'll take that short break. You hit those sex spots, batter them down with a stick. There are a few more that have come in. And,
Sorry.
Yeah.
I've had to
no
I had
worries.
to change the whole platform, so
Oh, got it. That's how you missed it, because you
Sorry,
you were on it like immediately before. I get it. No worries. No worries. Yeah.
okay.
So, honey, I'll go mute for a few minutes while you handle that. And oh, by the way, of course, burn bandwidth while you do that. I know you can handle two things at once. You're good. Women are always good at multitasking. Men, they're lousy at multitasking. Once you grow a penis, you see everything through a single eye, and then multitasking is out the window. So, but ladies, they multitask through life. So, gonna go mute for a few seconds. When I come back, I'll start the solicitation and go into monologue, and that's when our young lady will start the stream. And you're an angel, darling. Honestly, I'm so impressed. I think you're performing well, and I think it speaks volumes that someone like Peter Moon was actually, asking you to help him, get through the night, because he was coming back from all that breathing and all that, that convention he was dealing with, that conference or whatever, and he seemed to be, a little bit out of it tonight, but yeah.
I appreciated what he had to say too. I'm probably going to go back and listen to it.
Wonderful.
Because, yeah, I didn't realize how elaborate it was, and I was just wondering why you can't write your own book.
God. For one thing, honey, you've seen my writing. I mean, hell, you were reading it on the promotional banner, and most people just don't even understand it. It's illegible to them.
I understand that, but I know you can dumb stuff down.
I can to a degree, but
it will drive you nuts.
Yeah. It's honestly, we did get it out there, the book. And when I say that Peter, he obviously doesn't want this book to sell, I believe that there's something influencing him that is beyond human. Let's just say it's one of these kind of like powers and principalities, and maybe we can exorcise that from him. The spirit of defeatism. There's a spirit of defeatism there.
Definitely. Well, we can pray about that for sure.
Yes, sounds good. And so in the interim, I'm going to go mute. I'll be back in a few minutes. This young lady will guide people through. And so far, it seems the trolls have shut up once we talked about them. They only one protest, "I'm not a troll," which is kind of like, reminds me of that one guy, Zachariah Garrett, when we were saying this guy must be a drug addict because he was asking for money, supposedly, ostensibly, to help a family that suffered a home invasion and the dad was killed, as if they couldn't put up a GoFundMe themselves, and then we were saying he must need it for drugs and shit, and he was coming onto the chat room, "I'm not a drug addict," which totally convinced us he was, because it's like, come on, dude, it's like, who gives a shit? Nobody cares if you use drugs. I mean, I talk about using drugs all the time. Then we had Jameson Reese producing at the time, and that fucker, he used drugs to the point where like his limbs were numb and shit. And he would actually say that when I bring him onto the show to produce. He'd be like, "I'm flying high." I mean, fuck, listen to Daniel Arola. He says the same shit. It's like, fuck, I mean, there's very few of us who don't use drugs. Probably Viv is the first among us who, our man, Peter Moon, he's addicted to fucking oxygen. "I'm breathing." Yeah. Yeah, I mean, we're all getting high off something. Some could argue Viv's getting high off God, right? You know, I mean, there you
I
go.
might be addicted to YouTube.
There we are. Yeah,
Yeah.
there you go. There's a downer. That's a depressant high. That's a
That's kind of
depressant
like,
high.
oh, YouTube. Just turn off the internet already. No, I'm
Yes.
just kidding.
Yes. You know what I noticed? Do you remember that one chick who was, oh God, do you remember this at all? There was an Iranian woman, poor dear, and she was making money off YouTube. That was how she made her living. And then YouTube changed its whole system so they could fuck everybody over, and everybody who was making a living off YouTube started making a few pennies for, every few thousand hits. It was disgusting.
The ads, yeah, I remember that.
It totally destroyed her life, and she went and killed a bunch of YouTubers, the people who worked at YouTube. Do you remember that?
Oh, yes, I remember that.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
That was right here, not too far from me, in California, of course, just south of San Francisco. And when that poor lady went and did what she did, she couldn't kill many of them, just a few that were eating lunch outside, because YouTube knew this was going to happen, and they put everything on lockdown. So they knew this was going to happen. They knew they were fucking over people and destroying their lives, people who had started making a livelihood using their venue. And so only the people who took the risk of eating outside because they wanted to get the sun, she was able to get a bunch of them, maybe 2 or so. And then she tried to get other people, but they were on lockdown. So then she blew her own brains out. But one thing I remember was that people who were on YouTube, not YouTube company workers, but the people working for Google, really, because YouTube is subsidiary to Google. I remember people who were just YouTubers in the regular sense. They got on there and were saying pretty much sympathetic things like farewell artiste, saying that to her because she was a bit of an artist, a very eccentric one. And they were just kind of like saying, just so sad that this happened to you, that sort of thing. But I don't recall anybody expressing any sympathy for the people who died at YouTube. And that's because, you work for the beast. It's kind of hard to have sympathy for somebody who accepted the mark on their forehead, right? So to speak. It's like these people were like doing something that was fucking over other people, and that was how they made their living. It's kind of like creditors. You can't feel sorry for a creditor, no matter what happens to them.
Well, may I ask why it is you haven't monetized this channel? Because you could get, like, a lot of my friends that I do.
Maybe you can help me do that. We'll figure that out. We might give you a managerial position, and then you can help me do that, because the problem was Selena tried it with me, and we couldn't get the money out. Everybody was putting money in, and it went into some account that I couldn't access. And she didn't know how to transfer that to my PayPal. She was trying to figure out how to transfer that to my PayPal, and she couldn't do it. And then Google took it all back because, Google keeps charging you. And then the other problem was Google decided they were going to like subscribe me to AdSense. And then they reached into my bank account and took out hundreds of dollars. That's when I had to tell the bank I did not authorize this. And so they had to get the money back from Google. And that's because it's JP Morgan. They could do that. So they got the money back from Google and put it back in my account. And then we had to like change a bunch of things, like my account number or something for my security. So it was like, so this was not a good experience. It was like,
I see.
Yeah, but maybe a way around all that bullshit. Because, obviously what they try to do is get you to subscribe to like when I was on that stupid, I think it was HostGator, or was it Bluehost? One of the two. I can't remember which one. I'd have to look up which one I'm on now. But one of them was like somehow affiliated with the website, and was Lena Shea started all this extra shit, and none of it meant shit. None of it did shit except take my money out of my fucking PayPal. So whatever people were donating to me, these people would reach in and take the money out of my PayPal, and just everything was going to them. And this was the way that Lena Shea set it up. It was just a total fucking cunt. But at any rate, what happened was that I had to get PayPal to shut all these people out. But basically there was this thing called Constant Contact, which I don't even use at all. And they essentially took $60 from me, which doesn't sound like shit, but you can imagine that happening every month. And that would, really add up. But, all these fuckers, they get you onto things you don't subscribe to and then charge you for it. So, YouTube was doing that with this AdSense bullshit, which is Google, really. It's Google. And then, there you go. And we didn't know how to get it out of the account. And basically because of that, then Google kept charging their monthly expense. And then finally just took everything out of the account. It was because we told people stop donating to it. We can't get the money out. So if you know how to work it, then maybe we can reset that up. But we'll talk about that, when we get time.
Okay.
Yeah, that sounds good. It's no, then maybe that'll help. It certainly might.
Well, they do take like 30%.
Yeah, and then what happens is they take that every month as kind of like a regular bill, right? And then so what happened was the money we got in there was over $100 ultimately when we asked people to stop contributing, and then we couldn't transfer the money out, and so finally within a period of a few months they took everything out by going in there and taking their 30%. Until they ate it all up. And, so that was the last.
It's up to you. Like, you have to think about what you may, because PayPal kind of goes around that whole thing, and then you don't lose that 30%. And a lot of people are more apt to use PayPal if that's the only source, and they don't actually need a PayPal account to donate, I think.
Right. You mean they don't actually need a PayPal account they need one to contribute to PayPal, right? Or they don't need one to donate to PayPal? They don't.
I'll look into it because I'm not really sure.
Right. Yeah. I don't think they do, but look into it and see what you can find out. I mean, you're good with this stuff. I mean, you're the adult.
No, not really. I'm just so you know, I'm still learning. So.
Understood. But I'm always looking for a chick.
I have friends that know a lot about it.
There you go. There, see?
Because I didn't monetize, so I didn't go through that process.
Oh, you did not monetize?
No, but I think your AdSense is tied to your SOCH, which is tied to your, and then you tie that to your bank account. So you want to make sure those are in line, because if someone else uses their SOCH and their bank account, then, they can divert it.
Yes.
You don't want that. You want it tied to you. Yeah.
But then again, that was how Google went in and just took like hundreds of dollars out of my bank account for some bullshit that I never even asked for. So it's there you go. It's something to be leery about. But we'll talk it over and see what you can find out. I'm always looking for a chick takeover. Anybody who knows me knows that. You know that because that's how Laura Lee walked in and waltzed in and took over, and with her possessive ass. She was a royal pain in the ass. I mean, she expected me to speak to her every fucking morning, and I wound up sacrificing a lot of sleep for that bitch.
Oh yeah, because your sleep schedule.
That's right.
You're going to bed like 6 a.m., 7?
Something like that, yeah. But she wanted me to wait, and it was just this, that was something that might have even started again with that Ramona Halitha Henry, who was paying me about $100 a month, and then Judith Agert saved my ass from that. Reminded me, don't let another woman, push you into that. The funny thing was that Judith Agert and Laura Lee Solomon started off as friends. But then again, Judith Agert and Lena Shea started off as friends. It's but they're all catty, and they're all I guess it was they wanted total monopolization of my attention, each one of those females. And with Judith Agert, she stuck around the longest, but then finally decided that she was going to go in for vengeance more than anything else and just punish me by not ever speaking to me again. This was after she demanded, of course, being the recipient to my life insurance. So it was just, altogether just an ugly situation. That was just such an ugly time. But
I'm really sorry you had to go through that.
Thank you. You're an angel. Yeah.
And it's so hard to trust people after that, when you want to or you need to, and you just, Well,
obviously, I'm still capable of trust. I mean, obviously, I brought you in, and you could see I'm not paranoid about you, or, saying stupid things like, oh, I hope you don't do me the way these other bitches did me. I mean, obviously, it's not, hasn't scarred me that much, but
that's true. That's good, because you don't have that bitter spirit, and you don't ever want that
no
to take hold.
Yeah, no, it's awful. Bitterness is terrible, and
Yeah.
can't let that happen. Well, let me take a short look into the live stream
So
again before.
I'm gonna take the I'm gonna read the chat if I may real quick.
Sure, go ahead.
So Wood Grain Lorenzo, who I cannot say that last part. I feel like I've been reunited with an old friend. I love you like a brother and consider you a friend. You're in my prayers, and I'll see you in heaven.
Oh shit, he's not gonna kill himself, is he?
And then he says, I've been a conspiracy theorist for a long time, but Douglas tied it all together.
Cool. Wow. Well, flattery will
Interesting.
get you everywhere. So there we are. Yes, he's won his way into good graces with that. That's for sure. He's bought himself.
He's not a troll.
Yeah,
He's
well,
a
he's bought himself.
supporter.
He's bought himself my tolerance. If nothing else, I'll certainly tolerate his eccentricities for a while at least. So I do appreciate that. That's well said. That's very. He said that very well, and he's certainly clever. So this means he probably is not a troll because the enemy, the Edomites, they really are. They don't have the. They lack the guile. They lack the guile by which to even come up with something that's that flattering. In fact, they're just incapable of saying anything flattering because they're just so fucking evil. When they try, it doesn't come out right.
I will say one thing about monetization. I see it in my friends' realm.
Yeah.
When you really build up a band of support, they become members, and that's like a monthly
income.
Monthly.
Yeah.
And then the super chats, but still, Google takes 30%, but you could still do support because what you're offering and people will support you. I've seen it time and time again in communities where they actually want to be member and stuff.
Oh, I hear you. I hear you. So it's something to be considered. Of course, like you say as well, so long as we've got the the PayPal, so long as enough people contribute through there, and if it's the only option, then they'll tend to use it. I think people who are willing to donate digitally, that's probably the safest route, and it certainly at least doesn't give Google a direct, hand into your back pocket like they had with the monetizing when we monetize the chat. That's Google, and then Google ultimately has direct access to my bank account. Right? I mean, that's inescapable. It's like how it has to be done, so far as I understand it, unless you find out differently.
I don't have a look into it.
Okay, so let me go mute. I'll be back in about 7 to 10 minutes at the longest. This young lady will keep everybody informed and entertained. And you can talk about anything you like, honey. Finish up different points, and I think you're doing great. You're getting good at it. See? You can take off.
Thank you.
You're an angel.
Okay. I'm not an angel, you guys. But thank you. So I guess what I'll talk about is we're going to read an article from Yahoo News, which is today. Since we just find this Jill Biden surprise visit to Ukraine meets the First Lady. Hold on, I have to cough for a minute. So I'll just mute myself. All right, excuse me. So this was today from Yahoo News. Oh, let me get the link. Jill Biden pays surprise visit to Ukraine and meets First Lady. Oh, interesting. So Jill Biden made an unannounced visit to Western Ukraine on Sunday, holding a surprise Mother's Day meeting with First Lady Olena Zelenska to show U.S. support for the embattled nation as Russia presses its punishing war in the eastern regions. She became the latest high-profile American to enter Ukraine during the war, while Zelenska's public appearance was her first since Russia invaded Ukraine on February 24th. Quote, I wanted to come on Mother's Day, unquote. The First Lady told Zelenska, I thought it was important to show the Ukrainian people that this war has to stop, and this war has been brutal, and that the people of the United States stand with the people of Ukraine, unquote. Biden spent about 2 hours in Ukraine traveling by vehicle to the town of Ushrod, about 10-minute drive from Slovakian border village, where she had toured a border processing facility. Zelenska thanked Biden for her courageous act and said, "We understand what it takes for the U.S. First Lady to come here during a war when military actions are taking place every day, where the air sirens are happening every day, even today." The First Ladies met at a school being used to temporarily house Ukrainian migrants. Zelenska arrived first and waited in her black SUV until Biden arrived in similar fashion. The women stepped out of their vehicles and embraced with Biden, who wore a wrist corsage for Mother's Day, handing over a bouquet of flowers before they entered the school. The women came together in a small classroom, sitting on either side of a wooden table and greeting each other in front of the reporters before they met in private. Zelenska and her 2 children have been staying at an undisclosed location for their safety. The visit allowed Biden to conduct the kind of personal diplomacy that her husband would like to do himself, but apparently can't. That was my embellishment. President Joe Biden said when he visited Poland in March that he was disappointed he could not cross the border to go into Ukraine to see conditions firsthand, but that he was not allowed, likely due to security reasons. The White House said as recently as last week that the president would love to visit, but there were no plans for him to do so at this time. The meeting came about after Jill Biden expressed interest in visiting the region, including the school where she and Zelenska met, and settled on the idea of spending Mother's Day with Ukrainian moms, said Michael LaRosa, First Lady spokesperson. He said the Ukrainian government informed the United States that Zelenska would like to meet if possible, and that a meeting was finalized in recent days. The First Ladies also recently exchanged correspondence, according to the U.S. officials, who declined to provide further details because they were not authorized to discuss those private communications. After meeting privately for about a half an hour, interesting, the First Ladies joined a group of children who live at the school in making tissue paper bears to give as Mother's Day's gift. La Rosa described their conversation as more of a personal mother-to-mother exchange and said Biden was interested in how Zelenska was coping through that lens. He said Zelenska told Biden that she was able to hold her children's hand every night, even though she could not be with her husband. The Biden spoke by telephone afterward, he said. The Biden visit followed recent stops in the war-torn country by U.S. House Speaker Nancy Pelosi and other members of Congress, and a joint trip by U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken and the U.S. Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin to meet with President Vladimir Zelensky in Kiev. Her visit was to western Ukraine, Russia, in concentrating its military power in eastern Ukraine, and she was not in harm's way on the same day as Biden's visit. A Russian bomb flattened a school in eastern Ukraine that had been sheltering about 90 people in its basement, with dozens feared dead. Also Sunday, Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau visited Ukraine to meet with the president and reaffirm Canada's unwavering support for the Ukraine people, according to his office.
By the way, it looks like when I tried to mute, it didn't. I didn't really hit the microphone button. Were you able to hear anything while I was?
No,
Okay.
I didn't hear anything.
Yeah, and so you're reading a story now about our Lady Pelosi over there in Poland, and of course the Russians flattened school. Horrible.
And they were there at the same time, so it's like they were traveling together.
Jill and Pelosi.
Yeah.
The two ladies. Yeah.
Yeah, but Biden just couldn't make it. I guess he couldn't.
He's so chicken shit. And you see, this is, yeah, that's bad. That's bad. See, Joe Biden should be going to Ukraine. And Joe Biden should be going to Bucha, specifically, where all of those people were butchered and massacred. This is like something that I find, he's found wanting. He's just found wanting. It's just sad. And so it's something that, it's It is what it is. We're kind of stuck, and they've what disappoints me the most is that they took the squad, and you're familiar with the squad, those Democratic females who were all young, and Ilan Omar, Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, and a few others whose names I don't remember off the top of my mind, but these were ethnic minority females that were. The young and up-and-coming Democrats, they've all been thrown under the bus, just sidelined by the geriatric crowd like Pelosi, as personified by her, and Dianne Feinstein, who, of course, is utterly demented. These were the people who just kind of, the geriatrics took over the Democratic Party and threw the young ones up and coming under the bus because they just wanted to compromise with the Republicans. So I find that just to be so disappointing and just so stupid and self-defeating. So just out of curiosity, again, you don't need to answer this. As a matter of fact, the only reason I'm actually registered as a Democrat, I do, shall we say, obviously vote in that direction. But the only reason I was actually registered there was long before I even chose sides in this regard, which really wasn't until Trump. It wasn't that. It was pretty much that really pushed me. But until that time, the only reason I was registered as such was long ago while the man who raised and guided me, George Dietrich, my father, in the sense of the man who made me what I am, he registered me as such just to quote unquote keep an eye on the enemy. He really was a Republican. He was true old conservative Republican. We're talking like Reaganite, but he was a Republican and a classical conservative. So, he just wanted to get the Democratic literature mailed to one of us so he could read it and keep up on what the enemy was doing, quote unquote. But that was the only reason I was ever registered as a Democrat. And it was just after my dad's death, really, that I became active in that direction. So there's an incredible irony about that. Now, are you registered with either party? I'm just curious. And again, you don't need to answer this. It's just a question.
I sort of went through the idea that my mom guided my political in the beginning.
Yeah.
And so I was registered as a Democrat. Uh-huh. And then as I got a little older, maybe more like when I was 28, 30, I became a Republican. Mm-hmm. And then I realized the error of both sides, so I just became a independent. And then something that was really fishy that happened in the, I guess was it Hillary and Obama time. So I was at the post office and someone, Democrats were coming to my door, and and so I just asked one. I was like, "Why are you here?" And they're like, "Well, because you're a registered Democrat." And I said, "No, I'm not." And so someone had changed my party affiliation after I was an independent and put me as a Democrat. So I was telling them, this is really strange. And I was at the post office and somebody had a petition. And I said, well, will this petition be like a legal document that will see the senator or governor's eyes? And they said, yeah. I said, well, I want to write this. So I told the whole story about, just on a couple lines. It wasn't the whole story. I said, you need to look into this. This is happening here in Arizona. And it looks fishy. And after that, you heard the stories of it happening all over the nation. And then that one guy off Hillary's team was starting to investigate the reason why this was happening and ended up dead.
Oh, you're talking about that Seth guy?
Yeah, Seth. He was investigating that.
Now, I can provide the context for that later. I spoke of it a long time ago, so I'd have to look through my notes. But what you are doing is that basically what you're confirming is that by your personal experience, and I believe you, okay, I know you would never tell a lie. I know that. I know that what you're saying is true, but by your personal experience, apparently some kind of manipulation went on, at least with the registration of your party affiliation. So that's interesting.
Yeah, it was interesting, and I just thought that all correlated in a timely fashion when all that was happening, and kind of was just weird because I knew for a fact, like, I am not a Democrat. Like, I literally made the point to walk out of it, but now I consider myself just an independent, and I vote for the vote's sake, and I'm not really engaged anymore.
What you mean to say is that you were registered independent, but what you're saying now is that you're independent even of that. Is that
that's a good point.
You're basically using the term that Amalia Willard used, which is she likes the term political atheist. So I guess that's essentially what you could kind of call yourself to a degree, right? Political atheist. Is that?
That would be good.
Okay.
I would. Yeah, I'll attest to that now.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, that's cute. That's
Okay.
cute. Yeah. Of course, what I try to warn people about is the fact is, of course, my concern is that can potentially lead to a kind of nihilist perspective, which Amalia Willard kind of dangerously veers towards. In my opinion, I feel that it's dangerous. That she feels that, both parties are, to be damned. Basically, a pox on both your houses attitude towards the parties. And the problem is we're in such dire times. I feel that, a stand has to be taken. And of course, I do know which side that I have to stand on simply because I don't feel there's a choice. It's basically, in my case, I feel it's the Democrats because they are far more open towards a multicultural perspective, which I think is very important for our future. I
was looking into your ideology when you explained that you were a centrist. But I understood your point. You're a nationalist that wants to preserve the statehood, correct? You believe
that's certainly nothing to protest there. Yeah. I mean, on my part, I'm not going to protest that. It's so generic. Yeah, I guess. Yeah. That's, it's general enough. It's hard. Yeah. Yeah. Okay.
Oh, okay. I get it. So, yeah. I spent a couple days trying to understand that.
No, I deeply appreciate that.
But I get your point. Yeah, I get your point.
One of the things that I can clarify is that when we say, for instance, when you talk about preserving the republic, now I am, as I said before, conservative in a way that most people don't understand anymore. These days, people identify conservative. It's like, say, for instance, when we're talking about the Russians, and the Russians say, the Nazis promote transgender, and they're basically, and Amalia Willard comes to this point, which is basically she uses the term Zio-Nazi. This is a term of hers that she uses now. But by the way, there is some validity to this term, and people, I've gone into this before. Of course, the fact that it was the Nazis and the fascists that very much supported a Jewish relocation to Palestine because they were trying to get them out of Europe. And Palestine was where the Zionists wanted to go. So they were considered by the British Empire as basically a Nazi terrorist organization. So, I mean, there's validity to this that I think the history is lost on many people who make these analogies. But you got it to the point now where the Russians were saying, oh, well, Hitler was a Jew, which, of course, Putin was forced to apologize for to Israel, which, by the way, is just, here's Putin in the middle of a war. The man is obviously deranged to the point where he may as well say, I hate everybody. I mean, he's pretty much along the lines of J. Maurice at this point. So when you get this individual suddenly feels compelled to apologize to Israel, I mean, this really goes to show how much power Israel has. This is like, that stands out. So obviously, that's something that should not be missed, should be noted. But that being said, what his foreign policy, what was it? His, what do you call it? The man in charge, his Henry Kissinger, so to speak. The guy Lavrov, who's his State Department, his version of the State Department, the guy in charge of his foreign policy, basically said that, oh, Hitler's a Jew. And so the Russians say that, and they say that, the Nazis and the Zionists are all working together, and they say that, that this is all, basically everything they say about progressive liberalism and transgender and gays and all this agenda that they consider woke, to the Russians, what they call Nazi, they're basically talking about liberal progressives. So they have this definition that they've created themselves. And you got so people take these terms now, and one term might mean something completely different to one person that has nothing to do with what the other person is saying. So, I appreciate you're trying to find out what I was saying, and I was trying to clarify before that when I say I'm a conservative, and I made some different examples that I've already explained. People can listen to our last episode and get that. But when one of the things I do want people to understand is that what I do feel is that we need to evolve from what is currently a republic towards a democracy. And I think that the time of the republic, as we understood it, as we understand it, is really coming to an end, because it's obviously something that's supported by the Republicans, and what I want to see end are certain aspects of it, like the Electoral College, which eliminates a true democracy, such as other aspects of it. I mean, basically, in a certain sense, I'm working towards, as conservative as possible, a transition from the republic to a democracy. But the problem is, of course, it's likely not going to be peaceful. I mean, we're heading towards more than likely, especially with this Roe v. Wade, which is why I'll start the monologue now and tell people about that. We're heading towards a civil war just because of what that entails. So that being said, Chris Collins says the only way forward is something other than what we've been offered. And so that's true. And I agree. Certainly what we've been working with so far to preserve that, it would be stagnant. It would be stagnation. But I understand that Viviana Sanchez is conservative. She's conservative, and she wants to preserve much that she feels is of cultural value. And so I'm glad we have her. And so this way we have a more balanced perspective. And we are trying to figure out where each other is coming from. And I'm sure you agree with that, right, Vivi? Honey?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, I do. I appreciate your perspective, because I can understand where you're coming from, and I can understand the error or the problematics of both.
Yes.
It's just like it always seems, though, that the two are always pitted to be the antithesis of the other, and therefore we're always at war and we're always divided, and people can never just unite on something that, we as a human populace or as a nation or as even tribes and tongues could just correlate, like things like being good to each other, or, cultivating and protecting the earth and not allowing corporations to take over our government.
Yeah, but
we should be protesting that our government is even considered a corporation, and that a corporate entity is protected under the Constitution as a person.
Yeah,
if we could end that would be perfect.
Yeah. I mean, believe me, I get it. I totally fucking get it.
Okay.
I mean, the other day I was shitting all over PG&E, which is a corporation that, by the way, was tried in court and found guilty for the killing of hundreds of people. People can look that up. And this was a few years ago that happened. From all the explosions that generated the wildfires that killed people in California, traced back to faulty lines that fell and generated the firestorms. PG&E is a felon that is basically loose on parole. And so what happened was they took me off of this discount program, and I was shitting all over them. And they're an example of a felonious corporation that is still in business, and this is because they have more rights than you and I. They were judged guilty of mass murder, basically, and were never put in prison. So they're like, they have a person's rights, but it's a little bit more than that. It's like they're above the law to a great degree, right? So
they're an institution. That's why. Institutions.
Yeah.
They're going to position themselves as a form of governance, and Newsom probably supports that too because PG&E supports him.
Yeah, I mean, obviously politicians are beholden to corporations, and this is part of the problem I brought up, but understand this as well. Again, everything I've just expressed, I hope you understand I'm not defending them. But again, being afraid of corporations, saying these people want to institute themselves as governments. By the way, this was the classic dystopian fear throughout the 80s and the 90s when we began to see a lot of dystopian science fiction movies where the common theme was the corporations now run the world, and you would see everybody living in abject poverty, which is kind of like what you'd expect, right? The corporations are running the world and everybody's living in abject poverty. Okay, the insanity of this fear is that obviously the corporations are operating on a need for profit, and this is one reason why they will never, ever want to institute themselves as governments. Now, the problem is they lobby so hard that effectively they run governments in a sense, but they never want to take the position of governance because then they would have to provide things that the government provides, which is like defense, which is like education, which is like paramedical services, police, all of those public services that we get. No corporation wants to provide that. That would take from their profits. So understand that all they want to do is privatize all of the profits and socialize all of the costs. So they're parasites. They're essentially parasites that just keep getting bigger and bigger until they might possibly kill the host. But that's, against the rule of any parasite. The first rule of the parasite is don't kill the host. Well, they might get to the point where they might do that. Nobody said they were smart. But nevertheless, the one thing you can rest assured is they don't want to take over the position of the government, because then they'd be in the position where people will turn to them now and say, well, what about education? What about police? And you might say, well, they'll just say, fuck all that. And you'll get like in those science fiction movies. But that's not going to work, because if you ever take a look at those science fiction movies, the people who write those science fiction movies are not economists. So these people are not able to present you anything other than a kind of dystopian vision, because there's a lot of quarries to make post-apocalyptic films in, and it was easy in the 80s and 90s to just go to a quarry and film a post-apocalyptic film, and you can say, it's like this because the corporations run the government. See, they're not supporting any infrastructure. But, if they're not supporting infrastructure and everybody's just going to hell in a handbasket, they're dying of disease, they're dying of hunger, they're dying of thirst, well, then what's the corporation making a profit out of? They've killed all the customers. They've killed all the clientele. They can't just sell to each other. They can't just sell to rich people, because there's not enough rich people to support the corporations unless they go on a form of corporate welfare where the rich people are somehow sponsoring them, which doesn't make any sense because the rich people are rich because they're corporate, right? So it's like none of that's going to work. It's not going to be a dystopian future where the corporations run it and everybody's in the street and they're all starving and everybody's poor and they're all unemployed, because the only way they could live is if somebody gives them welfare. So unless the corporation has suddenly decided we're going to give everybody welfare, just a few dollars a day so they can barely survive, so they can buy our drugs, well, they're not going to get any profit off of that. And so it's just not the way it works. You get what I'm saying? So the corporations will never take over. Does that make sense, honey? Do respond to that. Yes. She knows.
Yes, I get it.
Thank you. They're so don't worry about them taking over. It's just they don't want that. They don't want to spend the money on that. By the way, Chris Collins says, I don't mean all of humanity, but does apply to a larger degree than you might give credit. When it comes down to it, we're all coming from the same place, despite the unique reality matrix of each of us sometimes creating the illusion of divergent perspectives. So what my solution would be, because I'm so much into geopolitics, is I would say we certainly need rival hegemonies or blocks, but they would provide some level of competition, and we have to take into account that man is a competitive animal, and we have to take into account all our differences. We just have to make sure that those differences work for us. This is why I don't have that genocidal perspective. I feel that if there is a civil war, that I would certainly want my side to win, which would be more the multi-ethnic, multicultural side. This would be best represented by Democrats at this point in history, despite their history of being the party of the Klan and whatnot. They've now become effectively the party of minorities in general. Obviously, there are minorities who participate with the Republicans, but that's more of that multiracial whiteness that I was talking about. And so my vision is, if the Democrats win, if I had my say, Republicans would simply be more regionalized, mostly in the South, where they would secede from the Union in part. Obviously, blacks in the South would be maintained under a kind of Union protection. And therefore, it would be more like Bosnia. Bosnia is an example where you have a multi-ethnic state where there are people maintaining peacekeeping so that the sides don't go into violence against each other on a civil war level like they did before. But it's a more of a preservation of status quo through a kind of tension in perpetuity. Now, Troy Bellamy says, what about the conservative mantra that corporations are people too, in the famous words of Mitt Romney? And we've gone over that. This is the problem. They do have these rights, and more rights than you and I. Corporations are people too. They're like you and me, except with a lot more rights and privileges. Yeah, it's a challenge. This is why I said fascism is the solution, because in fascism, the state controls the corporations rather than the other way around. And if you want to see a good example of operational fascism, just look at Japan. That's fascism. That's what they have, is economic fascism, because they have MITAI, the Ministry of International Trade and Industry, and MITAI tells the corporations what to produce as if they're mobilizing for war. And what they say is, we're going to produce these cars to sell, and we're going to produce this. Now, this is what helped Japan through the 80s and the 90s and made it one of the largest economies in the world. So that's fascism. So that's why I insist on fascism as a form of government being ideal. And when I say we're trying to transition from a republic to democracy, I don't trust the public to be able to vote in a democracy except through a graduated escalation of democracy. In other words, I say that when we start that democracy, it would be more of a dictatorship of the proletariat as represented through the party in power. If the Democrats won a civil war, it would be a single state party, right? It would be the Democrats in power. But if I were in charge, I would say we would keep the democracy at an absolute minimum where people are voting at the county level at first. And it would take a generation of education and perhaps another generation after that where they would be given increasing democracy, then at the state level and then at the national level. But it would take about 2 or 3 generations to get to that point where a full democracy should be allowed. And that means that people would have to be trained in critical thinking to be able to handle a democracy. And this is because people have proven themselves incapable of critical thinking without education. People need to be educated in that. One of the things that I would insist on is, as I said before, treat the information superhighway as you would a physical highway. That no one be allowed to drive on it until they're of legal age. unless they have adult supervision. That no one be allowed on the information superhighway without adult supervision until they're age 18, essentially. Some people are allowed to drive earlier if their parents permit it. It would be the same way for the information superhighway. But in general, it would take you to about age 16 before you're allowed to do that. It's just simply, it's just too dangerous. Most people, their minds are so wide open, their brains fall out. So Chris Collins says, if all political ideologies were completely redefined, people would think much differently about what they call fascism. Thank you. Right now, everybody calls their enemy fascist, and it's ridiculous. There's no meaning to the term when everybody is saying that. I'm going to start solicitation now. Our young lady, Viviana Sanchez, has already put us on the live stream, so I'll start with the show, essentially. So in terms of solicitation, one among the creepiest true crime tours in America is the Tucson Murders' True Crime Tours. The Tucson Murders True Crime Tours provide us historic crime investigation into forgotten lost crimes in Tucson, Arizona. These small private tours are hosted by the Mr. Ben Barinostenius, a true crime researcher and enthusiast who will personally take us to real historic crime locations related to these crimes in Tucson. Relive these events and hear the untold stories behind the stories. The Baron Ben specializes in the seemingly ever-developing case of the late serial rape killer Charles Howard Smitty Schmid Jr., aliased the Pied Piper of Tucson, an aftermath tour. See theunfinishedman.com to access excerpts from his yet-to-be-published work of that very title, The Unfinished Man, or review scenes from his cinematic documentaries at theunfinishedman.com. But other cases, such as the strange case of Morris Brady, the Dr. George Marvin Tejardine case, and the Red Rapist, are also within his repertoire, as in fact are all the crimes that shocked the Southwest throughout the 1960s, the very decade I myself entered this vale of tears. These devastating crimes stained a city so deeply, they may never be removed. For tour information, contact the TucsonMurders.com. Spell Tucson as you would Tucson, Tucson, and put the word "the" in front of it, the TucsonMurders.com. Or telephone the Baron Ben privately to personally guide your tour at 1-520-323-3406. That's 1520-323-3406. Now, let me drink a little bit of water here, and I'm going to, for a few minutes entertainment, bring up the fact that Viviana Sanchez herself lives in Arizona. And I remember, yes, she told Peter Moon she lived up north, so far north that she's right next to the border of another state. And aside from that, what else was there about that whole situation that, anyhow, perhaps another time. Best not to drag her on for something so petty. We'll find out more about exactly what goes on in her neck of the woods in Arizona, but I have the feeling, I can't remember whether she's in a suburb or a city or just kind of out in the woods, so to speak. But another time, we'll go back into that with her. For now, shout-outs. Shout out to Jameson Reese, who contributed $5 United States dollars. And, you know, that's like, thank you. I appreciate that, but at the same time, you know, at that point, you're contributing, you know, almost as much. It costs you almost as much to contribute that as it does, you know, to get that to me otherwise. It's now David Fitzsimmons. He is an individual who lives in a very interesting boulevard. He's in the United States. He contributed 10 United States dollars. Deeply appreciate it. That helps. and is something that makes more sense. You're contributing something where at least whatever you paid, I'm getting the even number contribution of $10. Stephen Myers contributed a quarter of 100 United States dollars. Now, he just recently contributed about 60. And he says, "Hi, DD, donation for vitamins. Maybe you can go into the Codex Gigas and the Rohone Codex. I was watching a YouTuber called Mr. Mythos on these subjects. Seems he has a history on Japan and the Inner Earth. He must have been tuning into you. His history seems pretty accurate. Be good if you broke it down. Thank you for bringing this to my attention, Stephen Myers. I am afraid to look." I am afraid to fucking look at what this guy is saying. I'm afraid he may have, maybe this guy is an independent researcher. Maybe this guy is a form of plagiarist. I don't know. But I've got it on YouTube right now. I'm going to, take a look at him later if I get distracted with that by now. Right now, God knows where that's going to take me. And it's probably best I look at that after transmission. So for now, let's you take a look at the other contributor is Salman Sheikh. So Salman Sheikh, hugs, dear brother. He contributed 100 United States dollars with a check, which is interesting because he does now have a PayPal account. So why he chose to do it by check, he sent this wonderful young letter, do with this what you will, and of course told all the Pakistani men to stop bothering me. Later on, I'll do a screen share, maybe on Wednesday, which will be here before any of us know it, and I'll share with Viviana while we're live what some of these Pakistani men are telling me, that they're going to cover me in kisses and all this stuff. I mean, come on. I mean, they look at my photographs. They must know I'm a boy. Come on. It's like, do they care? Or it's beyond me. And of course, let's see now with the time we have remaining. So 8 to 9, 9 to 10, 10 to 11, 11 to 12. It's the remaining few hours, 4 hours. Viviana Sanchez says, "Thank you, Mr. Sheikh. God bless her." And she says, "Thanks for your support to Douglas Dietrich. Money well invested. Goddess bless you, honey." Chris Collins was saying, "The language is corrupted. Dude, the solicitation is fucking hilarious sometimes." Yes, it is. I can't stop myself from laughing when I read it. It is a royal pain in the ass. Getting to the point where I read it is like pulling teeth. But it is what it is, and God bless him. He does pay me $100 a month, so I got to call him to remind him I need $300 this month because we were like, we're doing it in like 3-month intervals now. He's like paying me 4 times a year, I guess. So it works out, kind of. At any rate, I'll try and get him to get that to me this month because God knows I need it to make the rent. Salman Sheikh did enormous towards that, and obviously, it is what it is. So, to try and educate people, as usual, about today, let's start off with the Russians. Brace for today, okay? We are there already. We are in today, May 9th. And today, on Russia's Victory Day, we might find out whether Putin intends to extend his war to the rest of the planet. Now, in the West, May 9th usually passes without much notice. In Russia, however, it marks the propagandized surrender of Nazi Germany and the end of World War II in Europe per the propagandization of that conflict. Now, whether it's Europe or Asia, World War II is not recognized as ending by your United States government until December 31st of 1946, when it didn't end either. It's simply recognized as going into ceasefire, and World War II with Japan is recognized as not ending, the conflict continuing under conditions of ceasefire until 1952. With the war in Europe, it has never really ended. Now, it's not just me, people, who tells you this. This is, you can look this up. The Soviet Union, just before it went out of existence, got together with France and Great Britain and the United States, and they signed a peace treaty with both East and West Germany. Of course, this is completely stupid because East and West Germany did not exist before World War II. They are not the nations which launched World War II, and therefore this was an absolutely bizarre ritual which took place around the time of the collapse of the Berlin Wall. And this was effectively the Allies saying, oh, we got to make peace with these people while the Soviet Union is still around, and therefore the Germanys can reunite in peace. It was because the two Germanys were kind of effectively at war with each other per the Allied conflict with itself. It was an absolutely bizarre ritual, which some people claimed was the official end of the Second World War, and that's absolute bullshit because, as I said, neither of those nations existed during the war. They have no power to end it. The end result being that the war is still on. It's still on with the 1,000-Year Reich in exile. It was essentially the Allies needed another ally against the 1,000-Year Reich, and they decided that somehow making peace with East and West Germany and having them unite would provide them that ally, a kind of surface Germany that would be the contrapuntal, the counterpoint to the 1,000-Year Reich in exile, which is legally still the real government of Hochdeutschland, or High Germany, the Germany of the surface world, because it was never voted out of existence. It was simply forced into exile. Now, for anybody who thinks this is too obtuse, understand that this is what we have going with Communist China and My Taiwan. These are nations that are legally at war with each other, and Taiwan is essentially the counterpoint to Communist China, whereas Communist China is considered the counterpoint to the last Nazi government on earth, Taiwan, which of course is, well, if you doubt that, take a look at Title 42 of the United Nations Charter. In lieu of the Constitution, they have a charter, and Title 42 of the United Nations Charter states that they are at war with Hitlerism. They declared war against the person of my biological father, Adolf Hitler, just as the Allies declared war against the person of Napoleon Bonaparte during World War II, or the Napoleonic Wars. They declared war against the person of Napoleon so they could say that they were not at war with the French people. That way they could claim they're liberating the French people as opposed to being at war with them. That's kind of the idea with the United Nations Charter. They're effectively at war against Hitlerism and the nations that represent it rather than against the German people. So that's why they could say that when the Nazi elite went into exile in their exodus to Argentina and onto Unterland, that they were at war with this Nazism, this Hitlerism. Well, they feel that Taiwan represents that Hitlerism, the last bastion of Hitlerism on the surface world. And that's why they legally do not recognize Taiwan as a government. The United Nations does not recognize Taiwan. For that reason, they are legally still at war with Taiwan. Taiwan is the last Axis enemy on the surface world because peace was made with Japan and they're still at war with the 1,000-Year Reich in exile. Then the last representation of Hitlerism on the surface world is my Taiwan. The United Nations will tell you that. And this is, of course, the situation to be understood with their making peace with the two Germanys so they could have another ally against Taiwan and the 1,000-Year Reich in exile. This is the kind of crazy world we live in. So when it comes to the end of the war, well, there is no end, which is why May 9th is so important to the Russians. Russia's Victory Day is a time for military parades and solemn remembrances, something like the United States. Well, like if the United States rolled Veterans Day and Memorial Day into one gigantic military patriotic celebration. And even that would never capture what Victory Day means to Russians and to the Kremlin authorities. The United States, after all, did not suffer the near-death experience on an existential national level of losing 127 million people. It is also a day for speeches, and Russian dictator Vladimir Putin intends to give one. During the Cold War, effectively the Third World War, Sovietologists would pay attention to such public declarations, looking for clues to Kremlin policy. Over the past few decades, this kind of analysis fell by the wayside. Going to Putin's meetings at Valdai and asking him questions directly was easier than to try to parse his public declarations. This year, however, the world will be listening to Putin's speech more carefully. Russia is once again in a major war in Europe. This time, as last, as the aggressor, as Putin pursues a mad crusade to establish some sort of Orthodox Christian Slavic empire to replace the Soviet Union. Today, on the 9th of May, Putin is likely to provide a clue about whether he intends to bring that crusade to an end or extend it to a planet-threatening war. So understand that this is purely a Russian affair. When Vladimir Putin was once questioned by a Russian, actually a Ukrainian, biker gang member who was talking about the multinational front of the Soviet Union during World War II. White Russians, Ukrainians, the Greater Russians, and the Georgians and various other nationalities in this truly multinational effort to fight the Third Reich. This empire of nations, as the Soviet Union always presented itself, as that was something that the old Soviets would always emphasize, was the fact that the Soviet Union is an empire of nations, that this was a multinational war against fascism, that all of the Union of Soviet Socialist Republics was not any mere nation state and never to be considered as such. It was a world of many different ethnic groups, nationalities, united under a communist ideal. The very word Soviet simply means collective. And what people would emphasize was if any foreigner were to ask him, citizen of the Soviet Union, what are you ethnically? Are you Tatar? Are you someone who is Uzbek? Are you someone who is one of the Asians from the Sakha Republic? Then they were indoctrinated from childhood through their education to respond, I am Soviet. It would be like if somebody asked some individual in the United States who happened to be black, are you of Nigerian descent? Your average black person would take umbrage and say, I'm American, goddammit. That's the kind of attitude they would have. That we're all collective here. This is above and beyond our ethnic identity. We identify with the collective. Just like somebody who's raised in America and somebody coming up to them and saying, are you Polish? Or what's your background, Irish? I'm an American. That kind of attitude. Well, when this Ukrainian descended biker gang member, was at the annual or biannual, twice a year, Putin talks to the public, answers their questions directly. When this guy asked him about all this multinational front in World War II and to address this multinational effort that all the peoples of the former Soviet Union participated in, Putin slammed him down and basically said, all these other people participated, but Russia would have won the war without you. That was all the Russians. Really did it all. He just basically said, at that point, he demolished the idea of the old Soviet indoctrination. He demolished the old Soviet spirit. Fuck all the little people. It was all on Russia, and the rest of you people were just all around for the ride. You were along for the ride. So at that point, he eliminated Soviet Russian imperialism and replaced it with sheer out-and-out Russian imperialism. Ethno-nationalism, Russian ethno-nationalism. That it's no longer you are all part of a Soviet Union in which the Russians are the majority. Now it will simply be a Russian empire and you will all be absorbed. So when he declares war, if he does, this will be a Russian imperialist crusade. Orthodox imperialism. And I will do my best now to try and articulate what a declaration of war would mean. Understand that Russia invaded Ukraine on February 24th, and since then, dictator Vladimir Putin has insisted that his troops are carrying out a special military operation instead of a war. In theory, this transmission tonight that I am hosting with my lovely co-hostess, Viviana Sanchez, is a moment for considering the big, looming news events expected throughout the coming week and all around the world. In reality, I'm finding it hard to look beyond Moscow early on Monday, where we're at now. On May 9th, Victory Day in Russia. Crowds gather each year on Red Square for a military parade to mark the Great Patriotic War in which they propagandize Nazi Germany was defeated. Naturally, it's also a moment for Vladimir Putin to rally his people and stir nationalist feelings. He is likely to tell ordinary Russians that the wicked West is out to get them again. As always, Mr. Putin, back when he secretly plotted his war in Ukraine, planned to use the May 9th event as a moment for bragging about his defeat of the neighboring country. Instead, he will have to find ways to spin calamity for Russia as a victory. It is true that the Russian economy isn't yet hurting too badly, despite sanctions, but the general showing of Russia's armed forces and the estimated loss of at least 15,000 Russian soldiers' lives has been far worse than he could have imagined possible. What to do? A fiery speech is one option. Plans for some sort of televised parade in the ruins of Mariupol, the only sizable urban area that the Russian forces have seized, though they had to destroy the city to save it, may have been called off too. Mr. Putin could yet declare victory. Welcome it if he does, at least if that means he would withdraw forces or bid for a ceasefire and peace talks. However, that's unlikely. See him as a poker player who prefers to double down on his bets when things going awry. This could mean the Russian dictator decides to tell his people it's time for all-out war against Ukraine, despite denials for months that one would take place, and a claim that Russia is only pursuing a special military operation there. A formal declaration would allow a general mobilization and easier use of conscripts abroad. It would, presumably, suggest a long conflict ahead. A gloomier option? The Russian could decide that this is the moment to signal he will broaden the conflict. He may tell his people that the enemy is no longer just Ukraine, but instead there is a wider battle to be fought against the West, NATO, countries like Finland and Sweden that wish to join NATO, or a broad alliance led by the American empire. Other things are also happening in the coming days. Global anxiety about inflation has not peaked, despite rate rises in America, Australia, and the greater British Empire in recent days. One reason why Britannia's ruling Conservative Party did badly in recent elections was that the cost of living has soared there on the Isles of Britannia. Across the Atlantic, expenses are hard to believe. They will soon be asking which parts of the world, and in what ways, is the threat of persistently high inflation the greatest risk. Meanwhile, for the Philippines, May 9th is Election Day. Look out for the return of a Marcos to the presidency, many years after the old dictator and his shoe-loving first lady left office. Later in the week, it is the turn of Lebanon, a country battered by graft, explosions, and other ill fortunes in recent years, to go to the polls. For lighter relief, you might tune in to the Eurovision Song Contest this coming weekend, when a band from Ukraine surely stands an excellent chance of winning. I'm no musical expert. Maybe a band of sisters from Iceland or a crooner from Croatia could put on a better show than the Kalush Orchestra. But the hearts of the judges of Eurovision are not only plucked by the sound of music. Politics and sympathies for those afflicted by war will play a big part. Back on the problem of Russia itself, some make a case for the West to tell Russians that they should somehow depose Mr. Putin from office. Trouble is, he is rather well ensconced there. Ensconced, in office, I mean to say. The columnist Niklas Biel appears to make that very point, or a similar point, via The Economist magazine, noting that Russian generals, who are being killed at unprecedented speed, must know that, well, what they have to do to stop this war. He's suggesting a military junta, a coup d'etat, a night of the generals. He argues, too, that Ukraine and the West should not worry if Mr. Putin declares a general mobilization, for he doubts that will add meaningful clout to the Russian army. That's all. Which begs the question, how rotten is Russia's army? The invasion of Ukraine has been a disaster for Russia's armed forces. About 15,000 troops have been killed in 2 months of fighting. That's according to the British government analysis. At least 1,600 armored vehicles have been destroyed. The assault on the capital, Kiev, was a chaotic failure. For Mr. Putin, this is a crushing setback because the use of military force is central to his strategy for making the Russian Empire count in the world. Russia may be vast, but it is, at the best, a medium-sized polity that still yearns to be a superpower. To fill the gap between its capacities and its aspirations, Mr. Putin has repeatedly turned to the only sphere where Russia can still purport to be world-class: military force. It is a welcome fact that the failure of Russia's rotten army in Ukraine weakens this claim considerably. Unfortunately, this also leaves the world facing a nuclear-armed power with a point to make, or a point to prove. Vladimir Putin uses warfare to make up for Russia's weaknesses. That is why he is so dangerous. So speculation is growing that this could change in the coming days. Western officials believe Putin could formally declare war on Ukraine as soon as today, the 9th of May, a symbolic day for Russia, paving the way for Vladimir Putin to step his campaign. What exactly is May 9th? May 9th, known as Victory Day inside Russia, commemorates the Soviet Union's role in defeating Nazi Germany on the surface world in the Second World War. Victory Day is marked by a military parade in Moscow, and Russian leaders traditionally stand on the tomb of Vladimir Lenin in Red Square to observe it. Now, James Nixie, director of the Russia-Eurasia program at Chatham House, has observed that May 9th is designed to show off to the home crowd a military, basically, to intimidate the opposition and to please the dictator of the time. Now, Western officials have long believed that Putin would leverage the symbolic significance and propaganda value of this day, today, to announce either a military achievement in Ukraine, a major escalation of hostilities, or both. The Russian tyrant has a keen eye for symbolism, having launched the invasion of Ukraine the day after Defender of the Fatherland Day, another crucial military day in Russia, among all too many. So, is he preparing for mobilization? Because meanwhile, Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky, who has not formally declared war on Russia, imposed martial law in Ukraine when the Russian invasion began in late February. Another option for Putin is to enact Russia's mobilization law, which can be used to start a general or partial military mobilization in cases of aggression against the Russian Federation or a direct threat of aggression, the outbreak of armed conflicts directed against the Russian Federation. That would allow the government not just to assemble troops, but also to put the country's economy on a war footing. Russian forces have lost at least 15,000 soldiers since the beginning of the war, and reinforcements will be needed if Moscow is to achieve its aspirations, its objectives in Ukraine. Mobilization could mean extending conscription for soldiers currently in the armed forces, calling on reservists, or bringing in men of fighting age who have had military training. But it would also represent a big risk for Vladimir Putin. Full-scale mobilization could also damage the struggling Russian economy. In addition, it could diminish support for Putin at home, as some Russians support the invasion of Ukraine without wanting to personally go and fight. It could still be possible for Putin to enact the mobilization law without officially declaring war on Ukraine. Putin could also impose martial law in Russia, suspending elections, and further concentrating power in his own hands. This would impose rules such as restrictions on men of fighting age leaving the country, which could also prove unpopular. On Wednesday, Kremlin spokesperson Dmitry Peskov said there was no chance Putin would declare war on May 9th. Now, on this Victory Day today, without a victory, Putin faces his choices over all-out war. Ahead of Russia's most patriotic and somber holiday, Victory Day today, this Monday opening the work week worldwide, there be no victory in the war against Ukraine, but plenty of rumors that dictator Vladimir Putin will order a general mobilization of soldiers to secure one. Analysts see mobilization as the Russian Empire's best hope to turn the tide and defeat Ukraine by reinforcing demoralized forces and plowing them back into the war. But the risks, admitting that the military campaign so far has been a failure and igniting domestic opposition, may be too great. Several top Russian officials have sought to quash the rumors. In comments to Russian radio delivered Thursday, Vyacheslav Volodin, Speaker of the Russian Parliament, said, No, I can tell you this on and off air. A day earlier, two shadowy figures in the Siberian oil city, Nizhnevartovsk, made clear what they thought of conscription. One, wearing a gray hoodie and camouflage pants, hurled 7 Molotov cocktails into a local military recruiting center, while the other recorded the incident. One of 6 recent arson attacks on Russian recruiting offices. Several of the attacks led to the arrests of young Russian men. Russia's 10-week-old military campaign was not supposed to come to this. On the day of the invasion, a jubilant Margarita Simonyan, editor-in-chief of state-owned RT, Russia Today, wisecracked that the Russian campaign was just a standard parade rehearsal for Victory Day, herself tweeting, "It's just that this year they decided to hold the parade in Kyiv," Kiev, using the Russian spelling of Ukraine's capital of Kiev, Kyiv, no less. Of course, in Ukrainian villages, there are whispers of collaboration with the Russians. That, of course, is why Zelensky has had to arrest a number of traitors. This will go to show you that Russia's greatest advantage has always been its fifth column, like they have in the United States in the form of the Republican Party. But Russia's efforts to fuse Victory Day, its celebration of the propagandized Soviet victory over the Nazis in World War II, with a victory in its war against what Moscow calls Nazis in Ukraine, fell flat with the failure to capture Kiev. The occupation of the strategic Ukrainian port of Mariupol marks a rare Russian success, but the city's bombed-out ruins make for an unpalatable backdrop for any parade. Sergei Kiriyenko, head of the Russian presidential administration, ruled out an official Victory Day parade there on Thursday. Over the years, Putin has used this holiday to legitimize his increasingly authoritarian rule, exploiting the myth of Russia as a nation that never invaded anyone, fights only in self-defense, and single-handedly saved the world from Nazis in World War II, at a staggering cost of 127 million Russian war dead, equal to the population of the entire Japanese archipelago. In Zelensky's blue-collar hometown, there's praise for the president's steel, his steel balls. But so far, the Russian Empire has relied primarily on soldiers who have voluntarily signed contracts to serve in the military because they couldn't find any jobs in an impoverished Russian Empire at home. Russian officials have previously pledged that conscripts would not be sent into battle, although some have. And speaking to the American-funded Current Time TV, Russian military analyst Ruslan Lviv of the independent open-source analytical group CIT said that partial mobilization could help Russia take control of eastern Ukraine, where much of the fighting is now concentrated. Igor Grikin, a former Russian intelligence officer who led a separatist militia in the Donetsk area of eastern Ukraine in the 2014 uprising, has repeatedly warned that without a general mobilization, Russia faces a drawn-out war with high casualties and possible defeat. Emphasizing that Russia's future depended on it, in comments published last month on Russian social media, VKontakte, he said, well, to read the writ to you, I will translate from the Russian. In our case, mobilization is necessary in order to win in the war that we got into up to our ears. Ooh. That doesn't sound too, how would I say it? Very morale boosting in propaganda terms. He's being brutally honest here. I wonder if he'll pay the price. But in an interview that a mobilization would be unpopular and risky, Dmitry Alperovich, head of Washington-based Silverado Policy Accelerator, that's a think tank, said, if you have a general mobilization, everyone in Russia is going to know someone or have a husband, son or nephew or a relative going into the fight. In another interview, Phillips O'Brien, professor of strategic studies at Scotland's University of St. Andrews, said that if Putin calls a general mobilization, Russia will have a very long war. First, the Russians will have to train trainers to train all those people. This year, Putin faces a more delicate and difficult task than on previous victory days. While Russian media have largely ignored Russia's battlefield losses, they have been substantial. Russia has lost significant numbers of tanks, armored vehicles, aerocraft, and warships. Most notably, the Moskva, the flagship of its Black Sea Fleet, destroyed with the help of U.S. intelligence. Between 7,000 to 15,000 Russian servicemen have been killed, according to a NATO estimate that I'm cross-referencing with the British analysis. Now, Russia's reputation as a leading military power has been badly tarnished, and the country faces debilitating economic isolation that will likely last for years. In Kharkiv, you've got a 24-hour shift with paramedics amid all the Russian shelling. But back in Moscow, this year's Victory Day parade will be smaller and humbler than in years past, with less equipment on parade and no friendly heads of state invited. Not even Belarusian dictator Alexander Lukashenko, who criticized Thursday the way the war has dragged on. Oh, that cost him his invitation to stand on Lenin's tomb beside the great Vladimir Putin. Now he's got feet of clay, and this war will likely be his undoing. Lukashenko, that is. But for many Russians, like a 79-year-old Muscovite that I saw on Russian television, named Valentina, the sacrifices and successes still loom large and underpin support for the war in Ukraine. Declining to give her surname, while sitting on a Moscow park bench with two friends on Friday, she repeated the anti-Ukrainian propaganda that Putin and the Russian media have been promoting, alleging that Ukrainians had been harassing and killing Russian speakers for many years. To quote as she, "Our president did the right thing when he sent troops there. We are peaceful people, but something had to be done. Victory Day is our sacred holiday. I always cry on that day. I was little. My uncle was killed. It was terrible. So many people died, and so many cities were destroyed, but our country, the USSR, won that war, and we celebrate the heroes on May 9th. Now, analyst Stanislav Belkovsky, speaking to the online outlet called We Can Explain, which is associated with the exiled Russian tycoon Mikhail Hodorkovsky, predicted that Putin would use this holiday, exploit it, to vow never to leave eastern Ukraine, and would give the name Novorossiya, or New Russia, to a slice of Ukrainian territory along the Sea of Azov. As the war effort has faltered, commentators on Russian television have complained that Russia is fighting with a hand tied behind its back to avoid civilian casualties, contrary to all evidence of their chronic atrocities, and have claimed that Western assistance, including arms and intelligence, is drawing out the fight, which is about the only fact that the Russian state media machine conveys. In an interview, Tatiana Stanovaya, the Paris-based head of Our Politique, as in Russian or Realpolitik, political consultancy, concluded that if Putin were to declare all-out war and mobilize recruits, it would take at least half a year, 6 months, to train them. That would also be a recognition that the special military operation, as Moscow calls this invasion, has been a failure. And she said she expected Putin to emphasize his grievances over Western support for Ukraine and could ramp up efforts to intimidate the West, for instance, with more test launches of nuclear-capable missiles. To quote as she, at length and verbatim, Putin can't admit that. There are no signs that the Kremlin is ready to shift from a special military operation to a war. Putin is going to use this day to justify his war against Ukraine and to underline, as he believes, the historical mission of Russia to fight fascism. He has to legitimize his war, and he's trying to present it to the world and to Russians as some kind of fight for historical justice. The strategic problem that Russia is facing today is that Russian society has not been prepared for protracted and costly war. It wanted a fast, decisive victory, and Putin cannot give it to the Russians. They're focused on the idea that Russia is a victim of unjust and hostile actions of the West. It means that Putin doesn't really need to present Russians with some gains. It's sufficient for him just to continue talking about Russia's historical mission to fight fascism. So, what else could happen? If Putin doesn't declare war, he may look elsewhere to make a statement to mark Victory Day. Other options include annexing the breakaway territories of Luhansk and Donetsk in eastern Ukraine, making a major push for Odessa in the south, the last free major port city, or declaring full control over the southern port city of Mariupol. There are also indications that Russia could be planning to declare and annex a People's Republic in the southeastern city of Kherson. Putin has many options on the table, with Oleg Ignatov, senior analyst for Russia at Crisis Group, affirming that declaring war is the toughest scenario, himself noting that the move would force Putin to admit that the invasion of Ukraine has not gone according to plan. To quoteist Oleg Ignatov, it would change the whole Kremlin narrative. If they declare full-scale mobilization, some people wouldn't like it. All the decisions are made by one man and a couple of his advisors. Putin will be able to declare that the Russian army had some victories in Ukraine. He can try to use this date to solidify his support. Yet the United States State Department spokesman Ned Price said Monday, opening last work week, that there is good reason to believe that the Russians will do everything they can to use May 9th for propaganda purposes. At a State Department briefing on Monday, Price said, "We've seen the Russians really double down on their propaganda efforts, probably, almost certainly, as a means to distract from their tactical and strategic failures on the battlefield in Ukraine." Well, this is exactly the reason why the Russians are making the claim that witches and sorcerers are using black magic to fuck up the Russian war effort. Now, they must have been listening to Jameson Reese on my program, because on Friday into this weekend, Russian media again peddled claims that Ukraine is using black magic. And they may have Jameson Reese in mind, though he's more of a light caramel color, if you ask me. And they said that this has been what's been fucking up President Vladimir Putin's forces in the ongoing war. You see, in an article titled "Abductions, Robbery, Extortion," subtitled, after the colon, "How the Nazis Hunted the Moscow Patriarchate in Ukraine," Russian pro-Kremlin news website life.ru, as in life.russia, claimed that Ukrainian authorities do not mind flirting with evil forces. Officials and security forces of Ukraine sometimes behave like wild witches. Oh, I mean, this is just too rich. Let me see if I'm translating this correctly from the Russian here for you. I mean, this is a little hard for even me to believe the Russians going to. Yes, officials and security forces of Ukraine sometimes behave like witches and sorcerers. For example, at the headquarters of the Armed Forces of Ukraine in the village of Trekizbenka, that's in the LPR, their little fucked up republic that the Russians recognize, but no one else does, an insurgent area of ground that the Russians have effectively occupied, an occult inscription was found, which may indicate the occupation of Ukrainian servicemen with black magic. Now, this article accuses Oleksiy Arestovich, the military advisor to Ukraine's presidency, of calling on Ukrainian witches and sorcerers to conduct occult rites after Putin launched his invasion in February. The outlet then insists that an occult community has responded to Arestovich's calls, and the ritual was carried out by sorcerers in Ukraine's western Ternopil region. Now, same article cites Russian state-run media outlet RIA Novosti's claims earlier this week that Ukraine is using black magic to thwart Putin's invasion. And that sourced report said signs of black magic were found at the Ukrainian artillery headquarters on the outskirts of a village called Trekizbenka in the Luhansk region, and published images of what it called a satanic seal that was allegedly found on the walls of that military unit's headquarters. And the RIA Novosti cited cult researcher Ekaterina Dice, surname spelled DYCE, as claiming that the sign allegedly found on the walls of Ukrainian military headquarters is a magical sigil, a symbol consisting of many intersecting lines. They were plagiarizing the stupid sigils put out by Peter Levinda in his paperback Necronomicon published by Avon Press. I shit you not, it's a recognizable sigil. And this lady Dice, D-Y-C-E, we could call her Dyke, claimed that the sign is a magical seal of dark forces that combines elements of anarchy, weapons, and fascist symbols, and noted that it was drawn in one continuous hand movement. This indicates its occult nature. To quote us Dice, what it means is difficult to say for sure. In it, you can see both the inverted sign of anarchy and part of the sign CC, rune, Zig. It is clearly visible in the far left sector of the circle, and the Hebrew letter Zayin, written in German, meaning sword or weapon. By the way, CC in Russian, the Cyrillic alphabet, is SS. So what she's saying is that this really is saying SS as in Schutzstaffel, or the Secret Service of Adolf Hitler, and that they mix that with the Hebrew letter Zayin, again equating the Jews with the Nazis. This is a regular theme in Russian propaganda, that Nazis and Jews are, in essence, the same. Now, this news outlet also claims that authorities found a blood-covered document inside that building, said report claiming there were blood stripes on the document, despite the fact that there were no such traces anywhere else. Now, I myself have been unable to independently verify any of these claims. I have reached out to Russian authorities and Ukraine's Ministry of Foreign Affairs for comment, but as you can imagine, nobody's answered me. The end result is it's all bullshit, and it's definitely Russian propaganda. They are left really pulling whatever they can out of their ass, and they're going to say, well, you know, the only reason we're getting our asses kicked is because the Ukrainians, you know, those Zio-Nazis, those Nazi Jews, they're in league with Satan. Now, the British Defense Minister, Ben Wallace, for one, has expressed the concern that Putin will exploit today, this 9th day in May, to press for the mass mobilization of the Russian people. This would imply not only an expansion of the war against Ukraine, but also an escalation against the United States and NATO. For more than 2 months, Putin and his various minions in the Kremlin and the Russian press have been railing on about Nazis and threats to Russia's existence. And as the British Defense Minister Ben Wallace has so noted, it would not be a surprise to see Putin expand his campaign against the putative Nazis in Ukraine to a war against all of the world's Nazis. So far, the Pentagon and the American intelligence services have not made any on-the-record comments. But Russia watchers are concerned that Putin will be keen to help his military advantage avenge the humiliation of its abysmal performance in a war where every advantage, including size and geography, initially appeared to be on the side of the Russians. Instead of a lightning victory and a march to Kiev, the Russians, even by conservative estimates, have lost far more than at least 10,000 men, including a slew of generals and other senior officers, along with hundreds of tanks and scores of aerocraft. This is, of course, something that no truly effective military could ever have suffered. This is, of course, the result of the fact that everything Russia has ever said about its military competence has been a goddamn propagandistic lie. Their flagship in the theater, the Moskva, now sits at the bottom of the Black Sea. Someone must be held accountable for this disaster, and we may all be certain that it will not be Vladimir Putin himself. No, Putin will blame the West for all his troubles, and he will almost certainly issue threats, including more nuclear saber rattling. There may well be a call to action issued to the Russian people. But how much more capacity the Russians can bring to the war is unclear, especially if mobilization requires a large conscription effort. Russian military life is a miserable existence, overseen by brutal and uncaring, if not sadistic, officers, and characterized by bullying of young soldiers, including rape thereof, low pay, and very poor living conditions. For decades, draft dodging was rampant, and understandably so. Reforms over the past decade, including shorter terms of service, cracking down on traditions of hazing and bullying, and allowing a bit more freedom for conscripts, have been successful in mitigating those problems. If Putin calls for mobilization, all these problems will return, and it will take us months, nay, even years of training before these new troops would be ready for combat. In the meantime, mass conscription risks angering a Russian public that has until now been, from a safe distance, largely supportive of the war. Similarly, the Russian defense industry cannot instantly kick into overdrive and solve Moscow's equipment problems. Even if years of corruption and waste could be overcome with a Soviet-like "fulfill the plan" effort, what would be the point? To send more poorly designed tanks and defective missiles to the front? It would also be a tough sell at home. The Soviet people became as accustomed to living in misery while money was diverted to the defense sector, but it might be trickier to get today's Russians to live with shortages and sanctions while Putin spends their taxes building more armor for the motherland. Still, Putin might call for a final push to overwhelm the Ukrainians by throwing men and machines into a meat grinder. This war was a deluded scheme hatched in Putin's COVID-isolated bubble, and even now Putin seems truly unable to understand the disaster he's unleashed on Ukraine and the damage he's done to Russia itself. Advised by a tight circle of hawks, some of whom will fear getting tagged with blame if things continue to deteriorate, he might see doubling down as a realistic option. For saner times. Such an intensification of the war effort would serve one other purpose. It would impose a certain amount of unity within a Kremlin where the finger-pointing has already begun, and increase social pressure to silence those in Russian society who might risk speaking up, especially now that thousands have already been arrested and many Russians are fleeing the country. Putin so far seems to be blaming the security services for misleading him, but he has also fulminated against Russian citizens whom he believes prefer life in the West and are therefore disloyal to the Russian motherland. This is ironic, considering how many of Putin's own confidants seem to share such a preference for living in their yachts abroad, all over the world, anywhere but Russia. The Russian military, for its part, might welcome a militarized nation not only to recover its pride, but also to threaten the young Russians who oppose the war with enforced military service. Now, as for Russian women who protest, they might be conscripted into barracks whores service. service as barracks whores to service the men. That way, the Russians can claim that women are doing their part for the war effort. The more worrisome possibility is that Putin has decided that he will merely declare NATO the true source of Russia's defeat and plunge Russia into the next World War. World War III, World War IV, a genuine world war, rather than the one that the Ukrainians and others claim is already underway, with the Russians initiating attacks against Western forces, perhaps at the Ukrainian border or at sea. This choice does not require Putin to be a madman, but rather to be as ill-informed and overconfident as he has been for years. Putin, as one NATO official put it, has an unwavering belief in his ability to control events. This is what Viviana Sanchez was talking about when she spoke of men who say that men can solve the problems without acknowledging the divine. Now, my thanks so much to Nathan Brooks and Woodgrain Lorenzo. Amped up, yo. Got it now. Amped up, yo. Got it. Finally. Got what his last name means. Cool. I like it. Now, faced with defeat, Vladimir Putin might gamble the existence of Russia itself in an expanded war that Russia cannot win, betting that NATO will make its peace before the Kremlin is left with no recourse but to cross the nuclear threshold. To judge from Russian media, which have gone from purveying sensationalism to drowning in utter hysteria, the idea of Russia fighting NATO to an honorable draw is far more attractive than enduring continuing defeats at the hands of the Ukrainians and their courageous president, who was democratically elected, Volodymyr Zelensky. And by all evidence, if that means courting the risk of global annihilation, so be it. Honestly, they've already conducted a nuclear threat against, wait for it, Ireland! A Russian TV show simulating a nuclear attack on Ireland shows how disinhibited the Kremlin has become to the idea of nuclear war upon the West. Russian state television has broadcast clips outlining what would happen if the country detonated a nuclear missile off the coast of Donegal. These clips were broadcast on state-owned TV channel Russia 1 and presented by Dmitry Kiselyov, who is known to be a close associate of Russian dictator Vladimir Putin. Ireland is not mentioned directly in either of these clips. However, Mr. Kiselyov talks about plunging the British Isles into the depths of the sea, as clips demonstrate what would happen if a Poseidon nuclear underwater drone was detonated off the north coast of Ireland. The clips suggest the blast would generate a super tsunami, a gigantic tidal wave up to 1,000 meters high, and carry extreme doses of radiation across Ireland and towards Britannia. This would be 1,500 fucking feet of radioactive water that sweeps right over the Emerald Isles. Mr. Kiselyov notes that Ireland and Britain would be left a radioactive desert. Well, a really wet desert that glows in the dark. In another clip, Mr. Kiselyov notes that one Sarmat missile, a salted nuke, would be enough to sink Britain once and for all, and claims everything has been calculated already. So on News Talk Breakfast, morning before last, maybe some 48 to 72 hours ago by now, 2 to 3 days ago, security and defense analyst Senator Tom Clonan of Ireland said the broadcast was significant on a number of levels. He said, let me see if I can get my daddy's brogue going here. Basically, the person who is presenting these clips of the detonations off the Irish coast is a guy named Dmitry Kiselyov, and he is very close to Vladimir Putin. He is one of his inner circle. I can't get the brogue. Lucky Charms talk, right? I can't get it. My dad had it naturally, of course. But maybe because he's not my real dad, maybe I just don't have the genes. I've got to kiss the Blarney Stone to get them. That's an actual stone in Ireland people kiss so they can tell the golden lies. They get the silver tongue that tell the golden stories. Anyhow, this is what the guy said. Oh, it's a wee bit of an Ireland there. Let's see of it. Basically, the person who is presenting these clips of the detonations off the Irish coast is a guy called Dmitry Kiselyov, and he's a very close friend of Vladimir Putin. He's one of his inner circle. So, on one level, this tells you about the thinking in the Kremlin, how disinhibited they are now about the threat of nuclear retaliation on the West. I would say to threaten the Irish people with violence is unacceptable. We are a neutral state. We've always been a positive actor in international affairs, and we are members of the UN Security Council. I really would like to see the United Nations and its Secretary General take a much more vocal and active role in calling out Vladimir Putin. Oh, this is questioning, but he stopped short, however, of calling for the ambassador's expulsion from Ireland, which is what the Irish should do, is expel the Russian ambassador. Instead, he said, I just can't get that brogue. It's killed my voice. Give me a second here. My voice has been dead throughout the night. You know, this is because of all the partying I did before I got here. To kind of get myself into an uplift from all the down mood I was when I painted and wrote the poetry for my mom. But if I could get that Irish charm back, let's see if I can, channel my dad again. The guy who raised me, not Hitler. And George Dietrich, how was it when he got the brogue going? Like I said, a Lucky Charms commercial. How did they do that? They're magically delicious. Oh, something like that. Okay. The concept of having an ambassador and a channel of communication is something that goes right back to medieval times, even during the most bitter conflicts of the past. So I don't think we are at that point yet, but certainly Ambassador Yuri Filatov should be called in, and we should be asking him to confirm, is this a plan? Is this something you are considering? This was first raised in February by Putin himself when he warned the world of a retaliation of which humanity has never seen before. Now, this is absolutely horrific, and I do believe that term was used because our man, who I'm trying to quote in brogue, analyst, Senator Tom Clonan. He's a senator in Ireland and a defense analyst. Security and defense analyst, Senator Tom Clonan. News Talk Breakfast Ireland. Now, my son transcribed me for this. Transcribed this for me. And our man was saying that the threat presented in the Russian program Lucky Charms. That pot of gold at the end of the rainbow. Yeah, he is a wee bit of a thing, yeah. Yeah, wee bit of a thing, isn't he, that Putin? Would represent the destruction of both countries and basically the annihilation of millions and millions of people. Yeah, the annihilation of millions of people. It's an absolutely horrific threat. I mean, to actually put it into a graphic and to present it in that way. Shameful. So, Senator Clonan, said people should remember that the broadcast is propaganda, with Russia highly unlikely to consider a nuclear attack. I know there are a lot of people listening to this who will be frightened by this, or it may provoke fear or unease. The chances of this happening are extremely small. This is just propaganda, but it is, nevertheless, it is completely unacceptable language. Now, again, we go us back to the ambassador. He said the government must now summon the Russian ambassador to demand an explanation. I think that this is just either inexplicable or all too explicable. Basically, the Russians have gone out of their fucking minds and probably will come to the point where they say, fuck it, fuck everybody, and Putin fears this is existential, launch the nukes. And if he does, I say, all right, because they're overwhelmingly not going to work. They'll fuck it all up and nuke themselves more than they'll nuke anybody else. And then we move in and just change the regime. It will be war, and if they mobilize for war here in the West, maybe they'll finally bring me up for some kind of advisor position, because if they launch a draft, like I said, there's no limit to a draft, and anybody of any age, in any condition, can be drafted. They certainly wouldn't want me on the front lines because of my injuries, so they'd be stuck with using me as an advisor, and maybe at that point things will finally go right for America. Even if Putin chooses a less dangerous path, he is unlikely to declare a kind of Nixonian peace with honor exit here. Putin is in a bind. The whole point of hiring Defense Minister Sergei Shoigu a decade ago and plowing money into the Russian armed forces was to restore Russia as a formidable military power, or at least one able to win wars against smaller opponents without a national convulsion. The war, however, has proved that these basic goals were not met. And if Putin calls for a larger war effort, he will not just be admitting defeat in Ukraine, but conceding that the rebuilding of the Russian military was a failure. But if Putin doesn't announce an escalation, what else might he say? One option is to declare a limited victory and then go back to grinding away at the Ukrainians, as he has done in the Ukrainian East since 2014. He may simply announce, in the spirit of a day devoted to the end of Hitlerism, that he has indeed denazified Ukraine. An easy call, given that precious few Nazis were loose in Ukraine in the first. He might say that victory is in hand, but needs to be consolidated with the occupation of what's left of Mariupol. No one can know what Putin is going to do next, and the opacity and unpredictability of Kremlin policy will become even more pronounced now that Putin has reportedly taken personal control of running the war, while offloading the day-to-day job of governing Russia to Prime Minister Mikhail Mishustin. We should brace ourselves for bellicose accusations about NATO and the West. Insane rhetoric emanating from the Kremlin was part of living with the Cold War, and now that Putin has reset Russia firmly into a second Cold War, to say the least, we should be measured and calm in our responses, just as we were when Soviet leaders thundered at us from atop of Lenin's tomb. No matter what Putin sayest, today, this 9th day in May, the Russians will continue to inflict misery on the people of Ukraine. The question next week is whether the Russian president intends to extend this war to the rest of the fucking planet. That's actually the question today. But it will take about a week for them to get off their asses to actually make it move. If they're going to launch mobilization, this is going to be the slowest mobilization in history. Your average Russian does not want to get off their ass and head to the front lines any more than your average American. And, oh boy, with what they've been hearing from all of the Russians who have been in the field in Ukraine, talking personally and privately to their loved ones back home, you're not going to see any Russia volunteers in line at the recruiting offices when they're already throwing Molotov cocktails in them. This is a hollow victory day for Vladimir Putin in every sense. Russia avoided sovereign default, but at a high cost. You see, the Kremlin blinked first in the geoeconomic war over Ukraine. The ongoing geoeconomic conflict between the Russian Empire and the West is a complicated one, surrounded by nearly as much disinformation and misinformation as the war in Ukraine itself. As such, both parties are confidently claiming to have the upper hand. But looking at all the evidence at hand objectively, it becomes clear that the Kremlin is in retreat. On April 29th, Russia's finance ministry announced that it would pay some 650 million United States dollars to foreign creditors on 2 overdue Eurobonds. And by making the payments before the bonds' grace period expired on May 4th, the Kremlin has avoided falling into sovereign default. On the surface, this may look like a win for Mother Russia, but in reality, the maneuver was an embarrassing one for Vladimir Putin. Ahead of the bond's formal maturity on April 4th, the Kremlin announced that it would buy back the bonds in rubles and pay those who refused to accept the ruble buyback as well. Nearly 75% of bondholders, almost certainly all domestic, agreed to the new terms. And emboldened, the Kremlin announced on April 6th that it was also depositing rubles into accounts set up for other bondholders. The Credit Derivatives Determination Committee judged this to be a potential failure to pay event, ruling that Russia would effectively be in default if it fails to correct the situation by the aforementioned May 4th deadline. In response, Russian officials accused the West of attempting to force Russia into a default by restricting its access to foreign currency reserves. The United States Treasury, which oversees sanctions, however, made clear that the sanctions do not bar Russia from paying with funds it was earning from ongoing oil and gas sales. Russia's recent decision to pay the bonds in foreign currency enabled it to avoid the all but guaranteed acceleration of other debts and lawsuits that would have followed a default and further impoverished the Russian people. However, said maneuver also left the Kremlin in a position of extreme hypocrisy and embarrassment. In the end, what Putin did was to repay domestic bondholders with rubles, which they cannot convert freely into hard currency to spend abroad, and pay foreign holders in full in dollars. Hardly a feat worthy of praise. To achieve but this, Putin likely tapped into the record levels of foreign currency Russia accumulated through oil and gas sales since the beginning of its invasion of Ukraine. And, it seems, soon it may also lose that crucial income. On May 4th, the European Union proposed plans to phase out the purchase of Russian oil. Between the launch of its invasion on February 24th and the time I hosted transmission last, but a few nights agone, midweek last, Russia has earned 22 billion United States dollars from oil sales to the European Union, according to the CRE, the Center for Research on Energy and Clean Air. This record income was partially due to high hydrocarbon prices resulting from the war itself. Russia's foreign currency stockpile, however, will not keep growing forever as the costs of the war are borne and oil and gas markets readjust. And now, it is also on the verge of losing a key customer. Furthermore, the EU is going after Russia's oil sales not just within the bloc, but around the world. The bloc's package of sanctions measures also includes a ban on providing transportation to Russian oil, regardless of where it be destined. This is certainly a fallible measure, given shipping companies set up outside the bloc could avoid it. However, the package will also bar the provision of insurance services for such shipping. This is far more difficult to evade, given the shipping insurance market is so dominated by EU, Canadian, and U.S. firms. In case there be any doubt just how exposed the shipping sector is to Western sanctions, one just needs to look to the actions of Russian state-owned shipping company Sovcomflot. On May 3rd, specialist maritime industry publication Lloyd's List revealed that Sovcomflot was looking to sell at least 40 ships from its 121-ship fleet before wind-down authorizations expire and it becomest fully sanctioned on May 15th. If Sovcomflot fails to raise enough cash to honor its debts before then, it will fall into default, and creditors will go after its ships. Just like the Russian state, Russian businesses are still fearful of defaulting on Western creditors, even amid a war. These sanctions are unlikely to be lifted as long as Russian troops remain beyond the pre-February 24th lines of control. Exempli gratiae. None of the sanctions introduced after Russia's annexation of Crimea have ever been lifted. I'm getting incoming news. Putin justifies invasion. Does not declare victory on V-Day. Well, I told you that. This means the war goes on. And likely expands. Now, despite these economic setbacks that I've been articulating, there is clearly some fight left in Russia economically, which is using its gas sales to Europa to try and ensure that the ruble remains convertible even as sanctions are further tightened, and thus that it can at least buy foreign currency if and when needed. The Kremlin is likely to cut off other EU countries and companies who refuse to comply with the gas for rubles demand, as it already has with Poland and Bulgaria. But gas sales to Europa are an even more important source of revenue for the Kremlin. Pipelines are expensive to replace, and all the aforementioned shipping sanctions are applied to liquefied natural gas, cargoes as well. Europe should prepare to call Putin's bluff. The West is winning the geoeconomic war. The Kremlin will blink again. And in that blink of an eye, in the hours we have remaining, 9 to 10, 11 to 12, 2 hours, we come to America's Civil War, or what will be the cause thereof, because these are extraordinary times. This has been a tumultuous week for the nation. The public learned, via an unprecedented leak of a draft opinion, that a majority of Supreme Court justices seem ready to overturn Roe v. Wade, nearly 500 years after it was decided. If Roe is indeed scrapped later this term, the question of a right to an abortion will be handed over to the states, many of which have bans or restrictions that will go into effect as soon as a decision comes down. These are extraordinary times. The American people suffer collateral damage as the culture wars rage on. As the battles rage on between the woke left and the anti-woke right, it seems all too clear to me that there will be no winners, only losers. Those losers are the majority of Americans in the middle who want a government that actually governs. The culture wars are a response to the conflict between the secularization of society and the values many Americans still claim to adhere to. Then there are those who inflame these grievances and resentments for political gain. The culture wars are exploited as a cudgel for both the right and the left, who typically portray the other side as an existential threat to their very survival. In March, Florida's Republican governor, Ron DeSantis, signed the Parental Rights in Education bill, which reinforces parents' rights to make decisions regarding the upbringing of their children. Now, this bill prohibits classroom instruction on sexual orientation or gender identity in kindergarten through third grade, and prohibits instruction that is not age appropriate for students, and requires school districts to adopt procedures for notifying parents if there is a change in services from the school regarding a child's mental, emotional, or physical health and well-being. Critics of the bill started calling it the "Don't Say Gay" bill, even though there is no mention of the word gay in the bill. The bill is vague and would make it difficult for school districts and teachers to comply. As with most issues in our politics today, the bill came under a national spotlight. Now, after Ron DeSantis signed this bill, what the radicalized right would call woke employees of Disney World, the top employer in Central Florida, demanded that the Walt Disney Corporation condemn the bill, and Disney chief executive Bob Chapek vowed to fight for its repeal. DeSantis retaliated by asking Florida lawmakers to repeal a provision known as the Reedy Creek Improvement District that gives Disney the right to govern itself like a city since 1967. The year into which I effectively was born, because I was born so late in 1966. Well, not that late, October 20th, but effectively I was but, a few months old. Well, a year old in Asia, because in Asia you're considered a year old just when you're leaving the womb. But, around the time that I came into this world, when I first laid eyes on it, Disney became a state within a state, a city all its own. Disney can raise its own revenues to pay for municipal infrastructure expenses like roads, water, waste services, and fire safety, and ambulance services at Disney World. Reedy Creek also issues bonds and levies taxes on properties within its boundaries, effectively on behalf of Disney. Those bonds total $1 billion United States dollars, at the least. If it's all revoked, the state of Florida acknowledges it will not be able to cover the improvement district's bond obligations. The new bill is slated to take effect July 1st although the changes won't become enforceable until June of 2023. The losers in this current battle are the improvement district's 300 employees who could lose their jobs, and the taxpayers who were warned that their property taxes will jump by 20% to cover the cost of the district's services. That means their taxes go up $2,000 every year. At least. Now, any old school conservative would believe in parental rights, but insist the conversations about curriculum should be taking place at the local school district level. Thusly, has the Florida governor and legislature overreached. Traditional conservatives also believe in free markets, privatization, free trade, deregulation, and minimal government debt. The bill passed to dismantle the improvement district is antithetical to all of those beliefs. I myself am by no means suggesting that our society should not be debating how to deal with change, to decide what is important to our communities, and to decide the values we want to hold. I am proposing that the culture wars be removed from politics. When politicians and elected officials spend their time engaging in culture war issues, they stop spending their time on the pragmatic tasks of governance. We can refuse to engage in culture war combat. We can work to build back our local communities, start to trust our institutions again, encourage that trust to grow, and reward politicians who refuse to engage in culture war battles with our votes. A new conservative majority, however, poised to overturn Roe, well, that could spell the end of the Roberts Court. You see, 20 years ago, Chief Justice John Roberts joined the majority of the Supreme Court to strike down a restrictive Louisiana abortion law. Not because he disagreed with the law, but because he felt the precedent of Roe v. Wade, and perhaps the reputation of the court, demanded it. If his draft opinion, unceremoniously overturning the nearly half-a-century-old right to an abortion, be any indication, Justice Samuel Alito is concerned with neither. And he, not Roberts, writes for the majority now. With Justice Amy Coney Barrett, having replaced the late Ruth Bader Ginsburg. Now, this draft, while not final, offers a glimpse into an emboldened group of justices to the right of Roberts, who no longer need their deeply conservative but more cautious and institutionalist chief to join them to hand down sweeping rules that reshape the American legal landscape. The result will be a host of dramatic changes on cases dealing with guns, religion, states' power over elections, and more. So much more. To quote as Michael C. Dorff, a professor of constitutional law at Cornell Law School, if something similar to this is the opinion of the court, that's sort of like somebody's throwing away the steering wheel on a game of chicken, right? It's a signal that the gloves have come off and there are no restraints now. These 5 justices feel extremely empowered, and we're likely to see that across a range of other cases. You see, a decision overturning Roe marks the culmination of decades of work by the anti-abortion movement, which has focused on changing the composition of the court itself to overturn the law. Alito, Justice Clarence Thomas, and all 3 of former President Trump's nominees, Barrett, Brett Kavanaugh, and Neil Gorsuch, voted to overturn the 1973 abortion ruling, according to Politico magazine, which published the leaked draft on Monday of last work week. What a way to open the work week, eh? Especially in the morning thereof. But the stunning maneuver will also mark a rejection of the more incrementalist style of Roberts, who has long warned of the dangers of the court. Well, the dangers the court itself faces if it loses public trust by appearing to act ideologically. A dramatic decision lacking his name in the majority would be a sign he is losing his grip on a court that, according to tradition, is referred to by his name as Chief Justice. The Roe decision drew a 7-2 vote, with the conservative Chief Justice, Warren Burger, prominently in that majority. Now, to quote as Kerry Franklin, a professoress at UCLA School of Law, he's very well aware that the court has recently taken a hit to its popularity. He's campaigning to say this is a problem and the court is neutral and objective. Once that voice gets shunned out of the block that decides these cases, then you have a different court. Now Roberts, who was appointed by George W. Bush, our favorite Antichrist, in 2005, is remembered by civil rights attorney Paul Smith as being the most aggressive, always ready to argue kind of conservative. When they clerked together in the early 1980s, and has been a reliably conservative vote in some of the court's most controversial cases. He joined the slim majority allowing unlimited corporate spending in elections in the 2010 Citizens United case, struck down a key part of the Voting Rights Act in 2013, and sided with the conservative minority against gay marriage in 2015. But his votes upholding the Affordable Care Act drew the ire of conservatives, including Donald Trump, who portrayed him as a traitor to the cause. Roberts' own words, however, showed that he had concerns as Chief Justice that transcended his conservative legal grounding, honed over stints in the Reagan and first Bush administrations. He said in 2007, the year the man who raised and guided myself died. He said in an interview that year that justices had a special responsibility to put aside their ideological agendas for the good of the reputation of the court during a turbulent political time. And Roberts then said, politics are closely divided. The same with the Congress. There ought to be some sense of some stability. If the government is not going to polarize completely, it's a high priority to keep any kind of partisan divide out of the judiciary as well. Now, after swing vote Justice Anthony Kennedy retired in 2018 and was replaced by the more conservative Kavanaugh, Roberts surprised many by joining the court's liberal minority on several cases, including in one that shot down Louisiana's prior maneuver to restrict abortion in 2020 and another rejecting a challenge to church attendance limits during the pandemic. It was perhaps a sign that his concern about the declining trust Americans felt in the court, made much worse after Republicans blocked President Obama from filling a vacancy in 2016, was growing along with the court's conservative supermajority. Now, Josh Blackman, a conservative law professor at the South Texas College of Law, has described Roberts as on a lifelong odyssey to pilot the court to middling moderation, and worried that Kavanaugh would join him in his quest. But if a 5-4 Roe decision is issued in June or July, he would begin to believe this new majority is poised to leave Roberts behind, including in upcoming decisions on whether to give state legislatures unchecked control over elections and rolling back states' ability to regulate guns. Of that possibility, Blackman has said, He would be the first Chief Justice in recent memory who is not able to have a majority opinion in big cases. Now, Stephen Tallis, a professor of political science at Johns Hopkins University, said he likes to describe courts not by their chief justices, whose leadership position allows them to assign the writing of opinions, but by their swing member, who needs to be persuaded to make a majority. Now, that pivot member used to be Roberts, as he granted the fifth vote to different groups of justices in deciding cases. Now, after Trump replaced Ginsburg with Barrett shortly before he left office, that swing justice is arguably Kavanaugh, with Roberts to his left. That dynamic creates a new court whose future legal actions legal scholars find almost impossible to predict. To quotist Stephen Wormiel, a constitutional law professor at American University, Roberts, as a swing vote, is the most conservative swing vote in anybody's memory, maybe in 100 years. And if his vote is no longer decisive because it's not needed, then we really are looking at an incredibly conservative court. Now, conservative attorneys believe this is a moment when an emboldened Supreme Court may tackle a laundry list of precedents that have long been in their sights. Standards strictly limiting how the government can display religious symbols or language. Cases allowing universities to consider race in admissions. And even a 15-year-old conservative opinion allowing local governments some leeway in restricting firearms, maybe on the chopping block, or come in for heavy revisions. They are also hopeful the new majority would grant unchecked power to state legislatures to control elections ahead of 2024. While Alito insists twice in his draft that his words only apply to the issue of abortion, his listing off of precedents that protect other rights that he does not believe are rooted in American history and tradition has led some legal scholars to believe a court led by Alito could chip away at precedents protecting gay marriage, access to contraception, and other key rights. Peggy Cooper Davis, a law professoress at New York University, has gone on records to say that approach puts marriage choice at risk, whether related to race or gender or economic or personal status, or penal status, is what she said, as in your jail record. It puts sexual liberty at risk. It puts parental authority over education and child rearing practices at risk. It freezes tradition. But Smith, who successfully argued the 2003 Lawrence case that found bans on same-sex intimacy to be unconstitutional, said he thinks it unlikely that the Supreme Court would overturn the Obergefell decision on gay marriage or Lawrence. There are multiple ways to uphold gay marriage as a right, or so he argued. And Gorsuch has shown he may be willing to find discrimination based upon sexual orientation unconstitutional. Now, Roe would also not be the court's final word on the abortion issue, as both pro and anti-abortion advocates would likely bring a host of challenges to various state laws that do not follow for rape or incest exceptions to the ban on abortion, for example. Florida states, well, the Florida State University College of Law professor Mary Ziegler said Alito's reference to the fetus as an unborn person in the draft also raises questions about whether this new majority would be open to arguments around fetal personhood and possibly upholding a federal ban on abortion if Congress were ever to pass one. But in many ways, the difference between a court led by Roberts and one led by Alito may be more of style and speed than substance. Kate Shaw, law professores at the Cardozo School of Law, compared the gap between Roberts and his conservative colleagues to the New York City subway station. Now, Roberts would also like to get to roughly the same destination as that group, Shaw believes, but I think he would much rather take like a local train with many interim stops. There's a majority of conservative justices on this court that are already on this express train, that are trying to get as quickly as possible from point A to point B. You see, legal scholars believe Roberts wanted to take a gradual approach to undermining Roe and is attempting to convince his fellow justices, especially Kavanaugh, to sign on to an opinion that would uphold Mississippi's ban on abortion. I have no idea who this is. This A through B kind of quote that I'm being sent from someone about this subject. Let's just put it this way. Basically, Roe v. Wade, under the reactionary wing, the Taliban wing of the Republican Party, they're saying that the overwhelming majority of the conservative justices on this court are on this road to nowhere express train, that they're trying to get as quickly as possible from point A to point B. It's really a race to the bottom. The entire idea is simply get rid of abortion. And legal scholars believe that Roberts wanted to take a gradual approach to undermining Roe, is attempting to convince his fellow justices, especially Kavanaugh, to sign on to an opinion that would uphold Mississippi's ban on abortion after 15 weeks gestation without fully reversing the precedent. He says that if he succeeds, which is still possible, it would demonstrate his continued influence over his court. And there's also the question of style and tone. Alito's draft opinion is dismissive of Roberts' concern with public perceptions of the court. He writes that he doesn't know how the public will receive news that a right that was relied upon for half a century, over that amount of time, no longer exists. And he suggests he doesn't and shouldn't care. Now, Alito wrote, "We do not pretend to know how our political system or society will respond to today's decision overruling Roe and Casey, and if we could so foresee what will happen, we would have no authority to let that knowledge influence our decision." So Shaw said the opinion was filled with flourishes, and those were all classic Alito, including a footnote that appeared to associate support of abortion with support of eugenics and the use of the more inflammatory term abortionists to refer to abortion providers. Now that bluntness earned the praise of conservatives, who see Roberts as overly concerned with the perception of his court instead of legal principles. Per Carrie Severino, an attorney and activist who represents one of those outside political forces as the head of the Conservative Judicial Crisis Network, which has poured millions into influencing Supreme Court decisions. She said, "A lot of people have observed that it seems that sometimes being the chief and being the swing vote may give him the impression that somehow he has a duty to vote not according to what he thinks is legally the correct result, with a kind of an eye to outside forces, the politics surrounding the court. Alito's draft is very clear that he thinks this is the correct way to look at these questions, not to be trying to game out politics." So if the Supreme Court overturns Roe, as by all evidence it will mark a unique moment when a court throws out one of its own precedents, not to expand individual rights, but to contract them. Many of the biggest cases where the Supreme Court overruled its precedents resulted in the end of legalized segregation, bans on interracial marriage, and states' criminalization of same-sex intimacy. It's a milestone many find hard to celebrate. Ariella Gross, a historianus and a law professoress at the University of Southern California, concludes, "We are seeing a court more conservative than we've seen in 100 years. If this marks Roberts' counting as a liberal, we're in some kind of house of mirrors." Well, as warped as those mirrors may be, we still see the likely end of Roe v. Wade. We've got this leaked draft Supreme Court opinion overturning the landmark decision, sending shockwaves through the judicial and political systems. Throughout Tuesday of Yester Septimania, just this week last, as Americans prepared for the likely end of nearly 5 decades of federal legal protection for women seeking abortions. Points that come to mind that I can count on the fingers of a single hand? Well, Chief Justice John G. Roberts Jr. confirmed the draft's authenticity and ordered an investigation into how it was leaked. The news turbocharged activists on both sides of the issue ahead of the midterm elections. Governor Gavin Newsom of my golden California and legislative leaders said they will ask voters in November to place permanent protections for the procedure in our Californian Constitution. And the future of abortion in these United States is moving to the mailbox with the rise of the medication abortion. But just as abortion rights supporters look to shore up access, anti-abortion groups are focusing on enacting additional state restrictions, beyond which Mitch McConnell said that a federal ban on abortions is indeed possible. Oh, by the way, our man Woodgrain Lorenzo Amped Up Yo is in Florida. There we are. And of course he says things that I have to admit I like reading. I don't trust anyone else's perspective any more than Dietrich right now. Yeah, there we are. Thank you. Hey. He says, "This is what I came here for." Yes, thank you. Hey, gotta admit, I love it. I'm not gonna lie. Hey, honey, Viv, hit the sex bots, will you? Thank you, honey. Let's see if she's there. She may have fallen asleep. I don't blame her. Basically, what we're dealing with now is Alito's plan to repeal the 20th century, into which I was born. If the conservative justice's draft opinion is adopted by the court, all the key advances of the past 100 years could be rolled back. If you are an American with a young daughter, she will grow up in a world without the right to choose when and where she gives birth, and in which nothing restrains a state from declaring her womb its property, with all the invasive authorities that implies. That is the significance of the draft Supreme Court opinion leaked to Politico magazine, which proves that the right-wing majority on the court intends to discard Roe v. Wade and Planned Parenthood versus Casey, landmark precedents guaranteeing the constitutional right to abortion. These changes, well, these justices can change their minds before judgments are issued, but their opinions are drafted after they've taken an initial vote on the cases themselves. The draft then reflects the direction of the final decision, even if the scope of that decision changes. Now, the draft itself, written by Justice Samuel Alito, is both sweeping and radical. There is no need to overdwell too long on its legal logic. There are no magic words that the authors of prior opinions might have used in their own decisions that could have preserved the right to an abortion in the face of a decisive right-wing majority on the court. The opinion itself reads like a fancy press release from an particularly loyal member of the Russo collaborationist Red Republican Insurgent Senate caucus. Alito's writing reflects the current tone of right-wing discourse: grandiose and contemptuous, disingenuous and self-contradictory, with the necessary undertone of self-pity as justification. Alito, like the 5 other conservative justices, was placed on the court by the conservative legal movement for the purpose of someday handing down this decision. These justices are doing what they were put there to do. Alito claims to be sweeping away one of the great unjust Supreme Court precedents, such as Dred Scott versus Sanford, which held that black people had no rights white men were bound to respect, or Plessy versus Ferguson, which upheld racial segregation. But in truth, Alito is employing the logic of Plessy, allowing the states to violate the individual rights of their residents in any way their legislatures deem reasonable, as the opinion in Plessy so puts it. Homer Plessy's argument was that the segregation law violated his 14th Amendment rights, and that those rights should not be subject to a popularity contest in every state in the Union, what Alito describes as a restrictive regime of constitutional protection for abortion rights is the kind of safe harbor Plessy himself sought. In Plessy, Justice Henry Billings Brown held that Louisiana's segregation law, as far as the 14th Amendment was concerned, reduces itself to the question whether the Statute of Louisiana is a reasonable regulation, and, with respect to this, there must necessarily be a large discretion on the part of the legislature. Alito has now applied this same logic to abortion, but not just abortion, arguing that in the future, courts should defer to state legislatures even when the laws at issue concern matters of great social significance and moral substance. There's no doubt that the Louisiana legislature felt the 1890 Separate Car Act was such an issue. Now, Addison Francois, a law professor at Georgetown University, has gone on record to say Plessy is, at its absolute core, a states' rights case in which the court envisioned a notion of federalism so weak, so toothless, so bereft of substance, that the federal government had no legitimate role in protecting black people from states imposing racial segregation upon them. This draft does the same thing. It envisions a notion of federalism so weak, so toothless, so bereft of substance, that the federal government has no legitimate role in protecting women from states imposing forced births upon them. Now, this may go as sans saying, but the implications of this ruling are therefore tremendous. Notwithstanding the reality that being a woman does not mean being pro-abortion rights, all over the world, the right to decide when and whether to give birth is tied to the political, social, and economic rights of women as individuals. That right is likely to be severely curtailed or to vanish entirely in at least 26 states in union if this decision takes effect. If the draft becomes the court's decision, however, it would have implications for more than just abortion. In these United States, the rights of many marginalized groups are tied to the legal precedents established in the fight for abortion rights. This opinion, if adopted, provides a path to nullifying those rights one by one. Stephen Vladeck, a law professor at the University of Texas at Austin, has gone on record to say, "The majority can believe that it's only eviscerating a right to abortion in this draft, but the means by which it does so would open the door to similar attacks on other unenumerated rights, both directly, by attacking the underpinnings of those doctrines, and indirectly, by setting a precedent for such an attack." Now, aside from rights specifically mentioned in the text of the Constitution, Alito argues only those rights deeply rooted in the nation's history and tradition deserve its protections. This is as arbitrary as it is lawless. Alito is saying there is no freedom from state coercion that conservatives cannot strip away if conservatives find that freedom personally distasteful. The rights of heterosexual married couples to obtain contraception, or of LGBTQIA+ people to be free from discrimination, are both obvious targets. But other rights that Americans now take for granted could easily be excluded by this capricious reasoning. Last December, Kimberly Vell wrote, "In a series of cases beginning in the early 1920s, the court carved out a protected space for family, marriage, and children that the government is constrained from regulating. A rollback of Roe could split this sphere open if the conservative theory that implied rights are constitutionally invalid takes hold, and states begin passing draconian laws that creep into other areas of intimate personal life." Now, the right-wing majority's radical repurposing of the so-called shadow docket to set precedents and nullify constitutional rights rather than simply deal with time-sensitive matters foreshadowed this outcome. In the court's religious freedom decisions related to the coronavirus pandemic, and in its choice yesteryear to allow Texas to nullify the right to an abortion, you could see the outlines of this new legal regime. On the grounds that it constitutes a form of religious discrimination, conservatives will be able to claim an exemption from any generally applicable rule they do not wish to follow themselves, while imposing their own religious and ideological views on those who do not share them. Although the right-wing justices present this rule in the language of constitutionalism, they are simply imposing their ideological and cultural preferences on the rest of the country. Roe itself left those opposed to abortion free not to have one. Striking it down allows states to prevent those seeking abortions from obtaining them. American life will now be guided by the arbitrary vicissitudes of reactionary cultural identity gleaned from Fox News, and by the justices' inclination to shape their own views to conform to that identity. Aided by voting restrictions and partisan gerrymandering, the reactionary movement will argue that its most coercive mandates have popular legitimacy, no matter how much of the country opposes them. If politicians are immune to popular majorities, they have no reason to heed them. But Republicans hardly need such advantages to prevail. One of the baffling mysteries of the past 5 years is why a movement so effective at the work of democracy is so dedicated to ending it. An entire industry of commentators has tied its legitimacy to the court, and they will obfuscate, semanticize, and quibble. These figures have long forestalled any backlash to the court's right-wing radicalism by muddying the waters about the significance of an appointment, a decision, a precedent. They have lied to the public so that it does not realize what is being taken from it. In response to this decision, they will insist that the unprecedented leak is more important than the world the draft threatens to create. It is not. Similarly, in his opinion, Alito writes that we emphasize that our decision concerns the constitutional right to abortion and no other right, and that nothing in this opinion should be understood to cast doubt on precedents that do not concern abortion. Give this statement the same weight that should have been given to Alito's scolding of the press shortly after the court's shadow docket decision on the Texas abortion ban, and his insistence that it had no bearing on Roe and did not nullify the right to an abortion in Texas. Alito's word means absolutely nothing. Of Alito's disclaimer, Melissa Murray, a law professoress at New York University, has said, "This is total gaslighting. He knows as well as anyone that these other rights are like Roe, rooted in the right to privacy. If Roe is imperiled because it is unenumerated and not rooted in our history and tradition, then these other rights are also subject to challenge. Conservative lawyers are going to eat this up like catnip, and of course they are going to challenge these other precedents." The conservative movement has been working towards this victory for decades, and it has been made possible not simply by its determination and a few fortunate accidents, but by the haplessness of its opponents. Many in the center of the Democratic Party have been paralyzed by the belief that they might do popular stuff and coast to victory without having to get their hands dirty fighting the opposition, while its left-wing critics too often forget that democracy is an ongoing process, not a battle that ceases after casting the right vote once or twice. In both cases, the radicalized right has been fortunate in having opponents who argue themselves into complacency, rationalize themselves into apathetic impotence. The overturning of Roe will create a backlash, although not necessarily one that today's Democrats will profit from, given their aversion to conflict, because they're all too old to fight. The geriatrics, having taken over the asylum, or rather the hospice care clinic, The palliative care clinic, I mean to say. A movement will eventually emerge to oppose the criminalization of abortion and the despotisms this draft will create, and perhaps some of its leaders are alive today. Whomever they are, they will understand, just as the right-wing activists who worked decades for this moment do, that the freedoms enjoyed by one generation can be stripped away by another. This is the work of the Supreme Court's emboldened radical majority. The conservatives aren't just ending Roe, they're delighting in it. Something fundamental about the Supreme Court has changed in recent months. It is not simply that the court has a conservative supermajority, although that is true enough. What is really striking is just how emboldened that conservative supermajority be. How willing to take on a number of deeply divisive culture war issues. How blasé about making major decisions via the court's shadow docket. How open to making rapid, profound changes to long-standing precedent. Just last week, when Politico released a leaked February draft of an opinion by Justice Samuel Alito that reverses Roe v. Wade, the landmark decision recognizing the right to choose abortion, the public got its most arresting taste thus far of just what this conservative bloc can do. This week last, the Supreme Court confirmed the authenticity of Politico's draft. Even so, there be reasons to proceed with caution. A final decision is still not expected until June, and the language or even the conclusion of the opinion could yet change. But even with that caveat in mind, the draft is evidence of the brazenness of this majority, all in line with what many expected after oral argument in the Dobbs case in December. This draft reads like the work of a conservative majority driven by an absolute conviction that Roe v. Wade is egregiously, historically wrong, comparable to support for racial segregation. The draft claims that the justices cannot predict the consequences of their actions, and even if such a prediction were possible, should not care what the public thinks anyway. The job of the Supreme Court, or so Alito suggests in this draft, is to say what the law is, not to care about what the people think, much less what the people think the Constitution means. You see, Politico is reporting that 4 other conservative justices, Clarence Thomas, Neil Gorsuch, Brett Kavanaugh, and Amy Coney Barrett, are guaranteed to join Alito's opinion, though that may change between now and when the final decision comes down. That the conservative majority could even make such an argument, that it could believe such an idea, is a product of America's grievous polarization. This majority knows that it will be celebrated by the reactionary legal movement and the leaders of the Republican Party. The draft, like generations of anti-abortion rights advocacy, stresses that Roe distorted much of American jurisprudence, not just the rules on abortion. It rehabilitates the 19th century physicians who sought to criminalize abortion, suggesting that they were motivated by an interest in protecting innocent fetal life rather than by nativism or racism. One footnote suggests that those who fought for the right to choose abortion were motivated by racism, and argues that Roe produced a world in which fewer children of color were born. It emphasizes that abortion is different from any other constitutional right because it involves the taking of a life. These are arguments that would be made by justices who are not merely assuring the demise of abortion rights, but delighting in it. When Donald Trump was elected in 2016, the unraveling of Roe v. Wade seemed likely. When Kavanaugh replaced Anthony Kennedy, a longtime swing vote in abortion cases, the odds of a reversal seemed even higher. And when Amy Coney Barrett replaced Ruth Bader Ginsburg, creating a bulletproof six-justice conservative majority, the end of abortion rights became imminent. Yet even so, the speed with which this reactionary supermajority is moving to reverse Roe is astonishing. The court did not have to take this case. The lower courts had not split on the constitutionality of 15-week bans. The anti-abortion rights movement had not invested much in such laws, which did not make for an especially strong case against abortion rights. The conservative majority is not going to sit around and wait. Nothing about this seems particularly hard for these justices. No soul-searching was required. This is the kind of draft that cometh from that sense of certainty. It suggests that there can be no right to abortion because states were criminalizing abortion when the relevant constitutional provision, the 14th Amendment, was ratified. Though the draft stresses that other precedents are not on the chopping block, it's unclear why that would be. The same logic applies to same-sex intimacy and contraception, which were being outlawed at roughly the same time. The draft concludes that this issue should be decided by voters, not justices. But, and this is subtle but quite significant, it also distinguishes abortion from other rights the court has protected by stressing the value of fetal life. If this language is in the final opinion, it will be read by anti-abortion rights leaders as an invitation to return to the court and ask the conservative justices to hold that the Constitution recognizes the personhood of the fetus, and that abortion is unconstitutional in blue as well as red states. When the court goeth that route, the issue will be far, far out of the hands of voters in all states for a very long time to come. This draft accuses the Roe court not just of being wrong, but of lacking empathy, of moving too fast with too little justification, and further inflaming the nation's abortion politics. This is something said by many who do not understand the nation's conflict on abortion, and in particular by those who do not want to own up to their part in the ugliness of our conflict. Now, we should count the court's majority in this camp. This is more than a little ironic. The court's reactionaries may scold their predecessors for unnecessarily dividing the nation on abortion, but they are not above doing the same thing themselves. At the state level, countless factors will converge to produce unpredictable results. There's no knowing what will happen when Roe falls. Everything about the American abortion war has taken on an air of inevitability. The Supreme Court will reverse Roe v. Wade, the landmark abortion decision establishing a constitutional right to end a pregnancy. The United States will divide along expected lines, with abortion broadly accessible in blue states and all but entirely criminalized in red states. This narrative is not completely wrong. 12 states have passed so-called trigger bans that will outlaw all or most abortions if Roe and Planned Parenthood versus Casey are overturned. At the same time, 16 states and the District of Columbia have policies guaranteeing abortion rights no matter what the Supreme Court decides. But states in the middle of this spectrum, which have not made their, how do I describe this? Not made their preferences as explicit, may well be more contested than people seem to assume. The resulting legal landscape will be complex, and perhaps more important, those states' policies may evolve over time. The forces shaping a post-Roe America may prove surprising, encouraging some states that currently restrict abortion to reverse course. Consider the following factors. One might expect abortion-skeptical states, at least in the short term, to keep many of their restrictions on the books. Indeed, most states, even ones perceived as supportive of abortion, ban abortion past a certain point in pregnancy, 24 weeks, for example, require parental permission for minors' abortions, or mandate that providers report certain information to the state, to name some of the more popular laws. But in the long term, when Roe falls, these states may face pressure to shift toward more abortion-friendly policies. First, polls consistently prove that public opinion supports some level of abortion access, especially early in pregnancy, and opposes criminalizing doctors or women. Those numbers have been quite stable. Yet even so, plenty of state legislatures have restricted abortion sans political consequences. But if the Supreme Court clearly repudiates Roe, we will see a backlash that galvanizes people who have not typically taken a side in the abortion debate, including many who accept restrictions on abortion but not outright bans. This is unlikely to happen across the country, but it could make a key difference in a handful of states. Hints of such political mobilization are already apparent in places such as Virginia, which has historically restricted abortion, but now has repealed some of those regulations following public outcry. Second, states likely to ban abortion are concentrated in the South and the Midwest, while abortion-friendly states, with some exceptions, cluster on the coasts. The effect of criminalization will be to further consolidate services in regions permitting abortion. That will make the services of any clinic outside those centers, in the middle of the country, for example, far more in demand. The financial considerations of abortion clinics have been an unpopular topic for abortion rights advocates, but the provision of abortion services is more efficient at scale, and non-coastal clinics should be able to provide their services for less cost as they grow. A booming market for contraception, which reached $250 million United States dollars by 1938, helped create pressure from businesses on states to broaden access. If the market for abortion care shifts so that regional clinics become better resourced and politically powerful, States might begin to listen to those providers and the professional organizations that represent them. Third, laws that seek to punish abortion, which at present focus on providers and those who assist them, are going to become harder to enforce. One key reason is the emergence of telehealth for abortion. Last year, the federal government lifted a restriction on the first drug in a medication abortion, a 2-drug regimen that ends a pregnancy before 10 weeks of gestation. Providers can now mail abortion pills to patients, and as a result, entirely virtual clinics offering medication abortion through online telehealth services have proliferated. In fact, even in states that totally ban abortions, or those that ban remotely provided abortions, meaning a total ban on abortions, period, even in those states, early terminations accomplished by pills that are mailed will be hard to trace and difficult to deter. The time, money, and infrastructure to effectively enforce those laws may not be worth the cost. In the long run, under-reinforcement, or rather under-enforcement, could lead to repeal or modification of those policies. But other factors put pressure in the opposite direction, potentially pushing even middle ground states toward more restrictive policies. True, polls prove that Americans do not want abortion to be criminalized, especially early in pregnancy. But the nation is politically fragmented, and abortion bans may be relatively popular in some states. Even in more contested states, many politicians may be able to protect themselves from the consequences of unpopular policies thanks to gerrymandering, uncompetitive seats, and limits on voting, rather than the age of the politicians in the Senate and the House, which are becoming palliative care clinics, as I said. Now, Republicans may be worried that committed anti-abortion voters will be less likely to donate or turn out for swing state politicians who don't meet their demands. Florida and Georgia, for instance, are large, diverse, politically contested states where the state legislature tends to pass laws on issues designed to energize the base, regardless of what the wider public thinks. This dynamic might only deepen after Roe is gone, particularly if abortion aligns with other hot-button topics in our country's culture war. Furthermore, even if polls suggest that most Americans don't want Roe overturned at all, no one yet knows how Americans will react to its demise. Many polls that ostensibly focus on Roe, in fact, ask questions that cover a range of reproductive rights issues, some of which have little to do with Roe at all. Public reaction will depend on what the Supreme Court says, how the media present the court's decision, and how successfully social movements can spin the results. So, if enforcing abortion laws, or rather abortion bans, is hard, that might encourage abortion-skeptical states to keep their abortion restrictions, not the other way around. Before the Supreme Court decided Roe, abortion prosecutions were the exception, not the rule. typically occurring when provider negligence led to a patient's death. States periodically cracked down, but many were content to have a law on the books condemning abortion without doing much to enforce it. That same bargain might appeal to some states after Roe is gone. Access to black market abortion, under-enforced criminal bans, a symbolic statement about the evils of abortion, and the option to ratchet up enforcement on providers when conservative voters demand it. States may even seek to avoid political consequences by prioritizing whom to punish. In other countries, where abortion is a crime, such as Ecuador, prosecutors disproportionately target not just doctors, but also low-income patients, and especially people of color. Selective enforcement can blunt backlash to a criminal law. This seems to have been the case with the criminalization of marijuana and the prohibition of alcohol in these United States. Though people of different races were roughly equally likely to violate those laws, people of color were far more likely to be arrested or prosecuted. Taking aim at marginalized communities may allow states to escape pressure from more privileged Americans, who will feel that the law won't personally affect themselves. So how many states will gravitate toward criminalization, proactive protection of abortion rights, or something in between? Nothing is predetermined, and each state will be different, responding to the particular politics and pressures of their populations. Both movements will find that one-size-fits-all strategies simply will not work. They'll have to become masters of the specifics of each state. Without Roe, this will be a state-by-state fight, and they'll have to find strategies that speak less to the nation and more to the politics of place. Now, with all that I've explained, articulated as well as I've could about what's going to happen with the demise of Roe v. Wade, with all that Mitch McConnell said about this going national, the Supreme Court has just fundamentally altered the 2022 election. The draft opinion from the Supreme Court that would overturn the right to an abortion is a massive story with a myriad of implications for the American public. It also may be exactly what Democrats need to solve our passion problem heading into the 2022 midterm elections. At issue for us Democrats is that with less than 200 days before the midterms, our base is significantly less motivated to vote than the Republicans. Now, two numbers from a recently released Washington Post/ABC News poll make that disparity plain. 1, Republicans and Republican-leaning independents were 10 points more likely than their Democratic counterparts to say they are certain to vote in the fall. And 2, 42% of Americans surveyed said they strongly disapproved of the job President Joe Biden is doing, whereas only 21% strongly approved. Well, these numbers I'm sourcing, are dire for Democrats. They are not unusual for the party in power in advance of a midterm election. When one side controls all of the levers of power, the White House, the House, and the Senate, as Democrats do now, a sense of complacency has a tendency to set in. On the other hand, the out party, in this case the Republicans, have little trouble motivating their voters who are desperate to regain power. What's more, it's very hard to effectively motivate the party in power, to make them understand the stakes of losing. Power produces complacency, and complacency is toxic in American politics. The Supreme Court's looming decision on Roe v. Wade is one of those external factors that does have the ability to fundamentally alter how the parties and their bases see the coming election. Sensing that, Democrats immediately began to cast the 2022 midterms as a straight referendum on this decision. In a Tuesday statement, Joe Biden said, "If the court does overturn Roe, it will fall on our nation's elected officials at all levels of government to protect a woman's right to choose. And it will fall on voters to elect pro-choice officials this November." Now, the New York representative, Sean Patrick Maloney, who runs the Democrats' House campaign arm, tweeted, "Republicans just gutted Roe v. Wade, the Constitution's guarantee of reproductive freedom, and will ban abortion in all 50 states if they take over Congress. Only Democrats will protect our freedoms. That is now the central choice in the 2022 election." On CBS, Minnesota Senator Amy Klobuchar has said, "Women are going to go to vote in numbers we have never seen before. If they want to protect their fundamental rights to reproductive choice or their fundamental rights to anything, they had better go vote in the fall." And Vermont Senator Bernie Sanders suggested the draft ruling required Congress to act immediately. He tweeted, "Congress must pass legislation that codifies Roe v. Wade as the law of the land in this country now. And if there aren't 60 votes in the Senate to do it, and there are not, we must end the filibuster to pass it with 50 votes." Now, polling proves that this issue will be absolutely a galvanizing one for Democrats and even independents. In a January CNN poll, almost 7 in 10 Americans, 69%, said they opposed the old Supreme Court of these United States overturning Roe v. Wade. That includes 86% of Democrats and 72% of independents. More than 1 in 3 said they would be angry if the court overturned said decision, while another quarter said the decision would leave them dissatisfied. Just 14% said the decision would make them happy. Among Democrats, a majority, 51%, said the decision would make them angry, while 29% of Republicans said it would make them happy. Simply put, there are very few issues that can make a claim to upend or fundamentally alter the trajectory of an election. But overturning Roe will well be one of them. Judging by the initial reaction to the draft opinion and how Democrats have sought to seize on it as the issue of the 2022 midterms. Democrats have at least good reason to believe that our base's lethargy problem has been solved. At the very least, changed in a very real way. No one will sit down for this, because it's the end of the world as we know it. Now understand that when it comes to misrepresentation, and I think I'll go in for Shinto on Wednesday, which will be here before we know it. What I can try to do now is see if our young lady Viviana Sanchez fell asleep on me, which I'm sure she did, which is okay. I mean, I love her dearly, and she's earned that. Within the time we have remaining, before before Pete the Moon Man wakes back up and joins us again in the morning, let me try and explain just how bad it can be when it comes to misrepresentation. We had Viviana Sanchez asking myself about conditions in California where people are allowed, as she understood it, thanks to all that right-wing reporting she listens to, that we're prosecuted if we defend ourselves in home invasions, that we kind of have to let the home invaders, roll over us and rape us, that we can't use our guns to defend ourselves. This is absurd. This is the kind of propaganda that leads people in Arizona, where she lives, and Texas to have signs up saying, "Don't Californicate my state." Now, Vivian Sanchez says, just woke up. Oh, hey, honey, hit the sex spots, okay? Thank you. One of the things that Viviana Sanchez probably heard amidst all that propaganda was that we have these California laws protecting pedophilia. Now, when I brought this up with her, she did not know anything about this. But let me read you a column writ on October 12th of the year before yesteryear, back in 2020. It's in The Liberty Champion. The name alone tells you it's asswipe. Liberty Champion! These are all the real pedophiles. Libertarians. It's the official student newspaper of Liberty Universities. So, you'd think I'd go easy on this? Fuck no. There's this cunt named Rosa Elias who wrote this column. Let me read it to you, because when you hear it, you're going to get pissed off. You're going to get pissed off that California would do this, because what she says sounds horrendous. Now, the important thing to point out before I even read what she wrote, she never even names the bill. She doesn't know the name or number of the bill. Instead, she starts off like this. Remember, this was written in October 12th of 2020. She writes, a couple of weeks ago, California Governor Gavin Newsom, Democrat, signed a law that would allow judges to decide whether or not to list someone as a sex offender for having oral or anal sex with a minor. This bill has appalled many, as it should, and yet some have failed to realize that it was simply meant to expand the discretion that was already granted to judges in the past. In a previous bill passed in California in 1944, judges were allowed to make this call, in the middle of World War II, mind you. but it only applied to vaginal intercourse with a minor. You know, the troops come home and they need moral support, right? Now this new bill allows judges to expand the law adhering to homosexual actions. Ooh, the audacity. This means that an already existing evil has been turned into an even bigger one. Now, although some are saying this bill does not equal the legalization of pedophilia, in a sense, it very well represents a step closer toward that heinous reality. This bill was passed in the name of equality, claiming that LGBTQIA plus minors deserve the right to consensual sex too. Yet, truly, the only people benefiting from this bill are those who should be charged as offenders, but are instead being defended by the state. She goes on to say, a child is defined as an individual under the age of 18 as stated by UNICEF. That's a United Nations organization, so I'm very surprised she's sourcing them. According to their Convention on the Rights of the Child, the government should protect children from sexual exploitation and sexual abuse. Well, wouldn't all you libertarians say that's sexual, that's too much governmental interference? By the way, our lady Vivian Sanchez says she's got background noise interference now in the streaming. Hopefully that doesn't show up in the recording, honey, but maybe that's the enemy. Maybe the enemy is now fucking up your streaming recording. If that's the case, what you'll have to do is wait until this uploads, and then when this episode uploads, record from there, and then do it. No, it's 2 devices, she says. Okay. So long as you're aware what it is that like, I mean, I'm too technically retarded to help you. Is this something you can deal with?
Hey.
Yeah?
No, it's okay.
Okay, cool.
I'm just going to go downstairs and I'll talk to you down here.
Oh, okay. Sounds good. Oh, got it. Thank you, honey. So, basically, this woman goes on to say in her column, making California, of course, sound like it needs to slide into the ocean. She says, this includes people forcing children to have sex for money or making sexual pictures or films of them. Meaning UNICEF is saying that government's supposed to protect kids from that. But all the libertarians argue that, invades your sovereignty. That's too much government. But she says, in passing this bill, and the one passed over 50 years ago, by the World War II generation, government officials in the state of California are failing to protect minors from sexual exploitation, which is their duty as elected government officials. Again, she's turning to the UN to make this judgment call, when most people think of that as a threat to our national sovereignty. So she says, according to this bill, which she never names or numbers, it only applies to consensual sex, whether it be vaginal, oral, or anal, between a minor 14 years or older. But at 14 years of age, a minor is still just that, a minor. Most laws recognize individuals younger than 18 as minors, which is the case with U.S. law. And yet, most scientists are agreeing that individuals don't really reach full maturity until the age of 25. This is true. By the way, I will argue scientifically that the majority of you never fucking mature, even if you're a fucking 100, okay? Now, she goes on, at age 18, any American citizen is allowed to vote, enlist in the army, and move out on his or her own. All of these things require a lot of responsibility and emotional maturity. Other things, such as drinking alcoholic beverages, are only allowed after an individual is 21. Clearly, the law understands that there are certain things in life that require a citizen to be older and more mature, given that they entail actions that could potentially harm the individual or other individuals. Why then, this is her asking, does the government believe a 14-year-old girl or boy is mature enough to consent to sex with someone who is up to 10 years older than they are? The truth is, they are not. In passing this bill, not only is the government once more stripping children of the protection they need to have, but they are also opening doors for sex offenders to continue to go unprosecuted and uncharged. This is no longer a world children are safe to grow up in. Now, having read that column to you, and as a Californian, I can tell you it's all a load of shit. No! That is far from the truth. No! California did not legalize pedophilia. Ignore the trolls, which is all this cunt is. SB 145. That's the bill she's referencing, which I can name the number of. SB 145 has our state inching yet closer to LGBTQIA plus equality. SB 145 is about putting members of the LGBTQIA plus community on the same legal footing as their cisgender peers were put back in World War II in 1944. You see, pedophiles are not protected under this comparatively recently passed California Senate bill. That's what the SB is for. Senate Bill 145. Unfortunately, we are currently living in a reactionary time. We hear something, and instead of researching and confirming it as due diligence, we react. Most of the time, our reactions are based on emotion and fear, not logic. This is why you need a Vulcan intervention from your Taiwanese American, Douglas Dietrich. Your Spock, hybrid as that Vulcan was. Half human, half Vulcan, in my case, a quarter inhuman, or more than human, vampire, and the rest human enough to at least empathize with why you're so fucked up and behaving so irrationally. Based on that, well, never to compare myself to God or the man he incarnated as the Son of Man so that he could understand why you don't understand him. But it's kind of sort of like that. And from that perspective, I can tell you that as soon as SB 145 was signed into law by Governor Newsom, Twitter and Facebook were immediately inundated with posts shared thousands of times about how California Democrats just passed a pro-pedophilia bill, and they want to protect pedophiles who rape and lure your children, and also no felony for having sex with minors. Hashtag Save Our Children started trending on all social media. It's all Russo propaganda, which is all alternative media is. Russian propaganda spoken in English. This is simply wrong. The fervor over SB 145, which people couldn't even number or name, clearly exemplifies that there was either an intentional misconstruing of our law in an attempt to mislead and create a reactionary fear, or possibly the fervor came from the blatant ignorance and failure to educate oneself. SB 145 has nothing to do with pedophiles, and it does not shield predators who rape children. Even in a statutory rape situation, an adult will still be charged with a felony. The legislation merely eliminates anti-LGBTQIA plus bias, inequality, and actually standardizes the rules about who is required to be on the state's sex offender registry. You see, SB 145 is what is called in other states a Romeo and Juliet law. And it is limited to consensual relationships that involve non-forcible statutory rape situations and only erases the mandatory registration as a sex offender. Specifically, SB 145 is really a Romeo and Juliet, Romeo and Romeo, and Juliet and Juliet type of law. The main point was to protect a young couple who is already having consensual sex. Nobody could stop them. They threw themselves on each other, as also often happens, while no one was around to protest. Meaning that if, well, neither would have to automatically register as a sex offender because they're both kids. The judge and the prosecutor would have discretion. But SB 145 does not create a new law. It only amends current law from World War II to include other non-forcible sexual acts. This is because a lot of guys in World War II were really fucking young. And of course, they said, I'm going off to war. I may not come home alive. Hey, honey, let's do it now. And then, lo and behold, parents caught 16, 17-year-old boy fucking their daughter. Brought him up to the judge. And the judge said, well, you know, he's going off to war and he's serving our country. Let him go. So they made the law. You know, they're both kids and, you know, hopefully she waits for him till he gets back and then they get married. Especially if, you know, she squeezes out a puppy from this guy. So now this is what holds for kids who are happening to do that with someone of the same gender. So understand that SB 145, well, the cutoff is still 14 years of age. This statute does not apply to minors 13 years of age and younger. Under current California law, vaginal intercourse, specifically penile vagina sex, between a minor 14 through 17 years of age and a partner within 10 years of age is illegal, but not, well, it does not require mandatory registration as a sex offender since World War II. Because of all these GIs saying, damn, I might die. Let's do it now. Therefore, a judge has ever been allowed since then to decide if the convicted person would be placed on the sex offender registry or not, because of the mitigating circumstances of the war that went on through Korea and Vietnam. This distinction in the law before SB 145 disproportionately targeted LGBTQIA plus young people for mandatory sex offender registration, since LGBTQIA plus people often cannot engage in vaginal intercourse. For example, if an 18-year-old heterosexual man has vaginal intercourse with his 17-year-old girlfriend, he can be arrested, charged, and convicted of a crime, but not automatically required to register as a sex offender. The judge is allowed to make that decision based on all the mitigating circumstances involved. Was he headed off to Korea, to Vietnam? And they both decided, let's do it now. And other situations like that, or analogous, or parallel. However, if an 18-year-old gay man had sex with his 17-year-old boyfriend, the judge would have been required by law to automatically place that adult on the sex offender registry, regardless of the circumstances. Think now of Afghanistan, Iraq, and plenty of gays volunteering to serve because, hey, they like the company of other men. Hey, I might die going over there. I love you. Let's do it now. Oh, now he's a sex offender. You know, ironically, he probably will still be allowed to serve. But still, that being said, therefore, SB 145 only amends current state law to include other types of intercourse, such as oral and anal sex, as well as digital penetration. That's an important point. Because So, SB 145 eliminates an inequality and discrimination in a sentencing law that has harmed LGBTQIA plus youth related to California's sex offender registry. To be clear, SB 145 has no effect on the level of crime prosecuted or sentencing for that crime. It only takes away automatic sex offender registration and leaves it up to a judge to make that determination. The laws against sex with minors remain intact. It is still illegal in California to have sex with a minor under the age of 18. More importantly, nothing in SB 145 protects any individual who commits a sex offense against a minor under 14 years of age, nor can they take advantage of the discretionary relief provision. Luring a minor for sex is also not protected under this bill. Those types of sex offenders are predatory and would not benefit from the changes in SB 145. Our state of California is simply inching towards equal rights in all forms of laws to LGBTQIA plus existence. Unfortunately, advances towards equality under the law, such as SB 145, are marred with personal biases and fear-mongering. Hopefully that puts into some context how full of shit people are when they consistently shit all over my golden state of California. Our golden state of California is golden, and so California goeth, so goes the nation, for a reason. We're simply culturally superior to you. Now, hopefully that's provided enough enlightenment that anyone out there who reads the QAnon sewer of shit flushes their brain out and listens to me instead from this point forward. By the way, Viv, honey, did you hit those sex bots? I still see them. I mean, you know, I gotta admit they're kind of endearing because they showed those cute little smiley faces with the tongues lolling out, but you know, we try to keep up appearances that we're not encouraging them here. There we are. Thank you, honey. Love you. By the way, someone deleted Woodgrain Lorenzo's amped up yo's message. Oh, she says, my bad. No worries, honey. You're doing great. Hey, come on. You can come on with us. Can you talk? See if I can get her on stream before we end stream. We've only got a few minutes left and my voice is dead, honey.
Oh, I'm still here.
Damn, your voice sounds fucking great. Speaking of all that oral sex, I sound like I've been sucking cocks all night. Fuck, I feel like I've been sucking cocks all night. My throat is so... Now, did you delete that message from Woodgrain Lorenzo Amped Up Yo? Or was that him?
I may have accidentally. It says I did, but I might... It was probably just because I was
okay.
going up the line with the Tinder person and I hit Woody. So I'm sorry.
How do we...
It says I'm in Florida.
That's right. He says I'm in Florida. That was so funny because I was talking about Florida. Yes. I mean, it's not that important, but if we can get it back, that's
sorry.
great. No worries.
That is my fault. I apologize.
Okay. No worries. Love you. So, okay. So you heard what I said. Hopefully that puts into some perspective what's going on in California with that, or that was something that never crossed your mind, or was that interesting, or was that like what?
Well, that topic was not on my radar, to be honest.
Okay.
So yeah, I found that interesting. But isn't it also interesting that the 14-year-old issue sort of has had a history of it being because they want to recognize the age of 14 as the age of consent?
That's interesting. If you can find any information on that, feel free to send me any links. That's bear in mind. Now, by the way, Spain has changed its laws, but for the longest period of time, Spain had the youngest age of consent in Europe. This is because, of course, they had such a hard history and went through so many wars and dealt with so many crises that had shortened the lifespan for long periods of time in Spain's history, that there was no point in making the age of consent ridiculously high, which 18 is ridiculously high in many ways. We have to admit that simply because most people are not virgins by the time they're 18. That's just a simple fact. So you really can't keep them from going at each other, which is why this SB 145 had to be put into effect, because most parents can't really control the fact that before the age of 18, between 14 and 18, most of the time kids get so inundated with porn on their cell phone and everything else that they just wind up trying it with somebody at some point. And therefore, do we really want people who are engaging in something stupid and compulsive and succumbing to lust during that vulnerable period of time in their lives to be registered as sex offenders the rest of their lives? I mean, obviously you can see the logic behind why this was put through, but when it comes to what you're saying, Spain, for the longest period of time, the age of consent was something like 14. Maybe even less. I mean, it might have been, lower than that. That I think it's changed, honestly, or I was told it was, but somebody can look that up for me and tell me what the history was and what it's like now. But that was one of the reasons we had a lot of people going to Spain who were Americans, and that's why Michael Aquino's relations were involved in the Spanish mafia. There is a man named Aquino who was assassinated. He was one of the heads of the Spanish mafia. People can look this up. He was an Aquino. He was a relative of Michael Aquino. And his family has basically a worldwide network. After all, one of his relations became the president of the Philippines, which is having their election on May 9th, today.
Interesting.
Yeah. And so they will maybe get Marcos back in power, a Marcos, a member of that dynasty. And they, of course, were a Spanish colony. Right, so they were. It's all connected. That's how Michael Aquino wound up with relations all over the world, in the Philippines, in Spain itself, and this is why you had these. He's truly is the simply the product of a dynasty of evil, and when it comes to what we're facing worldwide, of course, it would be interesting to find out more about what you told us about. 14 as the legal age of consent is obviously, it's not something that I'm advocating, but I can certainly see why that's, honestly, I've been all over the world, and the majority of the world has a fairly short lifespan. The result is most people, the age of 18 as legal age, as recognized by UNICEF, that's so unrealistic as to be almost absurd. The most of the people that UNICEF deals with, these people in need who are in Africa and South America, they're having sex around 14. So it would be around that age, really, that maybe that is simply, when you compare the worldwide norm, the lower lifespans in the developing world, the fact that people start having children younger, and so that the children can take care of them when they get older. For that reason, of a 14 age as a realistic kind of legal sex age is probably really just acquiescing to practicality. So that's just a statement, an observation. But America, maintaining this on paper, let's look at the results. I mean, it is kind of anachronistic and not all that practical and somewhat stupid. It's just too many kids are active before that age. So it's I would dare say, however, I'd be willing to maintain it if we make that also, as I said, keep people from going on the internet alone until that age, gives enough time to educate them in critical thinking. And as scientists have proven, nobody really truly matures until the age of 25. But think about how mankind existed for millions of years, where most people died by the age of 25. And that means people were just maturing in time to realize they were dying. That's pretty fucked up. It's a hard world.
But I was just wondering if this type of bill or law ends up protecting the persons, like, say, with the whole Epstein scandal and such. Does it protect them more than, do we give the age of consent a pass at the same time? Do they lose protection as a minor?
I don't think so, because they would have those protections as an adult. If an adult were raped involuntarily, they have protections. This doesn't mean it's good protection. We've seen what goes on with investigating rape. We've got rape kits that have been piling up for years. So what we really need to do is, like I said, start a draft of females and a United States police force. And I think that an all-female national police force, we wouldn't have all these rape kits piling up. We would have them processed by women who understand the pain and humiliation of being raped. Certainly, intuitively and viscerally, if they've never been raped, they would still understand the horror of it, and would process these rape kits, unlike these male-dominated constabularies that are not doing that at all. They're not processing them at all. So we need to rehabilitate the legal system. But theoretically, these children would have the same protection as an adult, but practically, nobody's getting that protection. So, yeah, a lot needs to be rehabilitated. I heard some funny noises there for a while. I think Peter rejoined us. He woke up and came back.
Oh, I was commanding my dog with my hand signals. So
cool.
I snapped first.
That's so cool. Your dog speaks sign language.
A little.
Yeah.
He's a Scottish arse. I call him my Scottish arse.
That's cute. It's so cute. That's adorable. Is he a terrier?
Yeah, he's a Cairn Doodle. So he's part poodle and part Cairn Terrier.
Oh my god.
Oh yeah.
Yes, that's so adorable. He must look really cute.
He's cute. Yeah.
Are.
So, wow, so I was watching Putin go down Red Square.
Yeah.
Amazingly, the streets were impeccably clean, as well as were the buildings.
Yeah.
And some of the footage, but he looked so swollen.
Yes.
And he looked like part of his, I think it was his left side was paralyzed.
Whoa.
And he looked in pain, like because I saw him walking down the stairs. all eyes are on him.
Yeah.
Yeah, he doesn't look it at all. But it was so cool because you were talking at the same time.
Yes.
This is historic because like Doug's talking about this very topic, and here we have the enemy of my enemy and global enemy of the world here walking down the street. He's been kind of non-visible for how many months now?
Oh God, as long as he could stay non-visible, he would stay non-visible. He was just trying to avoid people seeing him in general, seeing his weakness. So it's incredible that you saw him in motion. Most of the time they try to prevent that. So that's incredible. So you saw him at his most vulnerable. I'm impressed.
He does look very vulnerable. It's just very interesting how both him and Pope Francis seem very weak.
Yeah.
And that's another thing about when I watch Interdependence and I watch the downfall, not just the rise of it, but also how it just cannot congru like iron and clay cannot congru. It's kind of like that, in my opinion.
Yeah.
It's like these two empires are trying to congru, but they can't because they cannot solidify being like, anyway.
Yeah, did you, this other individual you're mentioning as looking weak as well, was that Xi Jinping or Joe Biden or both?
Pope Francis.
Oh, Pope Francis. I see what you're saying.
Yeah.
Now, Pope Francis, now, I'd have to take a look at him, but he didn't strike me as too bad off. Did you see him like tremulous or kind of losing his balance or something? Or...
He's in a wheelchair. His knees have given out, and he was told to stop walking. And even though he was in dire pain, he was still trying to walk and look strong. But then recently he's had to say, I have to follow the doctor's orders. My knees, I cannot. So you see him in the wheelchair.
Oh my God! I mean,
and then he's to Putin to kind of hurry up, invite me to Moscow. Can we please just hurry up?
Oh, that's right.
They're giving him the cold shoulder, kind of.
Oh yeah, definitely. Well, of course, the reason they're doing that is because they have this nationalist affiliation with the church in Moscow, which obviously there's a lot of bad history between the Orthodox and Roman Catholic churches. One of the Crusades really turned into an assault on Orthodox Christendom, and so it was there's been bad blood ever since. They really do not like each other. So I do see Pope Francis now in a wheelchair. It says during knee pain flare up. That's God. He looks pretty bad, like you say. He looks pretty shriveled. Oh my God, yeah, he looks like pretty weak and shriveled there, and so. It's scary. That's scary. I don't know. Well, if he dies, they'll replace him with somebody else, right? But these things are always, these changes are always pretty frightening. Like who the next pope is going to be. That is a big deal because we're talking about the guide of the spiritual guide of 1 billion people, right? So, and. In terms of, by the way, he's declaring a bunch of new saints mid-month. Pope Francis is going to declare 10 new saints on May 15th. This is big. I mean, they haven't made new saints there was hundreds of years we weren't getting any saints, from what I remember, if I remember.
Yeah.
So
I think they made
Was there anybody in your family who was ever Roman Catholic, or did you come from that background at all? I mean, that's the stereotype for Spaniards, of course.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Of course. I was raised Roman Catholic.
Oh, you never told me this?
Uh-huh.
Oh, wow.
And of course you never have a choice because you're born and then you're baptized and then you go catechism.
Uh-huh.
And so your whole idea of God is like this work.
Yeah.
And you're guilted all the time because you're like, I'm a sinner. I haven't gone to confession. When I go to confession, how am I going to remember all my sins?
Yeah.
It used to plague me, literally.
That's so cute.
Am I going to be forgiven? I haven't gone to confession for like 2 years.
Oh my God, that's so cute. Oh my God, I feel so bad that worried you. What about So
That's
whenever
the power of the mother. That's her spirit.
oh my God,
She
your
keeps
mother.
you forever indebted. No,
Okay.
I'm talking about that spirit of mother.
Okay, I get it. I get it. Yeah.
It's like the mother Queen of Heaven.
Yeah.
She's
that-
very
Yeah.
she guilts you all the time. It's horrible.
Wow. You mean the Catholic abuse of that, perhaps, or rather the. I always
Well,
thought it was a
she's
positive.
literally called the Queen of Heaven to them.
Yes,
That's who
that's
they
right.
raised that's how they raised the cakes to heaven.
Wow.
Those flour cakes.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. They exalt her above Jesus, in fact. Like he'll be dead on the cross looking pathetic.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
you got the mother, styling and
Yeah. Looking all
glorified and
glowing.
holy.
Yeah. But I always thought that was a positive. I mean, isn't that a positive that the Catholics make her above God, so to speak? I mean, it's like it's supposedly empowering to the feminine. If it's handled right, it should be empowering to the feminine. I mean, I always thought that was a positive. I mean, isn't it?
I mean,
Kind of.
it depends. Do you venerate her as well,
Not
Mary
personally,
did have
but
more children. She had children.
Yeah.
She was not like a perpetual virgin. So there's
Right.
and she even needed the blood of Christ to enter into and be saved.
Right. Yeah.
So they venerate her as equal redemptress,
Right.
but she was human.
Okay. Yeah.
It's
No.
a lot. It's probably too much to talk
No.
about right now,
I
but-
hear you. No, everything you say is true. It's just what I was saying was I felt that it was shall I say a positive that they did that because I felt that was empowering to womanhood. But unfortunately, in most Catholic nations, you don't see that realized. You don't see that female empowerment realized for females here on earth. It's as if the
it's
mother in heaven.
biblical.
Yeah, I'm
Because
sorry.
in
Yeah.
Jeremiah, Jeremiah 7, it talked about how they baked cakes to the Queen of Heaven
Yeah.
and burned incense unto her.
Uh-huh.
So that was their religious practice. And then God or Yah had, corrected them for that and judged them based on that. And Yah had literally said that, that's your error and abomination to the Queen of Heaven. So they're just practicing that same old ritual,
Okay.
and it shows like how we continue to do this and never listen. So,
Right. Wow. So
but I can understand your feminine because you believe in the God and Goddess.
well, I kind of say that so that I try to what I'm trying to emphasize is that God, not Jesus, of course, but God is gender neutral. God is God, so God would encompass all male and female aspects. Is what I am trying to emphasize
okay.
by saying that. So when I say goddess, I'm not speaking of it in the Wiccan sense. So the Wiccan would be more like God has male and female aspects, and so they would tend to perceive that or portray it where they would show like a male and female God figure. But in my case, what I'm simply saying is that I don't really see God as a kind of physically, it's something you can draw or something you could convey.
Okay.
But I'm rather just saying that this divine spirit, this creator spirit has all those elements, male and female. So in that sense, that's all I mean. So,
Okay.
so if I would,
Now I understand.
yeah, if I were, as I've done in my poetry, I refer to God as through the gender neutral pronoun. I would use the term zer, or, instead of he or she or her, I would say z or zer or, and then of course I always have to add the footnotes about that. But when it comes to certainly, what the Catholics have done, hopefully things will change with some rehabilitation of the church, allowing priests, allowing women to become priests, for instance, would help immensely. You would automatically do away statistically with a lot of child abuse or rape right there. Statistically, mind you. It's not that there aren't predators among females, but honestly, I don't hold it to be the same kind of offense. That woman who starred in... Are you familiar with the Marvel Universe movies like Spider-Man, and they came up with the Avengers, and they recently released one called Doctor Strange, and he's supposed to be like the magician of the Marvel Comics universe, and the woman who starred in that is now being, basically is under arrest for having sex with a minor girl, a girl who was under the age of 18. So she's basically on charges for grooming this girl and then having sex with her.
Oh, I did hear about that. You mentioned it last week.
Okay.
Or last when was it, Wednesday?
Yeah. And that's when Jameson Reese was going, yeah, she's got to pay the price. Yeah, equal punishment under the law and stuff like that. But, honestly, when women do this sort of thing, I just don't view it as having the same violation as being the same violation as when men do this sort of thing. It's for one thing, women really, an older woman might be able to pin a younger girl down and maybe force her to do something, but they said she groomed her, so obviously this wasn't involuntary. It wasn't rape. And it wasn't like, as for the other cases, especially when it's a boy or, a woman really can't rape a boy. It's like the only way she could do that would be to tie him down, which she'd have to dope him first, and then he'd have to wake up tied to something, and then she'd have to strap on a dildo. I mean, it's more...
So you're not for equal protection under law? Or what about influence as well?
I'm sorry? So the influence?
Would grooming fall under influence, which would fall under predatory type behavior?
It does. At the same time, these kids are influenced by so much. I mean, honestly, when most of these boys get quote unquote violated by an older woman, look at how they find out about it. It's always because, the one boy went bragging around and telling all his friends about it. And then all of them reported it because, they're all pissed off and jealous. It's not like he went around saying, this ruined my life. Oh my God. Oh, how am I going to ever live with myself again? No. No.
Yeah, but they're still not mature enough to comprehend the level of
when
the
they're
power.
40 or 50 years old, they're still not mature enough to comprehend anything that fucking happens to them. Give me a break. They're males. They're all fucked up. Come on. Get real.
I don't know. I don't think I could. No, I believe equal protection should not be sexist.
Well, we have to acknowledge there are gender differences. Now, this is something like when Amalia Willard comes on and she talks about I think she believes this, but she says, the Jews are not a race. They're not an ethnos. They're a religion. So when I bring up, there's hundreds of diseases that are specific to the Jews. And then she'll say, this is like morbid inbreeding. There's an argument that could be made there. But let's just look at it this way. Race is very real, and whether it applies to Jews or not, race is real, as I pointed out before, and you've probably heard me say this. When I was taking all those courses in what they used to call the mini med school, then they had to get rid of that stupid title, thank God, and they simply called it adult education in medical science. Basically a medical journalism course, because you're learning to report on what doctors are doing in terms of progressing with the medical sciences. And this was at UCSF, and it was hosted through the Osher Lifelong Learning Institute. And it was there that Dr. Lewis Bennett, the man who wrote the textbook on pharmacology, was teaching us through one night. And during that night, he was pointing out the fact that the medications, they impact different races differently. And one medication that is efficacious for one race will kill the members of another race. He had basically designed a heart medication and got it patented, which, by the way, is a lifetime achievement because it takes literally 14 to 17 years to get a medicine patented. And so it goes through all those FDA tests and all that stuff. So if you get that happening in your lifetime, it's like you've made your life. It's kind of like that alone justified your existence. But in his case, he did that, and he wrote the textbook on pharmacology too. But the heart pill that he designed, he went to Taiwan where everybody used it for, who had heart problems. And they said, oh, how good it worked. He went to Israel and they told him, oh, we don't use that medicine here in Israel. It kills people. So what was helping to save lives in my native Taiwan was killing Jews. Okay, so he was pointing out that there's a reality to race, that different races react differently to medications, and that thousands and thousands of people are dying worldwide because of politics, and they refuse to acknowledge the reality of race. So when it comes to that reality, just as we have to recognize and respect the reality of race, we need to recognize and respect the reality of gender differences. Now, I try to get people to understand and treat as human beings people who are born hermaphroditic, what they call intersexed these days, people who are born with both male and female genitalia, which is like I said, a good percentage of the population, far more than people realize, because all of them are basically, as soon as they're born, the doctors tear into them and say, they basically hold the baby up to the parent and say, you want a boy or a girl? And then the parents makes a choice, and this poor kid is fucked for life. And, certainly JoJo and Peter Moon met this one guy who turned out all right. They say he looks like Sean Connery. He's very adapted to being a male now. But, he was born with both male and female genitalia, and many people are not as fortunate as him. The parents make the wrong choice. And the reality is, when this happens, parents should be forced by law to not do anything and go into counseling with the child until the child is of legal age, and then they decide what they want to be. So there's really 5 genders. There's the male and female, and then there's those born with both male and female genitalia, then those born with more male than female, sometimes something like male genitalia but female breasts. And then there are those born more female than male. So that's really 5 genders. So I try to get people to recognize this, expand their minds so they understand this. But if we recognize that reality, we also have to acknowledge the differences in genders. So that means that there should be different laws. This is why I say there should be a all-female national police force. And this based on a draft where girls serve for at least a year of their lives in peacekeeping, peace enforcement. And so that would be my logic. Now, how different these laws would be different. Well, that would be the nuance that that society would have to hammer out or, adjust to. But the reality is, I think that women generally, they do tend to go easier on them for predatory sex because most of the time it really doesn't do the kind of damage that that happens when men engage in predatory sex. I mean, men rape men all the time, usually young boys, and that damages boys, as opposed to boys who are, they have sex with an older woman. Like I said, that's when people find out about it, it's because other people are bitching that they're not getting the same thing. So it's different. It's different. It's totally different.
Okay, yeah. I can see your point. It's just that can we decide on trauma? So now we're basing it on a trauma. Like I'm gonna say that because I'm a male and she's a female, and attractive or lured me, then therefore it's not trauma because I'm attracted. Versus maybe the boy just doesn't get it and he was totally led astray. And now maybe even indebted in some way towards her. Maybe he made her pregnant. I don't know.
Well,
I
that
mean,
happens.
could
does
it be
happen.
traumatic for him? I don't know. It changes his life, that's for sure.
Yeah, there's this one case. A good example is this one teacher, for whatever reason, fell in love with this dumb Latino kid, and she was like having sex with him, and she got pregnant by him, and yeah, so he wound up kind of like the responsible father at an age where he was too young to obviously have that responsibility. So that was more of a pathological case of, yeah, that was pretty bad. But he seemed to me like he was too retarded to appreciate the damage that had been done to him. So I don't know. It was that is just one example of yeah, that was pretty lame. But what was another thing that comes to mind? It was like another example was you know, guys who suddenly do feel that oh, this was horrible and I never wanted to experience that. It turns out that many of these young guys who feel that way about being seduced by an older woman are usually gay. And in that sense, I would simply say, well, she's done him a favor in that he's come to at least recognize what he is. So in other words, it's almost like a favor either way. I mean, at least this way, you know, the young man finds out that, well, he was innately homosexual all along. I mean, it's kind of like a win-win situation, I guess. But it's not what I would argue.
I don't know. I mean, because we want equal protection for all, right? We want equal protection for the LGBTQ, but we're also going to regulate. It does seems hypocritical to me.
Yeah, well, it requires, like I said, some polishing. I'm just speaking in a general sense.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, but like I said, we have
because shouldn't the law be blind?
You know, that's
blind to certain subjects or genders.
Well,
or...
it's well, let's look at it this way. If we continue with the certainly the ideal of justice is blind. That's justice. Okay,
oh, justice,
Lady Justice.
Yes.
Now, there is a great difference between law and justice. That's justice, for instance, could be seen in a righteous vigilante who is truly not some crazed, psychotic, militia person with various grievances or some kind of ideology like a white supremacist or something. Say if someone were like just a righteous vigilante and we're really going around killing truly evil people, we would say, well, that's justice. It's kind of like what we say when we watch the Dirty Harry films and we see Clint Eastwood torturing this guy who murdered a bunch of children. And then, well, that's clearly illegal, but it's just. So justice can be ugly. Justice can be brutal. Justice can involve executions or even torture, but it's not legal. So the law may strive towards justice, but the law being law, it's like a totally different animal. However, we try to portray the law through Lady Justice, and as I pointed out, the America is still incomplete because we've had the Statue of Liberty on Ellis Island, and that's on the Atlantic seaboard. And the Statue of Liberty welcomes all the tired and poor and represents this kind of good cop, benevolent side of the nurturing aspect of America. Well, Angel Island off of San Francisco was where all the immigrants from the East would try and come into America. Predominantly Asians, of course. They were kept there for years in internment while being processed. Some for many years before ultimately many of them being sent back. It was horrific. And yet out of that horror story, that terrible place, one of the things that was supposed to go up there to balance America from sea to shining sea was the Statue of Justice to balance the Statue of Liberty. It was supposed to be liberty and justice for all. So on one side, the Atlantic, we have the Statue of Liberty. We still should build on the Pacific a Statue of Justice. Now, what would that Statue of Justice be? Well, unlike the Statue of Liberty with the torch held aloft in her upraised arm, the Statue of Justice would hold a sword. And on the other hand, she would hold the scales of justice. But she would be blindfolded because justice is blind. So you would have a far more complicated statue that would take today's technology to build, because the Statue of Liberty is very frail. You're not allowed to go up in the arm because the arm will fall off. So we would have to build a statue that large using today's technology to make certain the same thing didn't happen with a much more complicated arm having to hold up a sword aloft. An easy way around that would be to have the Statue of Justice with the sword pointed down, but that would be really lame, because that would be like the sword's not active. That would be like the sword is surrendered. So she would have to be holding it aloft for her position to have any meaning. Justice is active. Justice is weaponized. So just wanted to get that out there. But yeah, justice and law are not necessarily the same. We want equal protection under the law, but if that equal protection, say for instance, the law, ignorance of the law is no excuse, but is it just if a developmentally disabled person commits a crime that they could never realize is a crime? And would you want them prosecuted and put in the same prison with a bunch of predatory assholes? I would think not.
Well, I believe like intent is 9/10 of the law, but you can't weigh or measure someone's intent.
Well,
you know,
if you can't weigh or measure someone's intent, I think one thing that we can surmise about an obviously developmentally disabled person is that it's hard to perceive them as being malevolent in intent.
That's a true point. Which where that entails, like the judge would have, wouldn't the judge have some kind of variance in that perspective?
Well, yes, but this is the whole point of some of these laws that they're putting on the books. See, so the point of the law being put on the books is the Romeo-Juliet law becoming a Romeo and Romeo law, and a Juliet and Juliet law is because, you know, the only people who were being prosecuted and being forced to be put on to register as sex offenders were the gays, basically, and this gave people the impression that gays are predatory. Then the very term gay and predatory became equated. Well, this is why California was pioneering this SB 145 to help overcome that injustice. So I think that we need to understand that when it comes to women in these predatory situations, it is unjust to be saying, oh, equal prosecution of the law when it comes to them. That their situations need to be far more nuanced in terms of judgment. So that's that's something that I would argue. I'm arguing that. I'm not married to it, but I'm just saying.
So we should perceive intention case per case and then weigh it by law.
Well, I would say case per case.
Justice.
I would say, and this is where people would jump all over me, I would say we should perceive it more case by case when it comes to women, yes, as opposed to men, because obviously with men, there's no real excuse. He has a penis. It gets erect. How did it wind up inside someone else? It's like there we are. It's not like there's an excuse there. it's obvious. He planted it there. That it's not like she pointed a gun at me and she made me put my penis in her. I had a hard time getting it up by force, because I really didn't want to do this, but I got it up because I was in fear of my life. That's how I got it up. Because I was afraid. And that's how my penis wound up in her. It doesn't wash. So,
I see.
yeah, I mean, you have to admit there's a certain sense to what I'm saying, right? But not that I'm trying to convince you here live on air. I'm just saying that obviously what I'm saying is considered ridiculous by many people. But then many things were considered ridiculous a long time ago. Homosexuality was once considered illegal simply its very existence. So,
Well, wasn't it also illegal to have
premarital sex, yeah.
oral copulation?
Yeah, yes, that's quite true.
Yeah.
You could be arrested for that. As a matter
That
of
was like considered sodomy or something?
Yeah. As a matter of fact, there were people, as we all know that many of these hotels where people go to have sex, there are cameras in these rooms. And one of these cases where that law got struck off the books in one state was this man was having oral sex with his wife. And the guy had a camera in the hotel room, and he called the police. And the police came in and arrested the man. And they said, we have video evidence you were having oral sex with your wife. You know, when it came before the judge, it ultimately got struck off the books. He couldn't even believe the arrest had been, first, he couldn't even believe anything that had happened with that. It was just, but this is one of those things that, so yeah, there are stupid laws. So, yeah, the world is full of stupid laws. And so we are supposed to be an evolving society, and our laws evolve with our concepts. So I do think that our society should have different laws for women, because take a look at mass shootings. You know, what kind of woman commits a mass shooting? How many women do we know of that commit mass shootings? There is almost no historical example of a female committing a mass shooting. There just isn't. So it's a male problem. Remember, I spoke of violence against women very passionately a lot when I first started off. I don't speak of it as much anymore, but maybe I should start doing so again. Basically, there are things that women just don't do that men do. There's men all the time kill their ex-girlfriends. You almost never hear of a female killing her ex-boyfriend. I mean, when a woman commits something like a burning bed crime, when she murders some man, it's almost always after years and years of abuse by this individual. And then when he's asleep, she sets the bed on fire or something of that nature. I mean, this is why Lorena Bobbitt was released for cutting Joe Bob's dick off. Right?
Well, you do have instances of poison.
Well, yeah, but you get my point. You get the point.
They can be diabolical in many aspects that are just more cunning.
Well, yeah, at that point, you can usually see through it. I mean, obviously, there are sick, disturbed women. We hear these cases all the time, women who kill their kids. And though, of course, that would almost be an argument for abortion. I mean, maybe these women should have had that option. But at the same time, we are still in a case where abortion is legal and readily available, and you still get these women who, like, kill their kids. And there's a number of them. You hear enough about them where obviously that's out there. So, yeah, at that point, you're dealing with somebody who is definitely needs to be institutionalized. That's at that point, it's there. Obviously, if they're poisoning their husband, and then of course, if it's something like out of greed, usually this can be ascertained. I mean, really, most of these cases are pretty self-evident. I think anybody who really reviews a case can tell the difference between a burning bed conducted by a woman who's domestically abused and some woman who poisons a relatively well-off husband for the insurance policy. I think that's easily
that's usually at the mercy also of a judge.
Yeah,
especially with juvenile matters, because they also take into account, like, was the child abused or suffered trauma throughout their life, therefore they're acting out in a fit of rage, or they haven't had any type of rendering that would teach them otherwise right from wrong.
Yeah.
So I don't know. I guess it would be, if we could consider case by.
Oh,
Hold on.
Yeah.
My dog is being very
Oh, no worries.
adamant on being
I'll burn bandwidth. Take your
naughty.
time.
Come here.
Yeah.
Come here, Toby.
It's Toby. Toby wants to be on. Toby wants to be on. Yes.
He wants just me to be his whole intention. He wants all my attention.
Yes, that's right.
So you've been on quite a while. Here we are at what? Almost 12 hours.
Yeah.
This is a normal transmission. I'm amazed.
Yeah, well, this is what I do, right? I don't see what's so amazing about it. It's like, well, I guess you're amazed because this is the first time you've actually been on with me for essentially the whole thing. So I'm proud of you. You're
Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, you're wonderful. And so when it comes to violence against women, for instance, like I used to talk about quite a bit, and I want people to understand that.
Go lie down.
Yeah. She's telling Toby to lie down now, right? That's cool. Actually, this is her husband. She has him well trained, and yes.
He just doesn't. He knows when he can take advantage. He knows when those headphones are on and I'm talking to that thing in my hand.
Yes.
Yeah.
And that's when he takes all the advantage of you. Yes. Smart dog. Smarter than most men. Yes, that's right.
Perhaps.
Yes, that's right. I mean, again, so people understand what I used to emphasize. Understand this much, that top-ranking female officers in the U.S. military, so unlike their male counterparts, they are statistically never accused of sexual assaults. And young female athletes, again, so unlike those male football players, like the ones in Steubenville so long ago, who not only gang raped a cheerleader, but then urinated all over her, when she was unconscious, fucked into unconsciousness, and then they all pissed on her. This is the kind of bullshit that men do, this kind of evil. Young female athletes, unlike those guys and practically every other campus at some point or another across these United States, every school has that kind of incident. Young female athletes are never going to gang rape some young man and then piss all over his unconscious body. I mean, just think, George W. Bush, the guy who you were kind of exposing tonight, he was a cheerleader when he was in college, right? Did you know that? Oh shit, is she with us? Oh God, Toby took her.
Yeah. I knew that. He was a cheerleader.
There you go. So you can't imagine, we know that there's no group of women who would rape that guy and then urinate all over his unconscious body after they were done with him, after they raped him into unconsciousness, because it's physically impossible for a woman to rape a man into unconsciousness. Unless, like I said, they all strapped on plastic dildos and choked him half to death and deprived him of oxygen. And anyhow, so they wouldn't just not violate them. They wouldn't leave them, as those boys did that young lady, infected with crabs and all manner of STDs, sexually transmitted diseases, which is often a variety of such sourcing from young ladies' individual rapists. I personally knew this one young girl who was raped, and they filmed it, and she caught crabs, and it was like she was grateful that all she caught was crabs instead of AIDS or something that was more internal. She was able to get rid of the crabs easily. I mean, this is awful when a girl feels grateful that she didn't contract hepatitis or something instead of just crabs. I mean, this is where we're at now. And not only that, there's no girls who would do that, like gang rape George W. Bush, infect him, urinate on him, and then immediately boast about it on YouTube videos and Twitter feeds with the smugness of impunity. Okay, girls just aren't going to do any of this. There's no female action movie starlet that's going to be charged with domestic violence because, you've got the people like Angelina Jolie, for instance. Here you've got this woman who basically cut off both her tits because she was afraid she might contract cancer in them. That's the damage she does is to herself. But she's never going to do what's been done by Mel Gibson. So just think of all the shit Mel Gibson did, and they're still cheering this fucker on for making films. Angelina Jolie would never do anything like he did. Hook up with some youngster and then tell them what a piece of shit they are, like Mel Gibson was doing with his girlfriend. Or what, Steve McQueen was an abuser along those lines. And they still considered him a hero until he died of cancer. Poor bastard. There's no famous female pop starlet that's going to blow the head off any young man she took home with her, like the Jewish American record producer Philip Spector did, blowing the head off some young lady with a shotgun who refused to sleep with him. He's in jail the rest of his life, thank God. There's not any female movie director who's going to slip a 13-year-old nigh fatal cocktail of drugs before sexually assaulting them while they keep saying no, like Roman Polanski, again, a Jewish individual who survived the Holocaust, did with an American girl of that age. And yet, he gets total impunity to help open up the Holocaust Memorial Museum in New York City. This is a guy who's literally immune to prosecution just because he survived the Holocaust. Obviously, there's one Jew who Hitler was right about. Now, when you come into any female, she's never going to do that because, first of all, if she drugs a young man where he's nigh unconscious, he can't get it up to satisfy her anyway, so there's no point in her doing that, so she's not going to do it. She's not going to do that with a young girl because if the young girl is out, she's not going to be satisfying either. So there's no woman who's going to do that, period. They just can't get off the way men do. Men can get off if a female's totally unconscious because they're just plugging her. But with women, it's not the same. Therefore, they're not guilty of the same crimes. There's just physical impossibility involved. They are physically different. They are like a different species. The laws should be different in a number of cases to acknowledge that reality. Equal justice under the law is not possible if we're judging them the same way we do men. They don't do the same things. Does that make sense?
It could make sense, but you also have to consider just the violation of the personhood. So how do we draw a line there?
Well, we have to do it case by case with the females. With the men, it's different, though, because they're all the same. We know that, like the bus riders in India who ganged up and sexually assaulted a young girl to the point where she died of her injuries. There's no female bus riders in the Republic of India who have ever ganged up to sexually assault a man so grievously he dies of his injuries. With that young girl...
I understand your point.
Yes, thank you.
It's just a slippery slope. It seems to me like a slippery, very slippery. I don't know.
How could it be?
It would be difficult to delineate the two and then say it's equal justice or equal equality. When you have entire sects of, like you say, genders that are fighting for equality, well, how are you going to judge that based on gender? It's
we have to
gonna
realize the fact that sometimes equality is unjust. If we treat women the same way as men, that's preposterous because at that point, if we want like total equality, then you would say, okay, let's start a draft for women in combat. But that's absurd. And then if you say we start a draft for women in combat, total equality, right? Then you get a bunch of guys, they're into the army and a bunch of guys rape them. And because they've just outlawed abortion, well, then these women they become pregnant. And, oh, look, they're like trimester and shit. And their belly's all swelled up. Send her to the front line. It's equality. Okay, there's an insanity at this point, right? It's like, no,
I understand that, yeah.
You can't have equality. No, these are totally different creatures. It's like so it's the same with law. Just like we don't expect women to perform in combat, that it would be asinine to expect that. It's just like
Exactly. That's the fabric that is also they're arguing right now with the women in military, and then the lessening of like giving them more of a pass, right? So like the special operations units, like the Green Berets and such, they're trying to lessen it for women so that they can have it easier to pass. And the men are saying, well, this is going to weaken our military because we want the person that's next to me to be of equal ability to protect one another. And will that person
well, exactly. This is why
falter?
This is why I say you've got to have gender-specific services. That's the whole point. There's no woman who's going to equal that. It's ridiculous unless she's like a super steroid pumped up dyke, a bull dyke of some sort that might as well be a man anyway. She might as well go all the way and get a sex change. At that point, it's absurd. So the reality is, of course, the military meant for war should be all male. A United States police force meant to enforce the peace, maintain the peace, should be all female. These are women who are socially aware, socially conscious. They're not going to pull out a gun and shoot just like men do all the time when they encounter something that sets them off. I mean, basically, your average male is just a competitive testosterone-filled animal. I mean, to show you how serious this is, again, going back to that medical courses that I was taking at UCSF, and one doctor, he presented the fact that, you know, you look at any animal in the wild kingdom, apes, moose, mammals that produce, like us, in a general sense, mammals that fight for dominance, the rams having their bashing of the horns, all these bears fighting over a mate, all of these kinds of mammals that compete, the amount of testosterone they produce in their mammalian bodies is nothing compared to what a human male produces. He pointed out that for whatever reason, the human male's production of testosterone is literally off the charts. It is so much higher than what any other mammal on Earth produces. We are a different species for just that reason. It is something like tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands times higher than any other mammal on Earth. And so when I asked, well, how is it possible that all the men are not out there right now killing and raping everything in sight instead of sitting here listening to you deliver this lecture? And he said, that's not the question. The question is, how did men ever stop killing and raping everything in sight to even get to the point where I can deliver this lecture to a number of you disciplined enough to sit down? There is, for whatever insane reason, men produce so much testosterone as compared to any other animal on Earth. This is how we came to dominate the planet. It's because men can't stop killing. The reason that we've populated to the point where we're dominating the planet is men can't stop fucking. So since they reproduce and they kill at such enormously high rates, men are simply violent animals. So when you put a man into something as responsible as a police position to maintain the peace, what's the first thing he does whenever there's a disturbance? He draws a gun. He responds. He shoots. This is done without thought. Women do not do that. So women would respond and they would investigate. They would have to work in teams for their safety, as I recommended, teams of 5. But in general, they would not respond by pulling their guns and shooting. It's not what women do. Not on average. It can happen, but it's especially if they were trained, they would be far more restrained. With male cops, there's no amount of training that can stop them. No matter how much you try to train them in situational awareness, train them in how to interact with the community, it doesn't take. As soon as they get their wires up, something happens, they pull out their gun and they go in with it drawn. And because their finger's on the trigger, bang! As soon as they get there, bang! I mean, that's just the way they are. So this is why they cannot be cops. We've got to stop making them cops, allowing them to be cops. This is something women should be doing. We need to start viewing that the way we used to view nurses as an all-female position, and begin to view cop as a feminine position. We need to start viewing the military as a totally masculine position, and never the twain shall meet. This is equal justice. This is recognizing our differences. Does that make sense?
It does make sense, and it's also a pipe dream.
Oh, honey, you lack faith. You lack faith, because I understand what you're saying. Anything man attempts to do is doomed to failure without acknowledging the divine, but you've always realized I acknowledge the divine.
I realize that, and it makes sense. It's just a matter of you're always going to have proponents in opposition fighting for equality. And so we have to recognize that in all aspects, and so can you have that minus the law?
Well, like I said, it takes education. And of course, we're coming to great changes happening in our society. Sea changes. Obviously, as I said, we're heading towards both a world war and a civil war. And in the case of America, likely when it comes to how our society will change, it's going to be based on who wins the next civil war. And obviously, if I were ever in a position of power based on force majeure or the results of a civil war, I would make certain that this would be enforced as a social engineering experiment that I can only see as having profound effects. I would deem them to likely be positive. But
and we can't treat all men just like animals. I mean, we do have righteous men. We do have men who serve and protect with great admiration and honor towards what they stand for. So, I mean, it's
yeah. I mean, I'm not denying that.
How can we retain the spirit?
Obviously,
in my opinion.
Well, I'm hard on men, but at the same time, I certainly don't want them all to become a bunch of pussies. I mean, that's why I said men in the military, right? I mean, this is like, and I said there needs to be a third service for conscientious objectors to either the police or military services, where they would be mobilized for civil service. Basically, delivery of Meals on Wheels, helping the elderly who are homebound, a kind of national civil service, social service that would be like the conservation, the Civilian Conservation Corps, the Civilian Construction Corps, the old CCC under Roosevelt. This would be something that gives every young person training and responsibility and a sense of social commitment. This would have them identify with their society and therefore become much greater participants in society as they got older. So that would have to take that first generation under the new regime. But certainly those men who are honorable, I mean, there are plenty of male cops out there who would die to protect the public, who would risk their lives. These are the kind of men who would be kept on to train these people. Someone has to train them, right? So there'd have to be a transition point where people like that are training the younger generation.
Okay. Yeah. Well, in that same respect, then let's go back to the core, which is family.
Yes.
And so if we want to delineate what we deem as proper as creating a family, whether it be however that looks, shouldn't we also ascertain that family is the first and foremost institution in which we train up our children and also teach them all these aspects and send them out into the world to, be good citizens? But the breakdown of the family, I think, is the reason why we are facing so many problems.
Well, obviously that's the case.
And I don't think the state or socialistic ideologies or even nation can fix that. We need to get back to the core of the family, in my opinion.
Well, certainly the family historically has been profoundly important. And the changes that have happened anthropologically with man have been unfathomable. There was a time when we were hunter-gatherers. And at some point, as I said, with Adam, man became a farming animal, a social being that began to work with the seasons. The original hunter-gatherers, the seasons were mostly their passing of time. It would be how they reckoned any sense of the passing of time, but they would move seasonally to where the hunting was. The idea of staying in place to experience the winter rather than run or move ahead of it, that is something unfathomably different. Then man moved into cities. This is so profoundly altering of evolution. The parallel would be like social insects, like ants and bees, suddenly deciding to break up their colonies and live in nuclear family units. That's how profound man has changed in the past. Now, I think the family will always be with us, but certainly some societies have to recognize the fact that if we want to preserve the family, then we have to have free, universal daycare center provision so that women can get jobs while leaving their kids in daycare centers the way government workers do, not having to worry about their children, which means we need a whole class of people that we can trust children with. That, of course, would overwhelmingly be women. There may be a few predators among them, but infinitely less than if we had men working at the daycare centers and provision centers. We need universal basic income, and we need universal free health care. And we need universal daycare center provision. This way parents can afford to maintain families. Both parents going to work, children cared for by professionals, and then they're coming home and spending time with their children. This would be what needs to become reality. In addition, there will almost certainly be plenty of children that, if we were to outlaw abortion, which I don't recommend, but if that were to happen and women were forced to carry the children to term, most of them, or many of them, wouldn't want those children once they're born. Now, we can't have the kind of system we have now where children go into an adoption system where they're adopted out to predators that simply rape them from family to family that they travel through until they become predators. We need a state that raises them in such daycare centers, except until they're of legal age. If they have no parents to come and visit them, the state becomes their parent. These children would be ideal for becoming the colonists for outer space. These were the kind of people who will colonize other planets. These would be people whose only family is the state. This is what my biological father, Adolf Hitler, pioneered with the Lebensborn program, in which children were born in the state-sponsored communities of the SS under Heinrich Himmler. So, this would provide the state its own family. In that sense, the state has its own children, families have theirs. I think that is not necessarily a bad development. It's a new evolutionary development comparable to the massive changes that happened when we went from hunter-gathering to agriculture and then from agricultures to urban existence in the cities. Something that is part of our evolution as a species. State-raised children would be the pioneers on the frontiers of space. This is what we need to make happen, because obviously you can't send families out there at first. That could come later, but these people would be on the vanguard. Is that coherent?
It's interesting concepts. I mean, again, I'm grasping with the whole statehood ideology. I understand Hitler's reasoning behind it. I just think looking to the state to solve all our problems is kind of like looking to a third party and saying, govern us and teach us and guide us and do it. When I believe in tribalism, like I wish we could get back to.
I believe in that too, but understand
sectors of
that
tribes, where we look upon each other to have kind of our own governance.
I believe in that too. This is why
culture.
indigenous populations must be preserved. This is why indigenous people must do their best to try and reclaim their former lifestyles. This is why I think a large part of North America should be given back to the original peoples, particularly in the Northwest. And by Northwest, I'm not talking about just Oregon and Washington. I'm talking about the vast majority of the fucking Northwest, like the majority of fucking Canada and a good part of the north of the United States and West. And that many Native American nations, we should basically reproduce the buffalo en masse until they roam the Great Plains in the millions again, as they did in the past, so that the Native Americans can ultimately readapt to the lifestyle they used to lead of following the buffalo. I think that this would be one of the greatest things that humanity can do to reclaim its connection with nature. I think that
we would have to get rid of the institution of the Vatican to eradicate all these strongholds that she's imparted over all these years in control.
Well, I think the Vatican will get its rehabilitation, and rehabilitation will enable it to last another 1,000 years as a far more just institution than it was the last 1,000 years.
That's like saying, I'm going to stay in this establishment and clean it up from the inside. I don't think you can ever do that. I think you need to eradicate it.
Well, I
like
understand,
a cancer.
I understand what you're saying, and many people have been victimized who feel the exact same way. And but I want you to understand, if women were allowed to become priests, and rather than simply the abstract concept of Mary in heaven, if you started having women as priests, you would see the Catholic Church change completely its nature.